something.
Are you trying to hold water upside down? Is that what he's trying to do right now?
1 second. Force is a push or pull upon an object resulting from that object's interaction with another object.
Uh-huh. So what's pushing or pulling the fucking water?
Let's see. Action at a distance forces are those types of forces that result even when two interacting objects are not in physical contact with each other, yet are able to exert a pull or push despite their physical separation. Examples of action at a distance forces includes gravitational forces. For example, the sun and the planets exert a gravitational pull on each other despite their large spatial separation.
We're going in a loop now. You see that?
It's got a breakdown of some of the forces. So contact forces, friction, tension, normal.
Are you serious? I just wrote a parody of this, and then you just literally just said it. Wow.
Said what? And the action at a distance forces are gravitational, electrical, and magnetic.
Oh.
Okay.
So it's all fucking looping around?
No. Can you
No?
explain the joke, the inside joke? I don't get it. I'm not following.
What? All these definitions are bullshit.
Oh, why?
What do you mean why?
Why?
Well, you said gravity. Prove gravity to me.
Prove gravity to you?
Let
me see.
Show me gravity.
Prove gravity. Let me see. Let me try to find something that seems reliable. Let's see here. Apparently, gravity is F equals big G times M1 times M2 over R squared.
Okay, and what is M again?
M1 and M2 are the masses of the two objects.
Uh-huh. And now you define mass how?
Resistance to movement. Resistance to a change. Oh, sorry, let me read this again. Property of matter by which it continues in an existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line, unless that state is changed by an external force. So the more mass you have, the more force you need to give it more inertia or take its inertia away. I guess that makes sense.
How does any of that fucking make sense?
Well, I mean, it says it's a property of mass. So the more mass you have or the less mass you have, the less or more force you would need to change its inertia.
Wait, what? Hey, wait. Hey, I think I can help. Do you mean by mass? Do you mean weight? Can we just, instead of saying mass, can we just say weight?
No.
Why can't we just say weight instead of saying mass?
You don't understand how all these definitions are looping on each other? You're stuck in a
Can I
fucking
just say
perpetual
weight?
loop trying to define one to
What
the
do you
next.
mean
One's
mass? I'll just say
defining the other while the other one's defining the last one.
Because weight is a force.
Yeah. Oh.
Weight is a...
Yeah, weight. So why not weight then? Okay, now you need to tell me why not weight and why mass. What's mass?
Mass is not a force.
There's force inside
the weight of an object. No. There's inertia. And in order to change that inertia, you need to apply a force.
Material.
There's force there originally.
Excuse me?
Read that definition again of inertia.
Let me take a look at it. A property of matter by which it continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless that state is changed by an external force.
It continues, right? Read it again. It continues.
Yeah.
Read it again.
Continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless...
Rest or uniform motion. Unless...
uniform motion relative to something, unless that state is changed by an external force.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which force?
Any force. Any external force.
What kind of force is that? Jesus Christ.
I mean, there's contact forces, there's action at a distance forces. Which ones do you want?
Well, there's
no gravity though yet.
What's that?
Now you read the first definition said was gravity.
Whoa. One at a time.
Go ahead.
What'd you say, Mister
What'd you say,
Break?
break?
Yeah, what is a break?
Comes in
Oh,
with
I
some
was
lecture
saying,
sometimes.
Grayson just claimed that there was magnetic fields holding in gas pressure, and that was equivalent to and sufficient to the answer of there being gas pressure
There
without
was
containment. But the problem with that is that there is an actual physical force of electromagnetism that is containing that those quanta basically in that state when we're actually talking about what's going on in that experiment. You don't even know.
whoa,
But
slow down.
to suffice in that argument, it's nothing to begin with.
I
So
don't know what you're referring to, but okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but
we're talking about quantum mechanical artificial intelligence, and you don't even know that you're doing it. So
I
this is
don't even
actually an
know what you're
argument that
talking about. He's
precedes
asking me
you.
about forces.
It precedes you. It precedes you, but the implication of where your argument stands already exists. So it's like I'm already leapfrogging onto where you would be in the timeline if you were to catch up. So you're not there. I'm almost pushing you along. How do
Okay,
you feel about
anyways,
that? How do you feel about
anyways,
that?
to answer Linktree's question,
Mm-hmm.
which forces do you want? There's
Which
contact
force
and action at a
do you
distance.
have? Which force do
There's
you have?
frictional,
Are you talking about
tensional.
a
Tensions
magnetic
are
force?
normal, air
It's
resistance,
like,
applied
are you
spring.
saying that? Are you saying that I am
Dude,
walking on the side of a water ball because,
I'm answering
like,
his question.
if I
He asked
if
me.
I rub a balloon to your head, it sticks to your head?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with that. He asked me about what force there are, and you're just
So you get
going on
muted
about
for
something.
rambling break. Yeah, no, he doesn't follow the conversation. Well, I mean, he does. It's just he's out there a lot.
Yeah, break. Just take it easy, man. I don't know
He
where you're
needs to
going.
take it easy.
You can unmute him.
Anyways,
I think. Hopefully he just relaxes a little bit. I'm trying to answer your question. That's all.
I'm
But
just saying, man, all this
yeah.
shit's
So
bullshit. That's
so
all I'm trying to
external
say.
forces. So external.
Uh-huh.
You're asking me what external forces there are. There's several to choose from: friction, tension, normal, air resistance, applied, spring, gravitational, electrical, magnetic.
Okay. So you said gravity there. What the fuck, man?
That's one of them.
Can you prove it? Can you prove gravity?
What is the scientific proof for gravity? I was looking at that one. Let's see. The Cavendish experiment in 1797, when Henry Cavendish
That's
set up two
bullshit.
large and two small lead balls and observed gravitational pull between them with a telescope. A similar classroom experiment. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this. Oh, it's just 15 minutes. I'm not watching all that.
Trust me, the Cavendish experiment is also bullshit. Just so you know.
Well, let me see what it does. I'll skip to the Spark Notes if I can. I can't make this full screen, so what the fuck? Oh, this is better. Let me see here real quick. What's supposed to be going on in this experiment here?
Something about fucking balls and the torsion fucking thing, and it fucking got fucking. That has. Trust me, that's not gravity. There's a lot of other different answers that
Oh,
can be answered. Yeah.
what is gravity? What is it supposed to be?
I don't claim gravity exists, man. What they're
Oh,
saying was some fucking the bigger a mass, the more pull a fucking mass fucking has. That's their definitions. I don't follow that shit. That's not for me.
okay. Let me see this.
I don't claim fucking shit like that.
The universal theory of gravity is often taught in schools as fact, when in fact it's not even a good theory. You might be onto something here.
Oh, look at that. We're getting somewhere with you, my friend. Thank fucking God.
Let me see here. Let me read this a little bit. This might take a minute. It's a whole fucking article.
Yeah, it's almost 3:30 in the morning, man. I gotta go to sleep, guy. Hurry up. My whole point here is, my friend, there's a lot of fucking shit in the educational system that hasn't been even fucking proven. And they still teach this shit in schools and shit.
I mean, they didn't.
That's my whole point, man.
I mean, I don't see any math at all in any of this article.
What does math have to do with any? Listen, math is just fucking numbers on a fucking paper that you manipulate. It has nothing to do with reality.
I mean, do you have a bank? You use a bank?
Still
Bank has
numbers,
numbers
man.
of how much money you have.
Fine, that's different, man. I'm talking. That's still
Somebody just
fucking
manipulate that
values
you
on
a-
a fucking in a computer. Amazing. That's nothing to do with reality.
I mean, it's how much money you have.
Cool. That is the work you've done, and they fucking quantified the work you've done. You know, they put a fucking number on the amount of work you've done in reality. So they translated the reality into numbers again, a different version, but that has a different category of it.
Well, let's see here. Oh shit, what is this?
Can you have like -3 apples?
That doesn't make sense to me because I don't know what a negative apple is.
So exactly. You can have 3 apples, but you can't have -3 apples. And -3 is a mathematical term.
What if I had 3 apples and then I added a -3 apples to it, and then I'd have 0 apples?
You subtracted.
Can't you add a negative? Isn't that the same thing as subtracting?
Yeah, it's but that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is just number manipulation, man. You can manipulate numbers to fucking all kinds of ways that can suit your reality.
Yeah, and they're still right at the end of the day. If you test it in any other way.
No, not necessarily. They're just fucking numbers, bro.
Can you give me some cases where they're not?
Okay. So let's say when you create a resistor, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain value on this resistor, right?
Yeah.
But why did the resistor come in a color code, right? There's the first 3 color codes,
So you can
kilo,
identify
whatever,
the resistance,
blah, blah, right? But then there's the silver, the gold, or what is that?
It tells you how many ohms it has.
No, the silver or the gold line on the end of the fucking color code will tell you the tolerance, right? The percentage error of the resistor.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's not 100% values, man. This is not 100% for you. You'll never be 100% in reality.
That's because it's not possible to get to perfect in reality for the most part.
So numbers, right, are just on a piece of paper. They're not reality.
Yeah, I didn't say they were.
Why are you arguing that? That's my first thing that I just said.
That wasn't an argument. I asked you if you had some examples.
Well, I gave you the example here.
I mean, the resistance value is a perfect value, and the tolerance is just how much we think it'll deviate.
No, when you measure the resistor, it's not going to be fucking 1,000 ohms. It's going to be 9.999. You know what I mean? It's not going to be or 990 or whatever. That's why there's a silver or a gold. Yeah, that's why there's a silver or a gold tolerance on there. And what the silver is 15%, the gold is 5% tolerances, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're reading a diode or a fucking capacitor, all these other fucking inductor, there's always a tolerance. There's always a percentage error, right? And when you build a circuit from scratch, right? When you do the math, have you ever done the math there? Have you ever built a amplifier circuit, like a basic amplifier? Have you ever done that?
Probably.
What do you mean probably?
A long time ago.
I'm asking you, it's a yes or no.
We'll go with yes.
What kind of transistor did you use?
I have no idea. If I did, it probably would have been 6 or 7 years ago.
I fucking did this shit fucking over 10 years ago, my friend. I still remember this. If you've done it once,
you still do it. Why you still do it?
What do you mean I still do it?
Do you still do it? I don't know why that matters.
No,
regardless.
I don't do. No, I'm saying, well, you're fucking pretending like you know some shit. I'm just trying to see whether you know it or not.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but what does that change?
No, you don't, my friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
I've built boards, bro. I fucking wire wrapped the whole motherboard together. Okay. You know what a motherboard is?
Sounds like you've done a lot more than I did, which makes sense. I've done it maybe once.
Intel 88. No, you've never done an Intel 88 motherboard. I promise you.
I didn't say I did. I said you've probably done a lot more than I have.
That's over 10 years ago. Yeah, I know I've done this shit. But you know what the problem is? I never even touched this shit after 10 years.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I didn't
still remember it. But I still
didn't.
remember it.
I didn't say that. I said I've done it maybe once. It seems like you've done it a lot more.
I don't
probably why
think you've
you
done
remember
it
it more.
even once. I don't think you've done it once.
I'm certain I've done it once. I've had several electrical classes. I just don't remember all the specifics because I never needed it after.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think transistors. I think what you've done was just what do you call it? Basic resistor math, which was like parallel or series resistor calculations. I don't think you've ever done like a transistor amplifier circuit because that's an actual.
What is that gonna? What is that
You
changing?
need quadratic equations for that shit. Huh?
Okay.
Well, I'm just talking about math here in general. Math is not reality. Remember?
What do you mean? You use math to describe the
Well, yeah, you can use some
interaction
math
of
to
circuits.
describe, but it's not reality.
It's very close to it. I mean, that's why we had the tolerance. We have a good idea of where it'll
because
end
there's
up.
always an error, and the thing is, when you start building circuits after at an advanced level, you're pretty much using the rules of thumbs. Like, you know what a
How do we
rule of
tell what
thumb
the
is?
tolerance will be? How do we tell what the tolerance will be?
Well, you fucking measure everything, and then you do the math to figure out your percentage tolerance, whether you're within the percent error or not. After
So
you do the thing,
we have a
after you put it together.
theoretical performance,
right?
and
There's
then after we
theory
build
and there's practical, yes.
and we build it, and then we measure it, and we get a tolerance after making so many,
And then you compare it.
and then we make that into the manufacturing process as a standard, and then we add the tolerance band on it. So now that we know we can never make it perfect,
You'll never be able to make anything perfect.
Even though we in theory designed it to be perfect and we made it, it was really close to being perfect, and we knew what the tolerance might be.
It's close, but it's not close enough. It's not perfect.
I mean, what is close enough? How close does it need to be?
Well, military gets pretty close. Like military circuitry gets really, really close, but it's never perfect. I think they get like within 0.0001% or some shit. They get really fucking close. That's why military technology is so much better than anything else.
Let me see here real quick. Look at the resistance color band. 5%. What the hell is this? 0.1%. Oh, here it is. They have a tolerance that goes all the way down to 0.05%. That seems pretty good to me.
Not on a large number scale. If you let's say you're dealing
560
what if you're dealing with
kiloohms.
like right, and how much if you do the percentage error, how much?
It can go up to 10 million ohms.
Right, and if you do 0.0, what's that? 0.05%?
Mm-hmm.
Or no, 0.00. No, yeah, it's 0.05, right? You said.
Yes.
On a million, how much is that? What's the percentage range? That's huge range still.
That's gonna be. That's
a huge fucking range.
5,000. That's not huge at all.
Lot.
For 10 million.
That's a lot. Still a lot, man. 5,000 is a lot.
Well, voltage is what? Current over resistance? Or no, that's current is equal to voltage over resistance. So
it's you're talking about Ohm's law right there.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
So
VIR. It's a ratio. You just fucking move one or the other.
120 volts divided by, well, let's just do the numbers. 10 million. Oops. 10 million, 5,000 is 1.2 times 10 to the negative 5. 1.19 actually. And let's just do 120 divided by, well, this would be, it'd be 9,995,000. 1.2, it doesn't even change by 0.01 amps. Barely any change at all. I think most electronics would be just fine with that.
0.0, how much? 0.01 amps? No, man,
0.01. 0.01.
0.01 amps. Do you know how much amps you need to fucking kill a human?
I don't know.
1 amp. So that 0.01 amp is a lot.
0.01 amp is 100 times less. 100 times less than the amount to kill a human. 100 times less.
When it comes down to circuitry, bro, if you even have that little bit of that going through a fucking circuit the wrong way, you're gonna burn a circuit.
0.01 amps.
Yeah, it can fucking burn. Trust me.
Okay.
Like I said, 1 amp, one
I guess.
amp can fucking kill a human, my friend. So when you're talking about this shit, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
math is
1
not
amp.
reality, bro. Why are you fighting this, man?
I'm not. I'm just doing the math right in front of you and
Right?
coming to
No,
a
it's fine.
logical
You come
conclusion.
into what's the logical conclusion here? That math is not reality?
I mean, we designed them based on math.
Show
the
me
product-
0.01 amps. Show me 0.01 amps, like in fucking reality.
120. What do you mean in reality?
You can't show me an amp, bro. What the fuck you talking about? You'll never be able to show me an amp. Or a
I don't even know.
volt.
I don't even know what that means. What do you mean show you an amp?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't see UV light, but I know it's there.
No, you can see UV light with special equipment.
Oh, special equipment. What if I
Yeah, but
measured amps and with the special equipment?
You can't really, because it's an indirect measurement. When you put like a DMM, let's say your voltage meter, voltages go across the resistor, and then when you set the DMM into current, it has to be in series, right? That's the one thing you gotta understand. But when you set it into series, there's internal circuitry of the DMM that is set specifically, like resistors and whatnot, is set in a way to measure as a reference. It's all being referenced off of something else to give you that indirect measurement. It's not directly measured.
What if we used
there's internal logical, there's internal math inside these fucking things that give you that fucking answer on the fucking on the screen. What would you say?
So if somebody said, based on all my math, only half an amp will run through your heart and not kill you, would you believe them?
I wouldn't even fucking test that. I wouldn't touch. Listen, I know enough about electronics. I would not touch, especially high power generators. You don't go close to, like, even power supplies inside your computer, right? You gotta be careful with those things. Even like there's big fucking capacitors. Listen, there's big fucking capacitors in there. Like, they're still charged, and if you touch them wrong way, you can get a fucking massive shock.
I mean, maybe if you touch like parts of the amplifier, not the.
No, the capacitor. Do you know what capacitor does? It's a discharge charge. Yeah, a capacitor.
Yeah, they barely have any charge.
couple
microfarads, couple micro.
No. There's pretty big capacitors in certain power supplies, buddy. There's certain fucking big,
not big enough to kill you.
Micro henries. I think it's in henries. It's not in farads. Is it? No, or the henries are in inductors. Well, I mean, micro. Yeah, farads. You're right. It is in farads. Is it farads?
Yes. Because it measures the charge between two surfaces. It's a farad. Henries are magnetic field strength.
Henries, yeah, there you go. Yeah. I just see, that's what I'm saying. I haven't done this for so goddamn long. It's coming back to me.
Why don't you remember?
What do you mean? This stuff. This is basic stuff. Once you've done the basics, you don't care. I know advanced shit. They don't need the basics anymore. Yeah, man.
Or you chastised me for not knowing simple stuff.
What? I didn't chastise you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said, buddy, you said even 5 years. I said 10 years ago. Buddy, I understand. Oh my god, I confused the micro henry with the fucking farad. Oh my fucking god, give me a fucking break. I still knew what I'm talking about.
You didn't.
Jesus Christ,
you didn't even know what a farad was.
Oh, buddy, I know exactly what farads and fucking micro henries are, buddy.
After you look back at it, sure.
Oh my god, I didn't look at anything. I'm talking to you. I'm not looking at anything.
I told you what it was.
Buddy,
you didn't know at the time.
Jesus fucking Christ! There's a charge. What's the discharge and charge rate of an inductor or capacitor? That's the most important thing. What is it?
I don't know. Probably depends on the capacitor inductor.
No, there's a discharge. It's a fucking constant. It's a discharge constant of a capacitor and inductor. They both have the same. It's not the same. I don't know. One's the inversion of it. Well, yeah, it's called the tau, which is the most fucking important part of this thing.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ. Now go look that up. So how the fuck do I know that, but I fucking forget the most basic fucking thing? I don't even forget it. I just confused it. Who gives a fuck? Okay. What's wrong with you? Because one is the inversion of the other. Do you understand that? If you're looking at a fucking capacitor and you're looking at an inductor, what do you call it? The tau, it's 1 over tau for the inductor, and the tau is the capacitor. And anyways, that like I said, you don't. It's more
That's not
advanced shit.
that's not true.
That's the Tau. Yeah, man, it is.
Must be like some
You know
kind
what the
of, I don't
Tau
know,
is?
inductor capacitor circuit, but I don't know what you're
You know
talking
what
about.
the Tau is? No,
Let me see.
the discharge and the charge rate constant. It's called the Tau. It's the T on your on the calculator. I think it's the T. It's the squiggly T. It's called
Yeah,
Tau.
tau.
T-A.
Greek. TAU. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Is it TAU? Yeah, I believe it is.
something like that. The
Discharge time
charge.
constant given by tau equals RC, resistance and capacitance. That makes sense.
That's a constant. It's always there.
I mean, it's a constant for the circuit. Yeah, that seems to be based on the resistance.
Yeah. It's not based on the resistance. There's fucking 1 tau, 2 tau, 3 tau, 4 tau, 5 tau. That's the discharge rate, discharge time.
If you have more than one, sure, probably
It's
makes
a
sense.
constant. That's why I call it a constant.
Yeah, it's based on the resistance and the capacitance.
And what about the inductor? What's the tau of the inductor?
I don't know.
It's 1 over tau. Inverted 1 over tau.
Oh shit! 1 second.
At least I'm relearning some of this shit too. Not that
It's the
important, but whatever.
inductor over R. But it's not the inversion. It's just one's over R and the other one's multiplied by R.
Exactly. Inversion.
Which
Buddy,
makes
it's
sense.
the
Well, inversion would involve the same variables, but okay.
no. One's on top of the fucking the fraction, one's underneath the fucking fraction. The fuck you talking about? You know what? When you're doing one
They're not
over
the same
something,
variables. They're not the same variables,
buddy, the
but
R,
sure.
you don't have to even put the R in there. What the fuck you need the R in there for? I'm not talking about resistor. Just the fucking inductor and just the capacitor. There's a fucking discharge charge rates on these fucking things. It's called the tau.
Okay.
Right.
Even then, nothing of
It's the
either of
time
those in your
constant.
power supply in a computer will kill you unless you touch maybe the amplifier.
No, the capacitor fully charged will kill you. Well, it could.
I don't think it will because there's so few microfarads in it. It's barely anything.
Have you ever seen the size of certain capacitors? You never seen a massive capacitor, bro? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, they still hold
Google the
barely any
biggest.
microfarad.
Oh my God. What is the biggest capacitor? Let's see what we can find.
This one's a
30,000.
quite large one. 1767-19 capacitor, 1,000 microfarads, 75 volt DC. This probably wouldn't kill you if you touched the top.
30,000, bro. 30,000 farads, man. Oh, fuck me.
30,000 farads. That's a super capacitor, and they barely have any voltage. The current going through your body would be so minuscule it wouldn't even matter.
I never said it kill you. It'll just hurt you.
It won't even hurt you. You won't even feel it.
Hurt you. Or you'll feel it.
No, you won't at all.
Oh my God, you're stupid. People charge capacitors and throw them at each other in fucking electronics fucking schools just for fun, and it hurts. How do you think the fuck? How do you?
Something.
Oh, it discharges in your body, you fucking moron.
Well, it discharges through your body, but even then, it's at such a low rate, it doesn't change anything.
It's not a low rate. It's fucking. It will hurt you.
Let's see.
Just Google. Can you get hurt by a fully charged capacitor?
And you get hurt? I mean, I'm certain under some cases, but I don't think the ones in your power supply are really that bad. It's not a microwave.
So you can fucking hurt yourself through having a fucking. I wouldn't say touching the capacitors in your thing, but I would say like if you fucking play with your power supply in your computer while it's fucking plugged in and you touch it wrong, yeah, you can get hurt.
Okay, but it won't kill me.
Like I said, it takes about 1 amp of current through your heart. That's what'll kill you.
Yeah, but there's literally thousands of ohms of resistance to get there. Tens, if not hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. I've never really measured how much resistance I have in my body. But your body is made up of a lot of water, right?
10,000 ohms.
Salinated water. Did you just Google how much resistance your human body has?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did it say? How much?
Skin resistance can be anywhere between 1,000 for wet skin and 100,000
1,000 ohms? That's it?
if your fucking hands are soaked.
Okay,
Probably, yeah.
so do the math. So 1,000 ohms. How much voltage to get an amp of current?
What?
How
1
much
volt,
voltage you
1
need
volt
to
through
get?
1 resistor. I'm sorry, 1 ohm will give you 1 amp. It's linear.
Yeah, I know.
Why'd you ask?
Well, I'm asking you right now. So how much? If you have 1,000 ohms, just do the math really quick. I don't have the fucking calculator on me. 1,000 ohms. How much voltage do you need to get an amp through your heart?
1,000 volts.
Oh yeah, it is 1 amp.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Now, can you get 1,000 volts? Is pretty easy to get, no?
And a capacitor?
No, not a capacitor. Just basically fucking
Yeah.
just
Just
making
make
1,000 volts is not
just
that
make a
hard.
booster
Yeah.
circuit and easily get 1,000.
Yeah.
But I mean, your current being delivered is minuscule. Just because you can output that current doesn't mean you are. The supercapacitors, which is what you're referring to with that many farads in it, only has about 2.7 volts, so you're barely pushing anything at all. Anyways, back to the point.
The point was
Gravity, your
no.
numbers, math is wrong.
No,
I
the
mean,
point was we're talking
we're
about the
using.
Earth being flat, right? And
Oh
then you're
yeah.
talking about some simulation shit, right?
No, I just suggested that based on current
Yeah,
trends, it's pretty likely. Yeah, most content's being
no,
generated by AIs.
yeah, but
AIs have
you're
AIs have
comparing
generated
apples and
15.
oranges, man.
What am I? What's the apple and oranges?
Apple. Well, because you're comparing something generated in a computer to real life, bro.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the
That's
pictures
not
they can generate?
reality. That doesn't matter. It's not real.
An AI picture won an art contest, and nobody knew it was an AI picture, and it beat out every human there.
Amazing. It's still not reality.
Yeah, but it still won, and nobody could tell the
Doesn't matter,
difference.
but that doesn't matter, bro. That doesn't matter.
There's
That's
whole
not
AI
reality.
shows being generated.
That's comparing apples and oranges again.
I don't know what you mean by apples and oranges. Nobody could tell the difference. If I gave you 2 apples, but one was secretly an orange, and I told you to compare them, but they look identical, how would you know? Have you ever seen those videos where they have like a picture of like a fruit or something drawn on a piece of paper, and they're like, "Is this real or fake?" And then you have to guess, and then they go to grab it, and they either pick up a fruit or they
That's
just hit.
again irrelevant to reality, man.
What's the difference? The idea is that you can't tell the difference. Even
No,
though,
that's not the idea here. That's your idea.
yeah, you can't
I
tell the
can.
difference. So how would you
Doesn't
know
matter.
if you're in
I've
a
seen some
simulation or not?
shit. Oh, buddy. Because
Buddy, what?
I can feel myself, bro. You
Okay,
know, you have
you
a
can simulate.
soul.
Have you ever got shocked by something?
These fucking things, these AI robots don't have no fucking soul. You're out of your mind.
But they seem to be winning art contests, writing
That
contests,
doesn't. That's
speech
because it's
contests.
the data set. The data set was given to it at such a
Yeah,
scale, right? So it brought a
yeah,
whole bunch of fucking. What do you call it? Let's say they put the Fibonacci sequence, and the thing just performed the best Fibonacci sequence. That's it. You know what
okay,
the golden ratio is? It was
yeah,
still given by humans to this thing. It has no soul.
yeah. But the images it generated, although
Doesn't
it's
mean
based on
shit.
humans, still is original.
Doesn't mean shit. No, it's not original. It's copies of everything. You just put a whole bunch of shit together.
I mean,
Nothing coming
isn't
from
that what
AI is
humans kind of
original.
are for the most part? They see a whole bunch of stuff and they try
No,
to imitate it or
no,
draw something new, but it's based off their experience.
no, man. That's not true.
Why isn't it?
Well, because it's not. Hold on.
Have you ever made a circuit that somebody else already made and you thought, how can I make this better? AIs
That's
are generating circuits that are
uh,
better based on previous people's circuits.
amazing. It's still, what do you call it? It's still not coming up with anything original.
I mean, does it have to be original? If it's just
Kind of, sort of
imitating
does.
current existence,
That's all it does, man. It's imitating current existence. So we're the creators, right? You understand that?
so what if somebody just created us based on
Oh
what they see
God,
in
that's
reality?
the answer. Yes, thank you. That comes to the whole question: is who created
So,
us, right?
so we could be a
God, the
simulation.
Almighty.
So we could
No,
be a simulation. But you just
no.
said we could create things, and then
But we're not gods.
I mean, we're making AIs that create things.
That's not God, man.
What if we made an AI that simulated parts of the body, the human body?
What do you
Like
mean?
it's like the heart pumping and like the fluids going
Yeah,
throughout the body.
that's not. Hey,
And
that's
then
gonna be very.
let's say we took a
I
whole
don't know.
bunch
I
of
wouldn't say never
scans.
say never. I wouldn't say never say never, but
Let's say we took a whole bunch of scans of a human brain
I
and
think they made a whole bunch of artificial hearts already.
okay. So let's say we
I
took a
think
whole
they
bunch of
did.
scans of human brains and then we tried to build a digital version of one. And it starts, I mean, we're just simulating it a one for one based on all our current understanding of reality and math. And it starts doing things we didn't predict it would do. Is that consciousness? I mean, can we even prove that? And then what
Mm,
happens when we put several of those brains together, and then they start
that
doing
brain's
things?
not gonna. I don't think anybody created a brain right now.
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying what if we did?
I don't. Well, I mean, until then, they
Oh,
still
until then.
haven't, right? Well, until then, yeah, I don't think they'll do it because they
So
don't understand the
so
complexities of the brain. They don't.
so
They
you
can
have
pretend they do, but
conviction
they
until
can't.
you're proven wrong.
No, I'm just saying, buddy, there's a thing called God, right?
Uh
Because
huh.
one is we can prove that we live on a flat earth that is
Okay.
pressurized with a container, right? You got to
Oh,
understand that first.
okay.
And then you got to understand that who put that fucking container above us, right?
Above us.
Well, what do you think all this atmosphere, it's all pressurized is, right? You know, there's a PSI and
There's
it's
a PSI.
air pressure. Yeah, air pressure. There's air pressure
Oh,
around you, man.
okay, that
Barometric
makes
pressure,
sense.
that's what, right? So how does all this air pressure stay?
Oh, wait a minute.
It's
Isn't it
contained, right?
harder? Isn't it harder to breathe the higher in altitude you go? That's why you have to be in like a
It's
plane,
n-
like a
it's
cabin.
not it's not harder to breathe. It's a different composition of
Oh, why?
well, because heavier gases tend to go underneath the lighter gases, right?
Hmm. Well, which
Yes
gases are
or
we
no?
talking about? Well, wait. If that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
w- why is the composition the same, no matter where you're at? It's just that the density changes.
No, the composition will change. The density doesn't change.
Let me see. Composition of the atmosphere. Uh, with altitude. Let's see if this comes up with something. Uh, it just says, what is this? That seems like a sketchy looking site. I mean, it looks pretty high. Let's see here. It looks pretty
You
much the
got you
same for
you got no. You got
100
fucking
kilometers up.
helium goes up, right?
Yeah.
You know helium goes up. There's probably more helium up there than fucking oxygen. I guarantee you that.
Okay. That's a gas
So
that I don't breathe.
that's
But
right. So it's hard. It's gonna be harder to breathe the higher you go. That's what you just said, right?
yeah, but there's not an
Less
abundance of
oxygen
helium
up there. There's less oxygen up there. It's not necessarily the pressure difference. It's more of a
pressure.
different composition. More of a composition difference, right? Well,
But
there would be a pressure difference. There is
there's
a
no
pressure
huge amount
difference.
of helium though. There's no
There is there
massive
is there is a
helium
pressure
cloud.
difference. I agree with that too. No, I wouldn't say there's a helium cloud. I'm just saying the composition of gases will be different from the ground gases for sure.
But why?
Because lighter gases go up and heavier gases go down, right?
Well, wouldn't we notice that on like the ground as well? There'd be an abundance of some gas on the ground, some specific
Yeah,
gas, like
I would
nitrogen or
assume there's.
oxygen or argon.
I don't fucking know what the composition is. I don't think a lot of people know what the composition is.
Apparently, it's
They
about
just say
78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen.
Yeah, that's what they say it's about, right?
I'm sure you could probably measure that. It'd be a weird thing to lie about if it's easily measured.
Is it easily measured?
I don't know. Let me see how you measure it. Let's see. You can analyze the gas by chromatography.
So light spectrums.
Spectroscopy. Yeah, infrared
Light spectroscopy. Yeah, that's what they
that
say.
makes sense.
But you
So-
you isolate the gas, you put it in a machine, and then you fucking pass a light through it, and then you see what
Yeah.
comes out.
Makes sense.
Amazing.
So there should be a clear difference in gas composition.
And did they do that yet? Did they go up there, fucking take a sample of the gases up there, and then fucking?
I'm sure they went somewhere on one of the mountains. I mean, there's tons of dead bodies and flags at the tips of them.
Doesn't mean that they did the fucking different compositions, did they?
I mean, would it be that hard to do? Do I need to do it myself to be
what's the
completely
point
right?
of it? Like, well, I'm just saying. No, I just want to know if anybody did it, because I don't think anybody did it.
I'm certain they have. I mean, we have planes. Seems like it'd be a pretty easy thing to do.
No, that's why they have the inside the cabin. They have a pressurized cabin, and they have their own oxygen system.
Oh,
right?
Well, what gas is up there that's so dangerous?
Well, they're not breathing fucking the gases from the atmosphere of the plane. Doesn't have intake vents, right?
I'm just talking
the plane
about
has its own fucking cabin fucking gas. Don't they have its own oxygen supply and everything, right?
I don't know.
I would assume so.
This is what I'm trying to figure out. So,
but they're definitely not. It's not like a car where the car is intaking from the inside, from the outside, and then fucking blowing air inside. No, planes don't have that shit. Planes are fucking completely sealed off on the inside. They have their own oxygen fucking circulation.
So there's a different gas composition in the atmosphere further up.
I would assume so, because the lighter gases would go up and the heavier gases.
What are the lighter gases?
There's a whole bunch of different gases. Can't fucking name them all. Hydrogen, helium, fucking what else can be fucking up there a lot? Like fucking methane gas probably flies up. Methane gas is not heavy, is it? Or
well, I mean, based on that, I mean, we should be dead because most of the atmosphere is made of nitrogen, which is. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess most of the atmosphere is made of oxygen.
No, it is made of nitrogen.
21% is oxygen. Sorry, I'm making a mistake here. Nitrogen is lighter, so yeah, it should float up. So why do we have nitrogen on the surface of the planet and not further up?
Right. No, there's more nitrogen. There's more nitrogen up there than down here, right? That's what it says.
No, we're about 100 kilometers. It's the same ratio.
Oxygen, is it really?
Based on this graph.
100 kilometers based on this graph.
Yes, let me show you.
100 is 100 kilometers like above the fucking
pretty fucking far up.
Yeah, that's. I wouldn't trust that graph then.
Oh, let me look at a different one.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust that graph. Because I think, this graph is fucking bullshit, bro. 100%.
Let me try to find a more reliable source here. UCAR Center for Science Education. There's pressure. That doesn't help me. Temperature.
You gotta understand that most of these educational systems that you're looking at, all these thingies, they are fucking created by the same people pretty much, right? And it's a consensus. It's all consensus shit, right? And they all still believe in the ball, right?
Oh, the ball.
Well, the ball theory, the space ball theory, right? The heliocentric model, right? So, but we know that that's lies and bullshit. So why would I believe anything else they say once they're already fucked up on one thing?
Why would it matter if the
That's
sun
what
is
I'm
the
saying.
center?
It matter. The sun is not the center because we can clearly see the sun moving and we're stationary.
Yeah, but why would that change? Anything could be the center.
Changes everything. See how important this is? The whole educational system is based on one fucking thing, but it's all fake.
I mean, what's fake about it? You can say anything is the center and just have everything
No,
rotate around it.
man.
That's
No.
relative.
Do you know how I know that the sun is moving above us while we're not moving? Do you know how I know this?
You
Because
can
I've done
say
my own
anything.
thing.
You can
No,
say
it's
anything's doing that.
no. Do you know how I know?
No, I'm not you.
Okay, so I'll
I
explain.
feel like I'm
For
about
one
to.
year, for 1 year, yeah, you'll know this. This is really important. You know that
Oh,
Polaris, there's a star in the north that doesn't move. Do you know that? It's called the North Star.
okay.
Do you know about it?
I've heard of it.
The guiding star, nobody fucking it never moves and everybody fucking circumnavigates back in the days they used that star to navigate because that's always in the north. No
Always
matter
in the
where you
north.
are, it's always in the north. Yeah, it's the North Star. Polaris.
Wait, I'm getting a little bit confused here. It's in the north. So when I
It's
have a compass that points north,
it's
is
always
that the
gonna be
same
there.
north?
Yeah.
So where is it actually pointing?
What
The
do
compass.
you mean?
What is the
Pointing
compass
towards
pointing to?
that's magnetic north in the north.
North.
So what is the north on a flat planet exactly?
It's not a planet,
Not
my
a
friend.
planet.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on.
Flat object.
Flat
Uh,
sea. Hold on. Let me finish with this guy, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. Listen,
Finish me.
it's not a planet, right?
Sure.
I'm just trying to show you
Object.
what.
What do you
No,
want me to call it?
it's an extended topographical plane.
Okay,
It
What?
is the
extended topographical
No,
plane.
no,
What is the
no.
north
Hold on.
pointing
It's an
to?
extended. Flat sea,
No.
relax. I'm having a conversation with this guy
Yeah,
for like
but you're
30 minutes. Why are
wrong.
you interrupting? Wrong in what?
You're-
Wrong in
Flatsy,
what?
can you let him speak to me, please? Thank
But
you.
he's wrong.
Wrong about what?
Earth is the place. This is reality.
Sure.
You can't
Earth
go
is the
outside.
Yeah, it's a
topographical.
topographical plane. I know.
No,
My
you're
God,
not
flat
saying
sea.
that, though.
Yeah, that's exactly
You're
what I
not
said to him.
saying
Relax. You're not
Okay,
listening. Okay, listen,
I'm just
Flats, you
gonna
gotta
call it
relax.
Earth. I'm just gonna call it Earth, but we both agree it's a
It's not a
topographical
it's
plane.
not a planet. Listen, it's
I
not
did
a
not say
planet.
planet.
It's not a
No, no
floating
planets
disk in
here.
space.
No
It's
planets
not
here. Just a
there's no outer
topographical flat
space.
surface. Earth.
Right.
Yeah, colloquial term. So Earth. Okay.
We have mountains, we have valleys, right? It's an extended plane. There is no outer space. Nobody's been up there, okay?
Okay. So what is
Understand
north
that.
pointing to on this Earth?
Google the Gleason's map really quick for me.
The what?
The Gleason's map.
How do you spell
It's
that?
only direction.
Greece.
Everything else is relative to north.
Gleason's.
Grecians.
Gleason's.
Oh,
G-L-E, yeah, Gleason's. G-L-E-A. Oh, no, S-O-N.
Gleason's map. Here we go.
Gleason's.
Oh, Gleason's. Oh,
This is
Gleason's.
Gleason's, yeah.
This is
There we go.
dumb.
I don't know who you are, but you literally haven't been here for like the last hour, so please
Yeah, me and him
show
were
some
having a
respect.
conversation for
It's
over an hour.
stupid.
Can you not interrupt?
Yeah, show some
Can you not
respect, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at it, sir.
Right, so you see that map?
Yeah, let me post it in here so you can look at it as well.
It's the AE Azimuth equidistant map.
Yeah, there we go.
Right. This is the new standard of the fucking world, right? You read it?
Uh-huh.
It's a patented map. It was patented in 1892 or whatever, fucking November 15th. Right? You see it's
Okay.
all even written. The north,
Yeah.
you see that? It's the center of the map.
Oh, okay.
Right, the Polaris is right above all that shit. It's in the sky. It's in the north. You get what I'm saying?
Yes. So what is south?
So no matter what, forget about that. The compass is always pointing north, right?
Okay.
So whenever you're like trying to navigate or whatever, the compass will always point north.
Okay.
Right? So it doesn't matter how you like position yourself, you'll always be pointing to the center of this map.
Sure.
Right?
That makes sense.
And but listen, Polaris never moves, right?
Sure. I don't know what Polaris is, but the star. Yeah.
Google the
I remember.
North Star.
No, I remember.
Polaris, it never never moves, right?
Sure. I don't think it does.
Cool.
I don't know.
And we
I don't
both, you can check this. Trust me. I fucking done this. I've checked it every night. Look up north. If you're like in Canada or something, you can go check up north.
Mhm.
And then you just, what do you call it? And you'll see it's not moving. It's always
Okay.
there. Here's the
I'll-
problem. Here's the
all
problem.
right.
For 1 year, this is getting back to my point where I was about to say what I did. For a fucking year, a whole fucking year, I would go on my balcony, right? I have an
Mhm.
unobstructed view of the west side, right? And this
Okay.
is how I know the sun is moving and we're stationary. Polaris doesn't move, but the sun is moving. What do you call it? Every day it changes position or the angle to the horizon every day. So when it's wintertime, let's just say it moves all the way out to the tropics of Capricorn, right? So I see it really far out in the distance, right? And then when in the summer, it's literally not, it's more even close, it even moves up more north above me. So the angle change to the horizon is completely fucking huge. It's massive, right? And
Mhm.
how I know, because
Yeah.
my reference Polaris never moves. Because if I go at night any time of that year, any time of the year, Polaris is always there in the north, but the sun is oscillating back and forth, in and out, as it's going around that whole plane. It's close
Okay.
and local. If listen, I think you think the sun is like the big gas of fireball that's spinning in space. Do you think that is the case or no?
Would it change anything if I did?
Yes.
Let's
Yes.
say no then.
Well,
I don't
it's
know.
not. It's
I don't know.
close and local. You know how we know it's close and local?
I do not.
Because the sun rays are diverging. You know what
Okay.
diverging sun rays are?
Diverging sine waves.
Sun rays.
Oh, sun
Sun
rays. My
rays.
bad. No, sir.
Google it. Diverging sun rays.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Well, you got me thinking real quick. So
Good. The
the
more you think, the
north.
better.
So the compass. We make the compass, and it always points towards the north, like Polaris, which based on this
Polaris
map
is
is
always
yeah.
in the
Polaris is
north.
always north. It doesn't point to Polaris. It just points to the center of this map
Magnetic
I
north.
linked. The magnetic north.
Yeah.
But what if I made the same compass, and instead of wanting to know where north was, I wanted to know where south was? Where
South
would
would be
that
all
point?
around us. The compass never points south. I don't know what you.
South, just
No,
south
no, no.
is relative to
I just
north.
removed the little prong that points north. You know, you have like the little arrow that points north, and I just
Yeah,
put it on the other
still
side.
it's relative
It-
to north.
So if I were to rotate around the center, it'll always point south.
No,
North.
it's going to point north.
It's just a bar. I mean, it's just a bar that's suspended on one point.
If you
Right,
have
it's
a
always gonna
compass that's
point
not
north.
tampered with, it's always going to point north.
Okay, what if I just remove the north labeling and just label something south and just say it's
It's
Anything
always
the
gonna
that's
opposite
point
direction?
north.
south of the equator, you still have a compass that points north.
Okay, that's fine. But south is opposite of north, yes?
There is no South Pole, my friend. Do you not
Is
understand the
all
map?
relative to
The
north
math.
way.
The map.
No, no, no,
Oh,
The
no.
sorry,
map.
the map, sorry.
Look at the map. There is no
What
South
the-
Pole. There's only one North Pole.
Well, then what do people mean when we go south?
Just think about
Go
north.
south.
Everything away from north is south, but everything relative to north is south, west, east. All of these directions are relative to north. The only
Yeah.
absolute direction is north.
Oh,
Everything
okay.
else is relative to it.
So,
Do you know what relative to it means? Do you know what that is?
yes, yes. So
Okay.
what if I just keep going away from north?
Well,
What
you'll be going
happens?
south.
Okay,
Then
what happens if I just keep going south?
I don't know. You're gonna
Well,
go
nobody
further
goes
than
past
any of
that.
Oh, why not?
You can try it. Well, I'd love to see you go more than this map shows you.
How far does this go? Is that Africa? No, sorry, that's South America.
How are we supposed to know, buddy? We can't go past the 60th parallel.
This is where
No,
he's getting into. This is where you're getting into the Antarctic Treaty, my friend. This
Oh,
is
the
this
Antarctic
one
Treaty.
yeah, this is the one treaty that is signed by all the major countries in the world. They agreed upon this one treaty, and it has yet to be broken. Imagine that. With all the fucking wars and all this shit that's going on,
All
all
the
the
things they
countries
disagree on, they shake hands on this one thing.
Yeah, that does kind of
it's
make
one
sense.
thing.
Why
Oh,
don't we have anything in Antarctica?
they don't let anybody go there.
Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. We have satellites, right?
No, not what you
Oh,
think they are.
What do
oh,
you think satellites are, buddy?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to ask. So we have, where are they supposed to be? Satellites are just giant like radars slash receivers and stuff like that. They beam
Hold
me
on, I'll show you some.
Yeah,
internet. Well,
ground
like Starlink,
towers.
like
Yeah,
Starlink,
that's
right?
listen, there's ground towers that do all that fucking shit. And plus there could be balloons up in the sky that are like positioned properly. There's not
Wouldn't you be able to see
satellites.
them?
There's they're pretty tiny, bro. It depends. There's angular resolution problems, man. The further something goes away, the smaller it becomes. So chances of you seeing anything is kind of fucking slim to none.
I mean, how far in the sky are they going?
I'm not a government agent, man. I don't know any of this shit.
Oh, so but the
Uh,
government, are they setting up the satellites
No,
at
the
least?
Satelloons,
Oh,
they exist
satelloons,
because there's a lot of documentation on Satelloons. Yeah, there's balloons filled
satelloons.
with helium.
Oh,
Do you know that
balloons.
NASA
Okay,
balloons? Yeah, Satelloons, satellite balloons.
okay,
You know what
gotcha.
do you know what a term satellite
Part of
means?
the satellite, man.
No.
Okay, so like a ground radio tower could be a satellite. You know that.
Uh,
It's a satellite tower. Yeah, they're fucking called satellites. They're just like a hub to connect to.
oh shit.
All
Oh,
90 over I think 90% or over 90% of the telecommunication internet is done by underground fiber optic cables. Do you know that? And they're all laid in the sea and everything.
I mean, they're
Do you
pretty
know that?
fast. I didn't know that.
That's fine. Well,
Well,
yeah, the
well, wait a
fastest
minute.
thing is fiber optics. Yes, my friend. I used to work for Bell Canada. I
Whoa,
installed fiber optic systems and shit. Fiber
well,
is
hold on.
everywhere.
Well, hold on. How do cruise liners and aircraft get their internet?
They have different bands of radio frequencies, and then there's still fucking satellite towers. There's like fucking
There's satellites in the ocean?
well, yeah, satellite fucking I wouldn't say towers, but they're like you
Like
know
on the
those
seabed, like the
well, there's
seabed.
floaty fucking
Oh,
things. Yeah,
buoys.
they're floating on
Buoys.
buoys. They have like red beacons and shit. Have you ever seen a
Oh,
fucking highway? A
yeah.
highway for major boats. They have lights and shit. Right,
A
and
high
underneath and then underneath the waters, there's fucking fiber optic cables, my
a
friend.
highway for boats.
For boats, yeah, man, boat highways. You never seen them? There's literally fucking they have like red lights, and they create a big path for the boats that they follow.
Oh, we must be getting all their internet from those. Yeah, that makes sense.
No,
Oh,
no, they don't get it. Buddy, the airplane internet isn't even good. First of
I
all,
mean,
that's number
I
one.
got 5G. I got like
Bandwidth
3
is
bars, 5G.
on an airplane.
Uh-huh.
Where? Where
I don't
were
know it in the fucking plane. I don't know.
Yeah, no, but which position of the plane? Because the plane is receiving
Oh,
the signal from somewhere, but if it
I,
goes out of position, you're
I,
gonna lose that internet signal.
I'm not sure. I just sit in the plane.
Right, so you don't know where you were while you were in the plane.
I don't know what you mean by that. Where was I?
It's not
Where?
you're
The-
not
Where was
your
the
bandwidth.
plane?
Yeah, like was it over the land, like were you flying across the
Oh yeah,
USA, or where were you flying? Were you flying
yeah.
across the ocean?
No, I think part of it was across the ocean. I'm not sure.
Mm. Listen, if you were inside in the land, like if you're crossing across US, yeah, sure, you're gonna have the radio towers. Just how the communication the airplane is communicating with the ground tower or the ground fucking uh, uh, whoever the fuck he's communicating, but he's still talking to the guy. Well, they're using a different band, but the same type of fucking technology to get you
Hey,
internet up in the sky.
I think I
Not
understood.
that hard. It's not that hard, bro.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
There's not fucking space towers up in the space where they're fucking beaming internet signals down to your airplane. No. That's fucking wrong.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
No, there is
So,
what does
so
go
the
ahead.
saddle balloons, is that what you
The
call them?
saddle loons, there's saddle
Saddle
loons up
loons.
there, yeah,
Sorry.
sure.
So So if we're on a flat,
If Fusili Jerry was here, he'd give you fucking documentation of fucking Saddaloons, like so much fucking documentation.
maybe next time I come back, hopefully we'll see him and he can show me some of
No,
that.
he's here all the time. His name is Fusili Jerry. I think it's Fusili. No. It's Amish. It's not. This guy name is Amish. Yeah, Amish guy.
Amish. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
the
remember that.
Amish guy. He's good.
Oh,
Yeah, he has
is his name Amish or is he Amish?
No. His name is Amish something. I forgot what the something is, but yeah. He
Okay.
will give you all the Saddaloon information. He has fucking a lot of it.
Okay, I can't wait.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll hear it tomorrow. But so the Saddaloons. So okay, are lasers good? Do lasers make sense? Like
About what?
laser
lasers for
pointers?
what?
Just in general, do they make sense? Like it shoots a laser beam?
Well, that's how there's a field engineering corps, right? What they did was they took a laser
Mm-hmm.
and they shot it across a large body of water to prove that it's flat.
Okay, so the laser beam it goes straight though, or
You know, I agree with you. Yeah, laser beam always goes straight. Yeah, sure.
so what if we put one of these lasers on one of the balloons
Mhm.
and we shot it at another balloon that's really far away? Can we do that?
For what? What's the purpose of this?
Oh,
What are
just
you
to
trying to prove here?
test it. I don't know. I
That's
mean,
what.
if the Earth is flat, then every one of these Saddaloons should be able to see each other, at least with like a laser
No, listen,
or a radar wave or
there's
something.
no. Well, look up Marconi. You know who Marconi is?
1 second, let me spell. Let me get this.
He's an Italian electrical engineer.
How do you spell that? Marconi.
Marconi, Marconi, I think. Marconi.
Duke. That's not right.
Ill autofill.
Marconi Radio.
Yeah, there you go. Electrical engineer.
Are you sure this guy's alive still?
No, he's dead. He's
okay.
the first one to
the
do
right
something.
Guy, then. Okay.
Yeah, he's the first guy to do this. You know what he did?
To develop the radio.
Well, no, the furthest transmission done by him from one position on Earth to the next. Do you know how far he did it?
No.
He did it from England somewhere to Australia.
Okay.
On a ball, it wouldn't work.
Let me see if I can find that on I assume Wikipedia is all right. Let's see here, later years. Well, wait a minute. I think I was reading somewhere there that radar waves can bounce off the atmosphere. The ionosphere.
That's interesting because first they say there's something that is not holding, like so you can penetrate this shit, right? Just flying through it.
What?
But now people bouncing radio waves off of it, right? Because it's a physical piece of object.
Just some of them. Not all of them. The signal gets weaker.
That's pure bullshit. I'm telling you what he did. It's a line of sight signal, first of all, and he went from England to Australia. Right, he set the world record for it, and if you look at the Gleason's map, you'll understand how he did it. Because it's flat.
Yeah, but wouldn't the laser idea be true then?
Your laser idea technically, but there's a thing called attenuation of light. Do you know what that is?
No.
Well, Google that for attenuation. Light attenuation. Google that, and then you'll understand.
Attenuation. Attenuation. Sorry, I thought you said attenuation. Sorry, my bad.
Attenuation. Yeah. A-T-T-U-N.
Yeah, the laser spreads out, but you should still be able to see it.
No, it's not spreading out. It's diminishing in power. You won't see it because it doesn't make it there. It attenuates.
Well, let's see here.
Light attenuation. Look it up, and everything attenuates. Like as it goes away from the source, it starts attenuating. Radio signals, light waves, fucking everything. Light attenuation.
Let's see here.
It's like why do you think fiber optic cables they need to have repeaters after 150 miles? Because the light attenuates in the cable, so they have to repeat the signal.
So we should be able to send a laser at least 150 miles.
Well, you could send. Well, buddy, this laser that they bought. Oh, see
Mhm.
the Satelloons in the side. The Amish showed me these. Yeah, you see these Satelloons? Look
Yes.
at the side. This guy, Flatsy Klein. Yeah, she sent. These are NASA fucking balloons, my guy. They set them up. They have such crazy technology, right? It's not
Right.
fucking satellites in space, but they understand what's up there so much because they've been up there. They can position these fucking
Whoa,
balloons to
whoa, whoa,
actually be
whoa.
stationary.
They've been up there?
Yeah, man, they've been up there on planes and shit. Not in space. I'm talking
Oh.
about in our atmosphere, up on the fucking in the sky, really high up in the sky.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
And
Yeah, that
these
makes
things,
sense.
like they make all kinds of, and this is all helium filled shit, man. And they can control the way they move up there. They can control everything. It's fucking crazy.
Let's see here. So this looks like an old paper from National Air Intelligence Center.
But do you understand what
Yeah.
light attenuation is, right?
Yes. That's just the dissipation of energy of the beam over time.
Right.
Well, through distance of some
Through
medium.
distance, yeah.
The other thing that is interesting about this technology, this technology has been out for a long time, where they can literally use Satelloons to be stationary above a certain position without losing any helium.
Yeah, I told them
Can you
this.
imagine that?
Yeah.
That's
mean,
not
They've been
from
doing
us,
this for
this
such a long
information is-
time. It's really good. Yeah.
Well,
sorry.
it makes sense because helium's lighter, as we said, and it floats.
No, you don't
into the
understand. They
atmosphere.
understand. They understand the wind position. Like, you know how the wind draft. Like there's wind fucking corridors, right? There's constant
Yeah.
like shit. But they understand that
The
thing
corona
so well that
borealis.
they actually literally fucking can position these balloons to stay in one spot for like 5 years.
Well, wait a
Yeah.
minute. If we wait a minute, I can go buy a
Even
helium
longer.
balloon, right?
Yeah,
The
it's not. It's
amount
not the same. It's not
What's
the same.
different?
also
It's not
they
NASA technology.
Oh,
can the currents of the liquid helium 2, which has
liquid.
liquid helium 2. You know, you can look it up. It is actually, they didn't teach
Well,
about.
let me look it up real quick. 1 second.
Oh, it's an old. Oh, I have to look up the old video
I can
because
find you this. Yeah, I can give you this video. I have somebody sent it to me. Hold on.
Good,
I actually
good,
have these.
Liquid
good.
helium 2.
Yeah,
Liquid
liquid
helium.
helium HE3, HE2. It's fucking or
The
Oh, I
Gas-
see. Liquid
gas-
helium 2 is just helium 2 just means liquid helium. Helium 1 is just
yeah.
Yeah, but it
gas
has
helium.
no friction to it. So if you stir it,
Super fluidity, yeah, it's
it's
got
got
a negative resistance to viscosity, so it can flow up
Yeah.
a surface. It can wet anything
yeah.
against.
Gets.
Oh, wait a minute.
Here you go. I give you these fucking things that you gotta see. If you're really into this shit, here's some crazy stuff. Oh my god. Yeah, I put it in the side chat here for you.
Just
What's
please.
the
After
kind of
this,
negative
after
sort?
this, I gotta go to sleep because I got work tomorrow. But
ether
here you
shit.
go.
Thanks, Linktree. I appreciate the talk.
You're
Yeah,
You
thank
enjoy
you.
the work.
Awesome. I'm just glad it's no
the-
ether shit because I don't want
It's
to
what?
have to discuss ether.
Flatsy Klein is so doesn't know what ether is. But anyways, here.
Nobody knows what ether is. Don't even
Exactly.
play.
E3? The convention? E3?
These are some real fucking physicists
These
that
nuts.
fucking worked
what?
with helium and superfluid helium. If you look at it and what they were doing on it, it's fucking nuts.
Somebody just
Yeah,
say these nuts? What the hell was that?
Yeah,
well,
some guy, Critical Inception. I don't know what the fuck he's on
Okay.
about.
can't find it in anything like modern. They're only discussing this in these old videos. So these are gems. So you can see what liquid helium 2 is.
I mean, it's just liquid
Yeah.
helium. It's
No. Trust me, this
Oh,
shit is
God.
not what you think it is. It's some crazy shit. If you watch the video, you'll be like, holy fuck. How it has to be super cool. There has to be like fucking negative 200 degrees, and how you fucking keep the container within the container, which you had.
No,
You need to
the
have liquid
pressure.
oxygen in one
Container in
thing.
the container.
No,
Yeah.
it's the pressure that these things, the helium has to be under a certain degree of pressure to be able to be the liquid helium-2. And it's perfect at a certain altitude. And the helium is one of the things that goes up, right? So
Goes up.
you have
Well,
this point where there's a gradient, right? So there's a gradient
gradient of what? So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
to the air.
Gradient
The air has a gradient to it.
or what? A
It's
gradient of what, I guess.
yeah, okay. So it's like a temperature differential gradient to the air because it's
Temperature.
dynamic. With the sun is doing its thing around the earth,
Mm-hmm.
so it's causing some sort of temperature gradient.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you have when the sun is out, it's warmer in the like lower gradient because it's denser, and the higher you go in altitude, it's less dense, and it's also not as warm
Oh,
because
okay.
the gases that are coming
is
up
proportional to the
Earth
pressure head.
are more dense.
So if I
Excuse me. That guy's calling in from a radio, it seems.
No, he's playing the video in the
Oh,
background. You're getting yeah. It's the same
So,
guy. He's the voice is from the guy that's from the video, the
gotcha.
physicist in the video.
okay,
That
so
makes
Listen,
sense.
I'm going to sleep. Hey, Schrodinger,
Yes, sir.
remember the Earth is flat, my guy. Everything is a lie. So you're on your
Hey,
own after that one.
there's
you're,
actually evidence of the pressure gradient due to temperature. Like you have to have temperature differentials.
mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Okay. All
I
right.
think that made sense.
So you have the sun when it's over where it is,
Mm-hmm.
for whatever amount of time that the sun is over that area, it moves, and then it's in darkness after a while. However time we already know the time with the 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 time frame which everybody experiences with the solar noon. So if you take that into account, however long the sun is over you gives you a temperature differential, which gives you the pressure gradient. This is it's going really far into the gas laws and
The gas laws?
yeah, there's 7 gas laws and there's the second law of thermodynamics. So
What is that?
you can I
Is,
can yeah, I can look it up for you so you don't
oh,
have
let me look it up. I've been doing a lot of that, educating myself.
you need citations, you don't just need links.
I need what?
Citations.
Yes.
Citations are like what you would give for
Yeah, I know. I'll give you
college.
that. 1 second.
Yes. So let's say in college you're doing some sort of research paper. You have to do a works cited,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to reference what you're drawing from whatever sources that you're using. You'll like use that in your paper to cite a certain aspects of whatever you're using for sources, right?
Yes, that makes sense.
Uh,
I've done that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it makes sense to do a works cited for these kind of presentations.
Mm-hmm.
I would gladly go look it up for you. So
I don't know. I'm just looking at this one, and I
next
put it
law
there
of
in the chat.
thermodynamics, I like it. I like it, but you didn't cite it. You only gave us the source. You didn't cite the source.
Oh,
You
let
just
me see if they
used
have
the
something for that.
yeah, but you're using the source without citing it. You're not doing anything to cite it.
What do you mean?
love you gave us a good source because Chemistry LibreText is a good source.
Sure,
But
here's the
you can
references.
go in and you can go and cite the source, put the citation,
There you
and
go.
then the source. You're not giving me anything. What is this underneath it? That's not
Those are the references.
Yeah, but you have to cite your source.
I don't know what you mean by cite my source.
Yeah, whatever you're trying to go in and make your point from, you need to go into your source and go cite something out of your source.
Oh,
Like
I'm just reading it. I thought you just wanted
like
access to the
what?
article. I'm just reading it right now.
No. A citation is you quoting something and
Yes.
giving the source and citing the source. A citation has to do with a lot more than just giving a source. That's throwing an elephant. That's a logical.
Yeah, I'm reading it. I just haven't got to that point yet.
That's a logical fallacy. What you just did. You just threw a source out without any citations whatsoever.
Yeah,
you don't know what citation.
I'm reading it. I'm reading it so I can do that.
Now you are, but you're not.
No. I just gave it to you so you could look at it too, if you wanted.
Yeah, I already know this source. I've used this source.
Oh, so let me read it and maybe we can talk about it.
You need to use the source properly by
What is the source? Okay, what should I be citing?
But you didn't cite it. You didn't use anything in the source to cite it.
Okay, Flatsy, help me out here. What should I be citing?
Talking about, have you ever done a research paper?
Let's say no. So what would I do?
You didn't go to college, so you've never done a research paper.
No. So what do I do?
Did you ever do a research paper in high school? Because I did.
Maybe I didn't do it right.
I did, and in my research paper, I discovered that the Earth is a triangle.
So you can help me out, I guess. I mean.
Okay, I did. I tried to. I'm saying go through your source and cite your source. You have to have read your source before you put it up. Don't just put source.
I just put it so you could follow along. I'm not citing or sourcing anything. I just put the link so you could see what I'm looking at if you wanted to. I'm not citing anything.
Use the source that you just put up. You are not using the source. You're just putting it up.
Yes. I'm doing this so you can look at what I'm looking at the same time. I'm not making a point with it.
Use this source for the second law of thermodynamics. I use it. This is the source that I use for my citations.
Okay. Well, could you give me an example of a citation so I can follow along?
Oh my God. You want me to do your work for you?
No, I'd like you to give me an example of something you already did so I can do it properly, like you did.
Oh my God.
Isn't that like what teaching is? I mean,
I guess I would have to teach you. What?
Yes, I'm asking you to do that. Thank you.
Can we move on the conversation from the citation bullshit, please?
No, I'd like to know how to properly do this so I don't make the mistake in the future. If you have the time.
Sorry, I've never seen you ever troll this chat.
I'm not trolling. I'm asking you genuinely to help me cite this source properly for the future. Any example will do, so I can do it correctly. Hello?
Give me a second.
Okay. While you do that, I will read this. Let's see. Derivation explanation. Let's see what we got here. Oh, let's see. What's the... fuck, my eyes hurt. Certain things happen in one direction and not the other. This is called the arrow of time and encompasses every area of science. Thermodynamic arrow is entropy, measurement of disorder within a system, noted as delta S.
Oh.
The change in entropy suggests that time itself is asymmetric with respect to order of an isolated system, meaning a system will become more disordered as time increases. Interesting.
Yeah. So the entropy, the law of entropy,
Mhm.
is the arrow of time of the second law of thermodynamics.
And entropy always increases in a closed system.
Yeah. So the second, it's just another law of entropy. So high
Another
pressure,
one.
low pressure, always.
Oh, okay.
Not an exception. High pressure will always go to low pressure, and the arrow of time, entropy, means that
Oh,
nature always moves in one direction. It never decreases. So there you go with your Evo tard.
Evo.
So anybody that believes in evolution can go
Oh.
out the window because the Evo tard evolution shit
Mhm.
can't decrease over time. It has the entropy is an arrow of time.
Sure.
So you're talking about like the change over time.
Uh-huh.
Entropy is the arrow of time. It points into a certain direction because nature only moves in that direction. There is no reversal. So that's why flat earthers will
Well,
say
wait a minute.
not
That's
have.
not what
Hold
it's
on.
exactly saying. It's saying
Yes,
that certain
it
things
is.
happen in one direction and not the other.
Yeah,
That's fine. This is
yeah.
called the arrow of time and encompasses every area of science. The thermodynamic arrow of time is entropy.
Every area of.
It's not saying that's the arrow of time. It's just saying entropy is the thermodynamic aspect of that.
Hold on. You're missing the entropy part.
Mhm.
Entropy is just the second law of thermodynamics is only one section of the law of entropy.
What is
So
the law of entropy?
the law of entropy is the arrow of time, but the second law of thermodynamics is the high pressure always moves to low pressure.
Well, I mean, it's more so just saying that the entropy of the system, a closed system, that is, whatever that means, always increases with time.
It will always increase, yes.
Yeah, so the entropy or the randomness of the system.
Yeah, that's all we've ever experienced is entropy increases over time. So anybody that gives you something against the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, that's not. Well, let me try to understand this. That's not necessary.
Okay, well, Eddington will tell you differently. Anything that
that?
goes the second law of thermodynamics will fail in utter humiliation.
Who's Eddington? I don't know who that is.
Arthur Eddington. You don't know who that is?
No. Who's that?
I will enlighten you, I guess.
Quick description would help.
Arthur Eddington is a hold on.
Is it Arthur or author?
Author.
Author, okay. Like the author of something, okay.
No, not author.
All right. What did he do?
Eddington, he's your astrophysicist. Okay. So anything that would go against the second law of thermodynamics would fail in utter humiliation.
Over what time period?
Anything.
Over any time period.
I mean, that's
any theory.
Well, I mean, well, let me pose this as a suggestion, if I understand it right. What if I think I understand what you're kind of suggesting here. So how could we, with the evolution part at least? So like the idea is like, how do we become more complex over time? If ideally entropy should be increasing and we should be becoming less complex, right? Or more chaotic.
Yeah, I'm going to give you this citation because if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, what did he say? He said, I'll give you the citation. It's in the New Scientist.
The New
If your theory
Scientist.
is found against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in the deepest humiliation, he wrote.
Okay.
So I will stop this for you right now.
All right,
Will you
perfect.
agree that physics are like the only actual law? You have to obey. Everything else is just like a suggestion.
What?
What?
I'm not sure who that was directed at, but well, let me think about this for a second. So what if, so the idea of the second law of thermodynamics is that entropy always increases with time
Oh,
in an open, I'm sorry, in a closed system.
it's
What
the
if,
arrow.
sure, it's the arrow of time for thermodynamics. So
No, it's the arrow of time for entropy.
no, entropy is the arrow of time for thermodynamics.
Entropy is the arrow of time, period.
That's not the introduction they describe it with, so I'm just going off what you said was your own source. But anyways, so what if
in all situations, it's not just the second law of thermodynamics.
I mean, it just says here certain things happen in one direction and not the other.
Yeah.
This is called the arrow of time.
Okay.
The thermodynamic arrow of time is entropy.
Just listen. Entropy is a law of nature on its own. So the second law of thermodynamics is only a section of what is
But that's
like an
not even what it says. It's only true in a closed system.
Listening or reading it. You didn't read it all, did you?
Which part do you want me to read?
I want you to read all of it.
I mean, there's one section you'd like to clarify so I can read it quickly.
I'm about to give you a section right now. Hold on.
Okay.
It's downloading.
What is it? Downloading?
Yeah, it's downloading, so I can send it to you.
No, I have the thing right in front of me. What am
I don't know. It's taking so long.
I don't know what you're even trying to send me. I put the thing in the chat.
Arthur Eddington. It's Arthur Eddington.
I don't know who that is.
Quick question: who's on which side?
Excuse me? There are no sides here, sir. There's just education.
Wait, what are you educating us about?
Us? She's educating me. You're not really part of the conversation unless you have something you'd like to say right now.
No, I just joined. I'm just asking.
So
I don't think there are sides.
Thermodynamics is perhaps the most profound of the laws of thermodynamics.
The thermodynamics is the most profound law of the thermodynamics.
The quotation that I gave you with Arthur Eddington. Okay, I could read all of it. I would love to, actually. So, the second law of thermodynamics means hot things always cool unless you do something to stop them. It expresses a fundamental and simple truth about the universe. Oh my God, that's such a stupid name. Anyways, that disorder, which isn't disorder, characterized as quantity known as entropy, always increases. The British astrophysicist Arthur Eddington have a stern warning to would-be theoretical physicist in 1915. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation, he wrote. The second law of thermodynamics is perhaps the most profound of the three laws of thermodynamics. Its importance is best expressed by sketching out a situation which violates it. Imagine placing 20 coins heads up on a tray, filming it as you give it a shake, and then playing the film backwards. The coins start out as a jumbled mess, but all jump and eventually come to rest with the same side up, an unreal, slightly creepy sequence. Similarly, imagine an egg yolk and white assembling themselves after you've cracked it open, or even a world where it's just as easy to pair up your socks in the right pairs as it is to jumble them up. This is stupid. Oh,
Why are you reading it?
because I don't know, but author Eddington gave you a great quote. The
Okay.
people write the rest of it only take that and then run with it, and they do a horrible job.
Well, I mean, I think I understand the point, but
Do
the
you?
Earth's not a closed system. The sun is
It is.
shining on it, which is actually
What did
decreasing the entropy.
what did Bill Nye tell you? He said,
Who?
"I want Bill Nye."
Who the
Bill
hell is
Nye.
that? Who's that? Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy.
Let me look that up.
What? You don't know who Bill Nye, the science guy is?
No.
This is all about some serious
Oh. Well, ma'am,
recognition.
I'm
You got
almost 28, so I'm not really familiar with
Bill Nye,
her kids shows.
that Earth is a closed system, not an isolated system, not an open system, but a closed system. Bill Nye.
Okay. I don't know who Bill Nye is. Who is that? What are his credentials?
He's the science guy that we all
Oh shit.
grew up on in school. He
We?
was telling us about science way before science was cool.
Oh, I've never heard of him, and I'm almost 28. Is he like an older person, younger person?
I'm just 32, so I'm not that.
Oh, interesting. That's weird. I guess must have been a couple years too late, it seems. Anyways,
I doubt that. I'm 24 and I know exactly who he is. I grew up watching him in school as well.
I got you.
Okay, I haven't. I don't know why you doubt it. I have nothing to gain off of lying about it, so.
I'm not
doubting it, but you're just saying your age is the corresponding reason why you don't know about it.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said maybe I was late by a couple years, but maybe we have different experiences, so that seems pretty reasonable. Never watched this gentleman in any of my classes in school, so. Anyways.
Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
That's the black guy, right? The black.
Oh, okay. All right.
Science.
Yeah. Okay. I was just checking.
There you go.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He's on the TikTok and everywhere else. Anyways, well, let me suggest a theory then. So what if the amount of entropy that I generate through me living is greater than the amount of entropy, I'm not sure how to phrase this properly, but the decrease in entropy on Earth, because I'm a complex organism, right? So
there is no such thing.
Excuse
There's
me?
no such thing as a decrease in entropy.
A lessening. Well, okay, so entropy is the randomness of some system, right?
Buddy, listen. A law of nature, when it says that it only increases and the arrow of time, that means it only moves one way. It doesn't. It doesn't reverse. There is no.
Well, I mean, that's not what it says. It just says that the entropy over time increases, which doesn't indicate to me that there can be pockets where entropy decreases.
There is only ever evidence of it increasing. There is no evidence of it decreasing. None. Not.
I mean, you could use life as an example. I mean,
give me one scenario where it decreases, please. Thank you.
Human life, well, life in general, any form of life.
We experience entropy as soon as we're born. As soon as we're developed in the embryo, we are experiencing entropy.
And we're getting fed nutrition and all our other needs through the umbilical cord. So.
Everything will always lead towards it increasing. It's never decreasing. So
well, that's not what the math says. It just has to do with an infinite time period.
Yeah, listen to me really quick. Okay. Whatever humanity started out as, we are lesser. We're lesser because entropy only increases.
Okay.
We can be greater. There is no way that you can prove that entropy will decrease over time. So
So there
there is
was a
no
maximum at some point?
there is no evolution because
Hmm.
what is that? They're
I don't know.
yeah, you can't even give me the definition of evolution nor the
Nope.
theory. You can't.
No.
Nobody can.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm
You can use
saying
this for any
that
process.
there's no evolution, there's no decrease in entropy at all. We are the lesser right now.
Well, I mean, if we
In
build a car that decreases the
our
entropy,
state of being right now, as technologically advanced as you want to think we are the lesser beings now.
oh,
Because
okay.
Stuck on entropy, but entropy is central to the second law of thermodynamics.
yeah, but
You know
we're
what I mean? So
also
it's an isolated system left to spontaneous evolution that cannot decrease with time.
But that's okay. The second law from
it
this
will never
reading,
decrease.
that's
It
not what it says. It says over
yeah, but you're
an
saying you're talking
infinite
about
time period, it will decrease.
the
An
only
infinite,
thing, yeah, but
as
the
in
only
it
thinking
goes on
of
forever.
is think about when we put something in the freezer, right?
Yeah.
We're stopping the entropy of
Well,
whatever's in our freezer, but
that's a
we're
great
not
example.
decreasing, but we're not decreasing. We're stopping
Yeah,
the increase.
Let's say
it's
we
We're not.
called
have a
it's called
Listen.
thermodynamic equilibrium. It's where
Yeah.
entropy is at its highest, and it doesn't continue to get any higher, but it does not deplenish whatsoever.
Yeah,
whoa, slow down.
exactly.
So let's use that as an example. Actually, let's say we had a house, right? We just had a house. There's nothing around. Let's just say we have a box, okay?
Oh my
And the
god.
box is in a bigger box.
This
Okay,
is
sure.
stupid.
Let's just gonna prove my point. So we have a
No,
box in a box. Okay, there's one temperature of gas, air, whatever in one box, and it's a different temperature
oh my god. You're
outside of it.
about the gradient.
What? No gradient. And let's say I had a cube of meat. Sure. So I have a cube of meat, and let's say it's the temperature outside the box. This is getting kind of hard to explain. Let me fucking pull up Paint real quick. This might be just easier to do this. Let me get a box. Get another. Oops. Get another box. Get the pencil. T2. Because I mean, can we agree that I guess the change in temperature, or the
Do you know the difference?
how does temperature play into entropy?
Do you know the difference between an isolated system, a closed system, and an open system?
No. What is it?
Okay. So an isolated system is not achievable. It's not possible because it's one of those systems that energy and matter cannot traverse between the isolated system and outside of it.
Okay.
A closed system is where only energy can be transferred from inside to outside. And an open system, energy and matter can be, transferred between the inside and outside. But there's no inside and outside in an open system. It
Okay.
just freely traverses in and out of but you're talking about like an open system that can be somehow contained within, or it's not achievable. There is no achievable open system or isolated system. So we're talking about a closed system because the only way that we experience gas pressure, which you can go ahead
Gas
and
pressure.
appeal, yeah, gas pressure. You can appeal to atmospheric pressure, but that's only a part of the whole. We're talking about the whole. The whole is gas pressure exists only because of certain conditions. And those certain conditions would be one condition, and that's a container.
Well, let's look at this a little differently. So entropy has to do with the energy of a system, some system, right? Just some system.
Yeah, closed system.
Any system. It's just
No,
every system will have a level of entropy. How that changes.
You only have the a closed system to be able to reference. Sorry. You only have a closed system that you can reference. You don't have an open system, and you don't have an isolated system. So the only thing that you can fall upon is a closed system.
Let's make this simpler.
That's the only thing you can replicate.
Let's make this simpler. So can we agree that entropy in general is just the randomness of a system, or like how
No,
many
we won't
states
agree.
it can take?
No,
Or what is it then?
it's the arrow of time.
Okay, that's just the metaphor that describes it. That's not the actual
Yeah, because it's
understanding of it.
No, it
Well,
is
it kind
the
of does
understanding
describe it because
correct.
how you
Yeah,
asked
it
about
describes
pressure
it. Yeah,
and temperature.
It
You
only
asked,
it's not a literal description. It's just a
listen. It
metaphor
is.
for it. It's
It's
not
the.
though.
It only increases.
That's not
That's
true.
all that's all we've ever experienced. If you can give me some
Or you
experience that we've
keep jumping.
experienced it decreasing, give me that.
Okay, let me give you an example. So, if I have a whole bunch of car parts, right?
You don't have a decrease.
Okay, 1 second. So I have a whole bunch of car parts, and let's say I'm in my garage with all these car parts, right? There is some level of entropy. It's not zero because that means there's no possible change in the system, right? Since it's always decreasing. If it hits zero, there's nothing that
No.
can change.
What
So then
are
what
you
does that
talking
mean?
about?
What does that mean then? What does zero entropy mean?
Entropy is only increasing. Give
Oh,
me
I'm
a
sorry. My bad. I
where
got them
it's
reversed.
decreasing.
I'm sorry. I'm my mistake. I didn't mean to say that then. So entropy is at its maximum. Just for the example, when all the car parts
It's
are
not
apart, because there's no other order the car parts can go in.
is
To
no
be less
order.
entropy.
Increase is like finite.
What?
Not yet. If
Well, I
there
mean,
is
you
finite,
have 9
if there's
parts and they're
finite,
not
okay.
together, and there's no order to what they're doing. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
how
there's
can
no
entropy increase
finite yet.
anymore?
Yeah, but we're not dealing with the end of entropy. Entropy will cause, even on your belief, if you believe in the spinning baseball monkey religion, you know.
I don't know why you keep going back to that when we're talking about entropy.
Yeah, because if you believe in this, even they try to satisfy the law of entropy, and they call it a universal heat death. So
Yeah.
it's everywhere, right? Yeah, because
Yeah, I
there's
mean, energy just spreads out uniformly, and there's
because what?
entropy reaches its maximum.
And because high pressure always goes to low pressure, right?
I mean,
That can only
things
go
go to
far.
nothing if they're
Yeah,
spread out enough.
well, I
there's
don't think you realize what she's getting at because he
there's
added
already
to a
an
system
end.
at a lower
I
temperature
don't
causes
know.
greater
There's already
randomness.
an end.
I don't know why you're talking over her, but okay.
The second law of thermodynamics gives you a beginning, because the first law of thermodynamics, neither energy or matter can be, you know, created nor destroyed. And then you have the second law of thermodynamics, where you entropy always increases. So you have the beginning already embedded into the laws of nature, and you have the end embedded into the laws of nature.
Yeah,
So we
the
have a
end
beginning
is
that's a finite beginning, and we have an end that's a finite end.
okay.
So our
So my example still holds. I mean,
listen, our entropy is always going to increase to the end.
sure,
We
that's
will
fine.
have an end. It is written into the laws of nature.
That's fine.
That
So
does not extend to your crazy outer space.
I don't know why you're
Religion.
imposing these things on me when I haven't mentioned any of that. You keep bringing up things I haven't even mentioned.
That you're
What?
fighting. You're telling me that they can decrease. The only way that they can decrease.
That's not even what my example is getting at.
Okay, but the only way that they decrease in some sort of standard, which isn't actually possible, but people claim it even though it's not possible, they're claiming that there's a vacuum of space adjacent to our gas pressure.
I don't know what you're talking about, gas pressure and all this. I'm just trying to give you a simple example of building a car.
Oh, well, that's not gonna cut it, buddy. You're
I
not
don't
gonna.
know why you're calling me buddy as if I'm like insulting you. I'm just
No,
talking
I'm
to you.
you're not going to cut
Cut what?
whatever you're trying to prove. It ain't going to
I mean,
cut
you
it.
won't even hear it. You just keep saying other things. I've even been able to explain my example because you just keep jumping in every 2 seconds. Do you want to hear my example and you can offer a critique about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a whole bunch of car parts, right? Would you say, well, let's just say I have some level of entropy. Okay, it can be, just any number, if you want to even describe it like that, whatever characteristic you want to use. And I have all these car parts.
You can't
And you can,
whatever you do is
what is entropy at that point? I mean, what is entropy?
It is what it is, buddy. It only increases.
No, it's the randomness of it's an inherent thing you can actually determine. Like, you can determine what the entropy of something is. It's an actual number. Like,
okay. Yeah. Okay.
Which is, more.
But it's
more
not
basically, it's the number of states a system can be in. So the more states, the higher the entropy. Make sense? Because the more states you have, the more different ways you can arrange it, if you want to put it like that. So,
go ahead.
So imagine you had a couple different colored balls, and the number in which you can order those balls is the most entropy you can have for those balls. Okay, that's a simple explanation of I guess what entropy actually means on a truest sense possible. But back to the car example. So let's say I have all these car parts in my garage, and I build a car. So the car parts on their own were just individual little pieces that, by themselves, they can't do anything. And you would even say they're not very complex. I mean, they're just car pieces. They don't do anything. But now I have an entire car that I can drive around. Would you say the car has less entropy when it's assembled than when it's not?
Every part of the car is undergoing the law of entropy. So
yes.
You got the pipes. Okay. You got the pipes. You got the system. Listen. You got the pipes. You got the wires. You got the system. You got you have to distinguish all of the parts of the whole first. So
the parts make the whole. So
yeah, exactly. So the parts of the whole will break down over time.
Yes.
You have to replace it. That's entropy. You have to replace
let's go with that. So the car will break down over time, therefore increasing in entropy, which means in its original state it has a lower entropy, which means at one point there was a dip in the entropy. Not really, because I supplied energy in putting it together.
Yeah, exactly.
But that doesn't mean the car itself doesn't have less entropy than all the pieces.
You have to include all of the energy input into putting the car together first.
Yeah, that's fine. There's more entropy created from putting the car together, but the car itself is a complex thing that wouldn't have naturally occurred.
Listen, but the parts of the car have to be down from bigger parts, right?
It has to be what?
Broken down from bigger parts. Like your pipes have to be broken down into pipes. You have to be able to construct the pipes or the cylinders of the car. You have to engineer those first.
Okay. Well, I'm only talking about the end result of the pieces.
Listen, you have to break those parts down from a bigger part. You don't start with a smaller part and end up with a bigger part. You start.
How do you build a car?
Listen, you start out with a bigger part and you end up with a smaller part for the car, right?
So I have a bigger car that I'm taking apart to build a smaller car.
No, I said part. You end up with.
So I have a bigger exhaust that I take apart to get a smaller exhaust?
Pipe. You have a bigger piece of metal that you form into a pipe.
Okay.
You have a bigger part. But guys, to a smaller part.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. So I have like some large pipe at a factory somewhere that I just cut down to
You
size.
don't have a pipe. You
Oh.
make it into a pipe.
Oh, like I just have a chunk of metal that I'm just forming into a pipe at some point.
Yes, you have bigger parts that you break
Okay.
down to smaller parts for a car, right?
Okay.
Yeah, man.
My God, it's
This
so
is a weird
simple.
flat Earth chat.
I mean,
Man.
all you're saying is I'm processing materials. Okay, so yeah, I'm digging up the iron ore. I'm digging up iron ore. I'm processing it.
I think
You're
he's just
shit,
trolling and
man.
he's just trying to get us off a track here.
I don't.
Yeah,
What's
man,
the
you
track?
know, I mean,
Well,
you don't
one
have to lie,
second.
man.
You literally haven't been in this conversation.
Oh.
One second. I don't know why this guy's just blabbing.
No,
but
man, don't call my bitch.
You've literally not been in this conversation at all. And then you just
No, man.
randomly interject to say I'm
Yeah,
trolling
man, I
when
mean,
I've been
it
here for an
depends,
hour and a
man.
half
It depends,
talking,
you
which
know what I'm
is
saying? So sometimes, bro, you
seems kind of
show love,
odd to me, maybe even disingenuous.
That's a long time to troll.
Come on, man. You
I mean, I
disrespect
was
nobody,
talking
man.
to somebody,
Come on, man.
you know, nobody else wanted to
respect
join,
you,
so
man. You
seems
don't do
pretty
that
normal.
shit, man. I love you, man.
I don't
I
know
love
if
you,
you've
man.
ever talked to a person for more than an
I
hour and a
love you.
half,
Come on, man. Shit,
I
man.
do
You
it all
gotta,
day.
then it
oh,
shouldn't be
man.
that
You gotta do
weird.
that shit, man. You gotta do that
Anyways,
shit. I'll fuck
Flatsy,
you up, man.
sorry.
No,
I'll
you're
fuck
fine.
you up, man.
So we have these raw materials, right? And we're processing them.
Yes.
And that's
parts.
Sure. And that's generating entropy because we're using energy,
is-
you know, we're eating food, we're consuming things, and
Yeah.
overall the entropy's increasing.
Yeah, whatever you break the bigger material down to make the smaller material, that smaller material in
Yeah.
the whole of the car will
Yeah.
break down over time.
That's fine.
It always goes one way. It never
That makes sense.
It goes one way.
Sure. So, but the point I'm making is you would never find a car in nature, right?
Exactly.
Yet they exist because although we increase the entropy building it, the entropy of the car as a system on its own is much lower than you would ever naturally find.
Yeah, but it still increases.
I guess the point I'm making is even though entropy has increased, we still have a complex product that would never have formed on its own without us introducing energy.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
So why couldn't a human or any living life form evolve over time if the overall entropy still increases somewhere else?
That's not the same thing. You're talking about something that was
What's the difference?
You're talking about something that's a lower life form that ended up intricate and specific. But
the entropy over time is still increasing, even though the complexity is increasing of that life form.
Complexity doesn't increase. No, not without external information. No, it doesn't.
I mean, external energy
in nature will increase over time in entropy. So everything that in nature will not develop in some sort of like better manner over time. It only decreases the manner.
Well, the entropy increases.
Entropy increasing, so the manner of things are decreasing.
But we were able to build a car, even though the entropy increased. We still built a complex thing.
But this is still following the laws of entropy, though. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
So what if a human? I'm just going to use a human as an example.
You're talking about an outside force coming in.
No, there's no force. It's just energy.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to me for a second, please. You're talking about an outside force coming in, breaking down these
energy.
Hold on. And making these things into something very intricate that will break down the parts still. The entropy is not decreasing. But
I never said it was.
Okay, but you're an outside force of information coming in with the materials that you have, and you are breaking them down into a system that still is increasing in entropy. No matter what you do, you're still doing that. You're all still increasing entropy. There is no increase. In the process of you having the information to go in and take these parts or take these materials and break
Mhm.
them down into parts to make the car,
Yeah.
that will still increase in entropy. You're
Yeah,
not
I said it would. We agreed on that.
yeah, but you're not decreasing entropy at that
Uh,
point.
I never said I did.
Everything's still increasing. So
Yeah.
outside information is required for
Yeah.
anything to form that is complex. So you
That's fine.
okay. So if information outside is required for complexity,
No information,
you
just energy.
if you don't have outside information, the only thing that nature does is does what it does. It do what it do. It will increase over time. It will break down over time. That is the way of nature. It isn't in like
Yeah, but
you
you're going
can't be
on a weird
like
tangent.
think
So,
about this. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and give you an example. People that live today
mhm.
are not as complex as who lived before us. We are not as complex. We are devolving over
But
time
we grew in
because
intelligence
of
on average
yeah,
over
but
the
we're
past
not
couple
doing
hundred years.
what we're doing, buddy. The increase of technology is decreasing.
What? Whoa. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what you're commenting on, but
Our intellect has gone downhill from
it's
anything
decreased
in
in the last couple of years.
oh no, it's been decreasing over
That's
time.
that's objectively not true. It's
It
objectively
is
been measured to be increasing with
okay. Well,
proper
why don't
nutrition.
you give me some examples, please?
Just look at the general IQ average of the entire planet over time. It's just generally increased with proper
That's
nutrition and
not,
everything else.
that's not true.
That's completely true.
Okay, give me some examples, please.
I just gave you one.
You didn't. You just said something, and I don't agree. So you
Okay.
need
One second.
proof.
You said the average IQ went up, and it continues to grow.
It's actually decreasing, but
The average IQ is embarrassing, by the way.
what does
It's
that mean? That's
the
irrelevant, but okay.
okay, the everyday person that lives today,
Mhm.
it's embarrassing how uneducated and unable to use any kind of logic because nobody's ever been taught logic. Did you
Oh,
take a course? Did you even find out about the flip coin of logic and the
no,
logical fallacies that people use? Did
no,
you learn all of the logical fallacies? No,
no,
you know why? Because you
no.
weren't taught that. Nobody was
Okay.
taught that. You have to go learn that. So
But what
when
does
you
that to
go
do
learn
with?
logic and logical fallacies, go learn the scientific method because there's only one, there's not multiple. There's the scientific method, by the way.
Uh-huh.
You don't have science without the entire scientific method. So if you have somebody saying that they have observational science, that's literally the first part of the scientific method.
That's the appeal to
You
authority
didn't go
Okay.
fallacy.
through the scientific
But
method. You
I think we're making a tangent again. The
no,
idea was that if I can make a car that I wouldn't find in nature, even though entropy has still increased,
you
the
don't make
complex.
anything like that out of nature. You have to
Yes,
be
I
an
increase
intelligent
entropy to build
agent.
it.
No, you have to be an intelligent agent to be able to
Okay, you're
construct something.
interjecting things that are a different argument entirely.
No.
The only argument I was
Do
making
you
was
think
that
that shit is gonna like form on its own
no,
without an intelligent agent?
it definitely needs more energy than.
No, it needs an intelligent agent.
Okay, now you're interjecting some intelligent agent into the argument of
So you
entropy.
think that an intelligent agent is required to build a car?
Yeah, I mean, how much stuff
Okay.
goes into a car?
Okay. So yeah. So any kind of intelligence will be
That's not the argument.
back
That's not the argument.
to the creator.
That's not the argument.
Yes,
The
it is.
the argument is that entropy
Increases. Yeah, I know. because
increased,
it
but I
always
still have a car. I still have
you
a thing that
still
would
have
never form by
it.
itself, ever.
No, you don't, because
I
increasing in
do.
entropy.
We have cars.
Increase in entropy is still a
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, I never said it
Okay.
wasn't. I said I increased
Okay.
entropy and I still have a car.
Then follow it back to an intelligent agent, Sorry.
I don't know why you're getting so heated. I mean, I'm saying the same thing again and again. You
sorry.
keep
I said
adding
I'm
something to it.
sorry. I
It's a
really am
fallacy ad hominem.
That's okay. Oh, okay,
No, I'm not
don't
ad
attack
hominem.
her. Okay, she's
Not
just
at
trying to get out what I'm trying to express here. So
You're not understanding what you're trying to express. I'm
I'm
trying to
expressing
say,
it very clearly. Entropy always increases given
okay,
time, right?
you're telling me
Bullshit.
that something had to create a car.
No,
Who
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
an
entropy
intelligent
will increase.
okay, but an intelligent agent had
That's no aspect in what the argument's conveying,
yes it does.
regardless of who builds the car.
Yes it does.
W-
This is
What if the
called
machine assembles the car? What if a machine assembles a car?
it's still doing the same thing. It's requiring energy.
Okay, okay, energy. So with
So
more
it's
energy being required, the entropy increases. So why can't I just express that life in general required outside energy to get where it's at? The overall entropy of the system has still increased, yet we have complex life forms.
because
And that external energy is from the sun.
Because of the outside intelligent agent.
There doesn't need to be an intelligent agent in
Yes, there
this
does.
argument.
Yes.
No, there doesn't. It's just an argument of entropy. It has nothing to do with entropy. It has nothing to do with an intelligent agent.
Who made the machine that makes the parts?
Doesn't matter. I'm not
Yes.
talking about that. I'm talking about entropy, the increase in entropy from building it.
Okay, so you're talking about a car.
I'm talking about an object of more complexity being assembled from parts.
Yeah, but you have to have an intelligent agent that intervenes to make the car
What
to
does
make whatever is
so listen.
whatever.
Does entropy increase without an intelligent agent?
It's going to increase within nature or with an intelligent agent.
So it increases regardless.
It's able to, construct something out of a material that would necessarily, increase in entropy over time on its own. But you are creating something out of it that is still subject to that same entropy.
Yes. All I'm saying is that I've made a complex thing, even though entropy is increased.
Yeah, but you're only increasing it more.
Yeah. So if life was starting to evolve, entropy would be increasing. Even a second, let me mute this guy's echoing here.
Hold on.
So you can't have a decrease, and
that's fine. I didn't say it's decreasing in any case in there. The entropy of the universe is still increasing.
I'm trying to that evolution is claiming a decrease in entropy.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Then the car, when I built the car, somehow entropy decreased.
Because you're an outside intelligent agent.
Yes, so put me inside the system as part of the entropy.
Okay.
And you'll see that energy has... the entropy has increased.
Down to information. Information is
nothing to do with information. It's all energy states. It's all energy states. That's the literal definition of entropy. I already gave you an example of what entropy actually is.
You're talking about an intelligent agent.
I'm not talking about anything to do with an intelligent agent.
Entropy has to do with entropy has to do with thermodynamics. What are you talking about?
Entropy has to do with the states of a system, and the more states there are, the more entropy the state has. And when there's no... Okay, I've already asked you, does entropy continue if there is no intelligent... what'd you say it was? Intelligent designer, creator?
Increases without an intelligent
it increases.
Yes.
Would it change if there was one?
We're only utilizing entropy for our own means. We
what
have
does that
a way
mean?
That makes no sense.
We are able to utilize entropy for our own means for energy. We're using entropy as energy.
What does that mean?
We are using entropy as energy.
That's not true.
What does that mean? That's not what the entropy
Oh my
means.
god.
Entropy is
Entropy is a
Trust
measurement
energy.
of the
Can you
states
stop?
of a system.
You're
There's no
circular.
extraction of
Yeah,
energy.
all of
Li-
you. Fuck.
Listen,
Shut
stop.
up.
Okay,
You
wait.
stop. You stop. You're a circular and it's getting annoying. I'm trying to give clarity now. What are you using entropy? Do you know what entropy is, first of all? Explain what entropy is. Explain what entropy is, Flappy. Explain what it is. Explain what increasing entropy is. Explain what it is.
Yeah, it's a breakdown of things over time because it is a direction of time. It's like the arrow of time.
What does breaking down mean?
Hold on. Let me talk
Because
to you.
things don't just
Break
happen.
up.
Yeah, things
So
over
what
time.
interest? Okay, go ahead.
Listen. Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Entropy just means that things over time will break down. It only increases because things cannot stay in a stable state of perfection.
Now
You
let me tell. No. Stop
have
there.
to deal with rocks.
Stop. The
Rocks
reason why
when
it
they
increases.
shush.
Listen.
Listen.
This is what you're
Why
conflating.
are you talking
Because
to
you're
me?
conflating. Increasing entropy means when there's the increase in temperature. It's called
No,
heat energy, and
that's only one
it's
aspect
called
of it.
diffusion of heat energy. Stop
That's
right there.
only one aspect of it. That's
Exactly,
the same law of
but
thermodynamics.
but increasing entropy. There's no other aspects to that label of
Yes, there
within these
is.
equations. No, increasing
A
entropy
rock.
only relates to the diffusion of
Why are
heat
you
energy.
shut
It deals
up?
with it deals with usable energy to unusable energy. Do you want to stop talking? You're
I
conflating.
already know.
It's work, but
You're
not okay.
conflating things. Stop it. Right. So now that we have established that an increasing entropy means it's a causal effect due to increase in temperature. So this is why when the sun,
No,
this is
the
why
law
the
of
sun is responsible for increasing entropy on our
you
Earth.
don't know what you're
You
talking
understand?
about.
Okay, and this is why there's something called the CMD microwave background, which is
Yeah,
responsible
which
for
is I
all
can
of
debunk that.
entropy. Right? So now that we've
Noted. Shut
clarified
up.
that, we can go
Shut
on.
up, bro. No one wants to hear you talk.
Noted. Take it easy.
Brother,
How about
no
we
one
look
wants.
at it?
I don't want to hear circular
Okay.
reasoning. It's getting
Noted. You're
annoying.
You
All
are
right?
just kind of
talking
spinning.
Getting
circular.
annoying. It's getting
I'm going.
annoying. You guys are just proving yourselves. If this is
How
about
about we
God,
make it a little bit simpler?
if
Okay.
this is about God, you have to have
Entropy
clarity
is
about what
just
this
the
is about.
amount of work you can extract from a system. Does that make sense?
Person left.
That's disappointing.
Of course. So what was she arguing for? The existence of God or not?
I don't know. Every time I said anything, she brought in an intelligent designer.
Okay, well,
I was just saying, well, we can build a car, then yet that would never form on its own, even though entropy increased overall. Yet somehow the idea of a human coming to existence, some complex life form, which is just a machine. I mean, that's all it is. At the end of the day, it's a machine of some sort. Has come into existence, even though the amount of entropy is still increased. I mean, there's no argument here. It's just you just look at entropy. That's all it is.
You see, people think you're metamorphing what entropy is.
No, I'm not, buddy. I'm not.
No, entropy.
I know what entropy is.
It's the reason why it creates disorder is due to heat energy, not due to anything, not due to
Not
anything.
heat energy at all. It's just energy in general. But
heat energy is what creates. It's what dismantles atomic bonds, molecular bonds.
What is heat energy? It's just
heat energy is the fundamental energy for all.
Heat is not
energy,
fundamental. It is just energy.
Listen, when I talk, then you can talk. My turn to speak. Right?
Talk louder.
I won't
You
listen to
don't
you
have
all.
to worry about that.
I don't know what you want
I'm
from me.
trying to give you clarity here.
loudly.
You do not know what you're stating entirely.
I don't know what retard school this guy went to, but I mean, it's just how much work you can extract from a system.
So I'm trying to give you clarity.
I don't know what more he needs to know.
Listen to
heat
what I
energy.
am
Heat is
saying.
just some
he's
definition
drunk.
we give to it. I mean, it's just energy at the end of the day. The amount of energy something has determines its temperature relative to something else. So, what a dumbass.
I'm pretty drunk, man. What are we on? What are we getting at?
Oh, we were having a fun conversation, but the young lady left.
What were we talking about? Who were we saying?
Just entropy and and how you can build complex life even though entropy increases over time regardless of that complexity.
You know, the concept of entropy is an interesting one, right?
Not really.
And
it makes pretty logical sense, I guess.
Well, that doesn't mean it's not interesting.
I mean, it's very, very basic. I mean, it's interesting is completely subjective, so I don't know why you'd phrase it like it's objective, but sure, I guess it's interesting that it happens.
For the average person, their interactions with entropy
are
not obvious, so it's interesting.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't know.
But yeah, there's this concept of like it's a destruction while operating as it. What do you mean no destruction? Of course, it's destruction.
There's no destruction, just the amount of randomness. It's definitely not constant, but
it's constant in the sense that it doesn't stop.
It's constant in the sense that it doesn't change. I'm sorry. The rate of change is not
absolutely
uniform.
Changes.
Okay, I clearly corrected myself, and for some reason you just wouldn't let me finish. Yeah, it changes.
Well,
but
you
the
said
rate
that,
of
and then I immediately said my thing back to you at the same time.
Look at that.
So you
You
can't get mad at
immediately
me for you
said
saying
it
something
instead of me just like finishing my sentence. You immediately jumped in. Imagine that. Yes.
Yeah,
the
you said
rate
something
of
wrong, and I
change
responded
of
to it.
entropy.
You can't get mad because I corrected you.
Buddy, I haven't even finished the fucking sentence. It's like saying, "Oh, today is," and then you're like, "It's a really bad day," as if I was going to say,
you
"It's
fully
a nice
said
day."
a wrong statement, and then I corrected you, and at the same time, I corrected
Okay,
you,
but
said the correct
yes,
statement.
let me correct it myself. The rate of entropy. Oh, fuck, you're messing me up now. The rate at which entropy increases is not uniform. That's what I was trying to say. So you can have rates where it's increasing very rapidly, rates where it's barely increasing at all. And I think, trying to think here. I guess in a closed system, the entropy should actually slow down as it increases, the growth of it.
There's a mod in here?
I mean, of course. Doesn't change your retarded behavior if there wasn't. But
Well, of course it does. If a mod doesn't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay. Retarded throwbacks, but sure. So anyways.
Why do you think what I'm saying is retarded? What the fuck?
Just don't
Why'd you say
Because
that?
you just wouldn't let me
have a
finish.
conversation. Yo, hold up.
What is it, full silly?
Just have a conversation. Have a conversation. Don't talk about, I interrupted you, you interrupted. Just wait for each other to finish, and then that's it. Okay?
Sure.
Can we agree that he got meta before I did?
I didn't get mad at all. But regardless, the idea was simply that even though entropy's increasing overall, I don't see how you can model Earth as a closed system, but even though it's increasing overall, you still arrive at some complex conclusion that would defy the laws of entropy if you were to see it immediately. I mean, it's...
What do you mean by that? Explain that.
Okay, you have a whole bunch of car parts, right?
Car parts?
I'm just giving you a scenario. You're in your garage. You're building a car, okay?
Uh-huh.
You have a whole bunch of car parts, all right? Okay?
Do I need to give affirmation after every statement?
Yes.
Just go ahead. Go ahead. I'm with you.
No, say yes. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm with you. Obviously, I'm with you.
So you have all these car parts in your garage, and you're going to build a car. The entropy of the system is at some number. Like it is an objective number. I'm just going to say it's at X, whatever. When you assemble the car, has entropy increased or decreased for that system?
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, isn't it?
I mean, I'm asking you if it's increased or decreased. What do you think?
Entropy, the concept of disorder, has it increased or decreased? In theory, it's an increase, right?
Yes,
but it depends what
in actuality,
the end goal is,
it's
right?
increased as well,
isn't it? It seems like if the end goal is for the world to look X, Y, or Z, and it's always moving towards
no
that
world,
thing,
no world. You're just in your
then-
garage. You're just in your garage. There's no world, no outside. You're just building a car in your garage. The entropy is increased because even though the car being assembled decreases the entropy of the system in the sense that it's now less random. The amount of energy you had to put into putting the car together is obviously accounted for. So the entropy of the system has actually increased.
What?
Did you not understand that?
No.
So entropy is just the number of states something can exist in. The more states, the more entropy. Because the idea of entropy is that it's some measurement of randomness. If you want to use that word, it's not quite the right word, but it's just the amount of states something can exist in.
What does that mean?
That's not true, though.
Okay, what is true? Please feel free to elaborate.
Entropy is how much energy is not available.
Okay. And available to do what?
Just not available.
Work.
What energy is
Yeah,
not
work.
available?
Yes, it's the amount of energy available that work
You saying
can be
available or
extracted
not
from it.
available? Sound like you're
No,
saying
it's
not
available.
the energy that's not available. Work cannot be extracted
Sorry,
from energy
not available. So
what is that's a strange way to measure things. Not available?
Okay, just look at it this way. Do you understand the idea of work? Like what work is?
No, not really.
Okay, I don't know why you corrected me before if you don't even understand these. It's just the amount of extractable work
Hold on,
in
no,
the
no.
system.
Let's be clear. I understand these concepts. I don't understand the way you're utilizing them. So if you say
Then
something I don't
I do.
complexly understand it, I'm going to say no. I don't understand. I want you to explain it. Don't be an asshole.
Okay, I try not to be, and you got snarky about it.
Well,
So
you're
it's
coming
just
very,
that.
very much across as an asshole.
Yeah, I don't care. You're correcting me on something you don't understand fundamentally.
I
So
didn't correct you. I just was saying I don't understand what you're saying. Explain.
Nah, man, sorry. You have like a very unique way of
it's not
describing
unique at
this.
all. It's the
It
energy
is.
level of a system. The randomness or the amount of energy levels. I'm sorry, not energy levels. The different. Oh, fuck. How many times have I said this? It's the amount of different orders or degrees of freedom a system could exist in. I mean, if it can exist in every possible order it can be, that means the energy is at its lowest because there's no
What
more
is a
energy to
degree of
extract.
freedom?
I use the analogy of like colored balls. So if you had like 3 colored balls, different colored balls, the amount of patterns you can make per se of those, whatever that number is the highest amount of entropy that it can exist in. That's not a 1-to-1 comparison, but that's just the idea. One second, what is this gentleman saying? The amount of energy which is unavailable to do work. Okay, yeah, there's no energy to extract, so that just means it's the energy level is at its lowest. Which, for all intents and purposes, just means it's as disordered as it can get. The only reason energy is used is because it's a fundamental property. There's nothing really more to it.
It doesn't mean that energy is at its lowest. You also
That's
have to consider
exactly what it means.
waste energy.
There's no
Waste
energy that
is
can
an
be
example of
extracted.
entropy.
There's no energy that can be extracted from a system at max entropy.
What was that?
Although there is some theories that may not necessarily be true, but I'm not aware of anything disproving that yet.
I don't really care about entropy. What are we talking about flat earth shit? How we link this back?
There's no flat earthers wanting to jump in any conversation.
I'll spit in your asshole about flat earth. I've been on the server for a long time.
I don't believe in flat earth, so
why don't you believe in flat earth?
I'm not gonna elaborate on that. I mean, every time.
Why are you here then? The fuck?
Well, I came here to listen, but they engaged me, so.
So you stayed here, but you don't want to talk about it.
I don't care to.
What Karen shit is this?
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
Karen shit? Complaining about shit? And yet you don't have any
doing it.
for it.
You're doing it. You're complaining about something for no reason, Miss Karen.
What am I complaining about something for no reason?
That I don't want to answer your question.
Yeah, I'm saying, why are you here if you don't want to have a conversation?
No. Why are you here if you don't want to argue about flat Earth? Why don't I believe in flat Earth?
I think that's
you're putting the argument on me.
Right?
Yeah, you're putting the argument on me so you can try to pick some weird fallacy about it, and I have to over-explain every possible point just so you can talk about it.
Are you hurt? Did somebody hurt you?
No, I don't know if you're an actual flat earther.
You seem overly paranoid.
and then you just keep talking before I can finish. Like, I don't know why you do that. Thank you. I don't understand why people ask you a question and then they talk like the second there's a slight pause. The reason I don't like answering that question is because I don't know if you're a flat earther or not. If you are, that's cool. If not, it doesn't change anything. It's just whenever people ask you that, it's almost like baiting you into a situation where it's like, oh, here's a gotcha, here's a technicality, and it's just annoying. I mean, I'm perfectly okay with people believing in flat Earth and all that. That's cool if you really want to believe in it. I don't, and I've had a nice, fun conversation for about an hour where every time I was going to an actual logical deduction that the Earth may not be flat, it just kind of went into something else, or like that's not possible. That doesn't happen, even though there's plenty of tests and everything else that demonstrates it is. So it's like I don't like answering that question because it just leads into something stupid. What is this? You could say that everything slowly goes to disorder, like logic and proof certainly demonstrated in this room. Okay. I mean, I think we're having a perfectly sound argument. Maybe a disagreement on a fundamental understanding, but I think both our points are perfectly reasonable. All right, you can unmute him. I mean, I don't know why people just jump at every split-second opportunity to say what they want. And then it's always like, oh, are you hurt? It's like, okay, say something useful.
I think you're just trying to start a conversation. He could have went.
No, he was. The minute I supposedly got defensive, it's like, oh, are you mad? Are you upset? It's like, bro.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done that, sure, but
it's just cringe. I mean, the reason I'm annoyed is because it happens so much. Like, holy fuck. I swear to God, people on Discord just have no social awareness at all. They've never spoken to a person in person.
To be fair, though.
What is it?
We're coming across pretty hostile.
Yeah, because it's a retarded thing that people do way too much. And although I'm unnecessarily blaming this person that I don't know, it's just frustrating. Yes, Mr. I don't even know what your name is. I can't pronounce that. I never claimed it was. Something Erdy Bear. Exact opposite, actually. I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Only believe.
1 second. He said something. You can say that.
Are you vaping?
I am.
Logicking.
Yes.
You should not vape.
Why?
Thank you for the health advice.
I don't know.
You're increasing the entropy. You better watch out. We're gonna get you. The intelligent creator is gonna get you.
Truth seeker, are you a flat earther?
I'm an ex-flat earther.
Okay.
What does that mean?
He went
Like
to
the X-Files?
Like, I was a flat earther, but not anymore.
Yes, Mr. Erdy Bear. That's a weird way to phrase it, but yeah. What is this guy saying?
Could you call your belief a faith?
No. Because
Just
faith
belief
has
that
no basis.
It's not even a faith.
Hey, shouting it.
Faith does not require a basis to be true. To the person
Does
that
a belief?
believes it. I mean, do you consider that a faith? You can believe in plenty of things that aren't true, but that can be completely proven true.
Would it be a belief then, or like a knowledge?
I guess if you want to use the word belief, it's a weird way to kind of twist it, but sure.
It was you that used the word belief. You said you had a belief that the Earth wasn't flat.
No. I am reading the chat. Mr. I can't say his first name. Erdy Bear said, "My name
You
only
have a
believe
belief.
it's not
Because
flat."
you said you
Yeah,
had a belief
I
it
said
wasn't
yes.
flat.
That's a weird way to word it. I'm quoting. I mean, if you just read the fucking chat, like I suggested. Can you prove that?
He wrote that because you said you have a belief.
Nobody.
The
I
Earth
did not
is
say
not
that.
flat.
That's not true. I just believe it's a fucking round.
Another belief. So you don't have a belief it's not flat. You just
what are
have
you trying to get at?
it's
What are you trying to
round.
get at? What are you trying to get at? What's your end point here?
That you have a belief. You only have a belief.
Yes, I believe the Earth is not flat. Okay,
Okay.
where are you going with this? What are you trying to get at?
It's not a knowledge, is it? It's just a belief, like a
No,
faith. But
there's
you say it's
verifiable
not.
tests. There's
It's not
verifiable
faith.
tests that prove the Earth is not flat of all things. So
Right, do you
yes,
have a belief in those tests?
yes,
Or
I do. Based on
do you
all
have a
my
knowledge of those
subjective
tests?
understanding, I don't need a perfect knowledge of everything to believe in it.
Yeah, you just need a belief.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to boil it down to, I could, without any knowledge at all, I can believe in anything.
Of course you can, yeah. It's the whole point in belief, isn't it?
Everything's
You
subjective.
don't need to have knowledge in it. You can just believe.
That's not what I said. I said you don't need it, technically, yeah. I mean,
This is a weird argument.
I don't know where he's going. I mean, it's just like, yeah, I could believe in anything. Where's your proof of your belief without losing emotional control? It's hilarious because you're literally asking, like, this is almost like a setup. I don't even know why you're pretending it's not.
You can't have a proof, can you?
I mean, I've already
You
asked
just got a
for-
belief.
That's not what I said at all.
Could
That's
you have
hilarious.
a belief that somebody else has a proof for you?
I mean, you can just get a laser, put it up in the sky, and see where it points. Get two balloons with lasers on it, put them a couple hundred miles away.
Can
They
you
should
put
still hit each other.
lasers up in the sky?
Apparently not according to you guys, but I've certainly seen some shit that easily disproves that. I don't know why.
Just
I mean,
put
you can
a
just
laser up in the sky.
listen, dude. You can tie a fucking
And see
laser
which way
to
it
a
points.
balloon and let it float into the air, and then release another one about 100 miles away. I don't know.
Troy, are you a flat earther?
No.
Jesus Christ! Like you're riling me up for,
I
for no reason.
have a knowledge that it's not flat.
I love this Erdy Bears. This whole argument.
I don't need belief.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what he's going on about, but this whole argument that you have to like personally experience every possible thing to fundamentally believe in it is just retarded. I mean, it's so stupid.
You don't need anything to believe in anything. Yeah, you can just believe it.
According to this guy, yeah, you do. You need to objectively be there to do whatever tests, whatever equipment, every possible facet of it.
Knowledge you do.
Dev, I don't know why you're
Right.
telling. I'm just gonna mute you. I don't know why the fuck you're like constantly going on about that, but I'm clearly quoting somebody from the chat again, which you fail to read for some reason. So I believe, with my belief, that you are either illiterate or uneducated. So we're not Globers, Truth Seeker. We're just fucking regular humans. I mean, you're not even speaking, so. Which is hilarious.
People, don't worry about it.
I'm a truth seeker.
I don't know what that means, but you just seer from RuneScape. What are you?
Well, you just said you were a recovered flat earther.
He said he was an ex-flat earther.
Yes. I mean, I still kind of believe in the flat earth.
Erdy Bear, I gave you a perfectly easily demonstratable thing you can do. You can buy these things for like less than $100.
Yeah, just put a laser up in the sky.
You can simply see it. You can build a radar for like $100 and see if it can see over the horizon. And it can't. It can't see over the horizon. That's hilarious.
Lasers can't see anything.
Oh, but I you gotta prove it to me. You gotta make a video and all this other stupid shit. But then I won't believe it because I didn't do it.
Can you unmute
He's not even here
Bear
anymore.
or whatever the fuck?
Just not even here anymore. Yeah, if you're gonna unmute somebody, just because they're interjecting or whatever, just unmute them after like.
No, I mean the guy
I
you're
can't
talking
mute
to
anybody.
chat.
I can't mute anybody.
Not you.
Oh.
The firstly, can you unmute him because he's actually talking about this?
Who's Bev? I don't, there's nobody muted here.
Yeah, no one's muted.
No, it's because people when you join this chat, most of the time everyone's just straight up muted automatically. They have to.
No, this Fusili Jerry is saying unmute Bev. I don't know who Bev is. Nobody's muted in here. Oh.
Did you
I'm
say
sorry.
you muted someone?
Sorry about that. Dude, they changed the icons, and it's so hard to see when you mute somebody. What, dude? What do you want to know? Yeah, in reality, show us you have proof of that. I'm sorry, show us proof that you have. Bitch, do it yourself. You can prove this yourself. That's the best thing you can get. What more do you need?
He can't prove your belief, can he?
Bitch, go buy the things and do the experiment and prove it for yourself.
What experiment?
Dude,
placing a
just
laser in the sky.
Get a radar. No, 2 lasers or just 1 laser and 1 receiver. I don't know what more you need. Like, your whole fucking world is built on technology that proves the Earth is not fucking flat.
Angry, mate. It's all right.
Yeah,
we know it's not flat. We know it's not flat.
Who's we?
The
I don't know.
people that know it's not flat, they don't need a belief it's not flat.
That's fine. That's fine. I know they won't change from what I say, even though everything I say can verifiably disprove them. I already know this.
You don't have proof. You've only
Proof
got
of
belief.
What? No, I don't. You can do. Oh my. You just keep saying that as if it's like a gotcha, but there's many tests you can do that instantly disprove that. What are you talking about? Like, I don't understand why you keep like saying it again and again. It's gotta be.
Let me get this again.
He's cherry picking the fact that you said you have a belief instead of saying.
Yes, I have a belief, dude. I have a belief based on multitudes of tests that can be easily repeatable.
I have a knowledge, a proof.
He's just playing the semantic games right now for the sake of arguing. This is a fucking nonsensical argument.
Dumbass again.
Yeah, you don't want to be
Funny
dealing
how
with
your
proof.
intellectual entropic argument turned into a triggered swearing response. Entropic argument? I don't.
Are you just reading
10
the
minutes
chat?
behind. I want to get your internet updated.
People can do that for themselves, you know. Do you have anything other than your belief that it's not
find
flat?
a good picture that shows this.
Buddy, this is a bad argument line. It's not going to go anywhere.
It's not an argument. That was a question.
No, but you doing it, you're soliciting an argument.
I'm trying to get him to give us an argument, yeah? Does he not need an argument? Does he can just say he's got a belief?
He is saying there is proof for the Earth being round. He's just framing it.
No, he's
saying,
not. He's just saying he's got a belief it's not flat.
He's just framing it as such, saying belief.
He then said he had a belief it was round too.
You do realize
I have faith.
Convenient to say belief rather than say I have the knowledge that the Earth is round.
Yeah,
no, all I said was you can have a
belief
in something you don't necessarily have knowledge on, and that's what he just keeps harping about.
In this context, it could be synonymous.
I know.
A belief and proof are synonymous.
Flat earthers, man,
in this
context. What, within this arena?
He just said there was scientific proof while also saying in the same sentence he believes the Earth is round. So yes, synonymous.
Belief and proof are synonymous.
Overall, no, but in this context.
Which context?
The context of this fucking conversation.
The context with the guy has no proof. And he wants to use belief in place of proof.
He said several times there's plenty of scientific proof, while also saying he believes the Earth is round.
Because of that. I believe it because of that.
In this context.
The context of what? Go on, give us the specific context where belief can be synonymous with proof.
In this retarded conversation. He's self-ascribing to predetermined knowledge. And he's just claiming that he believes that knowledge.
Self-evident truths. You don't need beliefs of self-evident truths, do you?
Right, he has an axiom that Earth is a globe then. Sounds like. It has to be.
A belief proof. He has proof that he believes it.
No, an axiom would be appropriate. Yeah, that's better. He has an axiom, yeah.
He's axiomated a belief.
Okay, no, you're just playing semantics right now.
Trying to work out how belief and proof become synonymous.
You're being too literal.
No, that's you. That was you. You said that.
Is that a
in this context, he was using them synonymously.
Yes, Early Bear, it was. I guess if you want to use that word, yeah, it's a tangent. The radar beam does not shoot over the horizon onto the surface of the Earth. If it was flat, you wouldn't have this radar shadow, so...
Would the laser beam be vertical?
Excuse me? Laser beam?
Yeah, you said that you you're gonna shoot a laser, right?
Oh, the argument was more so, do you believe in satellites?
So, did you have an argument?
What are you talking about?
Well, you just said the argument.
You brought up lasers. What are you referring to?
No, you brought up lasers earlier, right?
Yes, and then you just reiterated.
Placing
what are you
them in the
asking
sky.
about what I said? What do you want me to repeat?
Okay, what is the laser?
The laser argument?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you personally believe in satellites, like satellite dishes and all
Sounds
that,
like a
satellites
question.
in space above the?
Yeah, what's the
Earth?
argument?
Don't worry about what the argument is. Do you believe in that or not?
Oh man.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You can say yes or no.
Okay, yes and no.
Okay, we'll go both cases. So no, you don't believe in satellites, but one of your previous members, cohorts, friends, I don't know what
Could
you'd
he
like to
have
describe
could
them
he have a
as. They
belief
said there
with
was
satellites?
saddle
That'd
balloons.
be all right.
Right,
within
so
the
balloons that you
context.
can send up into high above the flat. Oh shit, what did you call it?
Yeah, what's the argument?
I'm getting to it. So you can send up balloons, right? The idea is that on a flat surface, at least, or at least remotely flat, if these balloons are high enough where there's no mountains or anything obstructing their view, they should all be able to relatively see each other. So you could just get a laser from one of them, shoot it at another one that's let's just say from the U.S. to part of South America. It's above those surfaces, and you should be able to see them. But that wouldn't be the case on a flat Earth. So, I'm sorry, that would be the case on a flat Earth, not on a curved Earth.
You believe it would be, or if you got anything
in the
more
yes
than
case,
just
you believe in
that
satellites. It's just the same thing, except you just use a satellite. Proved.
So that's your proof?
No, that's an experiment you could easily do.
An experiment? Okay.
Yeah, and do you not have the money to do that? You need somebody to fund it. So you
No,
can...
I already have a proof.
Proof for what?
That level is horizontal.
The level's horizontal. Okay. This laser test should easily prove that. So I don't know what you're getting at.
Really?
But it wouldn't.
Okay. That's good. That's handy.
What's your
Another
test?
one you can put. So you've got an hour proof that level's horizontal too.
What's your test? You laughed and then just muted your mic for some reason.
Yeah. Do you know what a water level is?
Yeah. Water always finds its level. Yeah. Gravity exists.
No, it's a tool that establishes a horizontal
Oh,
plane
you
of
mean
reference.
that kind of level? I mean, it's just called a level. It's not called a water level. It's just a level.
No, it is called a water level. Yeah.
Spirit level.
It uses water inside of it. Yeah.
Spirit level.
No, it's not a spirit level. No, it's a tube that you fill with water, and
it can be
you
filled with any fluid.
Well, I would use water, and then when it equalizes, both points at either end are at equal elevation. So that's a horizontal plane of reference.
Excuse me? It equals both what?
Equalizes between both ends, right? So both ends are at equal elevation.
When you level it and you have 0 grade is what he's saying.
Well, yeah, I know what he's saying, but try to make sure that dumbass words are not some weird thing. Can you put a picture of whatever this tool is, just so I'm aware of it?
Yeah, it's a hose or a tube, right? Anything.
This tube thing they just put in the chat here.
Yeah. You could Google
it. Looks like just any kind of tube setup where.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Right. So
what about
there's. Right. So both points are at equal elevation. A straight line.
Sure.
Yeah, that's it. So neither side is higher than the other. So that's
what's the argument?
Level. Well, it's a demonstration, right?
Of
what?
An
argument.
I mean, if you were to get a tube long enough and you were to go far enough across the face of the planet, you would notice that the level of the water is actually not flat in the tube.
Okay, so what would happen
to each other?
what would happen from one point to the other?
What do you mean? There's curvature between them, and gravity is pulling them down.
What would curve?
So imagine this. Use your tool right here, but put a flat beam that measures the water level there. Right?
A beam?
A beam, a straight line, whatever you can find that's straight.
Like horizontal, or do you mean like
laser.
a column?
Use a laser.
Beam? Like a vertical beam.
Oh, a dark shark type of thing. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what that is. Just a laser, something emitting a laser, and make these tubes far enough away. I'm trying to think if that's actually still possible. Could be. And go far enough away. And when I mean far enough, I'm talking hundreds of kilometers. Actually, you probably wouldn't need that many, but you wouldn't see the lasers lining up. They'd be forming a crossbeam going away from the surface of the planet.
Right, but the water would be at equal elevation. Do you know how?
Sure, that's still perfectly fine.
Right, so that's a horizontal plane. That's a straight line, right?
No. Let me just draw a picture.
Really?
I don't understand the purpose of this demonstration. What's the purpose?
It's just some weird. Well, it's level, so.
Well, it's my personal proof that level is horizontal.
Whatever that means, horizontal is relative to something, so.
Yeah, it's relative to vertical, right?
Sure. So
right.
It's perpendicular to it's perpendicular to some vertical. Yeah.
Right. All verticals, right?
No, because you can
Really?
whatever you establish as vertical is vertical. What the hell? How do you fill in things on the
a plumb line, right? A piece of string with a weight on it, right?
Sure. Yeah, it's going to appear flat over a very short distance simply because you can't perceive the change.
Not flat, horizontal, right?
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, but all this demonstrates is water finds its level. I don't understand the point.
Water finds its level.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
What's the point, though?
It finds its level relative to the Earth's curve. I mean, it's gravity. There's no proof.
I think it is. I mean,
Is it proof
good,
of what?
right?
Proof of what?
It's proof that level is horizontal.
Okay. Whatever the fuck that means.
It can be perpendicular if you look sideways. I don't understand your point. It's horizontal.
Well, right. It would be perpendicular. So all perpendiculars to that plane would be parallel, right? Geometrically speaking.
Yes.
What did they do to paint?
Right.
Is there an older version of paint I can use?
What's your point, though? Like, are you claiming this is proof the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay.
In fact, this is how you disprove flat Earth, right? Because you measure the actual curve of the Earth up and down from that horizontal.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying. I'm just trying to find a. Oops.
Can I guess what you're drawing there?
You can try. I can't seem to find a rotate tool anywhere, which is hilarious.
Right. So the first thing you drew was a circle, right?
Yeah.
Man, I am good.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you went through the time-tested way to convey whatever you're trying to say.
I bet you did use the Euclidean
people are very
program as well.
normal and they figure out patterns, and somehow you've not done that. Is there a free-form rotate tool on Paint in Windows 11? Because I cannot seem to find it at all. If there is, and this shit's pissing me off.
Shit together, dude.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, I can't find the rotate tool here.
Well, that's
I'll let this
good.
out to make them at 90-degree angles.
Is that Manufactotum? That looks familiar. Is that higher in the center?
You can set water levels side by side. Higher in the center is what you would expect to see on a globe.
Is that right?
Higher.
2 consecutive water levels side. Oh, he's talking about tubes.
Yeah, do you not know what a water level is
higher
yet?
in the center is what you would expect to see on a globe. No.
No?
They would all be the same. Well, actually, those little purple lines you drew, if you were to intersect these, they would not be completely parallel with each other.
Oh, have you ever heard of the realizing Euclid test?
But this paint is not very functional.
Has anybody heard of the realizing Euclid
So you have
test?
to bear with me on this.
Can you hear Bev or no?
Excuse me? I can't hear that dumbass. All he did was keep repeating the same lines again and again and again. So
Well,
I just assume
it's not going to work if you have like certain people turned down. Cause
I mean, the guy said the same thing again for like 10 minutes, and the other guy here literally got annoyed by the same person, which is
all right.
Well,
he's asking you a new question now.
That's cool. Or he can ask it when I decide to unmute him.
Wow.
Yeah, they don't want to hear
Wow,
it.
what?
It's all right.
No, you were really nice earlier to Flatsy, but now it seems you're
because
rather
Flatsy-
obstreperous, if I may.
I don't know why you're using words like that for some reason all of a sudden, but if it makes it sound smart, I guess. No, he annoyed me, and he just kept saying the same thing for like 15 minutes straight. So I see no value in unmuting him. The reason I was nice to, I forgot her name, sorry. The reason I was nice to her is because if she's willing to have a decent conversation, although she was kind of leaning towards something for some reason, it wasn't even part of the conversation, I had no reason to get mad at her. So, I mean...
Come on, man. You have my word.
I did unmute him, and he proved to do nothing useful. So, no, I didn't unmute him now. I did before, and he did the same thing
that's
again
too
and again.
bad.
So,
That's a bummer.
not really. Oh, shit.
No, it is a bummer because I've heard Bev have like hundreds of conversations, and they're all pretty pleasant.
Well, it seems like he must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed or something today.
Nah, I think you're the
Yeah.
problem, dude.
Okay, there we go. This Ernie Bear guy is... can you speak, sir? Or what? It's a lot easier than me trying to remember to read your 50,000 comments. Second. There, perfect. Oops.
How's that drawing coming?
It's extremely exaggerated, but this will have to do.
I bet it is.
I mean, I can't freely rotate, so here you go. I'm not sure the logistics of having a pipe that big and long.
Wow, is that it?
That's exaggerated, but I mean, any decently curved, or any decent amount of separation will give you some form of intersection of lasers rather than being parallel with one another. Even though they are locally level.
This
Even though
guy's
they're locally
special.
level. I mean, I don't know why you're saying
really
comments instead of just elaborating on it like an adult, but you know, that's hard to find here sometimes.
So you think that if you had a tube filled with water, it would do that?
Yes. I don't think it would.
Nice.
I know it would.
You know it would.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 minutes ago, you didn't know what a water level was, but now you know that it would do
I
that.
figured you're referring to the tool that's called a level. I didn't think there was a literal fucking water level, which is just a tube with water in it.
Yeah.
That's just used to create a artificial level. I mean, there's nothing more to it. There's still a curvature in the water. Yeah, it's just a local level. I mean, there's still curvature in the water, even at extremely small distances.
Which way does it curve?
Curves towards.
In your...
What do you mean curves? Which way does it curve? What does that mean?
Well, you said curve, right?
Yeah, you'd see a curve in the water. Well, I'm sorry, you wouldn't see a curve in the water. My mistake. If you were to put the laser level on the horizontal of the water.
Oh, we're back to the laser. See, this thing doesn't have
because
anything
lasers are straight.
to do with a laser.
Lasers are straight. You can measure the fucking curvature with the laser.
But lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
Yeah, and you can easily test what that refraction is, and you can account for it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, Starugaki, I literally told you I can't draw it properly because fucking paint doesn't have a freeform rotate, so I can't make it look less exaggerated easily. And every pre-paint program I looked at doesn't seem to have that feature at all either, so.
He has to use the 90.
Yeah, sorry, I can't make it any better for your small brain to understand it, but.
Would that be like horizontals perpendicular to each other?
Yeah, crying emoji, because you know it's true.
Sure.
I mean, you can do this with any surface of water. It's quote unquote always level because of this very reason. It's pulled towards the center of the planet.
So when you say gravity, you just mean vertical, right?
No, I mean gravity, buddy. I mean towards the center of the Earth. You know, the round Earth.
It is just vertical, right? It's perpendicular to horizontal.
Vertical is whatever you want it to be. Vertical in this sense is an axis that bisects the center of the planet.
Just believe it.
Do you want me to draw that too so you can understand it?
I would love to see that.
Okay, let me do that because for some reason too fucking uneducated to just assume something for once. 1 second, is there a line on here? Yes, there is.
Sounds so lucky to have this guy here.
Oh shit.
Yo, do you guys like Vivek?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know who Vivek Ramaswamy is?
No, that's why I asked.
He's a loser and a conspiracy theorist. He's gonna lose.
Well, that's a derail.
He's a what?
Let's stay right on target here, guys.
Yeah, this is kind of hard to draw without it making looking even more fucked. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's hard to do this without something looking fucked, right?
Just in paint, could easily draw this on a piece of paper for you, but you have the IQ capacity of a.
Just draw it on a piece of paper then.
I mean, yeah, just draw it on a piece of paper.
It's alright.
I don't have any. I could do that.
Yeah, it'd be even better if you were to draw it.
It's almost done anyways. Let me draw a second line just so nobody can say it's not perfectly through the center. I'm just surprised all the flat earth people are coming. I mean, I love talking to them. I don't have any issue if you want to have a genuine conversation, but I love how they're just coming out in droves once one of you starts speaking. Too fucking scared to unmute their mic.
I haven't heard any flat earthers speak.
Who's unscared
That's what I was saying. None of them have spoken until you. Well, sorry.
Unmute their mic?
Sure,
Like, wow,
communicating.
that's fucking rich coming from somebody
Until
who
you
mutes
started
people.
speaking. I don't know who you are as far as this community goes, but it's just hilarious. They're all silent until somebody fucking starts fessing up. I don't know why. I mean,
yeah.
I'm
I mean, like,
perfectly okay
nobody
having a
else
genuine
is talking,
conversation.
are they?
Fessing up
Everyone's
to
too
what?
scared.
Excuse me?
You said fessing up. Fessing up to what?
Yeah, just in the sense of just talking. I mean, these guys are in chat fucking trying to roast me for some reason. All fucking muted. It's hilarious.
Well, see, it might be better if you don't pay attention to the text unless you're
I mean, they're
exclusively
asking
in
questions,
the text.
I assume. So, I mean, I'm
Yeah, but
happy to
but
oblige.
Bev was asking you stuff too, and you just
That
turned
guy,
him down.
yeah, because he's literally been saying the same stupid shit for like 20 minutes straight. Yeah, you don't deserve my forgiveness more than twice.
Wow.
More than once.
Forgiveness? Wow.
What do you mean,
you got a
wow?
hard
I
line.
I like
unmuted him.
these
I
open
unmuted him
conversations.
and gave him opportunity, and he just kept saying the same stuff. What more do you want? You guys mute people the instant, like, more than two of you don't agree with them. It's hilarious. I don't know why.
That
No,
seems.
I
That's
don't do
exactly
that.
what you did to
But
Bev.
that's
exactly
I
what you
don't.
did to Bev.
I muted him, unmuted him, heard his argument. He just kept saying the same stupid shit. Yes, I'm going to remute him.
He didn't make an argument.
Yeah, his stupid argument was, oh, you believe in something? Literally semantics, and the guy's just
That's
going.
not an argument.
You're right, it's not an argument, yet he keeps saying it for some stupid reason, so.
Because you didn't answer.
Answer what, dumbass? All he keeps saying is, you have a belief. You have a belief.
Angry.
That's it. That's all he says.
You know what? I'm sorry, man.
Don't be sorry. Just be better. You could really learn a lot from that line.
You can learn a
Does that
lot
look
from
better
this
to you?
guy,
Those,
you know.
those
I
right
mean,
angles.
He's a real sophist.
Okay, I probably got a whole bunch of chat here. Let me see what we got here.
There's going to be a lot
For
more
that to
of
work,
this
the
coming
tube would
for you
have
guys,
to go
I'm
parallel
telling
to Earth and not. No, bitch, it doesn't need to go parallel to Earth. It can be any, as long as the tube is not above the water level, it's perfectly fine. I can only draw it like that because I can't make. I guess I could have redrawn it. I probably should have done that, but I wanted to make it, I guess, square.
What do you think a sophist is?
1 second. Axioms. It is a globe. It has to be all imaginable. I'm sorry. All imaginable evidence is evidence for a globe. All evidence contrary to
The
globe is
cavalry
also
has
evidence.
arrived.
Yeah. A
All
sophist
evidence
is somebody with no
contrary to the
argument
globe is
that pretends
also
that
evidence
he
for the
has,
globe.
and he can convince a lot of people that
I
he
don't know what
might
you're referring
actually
to.
have a
There's just
point, but
several tests
he
you could
actually
personally
has
do, and
no
you'll see that
argument
it
whatsoever.
disproves a flat Earth. Just specifically, I guess you could even argue it proves that the Earth is
Somebody
round.
who
But I guess
talks
you could
about
have
proof,
cases
but
where
then only has belief.
So, Bev, would a sophist be someone who constantly will argue about, say, horizontal level semantics, but not actually come up with any empirical measurement that's been done, or they
Sophists don't have
actually
arguments.
say what they ultimately believe about things?
Yeah, sophists don't have arguments. None.
Wow, that sounds exactly like you.
No, I've got plenty of arguments, mate.
Okay, give me an argument for the shape of the Earth and or water.
Okay, I'd say if the Earth was flat, then there would be no measurable change of elevation. There is a measurable change of elevation, therefore, the Earth is not flat.
That's just begging the question of what flat means.
That's an argument. That's a modus tollens argument.
So that's begging the question of what flat means in this
It's
context.
an argument. You asked me for an argument.
Yeah, so your argument is badly made because it assumes flat has some definition that it may not have in this context.
Or did I? Did I mention flat Earth?
If the Earth was flat, there would be measurable change in elevation. There is measurable
so
change
what's
in
flat then?
elevation. So in this context, flat would just be that there is a planar surface of the Earth that has some
no bumps or
topography
irregularities.
Why would you assume there's no bumps or irregularities when we're talking about?
Because that's the definition of flat we're using, isn't it? Within this argument.
No, that's not the definition any flat earther uses.
Oh, I didn't say that.
You did, because you're talking about the flat Earth.
Yeah, there would be no measurable change of elevation. They're not
No,
flat.
that's not true because no flat
It
earther,
is.
no one that thinks the Earth is
It's not
planar
flat.
believes that it is flat without topography. They think that there is
dude. You're not talking to a flat earther.
and that the surface
you're not talking to a flat earther,
would
dude.
keep the same elevation. That's what they're saying.
I don't care what they're saying. You asked me for an argument. I gave you an argument. You're not talking to a flat earther. You're talking to somebody who has an argument that states the Earth is not flat.
So that doesn't actually tell you what the shape of the Earth is in any of the contexts that we're talking about.
No,
what it
it's
is
a modus tollens argument. It's a falsification.
Interesting.
Do you think just repeating something stupid makes it clever, Bev?
What was the stupid part?
The stupid part was that your modus tollens argument is using a definition of flat Earth that no flat earther uses and that no globe uses, and that doesn't actually apply to any of the discussion we're having about the shape of the Earth. It is in fact a red herring.
It falsifies the flat being smooth and irregular. So would you like to give us a different definition of flat that negates the smooth without irregularities?
Flat would be a planar Earth where the sea level does not change in elevation. So any mountain, as measured from sea level, does not change from elevation.
The reason we have a mean is because the sea level does change. We have to have a mean for that very purpose. So that negates what you've just said also.
Well, no, it doesn't, because
it does.
You're just equivocating over sea level and
you said where you imagine sea level doesn't change, but sea level does change. The very
mean sea level doesn't change. Mean sea level doesn't change unless there's more water.
Mean doesn't because it's an average.
Yeah, great. So see how you're dodging again what the shape of the Earth is?
It's not a shape. We're talking about it flat. We're negating flat within a falsification.
So if I keep a constant, if I'm in Kansas or the Bolivia Salt Flats, which have a constant elevation from one end to the other, will there be a curvature or will
there is a measured change, though, isn't there?
Will it have a plane?
In salt flats.
So I'm going to ask again. If I'm on a surface of the Earth and that surface of the Earth has no change in elevation for a certain distance, will
there is a measured change even in the Bolivian salt flats?
What's the measured change there?
A measured change in elevation.
See how you're dodging just giving people what the shape of the Earth is? See how you're dodging?
I mean, there's nothing to do with shape here, mate. You don't think flat's a shape, do you?
Flat can describe a property of a shape.
Oh yeah. Who's this guy?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've only got D. Who is that? Sorry. What do I address you as?
Me, dogs. Just call
dogs. Oh, is that dog or just dogs?
No, dogs are gods because God doesn't exist. It's just a feeling you kind of get when you give yourself into something that you think is higher than you. It's just an emotional response to being part of a group or getting love and affection from something, which is what you can also get just by getting yourself a little puppy dog.
Okay, so are you this guy? Do you go with the tag name dogs, or is that somebody else?
Dogs are gods.
Okay, so there's okay. Well, this is just a falsification of the flat Earth.
No, it's a falsification of a smooth Earth, not a flat Earth. If you go to Flat Earth Society, which I know you guys think is a psyop,
I know. I've heard Nathan Oakley state that he thinks mountains are flat.
That has 200 proofs for the flat Earth, and then if you look at someone like Nathan Thompson, Witsit, or even any flat earther in this server, they'll say that yes, flat Earth can have topography.
So this is all a straw man, right? I'm pretty sure I heard the argument state flat Earth specifically. So this is a straw man, right?
What, from me?
Yeah, the argument did say flat Earth, right? And you're not saying no?
Yeah, so do you think words can have different meanings in different
He's been
contexts?
listening to
Yes or
Nathan
no?
Oakley stating that mountains are measured flat, right? That's what it is.
Buckaroonie, Bev, and whoever this other guy is, does the flat Earth have flat in that terminology, flat Earth, have a different context of flat, as in something that is smooth and of equal elevation?
So you're saying it's an oxymoron? Flat Earth is an oxymoron. You're saying that, right?
Yeah.
Nope, not at all. I'm saying that the definition of flat Earth is different to the definition of flat. Do you have some examples of how this works in the English
What about
language?
Earth? Is there a different
It sounds
definition
like
of Earth as well?
being an English person can't
Could it mean
understand the
something?
English language.
And by Earth, you mean like soil and dirt, do you?
No, Bev. No, we don't mean that.
You don't.
Yeah, how do you not know this after the years of being like part of the community? How do you not know that the flat Earth refers to an equal elevation from one side to the other, no curvature, not a ball, but something that is planar with topography?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
How do you
saying.
not
There's,
know this?
there's an
Honestly,
elevation. There
how do you
is
wake
an
up in the
elevation
morning
change.
thinking that
How
this
can
is
you
a
not
good way
see
to
that?
lead your life when all it is stupid definitional semantics that you have?
Did you just hear yourself? Because you did just say flat Earth relies on something having no elevation change. Well, there is a measured elevation change.
Said with topography, you moron.
The measured elevation change.
Topography, you moron. Do you not understand that word? Do you need to go? How about this, Bev? Go get a dictionary and look up the word topography.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Measured elevation change. Yes.
Like, I know all of this is just your way of ducking from actually admitting that the Earth is either flat or a globe. It's just you trying to like dodge away from actually having to be part of it.
It's a false
I'm
dichotomy.
not giving it as a dichotomy. I'm in the flat Earth 24/7 server right now, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
I'm in the same place.
You are discussing with you. Right. So
are you? Sorry, are you a flat earther?
Flat Earth the concept, as flat Earth the concept is understood by people who believe in the flat Earth. Do you think the Earth is flat, as the beliefs of most flat
Are
Earthers
you a
hold?
flat earther?
Why would I answer that question right now, Bev?
Because we're trying to discuss whether you are trying to allow a flat Earth.
No, you're trying to dodge to that. You're trying to dodge to that. Right now, I'm trying to point out.
Because your flat Earth's in danger, isn't it?
I'm trying to point out, Bev, that you aren't actually making an argument for anything. All you are is a troll.
I just made an argument that the Earth's not flat.
No, you made an argument for an Earth with no topography. But on both the flat Earth
No,
and the
I
globe
made
Earth models,
an argument from reality to state that the Earth is not
I'm going to say it again because you interrupted halfway through, mate. You made an argument for a non-topographical Earth. It doesn't say whether there's curvature to that Earth, as in it's a sphere floating in space, or whether it's a flat Earth, something that's planar that has a dome. Can you please address what I just said, mate? It's not that hard.
You asked me to give you an argument. I did. You just stated, no.
No, I explained why your argument is bullshit. Your argument... I did address the argument.
You're from Team Sophist. You're given an argument. Address the argument. Don't say that all claims about the flat Earth. Don't make claims that the flat Earth must only ascribe to one certain, description. That you are telling us we have to think that that's what it is. Address the argument that's given directly.
I did address the argument. The argument was about topography. Both flat earthers and globe earthers. Both flat earthers and globe earthers agree that there's topography. So, Bev, is the Earth flat as other flat earthers understand it, or is it a globe?
Why is there mountains in New
it,
Zealand?
Mate.
Why is there mountains in New Zealand if the Earth's flat?
No, can we go back to this? Am I muted right now? Because I did address Bev's argument.
You're just making retarded bullshit verbal diarrhea.
Go to hell. I just addressed Bev's argument. Bev's argument was that there is topography, therefore it can't be a model with no topography. That's what his argument boils down to.
Just read out his argument for us.
Yes, please.
Just read it out so we can understand. You actually know what he's asking.
If the Earth was flat, there would be measurable There would be no measurable change in elevation. There is measurable change in elevation, therefore the Earth is not flat.
Now you're going to define. You have to define the terms.
Exactly. That's what I said. That's what I asked Bev to do. So
you said that no flat earther would describe.
Why'd you interrupt me for that?
You're bringing something that we must prescribe to in the first place. The Earth.
Can you find a flat earther who doesn't agree there's topography?
We're talking about this argument. So
my argument is no flat earther will say that there is not topography on the Earth. Therefore, Bev's argument isn't addressing the shape of the Earth.
What is
Did
flat?
you hear me?
What is flat in this argument?
In his argument, flat is a perfectly smooth surface with no elevation change. So that will mean there's no mountains and there's no valleys.
So he's not saying anything about topography in his flat statement, is he? He's not saying anything about topography. He's talking about a smooth surface, if you like, flat. All right, which is a very good thing to use, flat. But that's what he's using. He didn't say anything about topography. You brought that.
Oh my God, Buckaroo!
So on this flat, smooth surface,
Buckaroo! On both the globe and the flat Earth, there's mountains. Okay, mountains are changes in elevation.
Yeah, elevation from like mean sea level, from this right? Flat, smooth surface.
The thing that doesn't exist, that neither model has, right? So his argument doesn't address either model. His argument is just saying neither model has this thing, therefore neither model has the thing. Okay, can you understand that?
What's that got to me? You getting there? Getting there.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you understand what I said though? Like Bev's argument doesn't address the flat Earth as you believe it to be flat, or the globe Earth as I believe it to be a globe.
If the flat is smooth, would you be able to measure any elevation changes on it?
No. But I don't think flat Earth is smooth. I think flat is a colloquial term for something similar to a disc-shaped Earth where mean sea level doesn't curve around a horizon and there's maybe a dome over the top.
But flat is used as synonymously with horizontal and level.
Only if you think that words can only have one meaning. Is that what you think?
Well, that's what that's what the argument.
You ever had a flat tire, Buckaroo? You ever had a flat tire? What about people with a flat ass or people who are flat chested?
Australian team sophistry morning, is that what it is?
So I'm going to ask you again, you ever had a flat tire?
Yeah.
What about if you're just feeling flat? Have you ever had a flat white? Do you know what a flat white is?
This is very good.
What about a flat wall?
Example.
Flat white.
So
like
is
this guy a good representation of a flat earther?
Yeah.
Is he?
Oh, yeah.
Is he doing well to defend it for you guys?
I am a good representation of a flat earther because I'm not arguing that the flat earth doesn't have mountains in it.
So
do you have an argument at all? Do you have an argument at all?
I got heaps of arguments, but I came in here to address the fact that Bev is a sophist and that all Bev does is do this like semantic game, and that the argument Bev gave isn't an argument for either the globe or the flat Earth. So someone else can go ahead and give their example.
If I set up a balloon in New Zealand with a GoPro on it and I fly it up out of space, out of the atmosphere, why do I see that the planet's fucking round? Explain that to me.
You don't. You've never done that. You know, it's bollocks. You've never done that, so that's a waste of time. Where's the flat bit? That's what I'd like to get to. Where this flat bit is.
No, that's an example. Fucking prove me wrong.
Is your example a disproof of flat Earth?
Yeah. Literally.
Right, so we agree. It's not flat. Now what?
It's not flat.
All right, so is it a proof of something or just a disproof of something?
That's a primary source that it's a disproof that the Earth is flat.
Right, so we both agree Earth is not flat.
No, the Earth is not flat.
Right. You see how easy that is, dogs?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Bev's argument stands.
I don't understand how you guys can have Bev in here, who's obviously just like playing stupid games, and think that he's a good representation for your side.
Where can you describe this flat baseline? Where is it? Where can I observe that?
That would be sea level on your model, but I wouldn't say that you can observe a flat baseline. I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Sea level. You've already agreed as a mean.
Yes. What's wrong with
An
that?
agreed average between the highest and the lowest. Well, where I am, I've got 4.5 meters of tide.
Yeah. So if you're in a bathtub and you let that bathtub settle, it will have like the same elevation from one end to the other end. But if you splash in it, then oh look, there's waves. That doesn't mean that bathtub doesn't have like essentially a flat section of water.
You're talking about water, not Earth.
So,
where is it on Earth? Under our feet. Where is this flat piece that everything is either built on or hung
isn't there the
underneath?
Kansas pancake and the Bolivia salt flats and all these other areas that you guys think show the Earth is flat?
No, because elevation change can be measured there. It's not flat.
Where's the elevation change?
That's all I want to know. That's what I want to know because I'm stuck in the middle of the road.
Can you pull up an article? Because isn't there that Kansas one that says it's basically flatter than a pancake?
Have you been there?
No, I'm talking about an article. So, like, there's a scientific article that says it's flatter than a pancake. So, are you guys just dismissing that?
No, I'm just on the road trying to
when
work out.
When you say yeah under your breath, I know that's because you haven't listened to what I've said. You're just waiting
just
to
like
speak
this,
in the hopes that you
just
can
like someone
give reason to mute me.
Article that there's 52 genders. I just disagree with that, and I just don't accept it. Isn't that right? Like, people can say whatever they want. Doesn't mean you have to believe it.
I see. You guys aren't good faith, are you? That's what's happening right now. You're refusing to be good faith.
Yes, we are. Totally.
Yeah, great.
Just tell me
why do flat earthers, why are they the only ones that are refusing to be good faith, to like actually have good faith conversations?
Well, answer the question. Where's the flat bit, please? Tell me where that is. Because I'm in the middle of the road here. You know, there's globe in one hand, there's flat in the other. And I've got to a place where it's been described as flat, but I don't see it. And I'm trying to discern when that is so I can come on board with you. All right, you can take me with you. But that's where I'm stuck. I cannot see.
Flat would be if you were to draw a horizontal line from one side of the flat Earth to the other side of the flat Earth. There would only be topographical changes from the distance to that line from one side to the other of whatever the highest mountain peak is and the lowest valley is. If you were to draw a line on a globe Earth as a horizontal, as you got further away from wherever you started that line from, it would get further and further and further away from the surface of the Earth.
That's in your imagination, right? That horizontal. You know, that's
even things in my imagination.
You're imagining a horizontal, and then you're talking about the elevation change from that horizontal. But where is that horizontal in the Earth, on the Earth?
When does it
10 feet beneath the Earth? Is there a concrete slab there?
It is 90 degrees from vertical. That's where it is, champion.
Okay, so that's a great point. You're saying it's horizontal. That's a great point.
What do you mean that's not horizontal? Of course it's fucking horizontal. How do you define horizontal without 90 degrees
when does the point end then? When does the point end?
If
Earth is flat, how far can I go?
Shut the fuck up for a second.
Is it, would I be better to call it mean Earth flatness? Is that a better term?
Yes.
Bev, can you answer how you do it?
It relates to the sea somehow. So I can imagine that, a mean Earth flatness, although the Earth isn't moving up and down under me 4.5 meters every day like the sea is. That's all. I'm just trying to.
I'm gonna say this again. How do you do a horizontal without having a vertical and doing 90 degrees of it?
Well, you have a plumb bob will give you a vertical.
There you go.
Right, and then you do a horizontal off that, right? 90 degrees off that.
Yeah. And all.
Yeah, so I'm saying on a flat Earth, if you have two people do that horizontal off that plumb bob, they will have the horizontals that will either be on the same line or they will change according to the elevation of that person above mean sea level, but they won't either hit each other or diverge from each other.
Yeah, but that's great because that disproves, that's a good example to disprove a spherical Earth, but it also disproves a flat one.
Right.
Because there's elevation change involved, and I don't know. Come on, where is this flat bit? There isn't.
Well,
I
so
don't
I
see
just
a flat.
answered that for you. You would be on top of a mountain, and you were to make horizontal on top of a mountain. If you're on top of a mountain and
With
you do a
what?
horizontal
What would you
line
make a
off the top of a
horizontal with on
mountain,
the mountain?
if you're on top of a mountain and you do a horizontal line on the top of that mountain, and someone below the mountain also does a horizontal line, those horizontal lines converge and they won't get further away from each other. They will stay the same height above each
all
other.
horizontals are parallel. Yeah, but so is the top of the mountain flat bit
We
or the
agree
bottom
there.
of the mountain the flat bit?
We
Which is
agree.
flat though? Which is the flat bit?
We agree. No, it's
No, I
fine. We
agree that
agree.
all the
Like the rest of
horizontals
this is
are
just
parallel.
red herrings. The rest of it's just red herrings, mate.
It's not.
It's just you
that
guys trying not to actually admit what you believe because you know you're lying essentially.
No, you're describing something for me to imagine, to picture.
How?
A horizontal. All right. Well, I can imagine a horizontal. I could use some tools
Horizontal's not real.
to make a horizontal, but I
Yeah.
don't see the horizontal under my feet. I don't. So
what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. Where's the horizontal under your feet? Where's the flat baseline that the topography is on?
I don't understand that question.
Or
It's a
beneath,
retarded
because
question to ask.
beneath the sea is
This question to ask, and you know it's bad faith because you're a troll like that.
No. Beneath the sea is land as well, is earth as well. So is that hung under the baseline or is that above the baseline? Where is the baseline?
That makes no sense. You're
Well, I
asking
know it
nonsensical questions.
doesn't. Why? Where is the flat piece? Is it beneath the oceans, under
I'm going to say the same.
most, or is it? You said it's
I'm
at
going to
sea
say the
level.
same thing to you again. I'm going to say the same thing to you again because you guys are just avoiding. Which actually, this is sophistry right now.
No,
the idea
it's not.
That you guys, the idea that you guys aren't willing to actually argue what the Earth is, and instead, all you want to do is semantic arguments.
No, it's about truth. And the place I've got to is that I can only visualize that somehow the flat part of the earth relates to sea level. That's all I can somehow get from out of this conversation. And I know the sea level goes up and down because where I am, it's 4.5 meters every day, up and down. So, they decided, well, we'll agree there's a mean average. There's a mean. We'll just say, that's the average of those points, and we'll measure from there, any elevation change. But that's not the Earth. And when I walk around, I don't see this flat piece anywhere. I mean, I can climb up the cliff, go down to the beach, come to my house, up and down a hill. And I don't,
What are you so scared
in
of
order to see
to someone like me?
I can't
Why
hear
are you
that.
so
I can't
fucking
hear you.
weak and pathetic, buddy? I'm not weak and pathetic. I don't lie like Bev does. I don't lie like you do. So what's happened right
I'm not
here?
lying. I'm talking about
why is that
reality.
just? Is that not an ad
flat
hom?
Earth is exactly what
That sounds
every
like an
other
ad
flat
hom.
Earth
Yeah,
would
I
be.
think it is. I'm
So
just
it's
talking about
normally the sign that
reality.
somebody's lost.
Yeah.
Are there any new people in here who would like to have a conversation? Because dogs are just going to repeat the same thing again and again.
Yeah, I've heard him before just repeat it. That's kind of why I think, it's like just a sophist argument. I'm talking about reality, about, trying to
Is he a flat earther?
understand he says he is. Yeah, I thought he was a glober. I mean, I can't zoom out. I can't, if I can't zoom out and look down like this guy said with his drone and see a globe Earth, I can't zoom out and look down and say, oh, I see, that's what it is. I can only tell from the reality just here, under my feet. And I don't see the flat bit. I don't know where that is. In order to understand what the rest of it could be, possibly, imagine, try and get an idea of. I can get the arguments that you're not a globe, not spherical, but I can't see that it's flat either. It's just where I'm stuck. Just hoping somebody might enlighten me. But, if that's called sophistry, I don't know. It's a bit odd.
I think it was nice that there eventually became an agreement surrounding the fact that Bev's argument proves that it's not flat. I think that was a nice turn of events there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm just seeking clarity because I thought that's what this was about. When I first got into looking at this, it was just really, I just need to know what these guys are talking about because around me people are talking about, well, have you heard about the Earth's flat? And I was thinking, don't be silly. I didn't have time to look at it. But then when I looked at it, I just thought, then I can say to these people, oh yeah, just a load of mad guys or whatever. But I was intrigued. You know, I was then confronted with some contradictions and just got on this journey and it hasn't finished. So, you know, this is a genuine point about where I am. You know, I can get the understanding of that it's not spherical. I can see that now. I can see there's proofs for that. But, you know, I can also don't see this to be able to imagine that somewhere there's a flat baseline upon which everything is built or everything is hung up, you know, hung underneath it. And expand my imagination, zoom out and look down and imagine what it actually is then. What is it? If it's not globe and it's not flat, what is it? That's where I'm at. And genuinely, not in a sophist way, just as a genuine human being. And people can argue this much better than me, you know, geometry or that kind of stuff. I'm just simply walking along, looking around, wondering what the hell it is.
You can just have a belief. Modern day.
Yeah, can't cut it for me, belief. It's just, you know, that was the point. When I came along on this journey and this, you know, in this argument, that was the main question from the flat earthers to the globers. And it happens, you know, what you believe and what you know. And that was kind of, you know, that pointed out contradictions to me about, yeah, what do you know? And when I said to people, "Hey, have you looked at the flat Earth?" and it triggered all the people around me, and they said, "Oh no, he's lost it. He thinks the Earth's flat." I said, "No, I don't. What intrigues me is the questions it brings up in your mind about what you think about what you actually do know and what you believe." And when I look at my kids and what they're taught at school, it's plain. They come home with a belief system they know nothing about, absolutely nothing. And so, you know, it made me look at myself and question that. And the belief, you know, so now what I'm finding as I go further along on the road is that one belief system has been replaced with another belief system. It's a bit like, you know, a Muslim arguing with a Christian, you know. And so you go, oh yeah, it makes a bit more sense. I think I'll become a Muslim now. And then realizing that that's just a belief system too. Or maybe not realizing it's a belief system, you know, because you haven't spoken to the Buddhist or the Jewish guy or whatever. You haven't looked at all possibilities to try and logically work out, is it any of those or none of those? So belief is yeah, I know it's rampant, but I thought that's what this whole thing, you know, stood on: belief or knowledge, and how you gain knowledge through some proof of something that isn't a belief. Because if belief was enough, I'd be out knocking on the doors, handing out watchtowers.
Well, just perhaps as like a third view of the world you could touch onto or whatever. Or just be neutral. Fix yourself onto a belief of any kind. You know. Seems to be a problem.
I can hear you clearly if you're talking to me.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, I was saying maybe there's like a third option. Maybe that's not the answer. Maybe it's not just the duality between flat and globe. Maybe there's another one.
Yeah, increasingly it feels like a false dichotomy. You know, that's the position I'm at now. You know, you only know the truth by finding the lie, and then you move on with your own personal truth, and then you grow and you gain something that nobody else can take from you anymore. So, you know, I'm just where I am at this position, and I think there's more. There's more than these two opposing arguments, because I don't see clarity in either. And so I don't know what there is. That's what it is that question. What is the flat bit then? So I might be able to zoom out in my mind, as everybody does when they're told it's a globe. They all zoom out, whoop, look back in their imagination at something that they've been told is what it is, school or whatever told them, whatever informed them in their subconscious that that's what it is, and that's what you come from, and that's what you defend, even though you don't know anything about it. So if somebody then says, no, that's not true, and I get that, and I get that contradiction, and think, wow, yeah, that's interesting. And then I'm given another system, belief system, and I zoom out, and I can't see what that is any more clearly, because, you know, in a way, it's a new paradigm I'm being handed, a whole new education to learn, if it's based on being flat. So I'm trying to learn it, and yeah.
You're trying to swap one model for another, or one like ideology with another, or one cosmology with another. But the flat cosmology's got holes everywhere. That got a lot of missing pieces.
Yeah, I don't want to swap one belief for another. That's it. Yeah, that is the thing that I've learned, is to try and work out. I might never do it. I might have a few more years left to work it out. But yeah, right at this point, I can't. You know,
8 years or so. You know, there's a few faces in here I've been with for 8 years. You know, like Batman, like Julius, like Quiet Noobs, all known each other for like 7-8 years at least. And I've always kind of been on the fence, in like the devil's advocate to flat earthers and stuff, trying to make them not get so comfortable with the beliefs and make them challenge them, even if they are new ones. Just you know, don't take it at face value.
No, I don't. And what amazes me is that people have been in this for 8 years and they're still either in one shop on one side of the road or the shop on the other side of the road. There's not many people I can find who are walking up the middle, just in wonder, looking at it and going, nah, let's go a little further up the road, see what's up here, see if there's a shopping mall or what's beyond there, what's up there. Maybe there's one of those old timer shops, you know, we can buy stuff, you know, in a packet with a brown paper bag, and they'll weigh it out in ounces. You know, maybe that's what will satisfy me. But these little sweets in this shop and that shop are not enough. So I'm amazed that, you know, people after 8 years are still saying, you know, have made that decision for themselves.
What's
Because
up, everybody?
I haven't been in that long. And I'm fine where I am. I'm
How are
fine
we all doing?
in here. Sorry?
How are we all doing this fine Sunday?
It's Sunday, yeah. I'm doing fine. Oh yeah, there are people who've been around in this discussion for a long time. There are people who know more than I. That's why I was listening. At first, I thought, well, it might be a crazy argument. They tell me, before this, that's what people told me. Well, they will do if you step outside. Flat earthers, they're mad, they're crazy, they're right wing, they're fascists, they're this, they're that. And so you don't go and look. If you go and look, just so you can say to somebody, "Oh, I had a look at it, and my opinion, what I found was X." So that was the only reason I looked at it. Same as looking at the stuff that preceded this. In my mind, what was going on in the world with the compliant regime that was going on, I looked at that too and wondered, well, should I take that? Should I do what they told me? Should I wear that thing they told me to wear, or should I line up and roll my sleeve up or not? I had to define. I had to work out for myself the truth, like you do with anything. So this just came along as the next thing. It just appeared. I didn't go looking for it. It just appeared, like things do. And I just thought, wow, I ought to look. I ought to just look so that because there's a lot of conversation around. I got a guy 3 doors away from me who was talking about it, and I wanted to be able to have a discussion with him, not just dismiss him and think there's a crank lives 3 doors away who thinks the Earth is flat. I just genuinely wanted to be able to understand what he meant by that. So I could just go, yeah, no, he is a crank.
There's a part of me that views flat Earth theory and globe Earth theory as Schrodinger's cat. You can get all the experts. You can get all the experts on one side, present me with all the information, show me all the maths, and all the pictures and their experiments, and you can show me the other side with all their Hubble telescope pictures and images and telemetry and all the rest of it, and it'll be like, great. When do we either go to the dome or into space?
What about if you don't believe either of those?
Until we either go to the dome or go to space, then I can't answer that question whether the Earth's flat or a dome.
Yeah, cool.
But I like both. I like both scenarios, both theories.
Well, they're interesting, but they're not really. Yeah, they're interesting things to listen to, but they're not something you should, tie your life to. Like giving your life to Jesus or something.
Yeah.
And then what I find also is this argument.
I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question. There is someone that can answer that question, so I place all my faith in him. That's Jesus Christ.
Oh, maybe that's at the end of the road. I don't know. I don't know about that one either. That requires a lot of belief too, personally. So, each to his own. But that's like one of the sweet shops on either side of the road. It's the ones you go in and you hang about in because they're tasty. And maybe that's fine. That's okay. It's not one of the things that I'm stopping to part with my money for. It's I'm looking for something a bit. I don't know, something. Maybe it's an illusion I'm looking for, but I'm looking for something else, something a bit clearer, something that speaks truth to me. And when I find truth, it speaks to me, like it speaks to most people, because you wouldn't understand truth if you didn't know it already. How could you say, yeah, that's right, what that guy's saying, or what you've heard there? You can only really know it if you know it. It sort of reawakens something inside you. So that's what I'm looking for, those things, that I gradually get hold of a little piece of this, a little piece of that, and I feel, a bit fuller.
So, but you're looking for the truth of something. What are you looking for the truth of?
Well, I don't know what the truth is of anything, I mean, well, I do of some things. I mean, I'm just walking along the road. This road. It's like this, I came into this thing looking at these questions and saw people were seeking some kind of truth about reality. And so I went on the journey of listening to somebody say this and somebody say that, and lots of people arguing. But, what truth is anybody looking for? That's, whether you're looking for Jesus and you found it, then you found your truth. I don't know what you're doing here then. If I found Jesus and that was enough for me, I wouldn't need to be here. I would just be. There's no point for me to be in this argument because I'd have found the truth.
So let's say you're a firefighter and you've spent all day fighting fires and you're off duty and you're on your way home from the fire station and you happen across a fire. Do you just carry on your way home or do you stop to help the fire?
These are ridiculous kind of analogies of life, aren't they, really? Depends if it's my neighbour 3 doors down. If it's my neighbour's house 3 doors down, he believes in flat earth and I think he's crazy, I might just walk by. Who knows? Who knows? If it's my house and my kids the house is getting burnt down, I'm going to be straight in there. I don't know. It's just the human nature, isn't it? If it's somebody who's described to me as being a bad person, that I must believe this person is bad, who lives in this house or this car or whatever's burning, if I'm told that person is not of us, is not one of us, I might be convinced that I should just leave them there to burn because that's justified because somebody said so. A belief system told me I must believe that.
Well,
and this person is not one of us, so let him burn.
Yeah, I believe as a Christian, it wouldn't matter to me whose house is burning. If I am capable of rendering aid, and it is my profession to do so, it doesn't matter whether I'm on duty or off duty. If I'm in a position to help, I would help.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm likely to do the same. But what that's got to do with, that's just kind of truths as you go along. But what that's got to do with this, this particular argument, I don't know. They're just things you learn, and that feels right or doesn't feel right. And that becomes part of your truth, doesn't it? You perhaps weren't seeking that at one time. You didn't even realize it existed. The idea, the whole possibility of having that kind of truth, that kind of expansion of possibilities. And it's kind of an ever-growing thing. I don't know where it goes. I really don't. I don't know if we're even capable as human beings to know the absolute everything of everything. But I know that we all wonder. Well, it's kind of in us to wonder. Not everybody is wondering, that's for sure. Because they're distracted by all the belief systems that tell them they mustn't look there, mustn't do this, mustn't do that. Don't speak to that person. That person can die because that's a just cause or whatever. This is flat, this is round. Believe it. It's teams, one side or the other. If you're not in a team, you're nothing. Nobody wants the argument. Nobody wants to hear about that. That's what I found in this this arena. That the onward journey to truth is not wanted. It finishes here. It's flat or it's round. Finished. Pick a side. That's it. If you don't pick a side, then there's a mute button. There's a ban button. There's ostracization. There's exile. That's what happens in society. Anybody says, well, what about this? And it doesn't fit one of the teams, and it's shut down, silenced. You can see it, come here every day and you can hear it.
Yeah, but does it make it right?
Does it make what right? What do you mean?
Does it make it right that these other ideas are shouted down and the people that express these ideas get abused to the point of having death threats?
It doesn't make it right. No, I'm not saying it makes it right. I'm just observing
what happens. I know. It's just an observed fact that it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the middle road generally is shut down. So if it's not flat and it's not spherical, what is it? That question. And it seems to me it has to be. It always comes round to it has to be one of those choices.
Well, this is why it's Schrodinger's cat to me. Yep. My current observation. My current observation of the world is that I live on a flat plane, which I traverse by taking steps, driving in vehicles, riding bikes, or flying in aeroplanes. Sometimes that has to traverse across large bodies of water. Whilst I've been on an aeroplane, I've looked out the window at the horizon and observed no observable curvature, whether that's from a window effect, a lens effect in the window itself, or the fact that I wear glasses, or something wrong with my eyes. I don't know. I have no knowledge or expertise in that. It would take a rather lot of testing and expense and time to eliminate those, and it's not really that important to me to get to the bottom of it, to be honest.
Fine, it's your belief system. You're allowed to have a belief system if you want one, and how deep you want to go is up to you too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like my everyday experience tells me it's flat. Other observations from other sources tell me that if I zoom out far enough, I'll find myself a very small thing on a ball floating through space, the vacuum of space. I'm like, yeah, that seems reasonable given science and what we've been taught at school.
Yeah, but you can't zoom out from your idea of flatness either, can you? To
But
prove that. It's just your imagination.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. I've entertained the imagination too. I'm just trying to find out where this flat bit is. Not semantically, not pedantically, because it makes a difference where that flat is to me. Now, what I hear is it is described as being somewhere relative to sea level, but I know that there's land beneath the sea. So if I zoom out, I have to imagine that somewhere this land that's beneath the sea is hung underneath this flat baseline and all the other stuff is above it. So I'm trying to, visualize some kind of picture about where that is, how it is, not just some vagueness.
A certain proportion of land, a certain proportion of land is porous. So there's there's a layer of land or solid material and then liquid material. There's an amount of liquid
got a
material
sponge in the sink that's
interspersed.
like that, but it's not flat though. How does that give me any clearer picture of it though? Just because something is absorbent.
It doesn't. No.
No. There you go. That's all. I'm just trying to discern. That's where I've got to the point of this argument. I can listen to you and your belief. I can listen to the belief of somebody else who comes with their globe ideas. I can listen to both of those. So in this aspect of flat, I'm trying to zoom out in my mind and visualize what it might be. I mean, I can't do that. It'll always be an imaginary thing.
Yeah.
Unless, I go myself
you build your own
personally,
rocket ship.
and I can do that personally, which is, it's not likely.
But,
at the same time, I'm trying to discern. I'm trying to discern that, and that's it. It always goes to space or some stuff. I'm just here, walking on the beach, walking on the hill, looking around, and thinking, yeah, but it isn't flat, is it? So where is that flat bit that this baseline is referred to? Where is it? Did God have a theodolite when he set this up?
I've resolved it down to this. I can either believe one of two camps, or I can disregard both camps and set out to find out myself.
You've done that.
And I can set out to find myself by setting off, walking in the direction of the North Pole until I've completely circumnavigated the North and South Poles and ended up back at the North Pole and gone, oh, I've not deviated in my course.
You're just talking imaginometry though, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're just imagining that that's a possibility, that's what will happen when you get there. When you get to this supposed North Point, what are you going to do when you get there? Where is North now?
Well, you take a bearing from your previous direction of travel You use a complete 360-degree
South.
opposite bearing, so you continue in a straight line. So eventually you start. Yeah, you'll
at
head
north.
You're at north, and you'll be continuing in a straight line. So in a flat way, you'd be continuing north. But
You're at
because
north. How can you
if
go
you're
more,
at a globe,
north?
you would be heading south.
Wherever north is, how can you go more north than north is?
Well, if you're on a flat plane, you will never reach north because you'll always be heading north until
So
you
there is
hit
no north.
until you hit a point you can no longer go north. And the only
Yeah, but then it's
direction you can
south.
go is south, east or west.
Yeah, so there is no north then. Once you get to north, there's no more north. There's only south. There's no east or west. There's only south.
Yeah. But if you can continue walking,
yeah, I think you
heading
should stick with
south.
Jesus. Honestly, you said you'd found the truth in Jesus. Well, that might be up the middle of the road, and if that's your truth, I think it's probably a safer belief than this one.
The thing is,
It's just all imagination. You just got to imagine, haven't you? Go to this place they said was there. Who said it was there? Who told you it was there in the first place?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know most of this stuff about the globe until the flat Earth story told me it was that.
Yeah. Go visit Antarctica. Okay, yeah. Oh, you're
that's
not allowed.
another one of those. Yeah, that's another one of those stories that I was told. I don't know. I'm not going to Antarctica. I can imagine. I can believe. I'm looking for a bit more than the belief. Same as if I went to church and it was Jesus' church and the preacher said something to me that was like contradictory or not doesn't sound right to me. I might ask him a question. Then he might not like it. And then he might excommunicate me from the church and say, "Don't come back here anymore." And shit, where's Jesus gone? Jesus away now.
Have you thought about ways that you could easily, inexpensively, or not so easily, or not so inexpensively, set about finding out?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the closest I've got to it is a water level. And other people know far more about that as well because, But when I think about that and imagine that, I think, now we have something we can measure something with. In reality, not out in space, not in a drone that's flying up and high enough to see this or entropy or any of that stuff because that's just nuh-uh. Just look at something simple, something here between us. I can go to somebody over there and say, hey, just go over there. We'll measure this from here. Does it make sense? Is it flat? Is it curving? Is it up? Is it down? Are horizontals all parallel? Are all perpendiculars to the horizontal? Are they parallel? Is that so? And how does that relate to the picture I've just been told? How does that relate to that? Because I can't go to space. No good giving me lasers or imagining something from behind the sun or anything like that, or something that some guy years ago may well have been coerced, paid, or whatever, I don't know, into saying this because it suited some system. I haven't got a clue. They were in reality then, as we are in reality now, doing the same thing. What the hell's going on? What is this? Who am I? Where am I? Some of these things are helpful. They point you in the right direction, but they're not all places to stay in and say, this is where the hill I'm going to die on. And so I'm at this place where there isn't a hill I'm dying on yet. Feels like it would be good to have one, just that kind of feeling. I don't know. If you got to that place where you thought this is it, if you felt fulfilled as I imagine you ought to, I don't know whether you will, but simple stuff, just a water level tells me that, it's not spherical, but it also tells me it's not flat. That's the thing. So this claim about this flatness is I'm trying to find out where that is, this flat bit that nobody can see or show me. or tell me where it is, or it's just a kind of an imagined idea. I'm looking out there, it looks pretty flat over there, it must all be flat. It must be like this, in which case it goes out to this distance, it's that far, there's something out there in the distance they tell me is there, it's around, it's ice, it's this, it's that. Oh, that's just, 5 loaves and 2 fishes, isn't it?
Mm.
So I was just trying to keep things simple, really. That's a bit
Yeah.
far. I've gone a bit far there, beyond the water level. Shouldn't have gone there, really.
The simplistic view would be in a featureless landscape. As far as the eye could see, it would draw a circle around you and describe an arc above you. That's where you get the 360-degree hemisphere from. That's your arc of vision. And sailors out at sea, yeah, they would see nothing but flatness, wouldn't they?
Well, it's looked like that when I've been on a ship, but that's just in my field of view and perception.
Yeah.
I didn't think about it before. I didn't. When I was on the ship, I wasn't thinking about that. In my subconscious somewhere over there, I imagined that it curved away from me.
Yeah.
I didn't think it. I didn't know that.
Further until it hits land,
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just an imagined idea, really, and it was kind of waking myself up to thinking, oh, shit, man, who put that there? What else has been put there? What else? What can I prove that is actually provable within the reality that I exist in? Not SpaceX, not Einstein, or any of those people. Just me, because that's all I got. And my interactions with people, or my interactions with my reality. And then the rest is imagined. I don't know. Maybe further along the road, there's some massive insight. Because I heard a preacher the other day saying that God had opened the heavens to him. He sat in his room and opened the heavens to him, and he saw God. He saw the light. He saw this overpowering energy. But he said not totally overpowering. Not it would subdue you. He saw the Trinity, and he closed the door. And he was talking to a load of flat earthers, and they never questioned him. But if he'd have said anything about gravity or space or Michelson-Morley or whatever, they'd have grilled him to the nth degree. They just went, hallelujah, brother. There you go. Slammed the door. Then he said that later some woman came into a church, a friend of his wife's. She was a beautiful singer, and somehow she lost her voice. She couldn't sing anymore. And her husband, who's a guitarist, they used to go around preaching. And she came into the church, she said. She came up the aisle, and I saw her. And she had this purple hand around her throat with long claws. And I knew that she was being possessed by a demon. And I cast that demon out. And she could sing again. Praise the Lord. And they all went, yeah, whoa, hey, brother. Flat earthers. So, belief is a powerful thing, yeah. Online, you can watch it yourself. Surf the Yodel debate, the great biblical flat earth debate. Go and watch the post show with Odell and the flat earth crew. Because I don't know, that doesn't represent me. Neither does Caleb represent me. But for some people, those people represent the flat earth. From the outside, if you were on the outside and you were looking in and you were just Googling, looking for flat earths the first time, or anybody, and you didn't know, you think, shit, they're Nazis. They're pretty right, far, evangelist Christians or something. You wouldn't go and look there. Yeah. Or if you are an evangelist Christian, you might go, yeah, they're for me, they're my people, I'll hang on with them. So, bit of a strange place to be. But it's not somewhere I'm going to hang my hat on just because the glitterati of the flat earth are there. banging their Bible and telling me that that's that's right and that's what I should believe in, and this is where it says so in the Bible. That isn't enough. Not for me. It might be for other people. They're fine. They can do what they want. But like I say, if I had belief, then there's guys used to come around the door, knock on the door. Can we talk to you about the Lord? And well, can we leave you the copy of the Watchtower? And if belief was that, that's what I'd be doing every day, going out with my watchtowers, knocking on doors, hoping I was one of the 144,000 that were going to be saved.
Mm.
That's why he left. The last guy who came, he sold me. There was only I'm pretty sure he said 144,000 are going to be chosen in his paradigm. I said, well, you hope you're going to be one of those, don't you? What are you going to do if you're not? That's not many people, is it?
No.
And he sort of thought about it, and off he went. And he came back, used to chat to me, but not about that anymore. Just used to come and chat. Yeah, it's belief, isn't it? Just believe. Believe what you want. Free world, isn't it? Or is it? Anyway, I was walking out on the front lines this morning, checking the horizon, see if it's moved, and it has moved. Somebody moved it in the night. It's a little bit closer than it was yesterday. I don't know who it is, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. And
What's that?
I was on the beach looking out across the sea at the horizon, and it was moved. Yesterday I could see 20 miles away, and today I can only see, and it's hard to measure distance, but today I could see maybe a mile. And, I could get to the bottom of who moved it in the night, that'd be great. But that was my reality. Anyway, I was walking the dogs. I'm pretty sweaty. I need to have a shower, so I'm just going to have to leave for a bit.
No, right, you take
But
care.
there are some much wiser people here than me, that's for sure. And yeah, I like listening to them. It's interesting.
That's
Have a
it.
good
Yeah.
day, man.
You too.
Sounds like the sort of people you should be having around.
Hey, Sabev.
Yeah, sounds like you got a good heart, man. Yeah. I hope you find the right place for it, It's important.
The fact that there's some topics that seem to be hard to discuss.
Yeah. Oh, there are some topics that people feel uncomfortable discussing. Maybe because they're ashamed of their own thoughts, or maybe they're afraid to articulate it in the wrong way and cause offence. You know? Or these subjects are just incredibly touchy and deserve respect when handling and discussing them.
Yeah, I consider this semantic, you could say. That's more about the law of identity for me. Yeah, that sometimes seems to be one of the topics that people like just try and dismiss by calling semantics, but really, you're just trying to find the identity of the subject that you're wanting to be dealing with.
Yeah.
And these sort of semantic things go round and round in circles in text. Because it can just be like copy and pasted.
Yeah, and with AI chatbots, you can just type in a few keywords and get a 300-page thesis on, whatever it is you want.
I think that in the coming, it's going to be more important to have real conversations because AI is going to get better. You're not going to know who you're talking to soon.
Yeah, face-to-face contact is going to be more valuable because of deep fake technology, AI technology coming into play over a multimedia platform. It's going to be quite horrendous and very, very easy to mislead and deceive people with it. But yeah, social media is having a good go now, trying to catch up. Oh, I'll be right back.
Lost it. Semantics is just like the use of the word. I think you have an argument about semantics, or your argument could be semantical. You start by defining the terms. Agree. Okay. Been good chatting. Gotta go. Catch you later, guys.
George popular. How unpopular? He's so unpopular that. By the way, I love Johnny Carson. Beliefs held by a few. So, of course, we mentioned George Santos's favorable rating, 7%. That's in New York's 3rd district. Nationally, for the other ones, the Earth is flat. 10% of Americans believe the Earth is flat. The U.S. faked the moon landing. Look at that, 12%. So the fact is, George Santos is less popular than a bunch of conspiracy theories that no one should believe. He is below the Mendoza line. You can pretty much get 10% of Americans to agree on anything. But even in New York's 3rd district, you can't get 10% of voters to say that they like George Santos. George Santos is losing to the Earth is flat. So the fact is, George Santos is less popular than a bunch of conspiracy theories that no one should believe.
Voy a la playa, ya subió la marea. No. Ay, ya subió la marea y encontré una paella. Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada metida entre las piedras de Chipiona, del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y adentro la vende paellera. ¡No vale! ¡No vale! ¡Mira dónde llega el agua! ¡Llega el agua hasta el restaurante! ¡Ya subió la marea! Ya va a Sevilla, ya va a Sevilla, que traigo paella.
Anybody on here talking? Just waiting. God 73, you there? Anybody here?
Any of you guys knows? And does anybody here know this Reverse X guy? XX
What's up?
Reverse X.
What about him?
Anybody know this guy?
What about him?
I didn't hear you. What was that?
What about him, Quetz? He was just over at 24/7.
He's been around here, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, is he a troll or what do you guys know about him?
I would say he's an idiot and a troll at the same time, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's been banned a few times from here.
He's trying to make us making baseless claims, basically reversing it back at you when you ask him something, and he's going to say, "Is that a claim? Are
I
you
think
claiming
yes.
that?" So yeah, he will avoid all questions, basically.
Yeah.
Anything that he will claim. Yeah.
Just mark him down as bad faith. He's not here in good faith. In fact, I mean, it was pretty bad. We tried to work with him over there. He's like, "Well, join the politics server then. You're a bad mod." Like, all right, I'm in the politics server, man. What, you're gonna just change your behavior over here all of a sudden?
I mean, I had a talk with him. I gave him a good fucking fair chance, but he kept doing the same shit over and over. So
Yeah,
he went
same
on
here.
mute.
We were in a VC together, one-on-one together for like half hour, like trying to work on it. And he's like, just realized it was just getting off the rails. It actually got to the point where he was just like telling me he's bisexual and all this stuff. Like, all right, dude, you're not actually here for like, you're weird, man. Like, you're weird. I don't think there might be some, not to like just air out dirty laundry. Might actually have some issues, like
Yeah. I think so as well.
I started to realize that it took me a while. I'm like, wow, okay, because way too many contradictions, right? Like, I love linguistics, and then he'd be like, we were talking about he said, well, this is the original premise, right? You guys have probably heard this before. Flat earthers don't take into account like things in the sky, right? He was basically saying like, oh, well, there's stars and moon and the sun, and like you guys think flat earth is like the only thing. Like, that's kind of what his premise was. And I was like, well, I've heard this before. So could you name a resemblance? What is something, name a resemblance. All right, Duncan, do you want to say something?
I think it's hot micing.
No, my dog and there's a loose dog out. My bed. I'm
No
myself.
worries. he was like, yeah. So I was like, name a resemblance between those things and the Earth. And he's like, well, the sky is blue. Like, what? What do you mean the sky is blue? Like you were previously trying to compare two things, the sky, like that's still part of the Earth. So if you were trying to compare the Earth to other things, now the two things are the Earth and the sky that you said flat earthers don't take into account. Like, so anyway, he was like, yeah, but all these things and they all and they, and I'm like, what do you mean they all? You brought up the sky. What are these things you're referring to? He's like, yeah, but the resemblance is the sky is blue and the Earth is blue. I'm like, bro, are you okay? Like, yo, you said flat earthers aren't taking into account these things in the sky. And you said that there is a resemblance between those things and the Earth. When I ask you what those things are, your answer was the sky. The sky is blue.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Wait.
Yeah, go on.
Creation. Like, so you're saying that? Are you saying the sky is part of Earth? Are you a flat earther? I'm sorry, like, because I'm trying to understand what you're.
See, I'll answer your question, but the thing is here, I actually had no argument. I had made no argument here. All I'm doing is this guy.
I'm not saying you're making an argument. I'm honestly just trying to.
I'm a flat earther, but I don't have an argument here. But he was saying that. Well, it's a common thing. It's not just him. It's a common thing that people will say, like, why do flat earthers think the Earth is different than all these other things in the sky? Right? The sun, moon, planets, etc. My rebuttal is almost always the same. Name a resemblance. His answer was, the sky is blue.
Yeah, that's a dumb answer.
That's fucking retarded. And I was like, you said all these things, and he kept referring.
Don't let this man troll you. This man's trolling his ass off.
He's back.
I'm not trying to troll you. I'm not trying to troll you.
No, he's trolling. He kicked me from the server.
Yeah, I did.
I haven't kicked anyone. Are you talking about me or someone else?
He literally kicked me from the server for a personal conversation between him and me.
No, hold on one second.
Oh, he's about to kick me from the channel too.
This is him. This is the guy that said
surprise.
All right. Anyway, I don't want to like just derail from our conversation. So when you say like the things in the sky, all the stars and the moons and like all the planets and everything, you think are part of Earth because we see them in the sky?
Obviously, no, that's not what was said. He's just trolling.
He's not talking to you, Reverse. So, Mr. I Love Linguistics.
No, Creation, I'm talking to you. This is Duncan.
I know. I'm trying to pipe down this Reverse ding dong who thinks he's Creation Bear all of a sudden. But no, I don't think those things are part of. I don't know what those things are, Duncan.
But just because you see them in the sky doesn't mean that they're part of Earth, right?
I'm not saying that, Duncan. I've never said that.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarification.
Okay, I appreciate that clarifying, but that wasn't part of my argument. That wasn't actually didn't have an argument. I was just saying that what he was saying wasn't like it doesn't match. You know, flat earthers aren't saying the sky's not blue or whatever. You know what I mean?
Because this guy, there's another person on here was saying like space is fake. So when he was telling me space is fake, then when we look up at night and we see stars, if space is fake, then those things have to exist on Earth because then we know Earth is real.
Well, I see. This is where I think you guys started to run into problems, where you might have a point, but when you start saying like it has to be this way, it must be like this, then you start running into issues because what you're trying to do is dictate how flat Earth should or would or could be, or.
Only if space is fake. Like that's what I'm saying. Like if someone tells me space is fake, then that entails certain things.
Not what you just said though. Not what you just said though. And specifically not what you just said. Because we don't know what they are, so it doesn't give us information about where they are all of a sudden. You know what I mean?
I get it, but if space is fake,
Yeah.
That means nothing. Then and Earth is real. Nothing exists outside of Earth, or is something like that's what I'm confused about. What's
Well, I would say, Duncan, your head is on straight here. You've got a good spirit, and you're in the
Yeah.
right place. What I would say is that now you're starting to realize that, well, there's like questions start to pop up,
Yeah.
and I would say you're getting there, and I would say, well, I would say get in line, man, because we have questions too. We don't have answers to that.
Okay. But
Well, it's like, well, no one knows what the stars are, so we can't say, well, they are there. They are they're right there. It's like, well, first of all, what is they? What are they specifically?
right.
It's not
So
like
for
they go from
example,
burning balls of gas. Really quickly, it's not like they go from burning balls of gas millions and millions of miles away to still burning balls of gas. Now they're super close. Like that's not what happens.
I'm not
It goes
saying that's
from a.
what you're saying. No, I'm not saying
I'm
that's
just,
what
I'm
you're
just
saying.
adding that in. I'm adding that in, but go ahead.
Okay, so like for example, like I see clouds in the sky, but
Yeah.
I don't think clouds are in space. I think they're part of Earth's atmosphere. That's
Right.
what I think. When I see the stars, the sun, the moon, I don't think they exist in Earth's atmosphere. I think they exist in space. That's what
Right.
I think. But if space is fake, this is my next question. Is there nothing outside of Earth and Earth is all there is and those are just lights in the sky? It's the same as if like it's a cloud, like it's somewhere in the sky inside the Earth's atmosphere, or are they outside of it?
But I already answered that, sort of, Duncan. Remember, it doesn't go from these things are in space to now these things are now close. It goes from, well, we thought it was these things in space to, well, we don't know what those things are. Right? That's number one. We don't know what we don't know
We can at
what.
least agree that there is something. Like you do see a star.
Yeah, of course,
There
of
is
course.
something.
Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a physical object or some type of like thing in the way that you would think of like things, right? So, and then you're kind of asking the right questions, like, well, is it in the earth? Is it out there? Is it shining through? Like, what's going on there? And I would say, bro, that's why I said earlier, get in line because we have questions too. I don't know. Like, flat Earth isn't answers to life's mysteries. Like, we just were born here and we live here. I didn't make the earth. So if I wanted to know what those things are, how do stars work, I might probably address that to whoever I think made the earth. Like if you have a creator or if you believe in a god, like go ask them, bro, because I don't have that answer. I don't think any man or woman is going to be able to like look up in the sky and tell you what that is and what's going on there specifically. So
Well, I think there's lots of people that actually do tell us what they are.
yeah, I know, but
I think
they're
men
not.
I think men can actually look up at the sky, study it, and declare things about what they are. I think
But
that we can do that.
That's all they're doing is declaring things. They don't know, like they don't have any additional information that you don't have, Duncan. Okay, and that's important to realize. Is like
they do. Like there's a lot.
No,
I don't
hold
know
on.
that
Let's
other
walk
people
through.
do.
Let's walk through why they don't. Because you and I, if you and I are standing shoulder to shoulder, and then we grab one of those quote experts who you think knows, right? All three of us were looking up at the sky.
Right.
What does he have that you don't have? Or what can he offer you?
He has equipment. He has different things.
Well,
If
okay,
he-
so his equipment though, what is his equipment allowing him to do that you don't have the ability to do? Because we're just looking at it, right? So his equipment would be something maybe like a telescope. So the telescope just allows him to just continue to look at it, maybe with some enhanced vision, but that doesn't tell him what it is. It doesn't give him extra information just by
No,
looking.
studying it over long periods of times and look and like seeing the observations change over time.
Okay,
And
but
then,
that's still Duncan. That's still looking, right? Now, so now if okay,
but
fine,
it's
all
looking
three of
for an
us.
extended
all right,
period of time.
all
It's
right,
not
great.
just like,
All
let's
right,
go
we can camp out.
let's go
Me and you,
outside
we can
one
camp
night.
out. All three of us, we're gonna camp out, stargazing for 3 years straight. We got the dough, we're retired, we're just gonna camp out, all of us. We're gonna spend the same amount of time looking. That doesn't give you the information that they're gonna come and declare to you. So what I'm trying to, the reason why I'm walking you through this is because they don't have access to anything further that you don't. Yes, they might have some tools and they can look at it with spectrometer and these other things, but they ain't got extra. Those things don't whisper into their ear what those things are. So you
But
have,
but they do give them more information about what they are.
no, they don't. Because what they're doing is what they're doing, my friend, is they're only coming here and they're going to attach stories to these things. Like you said, they declare. The declaration and the story is the same thing.
Yeah, like I declare I see a red shift in, like, why is that not, like, it's an observation that they've made.
Okay, well, let's walk through that. Red shift.
I
what is
declare
that?
I see the sun rise in the morning in the east, and I declare that I see it set in the west through
That doesn't-
observation. I'm making a
doesn't tell you-
declaration based off of my observations.
But that doesn't tell you what the sun is.
That alone doesn't.
All
But
right.
like,
So what
when
does?
you learn multiple different things, when you make these observations and you keep learning more and more, then you can make more informed declarations about what they are.
But that's that's being a little bit vague. So if we're gonna go down that road, I would probably try to go through them specifically. All right, so step one was, or maybe not step one, but one thing was we see the sun do what it does, but that hasn't given us any information really. So then what else gives us information? Because this thing is an unknown. So I know people tell you they know what it is, but I'm just trying to reveal that they don't. They don't. They just have a story that you have and I have too. Ain't nobody out here is going to be able to offer you anything other than a regurgitation of the same stories that we were all raised on. That's what they can offer you. You could offer that too. I can offer that. But that's not what we're looking for. Just to repeat what the story is that we were told. I want to know what the sun is really. But how do I come to know that? Well, it's probably not going to just be asking around to other people on the earth who also don't know. I don't think anyone, how would you know that just by looking at it? You see? So, I mean, one of the quotes that I heard.
Would you be able to say that, like, you can make observations to, like, disprove certain things? Like, if someone were to say, I see the sun rise in the west and set in the east, you would be like, well, when I observe it, like, you're wrong. Like, here, like, look at this observation. It's actually rising in the east and setting in the west. You can use observations to disprove other people's statements, right?
I get what you're saying, but but the only issue here is what people will try to do with that is they'll say, well, we know it's not this, or we know it's not that, or we know it's like, well, all you're doing is putting up an idea of what you think it could be and then saying it's not what your idea, which isn't very helpful anyway.
Well, I think disproving people's ideas is helpful. I mean,
But no one's offering ideas. That's
part
the
of
thing.
science. That's what the whole peer review thing is. Someone comes up with a hypothesis, they come up with an experiment, they test it, they come up with like this theory, and then other scientists actively work to disprove that, to test it. So, like, I think that's relevant. I think that's actually a good thing.
Speaking in vague terms pains me a lot, but I don't know. I don't know where to go with this because no one's doing science on like the sun or anything like that.
I disagree. I think they are.
Okay.
I think people study the sun all the time.
But this is why I think this is what one thing the server could get better at. Let me not just go down that route. Science is something very specific, right? And
No.
so not everything. Wait, what?
I don't think science is very specific. I think there's lots of, like, science is very general. There's lots. Yeah.
No, dude, no. See, this is where we get into issues because for years we were told flat earthers are science deniers, or we're denying science. And science proves things, and we know that because of the body of science, and et cetera, right? Now, all of a sudden in 2023, when flat earthers are like, well, here's what science is. all of a sudden now science is like LGBTQAI. Like now science can be whatever it wants. Oh
No,
no, just a monkey putting his
whatever
head
it
in a
wants.
fire. That's science.
Not whatever it wants. I don't think that.
No, well, I'm saying it can't be anything other than
I don't.
what it is, which is like we're talking about this when we're talking about science. We're talking about natural science, which would be adhering to the scientific method, right? So you brought up some key terms there: hypothesis, experiment. That would fall into the category of science. Now, when we're talking about like the sun, that doesn't fall into that category because you can't really set up a valid hypothesis where you have an independent variable that you can vary and manipulate. And that applies to, okay, well, why don't you offer me an independent variable that I can input into my hypothesis that I can vary and manipulate. That is the
Okay, so this is a very.
Hold on one second.
All right, this is going to be very basic. This is going to be very basic because I was having an
Before
argument.
you answer, I want to make sure it's super clear because what we're looking for is a valid, right, hypothesis, which would include an independent variable, which would be your supposed cause, something that you're going to need to vary and then manipulate to determine the effect.
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead.
So I was in here the other day when I was trying to ask if the sun gives off heat, and I couldn't get a very clear answer. And this is my experiment. You have a thermometer, you put it in the sun, you read the temperature, then you put it in the shade. It goes down in temperature. Therefore, the sunlight gives off heat. Is
Really
that an
quickly.
experiment about the sun?
Well, let's go through it. So, what is your hypothesis? We need a valid hypothesis with independent variable.
The sun gives off heat.
That's not a valid hypothesis. So, let's start with your naturally occurring
How is
phenomenon.
that not a valid hypothesis?
Well, because because a valid hypothesis requires an independent variable, something that you would vary and manipulate, right? You need your dependent variable as well. So, what is let's start with our dependent variable. What is the effect that we're observing?
The temperature and the mercury in the thermometer heating up and therefore
That's
reading
not a
human
naturally occurring phenomenon. So that's not a naturally occurring phenomenon, which would make it not a valid hypothesis. So do you want to, like, we're going to need an actual valid dependent variable first. So we need a naturally occurring phenomenon. A thermometer is a man-made thing, right? So that's not a naturally, you don't walk up upon a thermometer in reality in nature and go, I wonder how that happened. Let's find out the cause for this thermometer.
The sun is the natural thing.
So the sun is the effect. All right. So now we're going to look for the cause of the sun.
The sun is not the effect. The sun is the natural thing.
Okay. No, hold on. We're looking for the natural. Hold on. It's not the natural thing. It's the naturally occurring phenomenon that we are observing. So what would that be? Because that would be the effect we're looking for.
Temperature increasing.
That's not a naturally occurring phenomenon that you observe.
How is it not? Like when you walk outside in the morning, when the sun rises up,
what does that? Because you have to use all right. Well, tell me how you observe, right? Because it's something you're looking around the reality to find out. Oh, I see something happening, and I want to determine. I want to determine how or why this is happening. For example, you see water boiling, maybe out of like a geyser or something. I don't know. You see water boiling, and you're like, I wonder why that's happening. Right? That's an effect you see in real time in reality. I don't think you really go around and quote observe temperature change the way you just said it. Right? You're not a thermometer. Like I know you're trying to say the thermometer observes that change, but that's not a naturally occurring phenomenon in the way that you go around. I see this phenomenon, and I want to know why this happens. I don't think that would be valid for our hypothesis here.
I think also too. Like when the sunshine, I feel hotter. When I go into the shade, I feel cooler.
Cool. That's just something you notice. It doesn't necessarily mean that's science.
I'm not saying that all by itself is science.
Okay, well, you did bring up experimentation and hypothesis, so
So this is my hypothesis. The sun light gives off heat. That's my hypothesis.
It's not a
How do
valid
we-
hypothesis, sir. This isn't science. That's what I'm trying to help you understand. Like when we just
How
say
is
like,
that not-
well, because science requires these variables. It has to be part of the scientific method. We can't go Gordon Ramsay and start deconstructing the scientific method and you have little bits and pieces of it separately. It's the method. It goes together. Step one.
Why don't you tell me what the scientific method is?
Yeah, well, I was just telling you. Step one, you need a naturally occurring phenomenon, right? Step two, you formulate your hypothesis, right? You would need an independent variable, something that you're going to vary and manipulate. That's your supposed cause, right? Then you have your dependent variable. That's the effect you're trying to determine the cause for. Now, when it comes to the sun, you're not
I'm getting
going
a
to
phone
be
call.
All right,
I'm sorry.
problem.
I gotta go.
No problem. Shout out to him though. Good dude. Holy. All right, reverse round two. What do you think, buddy? Do you think we can have a conversation like me and this last guy, or what? Apparently, I'm a bad mod with mod abuse powers. I totally abused that last guy. Modded the shit out of him. What up, Stacy? How are you?
Hello. I've had the awesomest night. Do you mind if I randomly just rant about how cool tonight was?
Please save us.
Well, me and my friend went, I guess, sort of stargazing, and we were just watching the stars, and it looked like a light show tonight because there was so many of the. I mean, I guess you can't really say they're moving stars, but moving bits of light in the sky, which I think in the old they used to probably just refer to them as meteorites. Like you have the meteorite cycles where you can calculate when there's going to be like a meteorite shower, which doesn't quite make sense if like they're all meant to just randomly come to Earth. So anyway, I digress. And we ended up seeing near Orion, which is one of the constellations, there was like a trail of 4 different lights just following each other in a straight line, like as if it was like a ducklings following their mum or something, as to just make an analogy. But I've never seen anything like that before. Just like a line of 5 stars going straight and just or whether they're stars or not, lights in the sky moving straight, and they certainly weren't anything like aeroplanes. They were definitely a phenomena of the sky, or so I think. So it was amazing. I had the best time.
You know what Globies would say back to that, right?
Satellites.
Starlink.
Starlink.
Are you familiar with that?
That's the thing Elon Musk is trying to put in the sky, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, basically exactly what you described, the line of lights or whatever. I feel like I don't know if I've seen this in person, personally, but yeah, I just know that Globies would be like, that's Starlink. Like, okay, whatever. Not that I believe that. I'm just saying that I just know what they would say.
Yeah, I mean,
But, that must have been really tricky though, for real.
yeah, it was crazy. I'm gonna have to email the Perth Observatory and say, hey, tell me what happened then, because they might be able to tell me a thing or two. But I think it was just part of a meteorite shower would be my guess.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I have this app which a flat earther made, and it sort of just shows what they call them aerolite stuff, but that's just them referring to meteorite showers, and it tells you at what times, like from like November 10th to December 10th or something, there's the northern Taurids and stuff. And so I did look at that, and it shows you a constellation whereabouts the activity is, and it actually did seem to be around that place where all the movements seem to be. So it's starting to make me think, maybe it is part of like that meteorite cycle thing. But I haven't really looked into it that much, but I'm slowly getting some evidence, I guess.
Nice. Yeah, man. I mean, I think stargazing and stuff like that, I don't think enough people really do that. Because that's when you notice weird stuff like this. I've seen weird stuff too that I don't exactly know how to explain. It's not like I can just run to the VC and be, guys, what is that, guys? Expecting you guys to know what it is either. Like, so I often wonder how many globies do this, because I feel like if they spent more time observing the moon and the stars and stuff like that, they probably would be. I don't know. They might feel some of the things that you feel as a flat earth, that mystery. But I don't think I think they're more comfortable with just kind of believing things are the way they're told, as opposed to going out and experiencing like the mystery of like, well, the new moon, like what's going on there, and a shooting star, what is that? And the things you saw, what's going on there? Like you don't really get to experience that type of mystery if you go around believing like what mainstream's telling you, you know? Um, don't
Yeah, the
worry,
world.
it's all Starlink.
Yeah, the world's turned into like such an open-ended world now that I don't have to pretend that it's just whatever science.com tells me.
Science.com. Yeah.
I don't know. Something
I
like
mean,
that.
that sounds about right. Sounds spot on, honestly. So, reverse. Why are you acting shy? Because you were saying I need to go to the politics server and learn how to debate. So, where the smoke at? Yeah, that's what I thought.
What were you talking to him about?
I don't even know if he knew what was going on, but homeboy said the common thing that like, you know, how come there's like planets and the moon and stars and you flat earthers like don't think that matters? Like you think the earth is the only thing, or why don't you take into account these other objects and things like that, right? It was that type of line of logic. And obviously we've heard this many, many times before. So I've had an easy way to respond to that. I've come up with on my own. I just simply ask people to name a resemblance, right? If those things are so like the earth, then how? Name some resemblances and give us start with one resemblance. And he's like, well, the sky is blue. I'm like, but you said you're comparing the earth to some other things. So you're comparing the earth and the sky now? Yeah, but these things and they all are different. And you said these things and they all are different, but then you brought up the sky being blue. So I don't know. I'm starting to think that homeboy is like maybe is slightly confused or something. I'm not sure, but that was my original objection, but it just turned into a shitstorm. Oh, you're a horrible moderator, and you don't know how to debate properly. I'm like, well, someone who knows how to debate properly probably would know how to say things that are coherent. You know, all these things doesn't really connect with the sky. I don't really refer to the sky as all these things, or they all behave like they're all different. How can you be referring to the sky as in when you say they're all different? Like this is horrible. And homeboy was like, "Oh, you're bad at linguistics, and I love language and linguistics." Well, if that were true, maybe you would actually know how to speak English. So I don't know. It was just a little bit of a shitstorm, but that's how it started. That flat earthers don't take into account these other things. But my point was that there is no reason to take them into account, really, because number one, it's not like we know what they are, which was what we talked about with the last guy. I forget his name, Denver or something. We talked about that with him, how we don't know what they are. And number two, there's no resemblance. Okay, so even if I give you like, and I tried to help him out, I was like, okay, so by blue, like, okay, well, let's just say Neptune. We see Neptune, right? Neptune's blue. Then what? That compares to what? The ocean? Like, okay, so how is that a resemblance? but they're the same color. Okay, well, if I go out into the world and I see like a blue jay fly across the sky and I just happen to be wearing a blue shirt, like, am I a blue jay? Should I start comparing myself to a blue jay just because we both are wearing blue? I don't think that's I don't think that's intelligent. So I addressed that. No, but I did tell you a resemblance. I said it was blue. Like, okay, but that's not really a resemblance between the earth and these quote things in the sky. So that's kind of how it all started, but it just turned into goddamn chaos, bro. You suck at debating. Join the debate server. So I don't know why you acting shy now. All of a sudden, Reverse. Where you at? You were talking big and bad over there. Oh, join the politics server if you really are about that life. Well, here I am.
Yeah, this is the first time I am in this politics server. I think it wasn't letting me go in because it was like, oh, verify your phone or something like that. But I didn't have to, and now it's randomly working. So here I
Yep.
am.
Nice. W. Pretty sure that's how it worked for me too. Because I know how people had that issue at first, that it requested like a phone number and stuff like that, and it let me slide through. But yeah, I think I had already maybe confirmed it or something. So, but yeah, man. I mean, see, this is what happens. We barely get to even talk flat Earth. Notice how in all those things I said about our previous discussion, not one time was flat Earth discussed. Why? Because we have to address these goofballs and the things that they say. So he's like, "Oh, you're a horrible moderator." Really? I'm honestly that is probably what a good moderator should do. When someone says something incorrect and you help them out and correct them, sounds like that's something a good moderator would do. I didn't even add my own like, you don't even know my stance on the earth or anything. So I don't know. It sounds like good moderation if you ask me, but sounds like you're just a hater. Reverse.
I think you're a pretty decent moderator, if I do say so myself.
Shucks, thanks, Stacy.
Part of the echo chamber.
So anyway, you invited me over here, Reverse, and now you're all quiet. So that's a bit funny, but
Come on,
weird.
Reverse, speak up. I want to hear your voice.
Yeah, we can't all be mean, right? Ay.
Oh, recently I was thinking about I guess when talking to people about the flat earth, and I guess sometimes I hesitate from calling myself a flat earther, and I sort of worked out the main reason behind this. And so my epiphany was, at least to make an analogy, like if we say the earth is a globe, we're making the positive claim, just as if we say that Santa is real, we're making the positive claim. And so if I just use the Santa example, if you like if a Glober or a Santa believer, they end up, because they believe Santa exists, therefore they're Santa believers, and that's their label. And so they slap a label onto the people who challenge them for thinking Santa exists, and then they call them, these people, anti-Santaras. And so I feel like the term flat earth is akin to saying I'm an anti-Santara, because I'm just challenging the positive claim, but it's a weaponized term and everything. So that sort of settled in my mind, and I thought, yes, that's exactly what's going on. So, because we don't really make a claim of the earth, at least not in its entirety. We can only locally measure. And it could be flat entirely, but who is to say? So to have a label ex earther is probably a label no one can really substantiate. So I'm an anti-Santara.
I really like that. But for sake of content, I'll push back. I'll give you some smoke, Stacy. So I do agree though that we're probably all just earthers, really. Like to put flat earth is to for some people even confuses them. But I would say that the term is intentional. Like the red pill, effect that like if you've seen the movie Matrix, when you take that red pill, right, you have this reaction to it, and it's strong, and we see that reaction from people when they even get a whiff of the flat pill. They start having this reaction. I think that's intentional. And yeah, I know that it's like a trigger term, or what is it, a loaded term or whatever. And I agree with that. But I would say part of that is that red pill effect. And so I do agree that it can be frustrating to deal with, because you'll run into people who will be like, flat earth is dumb. And I'll ask them, well, what is flat earth? And they'll just say, well, flat. And I'll be like, well, saying blue is blue isn't really answering what blue is. X is X isn't the answer to what is X on a math question or whatever. You know what I mean? So we need to know the value of X, not just repeating what it is. And so when they're like, yeah, flat is flat, it just shows they don't know what it is. And so, yeah, it is frustrating to deal with that. But at the same time, like I said, it does have that sort of red pill effect, which I think is intentional. So I like that term, flat earth, like, and I guess one more area to push back on too is that, because
Yeah,
flat for a lot of people. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I use it colloquially, but I guess because I guess learning about the flat Earth has made me more aware of the words I use and trying to be more semantic. So it's just a balance between when to just be a bit colloquial and when to care more about semantics. So it's just a give and take.
True. That is a good point too. I feel the same way, where I've had to like balance, like, if I'm talking to someone on the street and they say the word theory, like, do I really need to tell them like that, like, that's not really a theory? Nah, I get it. So but yeah, honestly though, like, I'll stand on the word flat. I'll stand on that 10 toes down, because I know a lot of people think like, oh, if you say flat, it must mean smooth and stuff like that. And there's hills, so it can't be flat. But like, the way I see it, and I use the analogy for like, a floor with any kind of rug. You can put down any rug. Really, it doesn't matter whether it's a rug or not. You put down anything on the floor, whether it's a rug or a damn, anything, the floor doesn't become curved now all of a sudden. And so that's kind of the way I look at the earth. Of course, it has hills and things in it, but it doesn't make the earth now, curved or spherical or anything like that. So, but in general, I do agree. But for sake of argument, yeah, that's where I would push back on. It's like, because I have had people say like, no, like, we shouldn't say we're flat earthers. It's like, you can say it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like with the event I'm organizing, I'm dubbing it the Flat Earth Meetup. So, it's just a common term which brings people together and sometimes just annoys people, but oh well.
Yeah, it definitely has that annoying effect for people too. But I think like that's part of the frustration and it's like the risk reward, because the risk is that they'll hear it, they'll think it's stupid and never really look into it. But the reward is that once they come in thinking it's something really stupid and childish, once they realize it's not that, I think there's a reward to be had there somewhere. But it does take the person to realize that what they were presented with in terms of flat earth at the beginning doesn't really match what they'll come out with at the end. So yeah, it is a risk reward using the term flat earth for sure. It definitely has that red pill effect for people. Some people, they ain't gonna take it, you know what I mean? No matter what. We know that not everyone's cut out for the quote red pill, even just in the theme of the movie, right? You're gonna have your blue pill folks, metaphorically. And so I would say that kind of applies here as well. Some people ain't gonna take the flat pill, you know what I mean? So, and then the ones that try to or whatever, like, they're gonna have their little reaction first, so they got to be able to accept and handle that reaction because it is quite visceral. It's a tough pill to swallow, as they say. Where do you think that came from? You know, so. Yep, but no reverse. He's shy now, huh? Yeah, acting shy. I want to learn how to debate, bro. You were supposed to teach me how to debate or something.
I'll teach you how to debate. Just throw in a lot of ad homs and just don't let the flat earthers finish their sentences.
Yeah, it sounds about right. That actually proves the globe if you do it right.
Exactly. I wish I could bring everyone here to sit with me under the stars, because it's such an amazing night to watch the stars tonight.
What time is it over there?
What time is it? Let me check. It is about 10 o'clock p.m. And there's not a cloud in sight. The sky's so clear, and I've seen so much movement in the sky and a handful of shooting stars. Or shooting
Wow.
stars so far.
Damn, you said a handful of them. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Probably like 3,
Y'all got some
which
clear
is, I
skies
guess,
tonight?
not really much of a handful.
I'm guessing you got some pretty decently clear skies out there tonight.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm a bit out of like the city light, so I do get to see a bit more. And yeah, just super clear. And I guess it may just also be to do with the temperature, humidity, and everything just becoming perfect because it's not always this clear. Or maybe
Yeah.
sometimes I'm just like busy not looking at the stars, but it seems pretty special tonight.
You know what? It's funny you say that. I feel like I had the same experience today, and it's weird because it's been a little bit gray and rainy, but the overnight last night, so clear, so clear. Like it was a weird and I don't know, it just seemed something. It seemed a little bit more clear than usual for some weird reason. So I wonder. It makes me think. I wonder how much of the Earth experiences that at once, or if it's just pockets of that. But yeah, very clear over here too. At least last night. And welcome Egusan to the panel.
Welcome.
Egusan.
Hello.
What's good, G?
You know, everything, I guess. Waking up another day.
That's good. That's good. What brings you around like the flat Earth stuff?
There's 11 people in here, most of them muted.
That's why you
Yeah, I'm
joined?
here.
I'm here because I assumed there wouldn't be too much chaos.
Yeah, it's pretty chill at the moment.
Excellent.
No, but why do you come around? Just out of curiosity.
New information.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha. How long have you been coming around the topic?
This topic?
Yeah.
Since it became a topic.
For me, that was 2017. What year was that for you?
I believe it was only made an official BC topic in this server like 5 months ago.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got you. Okay. Cool. All right. What kind of quote new information have you come across so far?
I suspect that you may think I meant information in regard to the topic.
Yeah, I
The
did.
information I speak of is not in regard to the topic.
Okay, gotcha. Well, when I said why do you come around flat earthers or flat earth, that's what I'm trying to get at. So if your answer was new information, then what is it now?
Well, it's still information. I glean all kinds of information. I'm gleaning information from you right now. I'm
All
building
right. So when
a
I ask
profile of
you,
you, and yeah.
so if I were to ask you what information have you gleaned from flat earth, like you feel like you can answer that then, surely.
From this VC right now, I've gleaned that you.
No, for the 5 months that you've been here, Egg.
I don't come in here every day. I've
Well,
been here long. I've
and
been on
that's
the
it. You're
server
here
longer
every
than 5 months.
day.
I've been
Man,
on the
what is this
server
weevil
longer than
stuff?
5 months. I come to the server almost every day.
Okay, I know. Well, you said you've only
This VC
recently.
I'm not often in because it's usually packed with people and no real discussion is happening. There's just a lot of yelling.
No real discussions happening right now because you're
Yes.
not
Well,
answering my
yes.
question. I'm just trying to get at what is it about flat Earth that's got you poking your nose around? That's what I'm trying to get to.
I figured. As I'm kind of explaining, it's nothing in particular. It's just here, right? If this was any other VC named anything else with 10 people, most of them muted, I would have joined it, you know. I don't mind talking about the topic, but I don't know. I'm not invested in it particularly, not
You don't
emotionally.
have to be. That's all right. You don't. I know that's good. You don't want to be emotionally invested or tied to um, a worldview that may or may not be, you know, valid. You know, able to be validated. But no, it's just interesting to me, right? Because flat Earth is one of those subjects. It's not your average subject. People have a really interesting reaction to it in different ways. And so I'm always curious when people like because I hang out mostly in a flat earth server. So when people join, I'm always curious, like, were you typing and looking for flat earth or did it come on your feed? Did you have a friend? What's got you kind of because I always joke around about how the flat earth is sort of out in the sticks. It's in the boonies. It's not like a Starbucks on every block. And so it's
Yeah.
not something you just like trip and fall into accidentally or like, oops, I just happened to be here. Like you sort of have to
Well,
like make your way there
okay,
intentionally.
I can
And
give
so
you a
I'm
little
just
bit
yeah.
of
All right,
yeah,
cool, cool.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
can give you a little bit. The first time I ever heard about flat Earth as an idea was when I was like 6 years old and I was watching a documentary about Marco Polo and his trip to the Orient. And in that same documentary, they talked about Christopher Columbus and his crossing of the Atlantic Ocean and the differences in how they account for certain things and star movements and so on and so forth. And basically, I had learned that Marco Polo had believed in a flat Earth and how all of his navigation techniques were still working out, even though he believed in a flat Earth. And Christopher Columbus didn't, in fact, believe in a flat Earth. Privately, he believed in a spherical Earth, and that's how his navigation system worked. Was he assumed that the Earth was spherical in some way, and yet they both got kind of to where they wanted to go. Actually, really, Marco Polo got where he wanted to go better than Christopher Columbus had gotten where he wanted to go, and I had thought that that was interesting for a little while, but I didn't really think much more about it. It didn't affect me too much in what I was interested in. Then probably 3 years ago, actually it was almost 4 years ago now. I used to work in a warehouse, and there was a bunch of guys there who all who all talked about flat Earth for some reason, like out in the open, and just had a very uh, a whole lot of candid and unpopular opinions, and it was very refreshing to be in that group of people because a lot of them, well, they just all weren't afraid to sort of say stuff, and there was all kinds of very interesting conversations that would happen in a warehouse of all places that you would never imagine. Just kind of doing your job. Warehouses are places that nobody looks at. Warehouses are places that nobody. You're not dealing with any customers. You're not really dealing with anything like that, and so it's a very like it's a weirdly open environment, and all those guys were very open, and the women who worked there as well, and it was very interesting. So I heard more about it then, and ever since then I've heard more about it. It seems to have become far more popular among uh, people with generally less. Well, I don't know how to group these people, but there are groups of people who have unpopular opinions, and within those groups of people with unpopular opinions, this opinion has become more and more. This discussion has become more and more um, invasive.
Yeah, it definitely the Overton window has certainly shifted to where it's a lot less taboo than it used to be. It definitely was, even just 5 years ago, was a bit more of a taboo topic. Now it's something that people still react to, but it's more common to be people will hear it a lot more than they had maybe just 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. So yeah, all right,
It
gotcha.
was really funny actually when I worked in that warehouse. There was a really funny incident that really stuck out in my mind, which was uh, there were 3 co-CEOs of the company that I used to work for, and 2 of them had there had been manpower issues, and so they had both volunteered to work in the warehouse at different points. And funny enough, there was like a flat Earth conversation going on when one of them is a very like hippie dude. He literally wore jeans every day, very much. He played in a rock band. I went to one of his rock concerts. Super chill guy, CEO of the company, also just mainly by happenstance.
Sounds like a
And
dude.
yeah, yeah. And the other guy was like a real business guy, real stick up his butt. And that guy, he came in one day all, dressed like a corporate employee, came in and there's just this funny conversation. These guys like breaking each other's balls about flat earth and a bunch of other stuff. And he comes in and he starts talking like he gets offended about what they're saying about flat earth and basically they all gang up on him and like call him a nerd and like they basically just make fun of him for being a dweeb. And he just kind of gets embarrassed and leaves. And I just thought this was really funny. I was like, man, like I have no idea what this man's salary cap is, right? He's in a position where he's working with a salary cap, and y'all around here making hourly, and you just roasted this corporate guy, and he's gone, and he ran away like a little girl. It was very funny. It was very funny.
Yeah, this topic is really funny how it can have that effect. We just saw this in a debate. I didn't actually watch it. It was 2 religious guys, 2 like priests or something like that, leaders of the church. And he had the same reaction. Stormed off or whatever. But I didn't actually
Yeah.
fully watch it, so.
But yeah, I just woke up and I was perusing through this server to see if there's anything reasonable going on and interesting that I could glean information from.
Just comment. I think the guy we were talking to had to leave, so I just got quiet, and then you joined.
See.
Man, these guys in the chat, Embo, I would prefer if you just join. I don't know if he's listening or not, but like, man, the moving of goalposts and stuff is really frustrating. I'll just read this out. He says, because we often talk about, I think it all stems from the whole reason why flat earthers are like harping on science so much nowadays, because when I first joined the topic, people would say, flat earthers are science deniers and they don't understand science, they deny all the science, etc. But then so we go, okay, well, if you're going to say that about me, like, well, let's actually talk about what science is then. And so, Quetz in the chat posted a few citations for the scientific method. And when we discuss science, we're referring to natural science, which involves testing or experimenting on the natural world. And to do that, you'd have to adhere to the scientific method. And so our friend here starts off the questioning, do flat earthers ever adhere to that method? I said, only, really. And I said, it's the globe folks that try to go Gordon Ramsay and deconstruct the method into bits and pieces. Now, the Gordon Ramsay thing is a reference to, if you're a restaurant, like if you're familiar with food, or if you're a foodie or whatever, there's a fad, kind of a trend thing to do, is to deconstruct dishes. So say you have a
I'm familiar.
Yeah, well, you just have a certain dish, and then you, instead of like a shepherd's pie, right? Very
Mhm.
peas and all these things. Instead of putting it all together, you deconstruct it, so it's all separate now. And so So that's what I said. And he said, well, what's an example? Which is a great, I mean, that's fair. What's an example of Globies doing that? Now, just before you joined, this actually happened in real time. Our discussion was about how not all things fall into the category of science. He was saying that, you know, science is very general and you can kind of, a lot of things fall under the umbrella of science, where I objected to say that it's actually a very specific thing. And if you're not adhering to that method, then you're not really dealing with science. In fact, you'd be dealing with pseudoscience. And so I explained to him what it happened in real time with the person we spoke to. He was trying to sort of apply science to the sun while not adhering to the method. And I gave the example of how he was trying to say, like, I can have a hypothesis without an independent variable. And I said, well, yes, you can. So I guess we'll get into that in a moment. He said, you said that Globers claim you can't have science without a hypothesis, not without an independent variable. See, now this is where it starts to get into like this kind of weaselly, I don't know if you're really here in good faith type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You said Globers claim you can have science without a hypothesis, not without an independent variable. Well, I gave both of those as an example, right? The deconstructed scientific method would involve one being the hypothesis, two being an independent variable. So both of those are involved. It's not, I was just giving you an example there, Embo. So I just wish you would maybe pay attention there. He says, hypothesis can be confirmed or debunked by observation or experimentation, depending on the methodology. Independent variables required in experiments. Great. I do agree with that. And so it seems like he was disagreeing with the Globie that we were speaking to previously. Okay, he says hypothesis is simply the thing you want to test, so doing science without it would be a contradiction. Exactly. As science is testing the definition. I completely agree. So again, it seems like he's disagreeing with Mr. Dan Hunter, whoever it was we were speaking to. He says, how you want to test the hypothesis is a completely different thing. For example, the earth is flat would be a hypothesis. Now, this is where we disagree. But we can get into that if he joins the panel. He says, your example was, I can do hypothesis without an independent variable. See, that I don't think he's actually paying attention. So I don't know if he's listening, but that was what the gentleman we were speaking to said. Now, he said, for example, the earth is flat would be a hypothesis. So what I would ask him if he's listening is, how? What is our naturally occurring phenomenon? What is the dependent variable? Okay, and then we're also going to need the independent variable as well. And so I think, well, obviously, we'd probably reveal pretty quickly that that's not a valid hypothesis. But that's the only part I really disagree on Embo with, besides... Yeah, I think that's the only part I disagree with.
Well, this has been mildly confusing, I guess, to the onlooker reading through this.
Yeah,
Because,
probably.
it's relatively simple, right? A hypothesis. A hypothesis can be anything. Which can include the independent variable, right? You could have an independent variable within a proposed method, right? Then you could make a hypothesis being as simple as, well, the independent variable is always going to be independent and always a variable, and now you have a new hypothesis. So now you have like a new potential method to then apply.
Well, no, it's always one method, right? The independent variable would be the supposed cause. So if you can determine that that is the cause, well, you're done. I mean, I would say you're probably... I mean, of course, there could be other
You can
causes.
kind of meta apply this all the time to like your own any method you come up with, any of it, whether it's like the apple falls from the tree because the wind blows, right? I can have a million like derivatives now of like, okay, so the wind always blows. Oh, maybe not. So the wind never blows. Oh, maybe not, because it blew that time and knocked the thing off. You know what I mean? You can kind of do this forever. It's a process of asking questions, and you can always ask more questions, right? Every method should basically be representative, not perfectly, but nearly perfectly representative of a question that one wants to ask. And one can ask questions about anything. And the more you know, the more questions you can ask.
True. Yeah, I guess the more you know, the more you don't know. The more you know that you don't know, right?
Of course.
Yeah, it does go pretty deep, but there are things you can know. I think that's one thing that we start to disagree with between the two of us here, these two, globe earthers, flat earthers. We start to disagree with on some of those things, like what you can know and what you can't know. It's kind of funny because the things that we say you can't know, they say you can know. The things that they say you can't know, I feel like we do know. So it's like it is really funny actually thinking about that. It's the first time I've thought about that.
I mean, it depends to the degree to which you are willing to suspend your disbelief about the phenomena you experience, right?
Well, I guess we've gotten to a point where, like, we'll ask people, "Are you on Discord?" And they'll say, "Yeah, yeah." And then you ask them a follow-up, "Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now?" And they'll be like, like 90, they'll like give they're not so sure anymore. And
Oh,
so,
I
yeah.
mean, now you're talking about, sort of the epistemology of whether or not one can be sure, or whether or not one has, you know,
Well,
uh,
I mean,
access to the truth, the capital T truth,
right. Well, that's what
philosophically.
I was saying. That's where we differ is like the things that Globies, not to say that in a negative way, I'm just kind of that's what I'll say. That's that's what like Team Globe will say that's an unknown, whereas flat earthers will say like no, you can know that is something that we do know. So versus on the opposite side, like Globies will say, oh, we know, what the sun is, right? We know like what a star is, right? And we'll say those are unknowns. So it's actually funny that we are actually opposite like that. And that's the first time I've thought about that for real.
Not sure I've noticed that distinction, but I'm not as heavily invested in this conversation in particular as other people.
Is there something like is there an event or like what would it really not that we need, I'm not trying to press you, but just out of curiosity, like what would it take for you to maybe take a topic like this maybe a little bit more sincerely, maybe not so seriously, but just in a maybe a more sincere um way than like currently? What
Well,
is
I
it
guess
that
if
it
I thought
would
it
take?
were impactful to my life in any way.
How do you know like how okay, how do you know that it wouldn't be impactful, right? Like if you hadn't had maybe someone has never like maybe you're a fairly healthy guy, but you've never taken vitamins before. Like, I don't know how it's gonna impact my life, man. Well, give it a try. See if the vitamins will help. Or I kind of think of it like that. You don't know the fat guy. What's the point of exercising? I just feel like shit. Yeah, but maybe if you exercise, you actually might stop feeling like shit, even though it might suck. I think you get the analogy, right? You don't know how it's
Yeah,
going
of
to
course.
affect you really yet. You're on the outside. You haven't got the feeling yet to say, yeah, this isn't for me.
Well, I've
You don't
considered
know.
both, but I've considered both the stances.
All right. Well,
And
I
I've
would just ask you.
analyzed.
I would ask
Let
you
me
first.
just explain. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I've analyzed what they propose for different things that do affect me. For instance, like I've seen like working models on both grounds for something like the Coriolis effect and like prediction of the weather and so on and so forth. And like they seem to have basically the same, at least if you're in a geolocation, if you are limited to a single geolocation, as we all are as humans, then all these things are really going to be affecting you the same. There's no like, I'm not going to get better at my job, really. I'm not necessarily going to get any
Oh, okay.
healthier by knowing any of these things. I will say, I do think there is something to be said about the rationale, right, of a human mind. I think there are, if you supplant too many wrong ideas, this actually can affect your thinking over time. So I do think there's something to be said about doing your best to get to the right ideas. Um,
Nice.
though epistemologically, I would have to agree with what you think that all Team Globe or however you describe these people to think, because I mean, I'm Aristotelian in nature and in philosophy, so I don't think we have any access to the capital T truth, and that's simply because the phenomena aren't real and your perceptions aren't real. So you've got a double blind going on at all times. There's no
Okay.
access to the real stuff.
I want to put that to the test just a little bit for fun, and then after that, so I don't forget, I also want to just have you state, like, kind of what your understanding is of the flat earthers' position. So, like 2 + 2 is 4. We know that, right? We can know that. Or
Can we know it?
Do you have an issue with that?
In what sense can we know it?
All right. If Johnny, and I'm not mocking her. I'm just so if Johnny has 2 forks and Sally pulls up and she has 2 more forks, how many forks do we have in total?
What are the atomic values of each fork?
What?
Mhm.
No, the question is, Johnny has 2, Sally has 2. How many total forks are there?
So you'll find that this is easy, right? This is an
Yeah, it
easy
is.
question
I
that has
know.
a hard explanation, because
No, not really.
are all forks equal, right? Is then a question you have to ask yourself as a follow-up, right? If Johnny has 2 forks and Cindy has 2 forks, okay, they have the same amount of forks. But are all forks equal?
Okay, well, I would say here's this. I'll go out on a limb. Even if there are 4 different brands fork. One is like a small fork, one's a really big fork for turkey, a serving fork, and then, okay, they're all 4 different size forks. I would still say we have 4 forks.
Of course, yeah, and I would have to agree on obvious, on the obvious. How would one say these are the the properties that are obvious. These are the obvious properties. They are all forks in function. Thusly, they are all forks. And if there are 4 of them, each of them having 2, regardless of size, shape, they obviously both have 2 forks.
Now, can we lock that in as knowledge?
We can lock it in as a property of the object of the fork, right? Because a fork is a fork, right? That the actual name, that word we are both using, that is actually a description of a function of an object, right? It only becomes a fork once it meets the requirements of the function of the object of a fork, right? So a ball is not a fork, and a knife is not a fork per se.
Is a spork a fork?
I mean, it's got its own name.
Well, would you consider it a fork though?
I guess you could.
'Cause I get what you're yeah, okay, cool. I would probably as well, just because I get what you were saying that, like, if it doesn't function as a fork, then it's not a fork. But, like,
Mhm.
if it's a spork which also function as a fork, then I guess you could consider that a fork too, probably. So I get what you're saying, that there's distinctions to the
Well,
thing
so this
that
becomes hard, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with atomic mathematics, right? But like, atomic mathematics runs into a lot of problems because of the fact that numbers, or what we call real numbers, have actually been thoroughly disrupted by the workings of Einstein, right? And like subsequent atomic theory. Real numbers no longer function the way they used to, right? So real numbers were like solid places in which, a value could be derived, right? If it's 1, it's always 1. But the problem herein becomes in the real life world of atomic numbers, right? When we start to assign mathematical values to the atomic properties of objects, particles, fields, you start to find that there are these strange deficits and surpluses in places, because the numbers are not solid the way one might think them to be in a simple mathematical equation. So the assertion that mathematics, so a lot of people in the modern day will make the assertion that mathematics are the language of the universe or what have you, but mathematicians at this point can't be certain of that idea, and neither can I, from what it seems to be. because again, there are strange surpluses and strange deficits in places, and that's simply because on the atomic level and on the level that all things truly exist, there doesn't seem to be any solid, firm numbers that we can hold on to. We can't say that's 1, right? The atomic value of that fork right there, it's 1. It's like, no, man, unfortunately, it's not. We measure it one time, and it's 1, right? We measure it a second time, the same fork, and it's 0.000001. And it's like, uh-oh, what is this? How does this change?
Let me throw a quick objection. I understand where we're differ. I've seen this before. You just highlighted it to me. I think what I'm getting at versus what you're getting at, and you have a point. I understand where you're coming from. I think what I'm pointing at though is the reality bit of the fork. Not that we're just calling it one, or like I see that we basically have this padding on top of things where we add language or numbers, which obviously are abstract. That's not the thing itself. But what I am referring to though is the actual physical thing. In reality, there's 4 things there. You know what I'm saying? At least that's what I would say. Personally, that's my point of view. And so like in reality, objectively, 1, 2, 3, 4, Johnny, Sally, closed door. You know, like there's the 4 forks right there. But from your point of view, you're like, well, you're calling it you're like the number 1, you're saying there's 4, and so like because 1 is like kind of conceptual, abstract, and numbers and language. I get where you're coming from, but I would just say like in reality, that's kind of what I'm trying to point at itself, not necessarily the layer on top that we add on.
Well, I would tell you these things are assertatively true, right? And this is to say that one can say there are 4 forks, regardless of the reality of the forks. As the narrator deciding the portions of a story and the effects of a story, one can in fact say that I am a man and you are a man, and we maybe have a few forks in our home and we do these things XYZ, right? This may not account for all of the minute and many variables of how it is that you are a man, how it is that I am a man, how it is our forks function in our home, when they are used, so on and so forth. So, yeah, it's assertatively true. But the objective truth, well, I mean, I have a bit of a problem with the objective truth in general as a phrase, right? Because many times when people talk about objective truth, they're actually talking about assertative truth, like this. And now epistemologically, assertative truth could be objective truth. It could be, but we know things to be more than just a fork. We know the fork to be made maybe of silver, maybe of steel, maybe of an alloy, maybe with 3 tines or 4, maybe with 6 tines or 7. Maybe with a sharp edge and a dull edge. There are many aspects to whether or not it's a fork, yet they are all still forks. And so the usefulness of assertative statements becomes lower and lower as you move through this chain of realities, right? As you move down the ladder, as you move inside and look deeper into the things themselves.
They get balls deep.
They themselves become questionable to their own definition, dependent upon the definition. And so then if you adjust definitions, you may find that some things are forks and some things are not forks. And you find that we do this as humans over time. We kind of just move stuff dependent upon what we can see and what we can prove. But what we can see and what we can prove is not true necessarily either, because we change our minds later.
So that means that every agreement we do as people ends up being nothing more than faith that this agreement is right? Everything
no, it is a truce of the minds. Belief. It is a truce of the minds. That is a great
quote.
What
do you mean
anyone
by that?
Can figure out who says that. It is a truce of the minds. All agreed upon fact or a truce of the minds. That's all.
But I want to believe that. Do you believe that to be true, or do you know that's true?
I know it phenomenologically, and I know that every time I've ever come to an agreement about the truth with somebody, it is merely a ceasefire of the minds. It is merely a ceasefire of our positions and beliefs.
What do you mean by that?
Let's say this happens in social situations. This is one of the easiest ones for most people to see, right? Let's say, I don't know, you have an ex-girlfriend, right? and she's just broken up with you, right? And you tell your friends about how she was in the relationship. Maybe you do your best to be honest and say, well, things weren't always bad. I enjoyed, some of the things. She was, very nice to me at times, but other times she was very mean and toxic to me at times. And then you hear that she had gone to her friends, and actually all she had told her friends were that things were bad all the time and that you were a very mean man and nobody should ever pay you any attention. Well, this offends you and can't be the truth because that wasn't your experience. And so you explain to your friends that this wasn't true. You guys ought to, if you get a chance to interact with her friends, let them know this isn't true. I'm not a mean man. I try to be nice sometimes, and so on and so forth. Right? What is the truth? Right? In this scenario.
Right. But your friends or anyone else that you tell them about, they need to either choose to believe it or not. Right?
Of course. So what you'll find is what you'll find is that the truth will be what everybody agrees upon, regardless of the phenomenon. And what you'll find often cases in this type of scenario I've just explained to you, one person of the two people experiencing the same thing, the relationship, right, will find themselves still on the outside of this quote unquote truth, right? Because they'll say, no, I've got my reservations, things didn't happen exactly like that, but whatever, You'll find one of these people will feel that way.
Right. So essentially what I was trying to say intentionally is that our reality is upon either the refusal or acceptance of one's belief, right? So someone can refuse to believe that there's a creator, but he can't prove or disprove that position either way. He can only believe that his position is true, the same way as the one who believes in the creator can say it's true, but someone else can just refuse to believe it, right? But that doesn't make his belief more valid than the one who believes in the creator, because essentially everything is just an agreed upon belief system, no matter where you come from.
Well, I do suspect that there are certain trains of thought and fields of thought that come closer to the truth, right? And I'm talking about the capital T truth. I suspect that among all of this subjective truth, if one orients themselves correctly, with enough skepticism and with enough rigor of their own intellect, I suspect that one would in fact be able to, the same way an aeroplane casts a shadow through a foggy night, right? You may be able to align yourself with the truth. You may be able to fall within its shadow and follow it to its destination. But I don't suspect that you would ever be able to ascertain the source of the shadow, right? I think here in this reality, here in this phenomenological reality that we all live in, we will be subject to that constantly. And it is merely a matter of whether or not you are able to align yourself within the shadow cast by the ultimate truth, the capital T truth, here within your subjective reality.
But hypothetically, what if someone refuses to believe what you just stated is not true?
Well, then I suspect you may find it impossible. Well, you may find it impossible to ever find yourself aligned with the truth. And so, if there is ever...
This guy's speaking with 100% certainty that everything must remain uncertain.
Well, no. In my belief system, everything is certain. No. In my belief system, everything is certain, right? But it's just purely all based on scripture and the creator and the personal relationship. It's my belief system. I 100% also believe that in my belief system that there's many people outside of that belief system who would 100% refuse to believe what I just stated because they don't believe it. But I believe 100% that everything that we know and experience in this world will always end up not with 100% certainty, but in our beliefs and the faith and trust we put into it for being the truth.
Clay, so do you understand what the difference is between believing in something and knowing something?
Yes, 100%. I believe 100% that I know
that. You can agree that when you believe in something, that you cannot fully know it, and when you know something, you cannot believe in it.
Sure, I can know something and believe in it.
Well, why? Because when you believe in something, there's a certain part of it that is enveloped in uncertainty. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to believe in it.
Yeah, you don't need to believe in it, Clay. Once you know it, like your height, you don't need to believe once you measure it, you're done. You know it. There's no need to continue.
Right. But the thing is this, right, on a deeper level, okay? And maybe you would say it's semantics or whatnot, but the thing is, the height that I measured, right, that I say I know of what my height is, could it be that there's someone who would disagree with that knowing or knowledge because
No.
they certainly just refuse to believe that knowledge?
That doesn't mean you're not going to be that height, though. You are
Well, I
what you
mean, the thing
are.
is, what they could disagree with is the way you measured it, right? They could disagree with the fact that you took a stick and said, okay, this stick, I believe is this length, and therefore I am this length, right? And then you measured it, but then the uncertainty is something that someone else can disagree with.
Well, I will say, however, you could get hyper rational about it though, and then there's no disagreement possible, which is I am the length of that stick, right?
Yeah. If you are the length of that stick, then you can't disagree with that because you can see that the stick is the same size as you.
And the problem is now as well is I could break the stick in two if I get shorter. I break the stick in two, I've gotten shorter, I put it next to me, and I say I'm still the length of that stick.
No,
Right.
but what you guys are missing here. This is the important distinction I was trying to highlight earlier. This is all just bedding, right? Sheets we put on top of the thing. What I'm trying to take the sheet. Who cares what the sheets are? You're going to change those over time anyway. The thing itself, right? You are what you are. You are as tall as you are. Whether that's in squirrels, half sticks, quarter sticks, full sticks, you are what you are. And the forks on the ground, those are there. So what you call it and whether it's a un, do, trois, like it doesn't matter. It's the physical thing we're referring to. So I get you guys are kind of talking more about the sheets, the bedding we put on top of reality of like, well, we call it this and we number it like this.
Well,
If you
there's
take
still
that away, the reality is still
a
there.
difference. Like, for example,
Right.
you could for yourself, right, be thinking that you are fat, right, and someone else could observe you and tell you that you're not fat, you're actually slim, and that you might have some kind of mental disconnection with the way your body looks, and that would not be the sheets. That would be part of that baseline that you're talking about, creation.
But
and that's
but
still
the thing, oh, sorry.
like no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I just want to say, but the thing about knowledge is this, right? I do agree with Creation Bear, and probably everyone else mostly would agree in here. My knowledge is that I'm this and that height, and I agree upon that knowledge that I'm this and that height. But also within my realm of knowledge, I would also agree that there can be the possibility of people outside of there not acknowledging it, also being in disbelief about me having that knowledge established as a foundation.
So
right?
that has nothing to do with you believing it or not. It's
No.
their belief, not yours.
Yes, but we all hold a certain type of faith, even in our knowledge, right? We say that the knowledge we say is knowledge is true because we have the faith that that knowledge is truthful.
But I would say that, like, I understand that we all sort of have our own little rose-colored glasses on, but underneath that, like, we're all experiencing the one same reality, right? We can all agree that we all live on the same earth. We all experience the
I
same.
I don't really agree with that. Personally. And the reason why is that there's people who are colorblind. There's people who have certain like
No, I understand that. I understand that.
other people don't experience the same way, right? And
No, but I
eyesight.
highlighted that though. I highlighted that in my distinction. It's that whether you're blind or you can see, whether you're deaf, whether you're like whether you're born and you lived a short life, a long life, we all live on the same earth.
Yeah, sure.
We can agree on
Yeah,
that.
sure.
It's not like
Sure,
you're living in a different reality than I am.
No, we're just experiencing. So the factual reality
that's the distinction
is differing from our experience in it.
I
right?
understand that.
is-
I'm trying to take that away though. I understand
Sure.
that everyone has their own view of things, their own
Yeah.
rose color, but I'm trying to say let's strip that away and get down to the bare bones of what's really there. We have to agree that this is one place that we're all in together. That's why we ask people, are you on Discord right now? Some people will say maybe, yes, whatever. then if we say, are you sure? 100%, we're all here right now. Are you sure? This is where the flat earthers and globe earthers start to disagree. And so I think that's what we're talking about right now.
Well,
Is that distinction?
That is the thing, right? Essentially, we 100% know for sure, for certainty, that what we're experiencing right now is that we are on Discord, and that it is real. And I would agree, right? My belief that is true. I 100% believe that it is an established truth that what happens right now. But I can bet you there's like hundreds of thousands of people out there that would have a belief that is completely opposite. That would say, I believe that this is 100% just a simulation, or this is just a thought in some alien's mind or whatnot, right? So, and this person still breathes, eats, and goes into the same subway maybe that you use or whatnot. Anyways, the point is, essentially when it comes to our being, I think that what we call knowledge is also based on where we put our trust and faith into. And that's what we then call knowledge.
When'd you turn into a Globianus, Clay? When'd you go full Globianus, bro?
No, I'm not. No,
you don't be on that type of time, bro.
No, it's just, dude. I'm literally just saying. Would you agree that there's someone who would say that even though we both agree that we acknowledge and know for certain that we are on Discord right now, that it is so and so time, depending on where you live, that there might be some other human being that has a complete different belief? I say it's not true what this other guy believes, but I'm just saying there is for sure someone who believes the opposite.
Well, why are you even giving that person the time of, why are you including them in anything? Well, there's someone out there that might believe 2 + 2 is 5. Fuck that guy. We know 2 + 2 is 4. Don't worry about them. Why even include them?
Well, you can't make a claim about the truth. You can't make a claim about the objective truth without taking into account all variables.
No, why do you
forever.
guys rely on other people's opinions and beliefs to do anything?
You don't have to include all those possibilities that you. That's ridiculous.
No,
that would be
it's not a
infinite.
possibility. It's not a possibility. It's an actual variable.
Such as what?
So, for
that
instance,
we might not be on Discord right now.
Yeah. So,
how is
for
that
instance,
a possible
right,
variable?
There are people that are not on Discord right now
We could
that might
all
have.
figure out. We
that
could
wasn't
also
a
look
part
at
of
a
the
picture of a dress, right? We all find a picture of a dress on Google, right? And we could post it in this chat, and we could figure out how many people like and dislike how good the dress looks, right? You'll find that there will be people who say no, right? Who say it doesn't look good, and there will be people who say it does.
Yeah, that's a subjective opinion.
That's not equivalent to what
The
Clay
burden
said,
of proof
though.
is on you. What makes it subjective?
No,
what is an opinion?
What? Well, the fact that you just said whoever likes it better.
What is an
That's
opinion?
not equivalent to what Clay was saying, though.
It doesn't need to be.
Well, you're making a distinction.
What is an opinion? Wait. Interact with me honestly. What is an opinion by your estimation? What
Whether
is
or
an
not
opinion?
someone prefers a dress.
That's not a rebuttal to what I was saying, bro. You were saying
He
that.
is getting to a point, and you're trying to avoid his conversation.
No. We just moved on past the previous objection. Yeah, the previous objection was you guys were saying you have to include other potential realities that may not exist, but you have to include it. I was saying no, you don't have to do that. But bringing up a dress and what you like versus what I like
it's
isn't
not a
equivalent to
potential.
that.
And I told you it's not, and you can see that it's not. It's a real phenomena that someone disagrees that the dress doesn't look good.
But it doesn't. Okay, look.
It does matter.
First example was like, are we on Discord? The issue is we don't need to. But what's the invariable we need to consider that we're not on Discord?
Is
It's
there
not
a need
about
to
whether you
consider
like
anything?
it or not.
Is there
It's
a
not
need
a
to consider
preference
anything?
thing.
The fact that he insists on calling that a phenomenon shows the desperation of his underlying little path he's trying to create.
But bringing up a
That's
preference
subjective.
thing isn't relevant to the. We're not. This isn't about preference here.
Again, what is preference? What is an opinion?
For fuck's sake.
Whether or not someone likes a dress.
Yeah.
So it's circular in nature.
So,
Opinion
so
is
then,
an
so
opinion
then,
because it's
whether or
an
not
opinion.
someone likes science or not is something
Why
subjective.
have you guys brought that up though? We were
He
talking
brought
about
up
whether
an
2 + 2
example
is
of an
4.
opinion, and then he asked, "What is an opinion?" Well, the very thing you brought up.
So listen here, right? If you can assert that
Whether
your
or not someone's
observations,
able to tell what color the dress
if
is
you
a
can
different
assert that
story.
your observations are in fact in line with the capital T truth, what makes your
What?
observations different
No,
from the
you're
observations of
hold
other
on.
people? And if their
That's not
observations do not
You've
align with
lost the
yours,
plot.
how do you account for this discrepancy? What is an
You've lost the
opinion to
plot,
you?
sir.
Yeah, I don't think you're on. I
It's
think you might.
because the basis on which someone decides if it's good or not might be the same,
No,
but it could not
guys.
be the same.
Look, can we get back on track? We're not talking
That's
about
different
preferences.
variables.
We're not talking about
If I were to
preferences.
accept your assertions, right, as potentialities for truth, then I would need to distinguish whether or not they are an opinion or an assertion of truth.
All right.
If you cannot discern
Wow.
this difference and you merely decide at whim as to who is making an assertion of the
Boom.
truth and
Listen,
who is making
wordsmith.
an opinion, then
We're
you
not.
are being dishonest.
All right. Who has made an opinion? Because you guys keep bringing up preferences
I
and
ask you,
opinions.
what is an opinion? What is the
No, but
difference?
why are you bringing that up though? Because we were talking
He's
about are we
desperate.
on
I just
Discord right
explained it
now?
to you.
No. The question is
Shall I
whether or
do it
not
again?
no, please don't. Whether or not we're on Discord or whether or not 2 + 2 is 4. Now you're bringing up preferential things. It's not whether I like or dislike 2 + 2 being 4 or like or dislike the fact that other people may not understand that. It's whether 2 + 2 is 4 or not.
Yeah,
If
Well,
exactly.
if
That's what
people
I'm trying to answer.
no, you brought
well, I
up like,
mean, the
well, do
thing
you
is
like
that there
color
is there
blue?
is a
Is it good or bad?
possibility,
Those
right?
things aren't
Even
relevant.
for mathematics to not be necessarily factual in the sense that when something changes and is proven to be different, then everything that has done before is
But you
not
have to be
non-factual by
specific because that's like that's a really wild hypothetical, right? That's
Yeah,
too
man,
vague.
listen, listen,
If
listen,
something
listen,
changes,
listen.
then everything always changes and everything's different. All right, well, that's cool, but like, be more specific. Can you give an example? Because I'm being specific, right? 2 + 2 is 4. You're like, well, things could change, math numbers could
That's
be
not
different.
specific. It's very vague. I explained to you
It's
how
too
it's vague.
vague. 2
Okay,
+ 2 is
stop.
not vague. As
I gotta hear that. 2 + 2 is 4 is very vague. Did I just hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I
How is
explained
that
it earlier.
vague?
So
It's not vague.
I'm gonna guess that the Earth is not a globe. It has to be a simulation, right?
Well, I mean, if you have two
I
males
love
and
how
two
Lazarus
females,
always
right? No,
chimes
no, no.
in.
Let me
How
finish.
is
If you
this?
have two
How are we
males
even
and two
discussing this?
females, and the nesting amount of the said animal is seven
Animal.
offspring, then 2 + 2 is not 4. And
Wait,
2 + 2
what?
can be much more.
Wait, what even
If you're
example
looking,
is that?
so
You
I'm
said
giving
we
you
have
an
2 males
example.
and
If you
2
have
females,
animals,
and then you just
here I'm
brought
giving
up
you an example. If you have two males, two females of a specific species that has that has a clutch amount of like 4 or 5 individuals, right? 4 or 5 offspring, then it does
so
not
hold on.
equal 4.
Hold on a second. So let's make sure we got your example straight. Instead of 2 and 2, now we have what, 6 and 6? Because I don't. Why did you not include that? We have 12 now. What are you saying?
If you, I'm saying, if you have
Why are you trying to
you're saying
complicate
2
this?
+
2
2,
+ 2
right?
is
2
4.
+ 2.
What's
So
the
if you have
what's the
2
holdup,
males and 2
guys?
females, right?
Why
Come
are
on,
you
man. What's the
trying to
holdup? This is
complicate this?
crazy.
There's nothing that anyone needs to try, right? It's self-evidently complicated. If you have
No,
2
it's
females of
not.
a species and you
Yeah,
have
it's
2
your
males of
lie,
a
tell it.
species,
Then
and
you
they
have 4
produce
Your
more than
words
4,
sound
and there are
fast.
more than 4 individuals of the species. At the end of
What?
copulation, at the end of the
Listen to this
maturation
guy.
of
That's
their
not included in the
Listen to this
childbirth
guy.
example.
process.
Oh my god.
But
Hold on.
Sure,
You
I
guys
will
are
put it in the
you
chat.
There's a real
I
example
just
for you.
told you
crazy
the
for no
example.
reason.
I'm just
There's a real
saying.
example.
No,
no,
dude.
it's not. It's
You
not.
guys are being
You
ridiculous for no reason.
you're adding something into the mathematical equation that wasn't there as a
Yeah,
baseline
actually, you know
in the
what?
first place.
No,
Okay,
No,
it is a
one more
vague.
second.
It is a vague because you. It's a,
Adding 2 +
No.
2 equals 4 because you have 2 and 2, which are a value that are found within the number 4. What
yes,
you're doing
but
is
you
you're now
don't
one second. What you're
know
doing is
what the 2 is.
one second. You
No.
invoking now 2 plus 2 with the possibility of 2 times 2 above it for each, and then you want to equal. Yeah, you invoking something that is not objective.
No, because you're missing information, right? If you just say 2 plus 2, right, then you don't know what the integer of 2 is, right? So 2 could be anything. 2 could be 2 parrots, could be 2 bananas, could be 2
That's the point,
military
Lazarus.
planes.
We know
you
that.
know?
That's ingrained in my example. We know that. It could be 2 whatever, but 2 plus 2 is 4. Period. I don't know how you guys are fighting against this. This is wild. How is this the state of the globe Earth in 2024?
I'm just trying to explain to you that
You don't need to explain something we already know.
Listen, I have two parrots, and Creation Bear has 2 parrots. We now have 4 parrots if we stand together. The end.
Why do we have to explain this to you guys?
This is why I don't spend much time
shouldn't
in
even
here.
be a discussion.
Enjoy your
This
circle
is
jerk.
crazy.
Ego-san, your cope is noted and you flamed out.
He said 2 plus 2 equaling 4 is vague.
Like vague, like you almost can't understand it.
That's
what they did is absolutely a straw man. Like we're talking about numerotica, about numbers, right? And then they use woman and man that have the possibility to have intercourse to create more beings that could be, by the way, less than 4 as an outcome or more than 4. But I don't get this law. That makes absolutely no sense.
It's retard logic. It's retard logic. And honestly, if they wanted to try and go forward with it, you could just put it into a formula, like write it down into an equation and then see if it still makes sense. It won't. I get, but all they're trying to do, this is what it is, folks. In real time, you saw it. I've come up, well, it's not me. Let me not take credit, but although it might be me.
What I
Flat
saw
Earth
is you lot
can't be right
prove
syndrome, right?
an
This is
inability to
syndrome.
engage
Hold on. How are
with
you
the
just going to
argument.
jump right in mid-sentence? I want to hear what you have to say, but let me finish.
He's coping.
Flat Earthers can't be right syndrome, right? We're saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, and they're like, no, but, like, this is crazy. This is craziness. His example was, well, if you have a mom and a dad, if you put them together, that's 2. Well, in the future, there might be more. No shit, but you're 1 plus 1 equals 2.
We're not calculating the future.
Yeah, what? Like, I get the fact that there's a potential for more. Like, what?
Actually, when you put one mom and one dad together, most of the time it's equals 1. So 2 gets into 1. So the whole argumentation is
you're going off into the fucking.
Don't make it worse. Don't make it worse.
know,
Like,
man.
look, he was trying to say, well, if you have, mom and dad, well, you have 7, but it's still 2. Like, dude, that's why. This is what I'm saying. Flat Earthers just cannot be right to these people, even if you say 2 plus 2 is 4. No, that's vague. There's more to it than that. Wow. This is the state of the globe Earth in 2023. We're going into 2024, folks. And they're telling us in the chat that, oh, no, science is not, you don't need a hypothesis for science. Nah, 2 plus 2 is not really 4. This isn't what I thought we would come to when I first joined Flat Earth. I was intimidated by you Globers at first, but this is what this is what we're dealing with. Am I supposed to be intimidated by this? 2 plus 2. No, it's not really 4. Okay. Y'all know how to do better, man.
I mean, yeah, if you completely like disregard the argument and then like completely strawman it, sure.
Disregard the argument.
You can make
okay.
anything sound silly.
Let's go back.
I refuse to engage with the hypothetical.
I'd love to. So, but why engage with the hypothetical that's vague? He was like, well, if numbers are different,
You're engaging with it at all.
Reality's all different. What kind of hypothetical how can I write a check like that and then just go and cash it in? Well, if reality is different, if A and B and C isn't really A, B, and C, then everything's different. Why would I entertain that type of hypothetical unless you're going to give me a specific example where that's the case?
I would call it a very complex and irrational belief system. I think what we agree upon is reality for what it represents itself.
Really simple stuff. It's really simple stuff.
No. What they think would end up in a chaotic, irrational belief system, because for them nothing in this case, even 1 plus 1 is just relative. It could mean anything. 1 plus 1 could equal duck. quacking duck.
But
Why
like,
do we keep talking about animals again?
I just don't understand. You shouldn't just entertain all hypotheticals just for no reason. When we're just trying to discuss things like, are you on Discord right now? Well, if there's a dress and you like it, what? This isn't about preferential stuff. Like, this is about objective reality. Are you on this call with us right now? The difference
Yeah.
between globe earthers is that we are going to say 10 toes down, yeah, I'm on Discord.
Exactly.
What about it? You guys are going to go, well, there's a potential that I might not be on Discord. You have to consider other possibilities and other you have to entertain hypotheticals. All right, man, if that's your side of things, that's fine. But like, I mean, I'm not going to feel like, I don't know, bad
But
for not entertaining
see that
stuff.
But see, that's the very notion why I actually brought it up in the first place, and it was literally in real time confirmed. I said, even though you and me, Creation Bear, and many other people would agree, we're right now at Discord. In real time, we just saw that there's some, confused people about, from my, rational observation of reality, there's some confused people who would claim to believe that it's not exactly what we both experience equally, which is sad. But as you can see, we live in that time of confusion where people literally in 2023 will tell you when they talk to you on Discord that they actually are not on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, it's y'all talk about evolution. Niggas is devolving, man. We're going backwards. What is happening? Crazy. Now the horizon isn't. Oh, the horizon's an illusion now. 2 + 2 is not 4. Or it's maybe you got to potentially consider that it's not. Or science is. You can just you don't have to have the whole thing. Just if you don't like peas, take the peas out. Like, man, no, this is wild.
Well, if you live in a state of pure imagination, you can make the world whatever it is, right? If it's just if you just invoke relativity to everything within what we could call reality, then you can make up whatever you want. It's just all relative. I mean, you can live in Alice Wonderland and have happy rainbow deers running around. Whatever you prefer, you can make yourself some other.
Play.
Yeah.
We got another speaker that has to get on before they leave. You're up.
Yeah, man, feel free to join in. But I'm just curious, Mez, what was funny, just out of curiosity?
Oh, just whoever it was saying that if you live in imaginary land, the world can be whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's a bit ironic.
Please explain.
Well, it's coming from a flat earther.
Okay, well,
just disregard all the evidence that says that the Earth is a globe.
Well, hold on. We're not doing that. Hold on. We're definitely not doing that. I wanna hear all the evidence. So we're definitely not doing that, Mez, and that hasn't happened in this call today, at least since I've seen you in here. But
well, maybe.
Well, okay. So, but coming from a flat Earth. So, what is? We'll get to you in just a second. I know Manu's got to go. Is there something you want to address, Manufactorum?
Not really. Just that I understand that a lot of people might say, might hesitate to say anything with certainty, but to say that all globers act a certain way is probably not going to get you very far.
I would walk that back. Let me go full Jesse Lee Peterson because he does the same thing. He goes, not all, but most. So I'll walk it back. I don't mean to paint the broad brush because not all globies fall into that box. There's some really cool. Some of you are actually really cool, and I'm not just anti. Everyone that's a glober is bad. That's terrible logic. So
shout out to Professor Dr. Parks. That's a cool glober, very also in his paradigm, very intellectual glober, but still capable of having some objective discussions. Anyways, the other thing I just wanted to mention.
Oh, hold on, he's only got 5 minutes.
One second. He said we generalize, but actually when I said if people wanna believe that they're not on Discord right now, I never said every glober believes. I never said every glober lives in a fantasy world. He invoked that by himself, just to clarify it.
I said that so I can make people crazy and pissed off.
Well done.
All right. Here's the thing. We should just use the time wisely. I was saying about the scientific method, right? We were talking about that in the chat. Yeah. So our disagreement was just the fact that I think we were just disagreeing on
Well,
I was saying that it's all shepherd's pie. You gotta kind of all. It's gotta all be together, right? You gotta have your observable phenomenon. You've got to have your hypothesis and your hypothesis test, or in other words, your experiment. And like it seems like the disagreement is that, well, you can kind of have them. You can kind of just take one or two of those. You don't need to have the whole thing. So that's why I brought up the deconstructed dish on some Gordon Ramsay stuff. But yeah, feel free to respond to that.
Yeah. Well, I missed the dish part, but also I don't know who said you don't need a hypothesis for science. I guess I'd have to hear their argument for that. But all I'm saying, and I'm carrying in some other discussions I've heard in this room, so you might not necessarily have said exactly this, but it sounded like you were implying the IV and DV come directly from the hypothesis, because that's where a lot of these discussions tend to sort of get muddied. The hypothesis makes predictions, and those predictions need to be tested, and those tests, the experiments, will need to be constructed with an IV or DV, typically speaking, for most natural sciences. But they don't come directly from the hypothesis. I was just trying to make that distinction clear, because as people formulate hypotheses, that's often scrutinized under that metric, and I don't think it's a fair one.
Yeah, well, I agree. I understand your position. I just do think that this is an important distinction where, so a globe earther, I think you all have a little bit more of a loose definition for science. You'll say like, well, just think of a question or come up with an idea, form your theory, your hypothesis, and then you just go and test that idea. Whereas the flat earther is going to be just a little bit more specific. So I'm saying, in regards to the scientific method, you need your valid hypothesis to start with. It's not just a question or an idea. And what makes it valid is you having those variables. Now, once you have your valid hypothesis, now you can conduct your hypothesis test, which is your experiment. But that's another word people use pretty loosely. Experiment. Oh, I experimented on my wardrobe, or I experimented on my hair. Like they'll just kind of throw the word around a little loose. I think what we're trying to do is be very specific, mostly because I think this is a really important distinction, is that, well, I don't know how many of you folks in this panel have been around the argument, but if you were hanging out with the argument around 2017 when I joined, flat earthers were called science deniers. They don't understand the science. Are you denying the science? So we go, okay, let's not deny the science. Let's go and make sure that we're actually adhering to the scientific method. And so when we do that, you guys are like, well, it's not 2 genders, there's 7 LGBT. It's like, you know what I mean? They'll start loosening up all of a sudden.
I think that was a bit of a jump.
I think it is a jump. So I think we're just being more strict with the definition of science. So the hypothesis, you get a hypothesis test without the valid hypothesis. That's why they can't separate them two.
Sure, and I think you might be right about. I at least made that define a little more loosely. I think the specificity of the definition isn't really that important when it comes to picking apart any lack of rigor that's done through the actual experiment.
I would disagree, because people put forward things as science or as an experiment that don't actually adhere to the scientific method, making them pseudoscience, right? So if you're going to punch something into the conversation, be like, well, you deny this and you're a science denier. This is the science. This is an experiment. Do you deny? And we go, well, let's take a look. Is it really science? And then when it isn't, I mean, what am I supposed to do with that?
Sure. Well, I think I don't know that it's entirely helpful to do that by strict definitions. I mean, this is where I start butting heads on gas pressure, right? You start trying to do things just by the definition.
Let me object. Because it's not just based on definitions, though. It's based on the actual, because in the scientific method, we're not actually just saying, well, the definition says, therefore. It's like, well, in the scientific method, with your independent variable, you actually have to vary and manipulate something. So we're not just going off of the definition. We're saying that if you don't do this thing in reality, in the field, during your test, you ain't got no science. So it's not just based off of definition. It's based off what you're actually, if you're saying you're doing science, right, then this is what must be done. And if that's not done, then you're not doing science. And it's not just because the book says so. It's just because you didn't do it. So this happens. This is an important thing because people punt things into the conversation considered to be science that just are not.
I mean,
so
I'll be honest with you. It sounds like what you just said pretty much amounts to because that's the definition of it.
No, how? It's not. It's not just the book says this, right? If you don't actually go and do the thing in the field, that's the issue we're actually trying to highlight. Because people will say, well, you don't need an independent variable, or well, I don't need to do that. Well, then you're not actually doing anything. You haven't conducted the science experiment in the first place. So this isn't just a book thing. And same thing with the gas pressure. I'll address it just so you fully understand it, and I'll let old Hoss go. It's just like with the gas pressure. We're not just reading the book and saying, well, the book says this, therefore. We're actually going off of what's happening in reality. If you want to demonstrate gas pressure, well, if I want to own a business where I sell bromine and propane and all these gases, I'm probably going to have some sort of containers to operate that business. So I'm not going off of, well, this is what the definition says, so I'm going to ignore what reality says. It's, well, the definition and reality seem to match, so let's extrapolate from there. We're not just going off of what any book says. We actually it's just like people try to do this with the Bible too. Oh, well, you're believing the Bible, so you think it's flat. Not really. Like people are going off of what reality says, not what the book says. So go ahead, Old Hoss.
No, it's just fun. It's funny. The guy who sees the necessity to stretch the definition complains about the definition. It's wild.
What do you mean stretch the definition?
Well, every time you say, well, gas pressure, I don't exactly agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want to.
We're just a little bit more strict with some of these things. We're strict with what theory.
But I feel like the specificity that you invoke isn't a helpful one, right? Like,
no,
not to the globe ideology, correct?
You know what also isn't helpful, Manu, is calling your opponents science deniers. Y'all already started the fight, so now we have to prove to you that we're not science. And this is actually why I really like this. Not only does it prove that we're not science deniers, it shows that the opposite is true. And I'm not saying this to you directly, but when we do adhere to this method, look, science, we are not science deniers. This is the science here. They'll go, oh, well, I deny that. It's a little bit more loose than that. You're too strict with the definition. So it not only shows, again, that we're not denying science like we were called for all these years. I mean, that was a full mockery. People still think that.
Right.
So why try to stretch the definition if the definition doesn't matter?
Bastardizer.
Wait, so
wait, how is it bastardized though? I've only cited I've cited my citations in the chat there, and I'm only going off of what it says here and what reality
say that,
and what you have to do in reality to actually conduct science, right? So it's not a bastardized version. If anything, Mez, what my friend Manu posted here even kind of says it in his citation. It says here, let's read it.
Those are your citations.
The scientific method. No, the one you posted, the screenshot.
Yeah, I got them from your citations.
Okay, well, the screenshot, when I asked for a citation for what you were saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm saying something a little bit. I posted citations that said something different. And
right, so we're both getting our information from the same source. We're just interpreting it differently.
But what it says here, though, because this is important, right? It says the simple version looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
And so who would be using a bastardized version, right? Someone who's using the non-simple version or the simple version, Mez?
Yeah, who's giving all the disclaimers?
Well, it's not a disclaimer. The more specific you are to something, the less accurate it's going to be, right? It just depends on what you're talking about and how you define your terms.
It seems a bit...
And real quick, something I've been disclaimer for a bit, just really quick. What it sounds like to me is kind of like when people start throwing around fallacies, right? That to me has always seemed useless. So I don't care what a particular fallacy is called. Just tell me why my argument breaks down.
When you're involved in an ideology that depends on circular reasoning, I can see why you don't like fallacies being pointed out.
He
No,
didn't
not
say
being
that.
pointed out.
He doesn't like that. I get that, man. You're
Yeah,
right. It's not
absolutely point
necessarily
them out,
it's
but
the
you know,
behavior,
don't
but
tell me what
that
it's
should
called.
help you understand that like you said, it's about the behavior, not necessarily like the term that's being used. Same thing would apply here. We're not just saying, well, the term gas pressure means it's the behavior of gas pressure, right? It's the behavior of if you actually want to conduct science. But man,
Yeah, I think that's where the more interesting conversation is. And as
yeah,
far as science, I feel like, you know, spending 5 minutes on is it science or isn't it? I mean, you know, who cares? Skip right to the point where why whatever has been done doesn't demonstrate what it's meant to demonstrate. Like we
okay,
can just skip the whole what is or isn't science to from the start, in my
yeah.
opinion.
All right. Well, you seem like you're more prepared for that. I know a lot of people. It's not like you have done this, so I'll give you the credit. But man, we deal with it so much. People join the server. You guys, idiots. You don't understand science. Blah blah blah. And we're like, oh, okay. Here we go again. Well, here. Do you know what science is? And they'll be like, it's just learning things. And so that's when we have to actually go. Well, here's what it means. So that's why a lot of the things we do are basically responses to things that the Globers have either said or claimed. Flat earthers are dumb. They don't understand science. Oh, well, now we have to go and pull up the science.
Yeah, I get that. But to be fair, I think a lot of Globers that come in here may have had dealings with other flat earthers that might not have been as reasonable as some of the people in this room as well. So
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps. That
On
also
that
does
note-
come from people who've never spoken to a flat earth. That's even
Also
worse.
true. Sure.
But yeah.
All right. On that note, the girlfriend's
Right, you
glaring
haven't
at
done
me.
any of these things, so let me not hold you accountable because you haven't done any of these things. So
Fair enough.
you've been fairly cool. All right. Well, I think we did highlight the difference here. So I think that's. I mean, the audience should probably understand here that this is the distinction between when it comes to science. I don't think as that we're using a bastardized version. We're just being a little bit drill sergeant with it. I think the Globe side just a little bit more loose with it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because some things are colloquial, right? You'll be like, well, what's your theory, bro? Or you have a theory on why she did that? Or like, that's a colloquial theory. But then obviously we know that there's a more specific definition, like a scientific theory, right? So not everything would be a theory, right? Like if it's going to be a scientific theory, well, then it has to have what? Science. And so what do you need to have to do that? What we just discussed. So it's important to know what science is. I think that's why we talk about it so much. So anyway, I mean, shout out to Mez though. He's got the he's got the commentary and he's in the booth tonight. But feel free to chime in, man. I would love to hear a little bit more what your stance is, or if you have like questions about the flat Earth or whatever. I think I was going to ask you about that actually because you were saying like Clay had mentioned like sort of imagining something, and you laughed and you're like, well, that's ironic for a flat earther. So I'm just curious, like, what is it that I'm imagining when it comes to flat Earth, or like, what is the flat Earth to you? What do you imagine it to be?
What do I imagine it to be?
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really imagine flat Earth to exist, so I don't really imagine a flat Earth.
But you could kind of I understand that you don't believe that it exists. That's fair, but I'm pretty sure you have the capability to try to understand something that you don't believe in, right? So, what is your current understanding of if you were to try to like put yourself in the shoes of a flat earther? What does he think from your understanding?
Well, there's multiple theories, isn't there? There's the
Let's
pizza
start
disk in space, which is a little ancient. There's the dome. There's the infinite flat plane. That seems to be the most common.
Okay. All right. So we've got a pizza disk in space. We've got an infinite plane and then a dome.
I haven't heard those since like 2015.
Now,
no wonder why he thinks it doesn't exist.
yeah, I mean,
What is it then? Which one am I missing?
well,
all.
I would say those are your ideas, my friend.
So what's your idea?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I wanted to talk to you because when Clay brought up imagining something, you thought that was funny and ironic because you think that we're imagining those things that you just brought up. But the answer is really simple. I don't have to. I don't imagine anything. I don't close my eyes and try to imagine what all of reality looks like. Really, the only POV you have to deal with is the one you have right now. So, what do I think the Earth looks like? The only thing I can do is go outside. So I don't imagine anything. None of those things. It's not like I can offer you a new idea that's a fourth option compared to those three other things. What we're dealing with is the Earth outside. So you have to go out there and test that thing itself. So what we don't do is huddle up together and close our eyes and imagine and try to manifest something into reality that we believe could potentially exist. The Earth is already out there. It already exists. It already is the way it is. So I'm a flat earther because of the way the Earth is now, not the way you just made up in your head or maybe you heard somewhere on the internet. So those are ideas. We're just talking about the Earth. So it's not in your head, it's
Yeah,
outside.
and I've heard people in this chat suggest all those things at least once.
Okay, that's fine. But those are your ideas. When I asked you for your idea of flat Earth, those are the things you brought up. And
Nobody
so
in this chat.
No,
has
these are
ever
things
said
other people have brought up to me.
that's
Nobody
fine.
in this chat has
Again,
ever
I
said
asked you.
this in space.
I asked you what flat Earth is to you. So you brought up infinite plane. You brought up disk in space, pizza disk. And also one thing I might add as well is that people lack discernment. So I could just put on a flat Earth hat. You could put on a flat Earth hat and just go join another VC and say a bunch of things. And guess what they're going to say? Oh, well, I heard this flat earther say X, Y, and Z. So not everything you hear on the internet is necessarily true, meds. Just keep that in mind, especially if they're like, I'm a flat earther, insert crazy thing here, like pizza, planet, disk in space. I've been around the flat earth for a few years. I can promise you there is not a single flat earther that's genuine that's going to tell you anything like that. So you didn't hear that from a flat earther. So it kind of just shows you might lack some discernment, which isn't necessarily a fault on your part. That's something you could learn.
I
But
know you guys are really hesitant to make any kind of positive claims about anything.
let's think about that.
Then you get to hold your feet to the fire and say, hey,
Think
if that's
about-
true,
Well,
how would
let's
it
think
work?
about that for a second.
Why does this
though, man.
happen?
Let's think
It doesn't
about
make
that for a
sense.
second. Well, you don't know. You don't know what doesn't make sense because you don't know what it is, right? So again, we're also not making the claim. So
But you claim
there's a
it's
couple
flat.
things you can, huh? No,
That's
it's
so
not.
funny. That's so funny
claiming it's
because a
not a ball.
moment ago,
These are
it's
both
so funny
claims.
because a moment ago he was telling us that he's heard all these claims made by flat earthers, dome, disc.
Yeah.
So which is it?
No,
What do
but
you mean,
it's
which
not.
is it?
You said
guys
that-
disagree
that-
with each
you
other
said
on some
flat-
things.
Listen, yeah, go figure. We think for ourselves. You said that flat earthers don't make claims, but you came in here listing all these claims that you claim to have heard flat earthers make. So which one is it?
No, I didn't say you don't make claims. I say you're hesitant to.
Yeah, you just did. You said you won't have your feet held to the fire. Really strange, isn't it?
Well, duh, because I'm not the plaintiff here. I'm not making the claim. Okay, it's we know how this goes, right? I'm not sure if you're familiar with burden of proof or any of that stuff, but like just a simple
Yeah, it goes
example.
both ways.
Actually, it doesn't. I'll explain why. And you'll see actually why it's set up this way too. But in a simple example, like say your neighbor comes up to you, Maz, and he tells you, "I've won the lottery," and your initial reaction is, "Nah, I don't believe you." Out of the two of you, who has the positive claim?
Well, the neighbor who claims he's won the lottery has that.
Cool. So then, who has the burden of proof in that example?
In that example, it would be the neighbor.
The neighbor. Cool. Now, if I'm told the Earth is a globe, it spins and it's in outer space, and I say, no, I don't think that's true. Who has the positive claim in this example?
Well, then it would be the glober.
Okay. And so that's where we are now in a court setting as well. This is one more example I'll give. Just in a court setting. Now, let's say I charge you with murder, Mez. I'm the plaintiff. You're the defendant. I'm charging you with murder. I think you're guilty. I obviously, just based off of our previous example, I obviously hold the burden to show that those charges are upheld.
Mm-hmm.
Can I turn to you and say, no, well, if you're not guilty, then you have to tell me who is? Your only role is to be like, I'm not guilty, and I'm going to show why that's not true. You don't have the burden to show who actually is guilty or anything like that. Only one party holds the burden at the time. It's not both of them. Oh, well, if you say who's guilty, then if you're not guilty, then you have to say who is. Otherwise, you are guilty. It doesn't work that way. The party with the charges, the party with the claim, they hold the burden of proof. It's on them, not the other party to prove why, it's on you. If I say you didn't win the lottery, I have to prove you didn't win the lottery. Like, it doesn't work that way. So that's how flat earthers work. We're not claiming the earth is flat because it's not really a claim. I'm not telling you what it is. I don't know what all of reality looks like. That was one of your first questions. Like, what is it? What is it all? I don't know. I'm not claiming that. But what I can say is, and I'm sure you could say this too if you were being honest, and some Globers are honest, we all observe the earth as what it is, right? The most honest Globers
You're waffling a bit. I would have liked to respond to your thing earlier, but...
I'm just saying, the most honest Globers will say that the earth is observably flat, although it's too big to see curvature, etc. So it's not a claim, it's an observation. Done. Go ahead.
Because every bit of it is flat. But the thing about the burden of proof is, if I say the earth is a globe because, star trails, because things go over the horizon, or whatever else, and this makes sense on a flat globe. And if you say,
then
no,
would begin the
I still don't believe you, well, then I can ask, why? Why don't you believe it? Why do you think it's flat?
Hold on.
What reasons do you have to distrust my claim? Same with the lottery. If I come along and say, hey, look, here's this new car I just bought. Here's this new house I just bought from all this money I won from the lottery. And you say, no, I don't believe you. Then you kind of have some level of burden to explain your position.
No, wait, no, it doesn't work that way, really, because you missed out the cross-examination part. I was trying to stop you and say, well, that's when the cross-examination begins, right? Once evidence is submitted into discovery, both may address the evidence. It's not that you present the evidence and we're just going to shuffle it under the rug and move on. So if you're presenting star trails, well, then begins the cross-examination. Let's see if this actually is valid, etc. So same thing with the car in your example. If you're like, well, I won the lottery, look, here's a car. It's not like, oh, well, now you have to prove that the car, it doesn't work that way. You haven't flipped the burden by just showing a new car. You could have just rented it. You could have done this. You could have done that, etc. It doesn't exactly prove, look, this means I did win the lottery just because I have a new car. Obviously, I think if you were the neighbor and you were actually in a sound mind, you would probably need something more than that. Maybe the winning ticket, a picture with him, I don't know. You'd need something a little bit more than just a car in the driveway. And so, same thing with the like I said, the star trails. So we would address that quote evidence to see if it actually does line up. You don't just go like, oh, so you said it's flat, then now I don't have to address my claim. I actually we haven't got to that. You have the claim that it's a globe. So,
well, the other thing here is like you could, if I say, the earth is a ball and you say, no, it's not a ball. Well, these are both claims.
No, it's not. We just
because you can't just add like not in front of any statement.
No, you didn't win the
lottery. You did not win. I did not win the lottery.
I can answer your question. Why don't you believe me? I can answer your question. Why don't you believe me? Because when I go outside and the water is flat and level everywhere I go, and everything's flat and level in water everywhere I go, you're telling me that it's not because you looked in the sky. So now you have to prove that the ball that I see that's flat and level is actually curving by going out onto the earth now. You can't just use the sky. Now I'm making you do actual work.
Yeah, I can, because I can provide an explanation for why the water is that way. The earth is really big.
No, you
so
got
it
to
looks
show
flat,
proof.
just from your point of view.
Explanations aren't proof. Like that's not exactly just like the car in the driveway. That would be an explanation, but it's not exactly like, oh, that's the thing. So that's to keep in mind as well.
Well, yes, it is, because it explains why the phenomena that you see is the way it is.
But that's not the evidence.
So it's
the
like,
proof.
so you claim like the water looks flat, and from the globe side, I can
not a
say,
claim.
yeah, well, because the Earth is really big.
Hold on, how have you
And
lost
then
the
when I
thread?
say, why is the southern celestial pole a thing? You have no explanation. So why should I believe that the Earth is flat or not a spinning ball?
Again, you've already lost the
When
thread.
I have explanations for your questions, but you don't have any explanations for mine.
You already understood perfectly. You perfectly understood with the neighbor and the lottery example, and then you turned around and said, "Well, that's actually not true." How can you do that? You lost the thread.
Say that again.
Well, you've lost the thread. You had it, and then you've just kind of like went against what you agreed with originally, which is the neighbor example. You're like, well, yeah, he holds the burden. If you say you don't agree or you don't believe him, you don't have to prove that. It's on him. He holds the burden of proof. But then you turned around and said, well, you can't just say you don't believe and then not like you lost the thread on me. So I'd like you just to get back to like your understanding of burden of proof.
Yeah, what I'm saying is these things go back and forth in order
No,
to
I know what
determine
you're
what
saying.
is true.
It doesn't.
As much as we can determine what is true.
It's not flat Earth isn't a claim though. I think that's important to make sure. The claim is
Well, it is a claim because you're claiming it's not a ball.
No, see, this is what I'm saying. This is how you've lost the thread. It's just I'm the neighbor that's claiming that you didn't win the lottery. I even gave you the example, and you were like, "Yeah, it's the globe. They have to prove it."
So now he wants you to go out and prove that he did
when they make the first statement.
It's not.
But
No,
when
no,
you
no,
keep
no.
going,
Hold on.
You've got to
It's
go back
not
and
about
forth
who says it
if you want to
first,
have a
man.
productive conversation.
No, it's not about who says it first. That's one thing to keep in mind. It's not about, well, you said it first. Like that's not how it works.
Yes, it is. It's absolutely how it works.
No, it's not. And besides, the flat
This
Earth
is why
isn't-
courts have a defense.
Yeah, but if the defendant says something first, like it doesn't, oh, well, now you hold the burden of proof. You see, it's not about who goes first. You understand? It's about who holds the burden of proof, not about the first person to say it. Oh, well, now we're just going to pin it on you. It doesn't work that way. So anyway, flat Earth isn't a claim, though. Again, we're told, we all know what the claim is. And so we got to take the horse blinders off and not pretend like that claim doesn't exist. We were all raised on the same earth. Like, I was raised to believe in the globe just like you. It's not like that isn't the claim. We're just going to forget about that all of a sudden. So as a flat earther, I'm the neighbor going, no, you know what? He's been telling me he won the lottery. You know, I don't believe him.
Well, you do make claims even if you don't want to.
Okay, well, in this
you
example,
guys tend to.
When it comes to this
Can't all avoid making a blanket statement.
It's not claim versus claim. It's the globe is the claim, and we're going to address those claims. This isn't a side-by-side comparison contest. I know y'all want it to be, but we don't have anything. We're not giving you a claim to put side by side. So what claim am I making, really?
Well, the claims that you guys bring up, it's usually
Well,
like, if we get into gas pressure and gravity or whatever.
Well, you got to remember there's context.
Globbers will say, you know, we've got like the theory of gravity. This is what holds the atmosphere on Earth. This is how we have, you know, air pressure. And then what do you respond with?
Prove it.
Well, that is the claim, my friend. So we're simply saying, okay, I understand that that is an important claim, and it is a bit of an extraordinary claim. So we'd like some evidence. So we ask for a demonstration. We don't really say anything. We ask for a demonstration of that claim. And when it's not able to be provided, which isn't a fault of that user, it's not a fault of the person. It's just you're not able to violate natural law. And so then we bring up that natural law and demonstrate the contrary. So we're not making any claims. This is just a simple demonstration when it comes to the gas pressure thing. The claim is that you can have gas pressure existing without a container. So we're just asking for proof of that.
Right.
And
So what's the other
obviously
side of that?
can't be done. So it's not another side of that. It's just simply, well, obviously that can't be demonstrated. If you want to demonstrate gas pressure, you're going to have to involve some sort of containment. I'm not making a claim. It's just this
Well,
is
there you
what.
go. You've just made a claim. There's a container.
Oh no, it's not. No. So
Where's this container?
you try to
Show
just
me the
hold my
container.
hand. Hold on one second, Mez. You're running when we're walking. I actually never said that. So let's not put words into my mouth. We can get there. I'm not gonna cock block you there, but you
Pretty
can't
sure it's a
just
container.
you can't just work. No, what I said was the claim is that you can have gas pressure without one, right? And so, and then I can address your double standards there as well. I'd like you to keep those in check. We can get to that in just a second, but the claim is that we have gas pressure without one. I'm not claiming anything when I say that. I'm asking for evidence of that claim. Not on me to prove that. I don't believe it's true. And in fact, the reason why I don't believe it's true is because if I want to try and demonstrate gas pressure, it seems like I'm going to have to involve some sort of containment. So if someone's telling me,
So you think there's
no,
a container holding all the pressure
hold
of
on,
the
see,
atmosphere on the Earth?
now you're doing it again. Walk with me here, Mez. You're trying to go
You
ahead.
seem to think that if I, for some reason, can't prove, I mean, we can prove it as much as it can be proven. We've got theory of gravity. We can make observations based on it, make predictions based on it, and they all seem to turn true. And you say, well, no, I'm not convinced. I still think there's a container.
Okay, let's address that in terms of gravity.
So
now let's
how does this
apply
container hold up to scrutiny?
I don't know if he's
And it
listening.
doesn't.
I understand what you were saying about gravity, but how does that apply to gas pressure? Let's actually see if we can demonstrate the claim with gravity. Is that something we can do? If that's the answer, then we should be able to cross-examine that and take a look to just make sure that is true, right?
In other words, prove it.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, you said, well, we have gravity. We can make predictions with it. We know it's there, et cetera, right? And we know, you said that's the claim. It contains the gas pressure. So you already understand that part.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can we demonstrate that to be true? Right. This is where the cross-examination starts. That was your evidence you've entered in. Now we'd like to just cross-examine and just double check, see if this holds up. So is there a demonstration of this claim, gravity containing gases?
Well, it's just what the theory says. And every test of this theory is true. So I see no reason to not trust the theory.
Oh, well, let's start with one of those tests. Right. The test involved.
We've got like predictions of planets.
No, hold
on.
Of them. 1 second, right? Because remember that. Let's not forget the question, right? Because what we're talking about is gas pressure being contained by gravity, and you said that we have lots of tests that confirm this. So let's start with one of the tests that we used to determine gas pressure containing gas. Do you have something that we could see?
Gas pressure containing gas.
Or sorry, excuse me. Gravity. My bad. Gravity containing gas. My mistake.
Well, the only one of those that we really have access to is the atmosphere on the Earth. And there's some situations of
the issue with that though,
like
is
denser
that is
gases.
the thing in question. That's the thing in question, though. That's the thing. That's the claim, right? You've entered into the courtroom. You said, "All right, I'm claiming the sky is contained by gravity." And we, okay, great. Now we're going to cross-examine. Can you give us an example of the sky, or can you give us an example of gravity containing gases? Repeating the claim. Well, the sky contains gases. Well, that's the claim that we're cross-examining. So just repeating the claim isn't the demonstration or evidence of that claim. So we would need an actual demonstration with something like some gas pressure with gravity containing it, instead of just pointing at the claim.
So in other words,
this is where like flat Earth theory gets into like a huge issue.
Wait. Well, hold on 1 second.
Even though we have like this theory,
hold on 1 second. See, notice how this is what just happened, right, folks? Notice how we were talking about how gravity is this thing. It's been tested. It's confirmed. And when we ask him for evidence of this, he goes, "Well, so flat earthers and flat Earth." No, we don't do that. So let's stay focused. We were talking about gravity and all the tests that confirm, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we would like give us the test. What is the test?
See, notice I was about to explain something, and instead of letting me explain,
You started with flat earthers. So the flat earthers didn't do the test for you, and the flat earth doesn't have anything to do. This is like if I ask someone, what is 2 + 2? And they're like, well, A, B, and C, and blue, red, and green. That is not what I
I don't
asked.
think it's like that at all.
Well, flat earth doesn't have anything to do with gravity tests that contain gases. So let's stay focused. So what is the test? You said there were many, many tests. So what is one of them? Let's just start with one.
What if I had some denser gas in a box and I could float something on top of it?
All right. So we've got a box, aka container, and this is
That's
an
an
example
open
of gas.
box.
Yeah, that's a container, my friend.
Yeah, it contains it.
So give us an example. I'm gonna need an
If it's
example
open
with
at the top, would you call that a container?
Yeah, if I have a cup of water, that's definitely a container, and it's open at the top.
So I need to
yeah,
fill the entire planet with a denser gas. And then
no,
I can float something on top of that.
that's
See,
again.
this is like
That's
where you get into
the
like
claim.
burdens of proof, which are just
Well,
ridiculous.
duh, man,
And you're
obviously it's
operating absolutely.
Yeah.
not
So
ridiculous.
as I said before, prove it. That's
Wait,
all I said was prove it, not say, well, maybe I could put a denser gas in a box. No kidding. We can all do that trick. We need a container to do it. I have a vacuum chamber. I can tell you what happens to water in a vacuum chamber. It boils away and comes out the pump into the air in my garage. And then I'm left, if I let it run long enough, I'm left with an empty container.
I don't know if you all noticed the cognitus kicking in there, right? Because we walked through the examples of burden of proof, and he's like, "Yes, I understand perfectly burden of proof." And now he's saying, "Well, no, it's ridiculous to go off of that." No, it's not. Okay, it's not. You claim there's many tests. Don't get mad at me for asking you to give us one example, and then when you can't, oh, well, the flat earthers are doing things wrong. Hey, listen, accountability is kryptonite. You ain't have to say there was a bunch of gravity tests, bro, because that's all I asked you for. And because you can't give it to me now, you're mad at me. Oh, flat earthers, they just don't. You guys are. It's like I don't have anything to do with what you just said, dude. So don't worry about me. Let's just rip the band-aid off, Jedi. How about that? There is no gravity containing gases. You're never going to be able to demonstrate it. Notice how, folks, he gave us an example which involves a container. Yeah, I can show you guys an example of gravity, gas pressure without a container. Look, here's first we get this container. It's like, oh my God, man, it's so funny. Yeah. So an open thing at the top, that's not a container? I don't know. What do you drink liquids out of? You drink tea out of, I don't know, maybe an open container? Holy. Don't worry, man. It's not a fault of your own. It's not like anyone can demonstrate that. The only reason why we have to freaking ask people for the demonstration is because they do believe it exists out there. I mean, even yourself, you're like, well, there's many, many tests. So all I had to do was just ask you for one, and we all know they're not out there. Obviously, we've been looking for them as well. It's not a lack of trying on our part. I've seen the thing you're talking about, the sulfur hexafluoride in a damn aluminum foil, like fucking like an open box or whatever, like a fish tank type of thing. Which
Yeah,
again,
what happens if we?
What happens if you do the demonstration?
But Mez, let's go through that your example, right? This is what I was saying before.
The claim is that you need a container to contain gas. If you open a valve on a pressure container, the gas is going to escape and fill the entire.
So right there, you have two containers. Continue. So so your example of, well, I can prove you don't need a container starts with two containers, bro. Think about what you're saying. And again, that little that little thing that you're talking about isn't really proving the thing you're claiming anyway. because you need first of all, you need like a box, putting things in a box, right? The globe isn't a container like that anyway, right? You would need to flip the box upside down and have it on the outside of the box, type of thing, right? Y'all got it backwards. So the thing you're showing there isn't even evidence for the thing you're claiming in the first place. And secondly, you guys really got to take the horse blinders off. I've dubbed this term like 2 weeks ago, horse blinder earther, because y'all put the horse blinders on and ignore context that either comes before or after or both. This happens with things like gravity, right? The context is nothing's happening, literally nothing. I look around my room, not shit is happening, right? But then their context timeline starts where they've already picked this thing up, nothing was happening, they picked it up, they let it go, and they go, now they start the timeline. Look, it's falling, right? But they don't include all the other context. Well, it's going to fall back to where it started and then go back to equilibrium where it's doing nothing. So just in this fish tank or this, sulfur hexa in a box example, they're putting the horse blinders on. They're going to ignore the fact that they brought a container out, the box, then they rolled in another container, the sulfur hexafluoride. They're going to ignore that part, right? They're going to fill that in and then ignore the other context afterwards where the gas is just going to dissipate. But look, there's gas here. Yeah, but number one, it's a man-made gas that you rolled in a container. You put it in another container, and you're going to just ignore time now, because if you give it time, it's going to dissipate and not do what you're saying it's supposed to be doing. So you guys really got to. This is what the importance of a cross-examination, because folks will just punch shit into the conversation like, oh, look, no, we have the proof. Well, let's see if it really is proof. And we just demonstrated how it's not. So what else you got? Since there's many tests, there should be, maybe there's another one.
Oh, am I allowed to talk now?
Usually, the fact that you were unmuted and there was a big gap with a question is a good sign.
I love that
Well, I don't stare at the Discord screen all the time, but
I love that part. That's my favorite part of coming in here is when they say, "Oh, am I allowed to talk now?"
Fine. I don't always stare at the screen either. I get that. So
yeah, the pity party part, hilarious.
Yeah,
it's all right. It's all right. I mean,
what else you got then? Since gravity.
The point I was getting at is that if I, for whatever reason, you think haven't proved, gravity holding down the atmosphere to some standard that you're holding it to.
Translation, let me just reverse the
Then
burden.
the other side of that is that there must be a container holding the atmosphere in.
Physics.
Translation.
So then I'm going to ask you, well, where's this container?
It's Glober physics.
Translation, please let me reverse the burden of proof. Please, please.
He isn't, because it's Globe Earth physics. Glober's looking at it.
I'm going to throw you a bone. But you're probably not going to like it for real. But seems like you need something to chew on. What you're going to do now is, but I don't see a container. And this is like where you guys want to be flat earthers now for some weird reason. But we all know you guys don't see curvature. We all know y'all don't see gravity. And we all know y'all believe in those things to the core, to the bone. And you don't even need to see those things to believe them. But for some reason, this is the double standards are going to come out of the woodworks. Oh, no. I need to see I need to see a container to believe one. I don't believe you. I think you're just trying to be like.
I mean, even like if we had like a rational explanation of what it is,
you're just ignoring
what it's made of, like anything like that.
I'm not going to pretend like you didn't hear what I just said. I mean, that's a steamroll of everything I just said. So you can't tell me what it's made of? I mean, that's what you just said. I mean, dude, we've already addressed this. I don't think you actually move this way, so I'm not going to engage with what you're saying here, because you guys don't actually behave this way in your own worldview. You don't go around thinking, "Oh, I got to see the curvature to believe it." You don't think that. You don't even for a second, right? So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like you believe that if you saw a container, then you'll believe. Like, this is ridiculous. And these are called double standards. So I'd prefer if you keep those in check. Because you guys do this a lot. You start applying a shit ton of rigor to flat Earth, and you apply damn near none to your own worldview. Oh, measurements. I need to see proof of that. Oh, well, what proof do you have of gravity? Well, I mean, well, you don't believe in gravity. Like, you see what I'm saying? So it's these weird double standards. Like,
well, it's not really a double standard. It's just when it comes to like whatever's holding down the atmosphere, you know, we've got like, well, there's the theory of gravity. You can make predictions off of it. They come up true. You know, things feel heavy. I can drop them.
One of the predictions,
and then I'm seeing
gravity
with the sulfur hexafluoride thing.
Has gas pressure.
It doesn't seem to me that it's a container holding it in the box when it's open.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's something else.
So
this.
I don't know if you have me muted or what, because I already addressed this. You haven't addressed my rebuttal by just moving.
No, look, I'm explaining my position and why I believe what I believe.
You don't need to explain it. We know what your position is. I've objected to it, and you haven't rebutted anything I'm saying. You're just like, well, so you have the gas in the box. Like, I know that. I've already addressed why that's not really equivalent to your Earth example anyway.
I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
Nah, I do. That's why I've already addressed it. You haven't rebutted anything I'm saying. You're just like, well, let me move on, please. Like,
Mez is kind of bricked, just so you know, going into it. He's very bricked.
It's almost like he has me muted. It's weird. Like, he just moves on.
He does that. Yeah, he does that. He'll block and mute people and turn them down, and then just have a conversation with himself.
That's
what the fuck?
That's what it sounds like.
I've not muted anyone, so I don't know where you're getting this from.
Well, good. So then maybe you could address what I said then.
Can you restate it?
Yeah, sure. You claim gravity contains gases. It has predictions. One of those predictions is that it contains gas pressure. So, can we see that?
Well, sure. I think the thing with the sulfur hexafluoride in the box, that's convincing enough for me. Okay.
No, I already addressed that.
If you don't want to believe that,
that's an example.
Sure. But I don't see what is containing that gas in that box. If it's not gravity.
But you got.
It's obviously not another container.
Hold on 1 second.
Because it's open.
Container. So you need a third container. Hold on 1 second, buddy. We already addressed.
One container. There is no container.
Hold on, because I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it one more time. Right? You in that example, you have not only one but two containers involved. Okay, and it's not equivalent.
No.
Oh, well, hold on. Yeah, you do, because not only
the only container.
The only container
you seem to might think exists, but I don't. Is whatever is containing all of the atmosphere in the Earth. The box is open. It's not a container.
Mez. I'm addressing your example now. Pay attention. In your example, you have two containers to start. We rolled in a container with sulfur hexafluoride. We got another container with an open lid, and we pour the gas pressure in and freeze time. Right? Everyone ignore the fact
you pour the gas in.
Came from a container and then is going to dissipate back out, right, out of that little box. So this is an example. This is not an example of the thing you're claiming, that we do not need a container, right? And then something will contain the gas pressure, right? You've also got, again, your box examples. You need to flip the box over or maybe get like a ball or something, because the inside of a box is not the same as the outside of a sphere, right? The inside of a box you can contain lots of things. I might ship you a package inside of a box, but I ain't shipping you a package of shit on the outside of the box, right? Or on the outside of a soccer ball or some crap like that. So that's not what you guys are claiming anyway. But you're like, oh, I'm happy to believe this. I know. Because you're not willing to actually look and see whether it's even equivalent to your example. You guys are happy with these parlor tricks. You're not even going to investigate it at all.
Man-made gases are not equivalent anyway.
No, and that's another thing. Too, it's a man-made gas.
Another thing too, you got counted amounts of scoops and dumps. As the guy's putting the cup through and grabbing supposedly gas that's weighted down, as he dumps, those dumps and scoops don't match. The boat hits the bottom before he's done dumping. So something else happened to the gas. The gas moved beyond the third container because you had the aquarium, you had the boat, and a cup. So 3 containers could not contain the gas. So where did it go? It would have fucked off. That's why you know it's still contained within inside the Earth, because it doesn't fuck off for eternity. It stops at some other barrier, which is why you know gas pressure requires a container.
And here are those double standards.
Right. So where's the container?
No.
Sorry. And it's going to keep annoying me if you keep doing that, because you keep forgetting about the gas outside of the container, like it doesn't exist. Reminding us that sulfur hexafluoride is denser than the gas outside of the container and will sink in relation to that less denser gas. So when you put it in a container, the atmospheric pressure outside is still pressing downwards upon the gas, the sulfur hexafluoride. Now try and do this in a vacuum chamber, where you've got no gas.
So why do denser gases flow below less dense gases?
Not talking about that. Excuse me. I'm going to finish my point. Because you try and do this experiment, quote unquote, within a vacuum chamber. Imagine you got a container of gas with inside a vacuum chamber, and you open the lid of that container of gas. Where's that gas going to go? It's going to go into the vacuum of space that's surrounding it now that it's open to it. So when you bring up the sulfur hexafluoride, please don't forget about the atmospheric pressure, the physical gas, because it's got to be physical for the gas to press upon, and gas does press upon itself, right? So please don't forget about the gas outside the fucking sulfur hexafluoride, please. Can we move on from this fucking point? Because this isn't a demonstration of what we're asking for. Come on, Mez.
It's shown that denser gases stick below less dense gases.
No one's denying.
Why is that?
Sorry, 2 seconds. No one's denying this. Things go up and down. This is called relative density, a relationship between the object and the medium that the medium is in. Now we've got 2 mediums or 2 objects, whichever way you want to describe gas as, and they interact with each other. Some are denser than others. Awesome stuff, but that's not a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. You won't get.
But why do the denser gases
That's not the
settle
question,
below the
though.
less dense gases?
That's not the question, though, is it?
Well, it's part of the same thing because it's all because of gravity.
Take the tap dancing shoes off, Mez. Take the tap dancing shoes off, man.
It's not the same thing.
But then again, it's like the other side of this.
Mez,
is
that's not what
There's
happened.
no other side.
If gas pressure can't exist without a container, where's this container?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's what you're missing here is it can make man-made gases can be made to do certain effects because man is the effect there, or the cause of the effect. Like they did with mustard gas during World War I. They wanted mustard gas to be slightly heavier than the air around it so it would sink down into the trenches, forcing people to exit the trenches where they could then shoot them with a machine gun. But the gas didn't stay there forever because man can't control nature. In nature's law, gas requires a container, and even gas they design to be heavier than the environment around it eventually fucks off because that's a natural law. Gas moves freely in all directions. Even if you try to manipulate it for a short period of time, it'll eventually do what gases do. Always. This is not something you can change or manipulate by just taking an aquarium and dumping some stuff into a aluminum foil boat. You still need to demonstrate that gas moves freely in all directions and a downward vector of only down. Because as soon as gas moves some other direction than down, you're done. You sunk your battleship. Your statement to be correct, all that gas used in World War I would have to still be in those trenches to this day. It would still be there. But it's not. So what happened to
I
it?
don't think that's true.
Duh.
What happened to the gas? All that mustard gas that was used during all that time. What happened to it? Where'd it go?
Did it?
It could have absorbed into the ground. It could have blown away. A lot of
Did
things.
it perhaps dissipate, Maz? Maybe.
Could have a little bit of it.
So do you think that's what the sulfur hexafluoride is doing in the tank?
No.
Oh, so if we just left that there, as long as we would leave, mustard gas in the trenches, would it stay?
I actually don't know that.
All right, this guy's bricked. 100%. 100%. So you're telling me if we put the sulfur hexafluoride in that tank, it's not going anywhere ever.
Well, if you have it in a, I don't know what
In
you
the
call it.
example, in the example,
But
that
there's
you
no
brought up.
breeze or anything.
In the example
I
you brought
suppose
up.
it would.
In the example you brought up, right? In reality, right? Because this was already done, apparently. So we don't need to make hypotheticals of well, if no wind exists in reality, we don't need to do.
Yeah, in reality, there's wind. Things get blown about. So in reality, I suppose it wouldn't.
So that was an easy question then. It's not just going to sit in the tank forever. It would dissipate then, which was the answer to the question. You said no, it wouldn't. Pay attention, flat earthers, man. It's so easy. It's flat earth jujitsu. I mean, it's just way too easy.
I don't see how this is proving gas pressure existing without a container.
Well, no.
Or
What
not
it
being
is
able to exist without a container.
Well, see, you said it right the first time. You said it perfectly the first time. You're exactly right. I don't see how this is proving gas pressure without a container. Exactly. And you know what? It does the fact that it should be a red flag to you that you're not able to prove this claim. Right? It's not a red flag to me that I don't have a ticket that shows you didn't win the lottery. Bro, you claimed it. If you can't show me, whatever, I don't have to believe that.
We should have wells of oxygen wells and weird shit on the ground that you can go into and go, ooh, this is different. That doesn't happen.
No, we all know gravity doesn't contain gases, even if it is a thing. If we wanted to
I don't think that follows.
What? Neither does gravity contain.
Well, you'd have wells of different gases.
Yeah, neither does gravity contain.
The atmosphere is not exactly the same across the planet, is it?
Well, duh. There's a gradient. We know that. Duh. Dynamics.
Yeah, it's gradient as you go high and low.
Yeah, but for some reason,
but it's not the same composition all across the planet.
For some reason, no. Why would it be? For some reason, you guys think the gradient is evidence for lack of containment. That's not even what you guys are claiming. We know there's a gradient. There's no contention there. The contention is whether there's a containment for this gradient or not. But you guys, instead of trying to add in the variable of here is an example, you just are there's another variable called gradient that we're already familiar with.
Again, if gas is going to fill its container, why is there a gradient?
Okay, he's just going to keep going back to the same thing I already addressed. The gradient's not in containers. The gradient is not in contention, so it's also not evidence for the thing you're claiming. And I can give you an example and highlight to the panel why this is extremely silly for you to keep leaning on the gradient as if it were evidence for the thing that you're claiming. And I use an analogy. It's a very simple one with a banana, because most people can understand this one. Because everybody knows if you're going to have a banana or grow bananas or something, it's going to come with a peel on it. But if someone comes to you and they tell you that they have a unique situation where I've got this banana and it did not grow on a peel, okay? It did not come from a peel, didn't even need one, right? And they had you gather around and they were going to show you evidence of that. And they just sliced up some banana and put it in a bag. Would that be evidence for that claim, Mez? Claim being
what? I was not following that at all.
Well, just listen. It's very simple, man. Very, very simple. Just to make it even more clear, right? We've got, in the analogy, we've got a banana which has a peel and then the inside that you eat.
Mm-hmm.
the Earth, right? We're saying, like, essentially, is that banana without the peel, right? The banana on the inside would be the air that you breathe. Okay. What you guys are telling us essentially is that, look, well, we've got this. This banana did not come from a peel, right? That is the claim. We've got our globe Earth, no container. We've got the gas pressure. That's our magic rare banana. Did not come from a peel. There's no need for one. That's the claim, right? So he's going to come to you and say, all right, well, let me prove it to you. If I were to show up to you with a bag full of banana slices, would you accept that as proof for what I'm claiming about this banana not coming from a peel?
No. What?
You don't have to like the analogy.
No, I wouldn't, but I don't. This doesn't seem to
You
follow
don't have to like it to understand.
But sure, I would not accept that as evidence.
Okay, thank you. Neither would I, and I don't think anyone in their right mind would accept that. So what's happening here in this gas to tie this back to the gas pressure argument? We're essentially being told that the Earth is this unique situation, right? And I use the banana for analogy. It's this unique banana, no peel. And now what we're being offered for evidence is slices of the air. Well, look, there's a gradient. Essentially, that's the sliced up banana, if you will, right? The part on the inside, the gas pressure, the part that we breathe, the part that you eat, whatever. So slicing it up and saying, well, look, here's slices of it. That is not proving that it didn't come from a container. That's the issue. We know that you can have slices and fruit smoothies and we can breathe and go up on a mountain and there's less air up there and all that stuff. We already know that. We're aware of the gradient. We're aware of banana slices. What we're not aware of is having a banana or even getting to the point where you can slice it without having it come from some sort of peel. And the same thing applies to the gas pressure. I am not aware of a situation where you can have gas pressure without a container. So offering me back, well, look, there's slices of the air. Here's some slices of the banana. I would never accept that, just like you shouldn't either. We would need to see something more, something other than that.
This is a terrible analogy that doesn't follow.
It's really not. It's really not.
It's a complete non sequitur.
You just don't like it. You just don't like it. But it's a perfect analogy, right? We're told that the globe does not have a container. I'm told that this banana does not have a peel. The only thing you're offering to me is sliced up version of it on the inside. You're not showing it to me existing without the peel, right? You're just saying, well, here's the internal parts of it sliced up. Here's the air, the gradient. You've sliced up the air pressure and you're like trying to give that to me and have me believe that, well, because there's slices of it, I didn't even need it come from a container. That's not evidence for what you're claiming. And you even said that yourself. You would not accept that. So we're not accepting that either. So every time you bring up gradient, we're just going to go next. You got to have something else. We know there's a gradient.
See, the main thing, Mez, is you're trying to talk about gravity.
You don't like it.
You're trying to talk about gravity without talking about gravity.
It's not that I don't like the container. I just agreed. We both agree there's a gradient. It's not that I dislike the gradient, my friend. I dislike the fact that you guys are confident in the fact that you think there's no container and you think that the gradient is evidence for that. And I just gave you an example of why it isn't, and you agreed.
Well, his container is gravity.
No,
He's afraid to say it. You're just
agreed
afraid.
with your hypothetical. I didn't agree that it tied back
listen,
to the
dude.
gradient
You're
thing.
afraid to label your container. Because as soon as you label your container, you call that your container gravity, then you're going to have to demonstrate that. And you know you can't do it. So you're scared of your container. You're not scared of the flat earth container. What you want to say is like, hey, you can't demonstrate the container, so then you want to pretend like there's no container and a container at the same time. And then say flat earth doesn't have a container, so the globe doesn't need a container either. But your container is gravity. Yeah, you've got some sort of downward bias that's holding everything down. Show that. Show that container.
Yeah, these are those double standards I was referring to, Mez. This is exactly what I was referring to. Because
show your
again,
container.
You're
Where's your
say,
container?
Sure, if you want to play these like semantic games and call gravity a container, whatever.
We're not. That's what you said, Ding Dong. We're not playing semantic games. You said gravity contains the atmosphere.
That is your container. It's a non-physical
Yeah, and I think
energetic barrier with
the gradient is good evidence of that.
You know it's
So
not.
show it.
That's the claim.
It follows the theory.
Claim, no. That's the claim, though. Obviously, it follows the idea of the claim, but just repeating the claim isn't evidence of that claim.
Clearly, it's not repeating the claim. It's making a prediction based on a theory, and because it follows the theory, that's evidence for that theory being true.
No, because you're
That's
saying well, the
science.
theory makes sense. So now you're just saying words willy nilly. That's science. Following, like, if you have an idea and it makes sense, then that's science. No, that's not how things work. We know what the claim is, that the sky is a gradient with an open system, no container. So saying, well, look, gradient, open system, that's just repeating the claim or pointing at the claim, even worse, and just declaring the claim to be evidence. And then now you're calling that science for some weird reason. This guy's bricked to the max.
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah,
you're jumping around.
No, I'm not. I'm not jumping around. I've been on topic this whole time.
Hey, if he said it makes sense, can you show a demonstration that we can use our senses? It makes sense. We can use our senses to look at the demonstration that you come to the conclusion that it makes sense. Can we use our senses to come to the same conclusion you're having? Hello?
I think those two brain cells are
Talking to me?
over.
You must have missed the last 10 minutes.
You said it makes sense, right?
No, he was listening. You just didn't give us the senses that we would use in the last 10 minutes to determine anything you're saying.
Yeah, you're claiming it makes sense. Can you show us a demonstration which we can use our senses so we can come to the same conclusion that you're coming with? Like, we need to use our senses for it to make sense. So can we look at your demonstration? Look.
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Vision. You're not sure?
I believe
You claim it makes sense, but you're not even using your senses to come to this conclusion. So how can it make sense?
Like for a pressure gradient? I mean, you can climb a mountain. You can feel the air getting thinner. I've done it.
That gravity is causing this. Do you have a demonstration of that? Like a realist level? Something that we can check and check the boxes and say, okay, check.
Well, again, it follows the theory. So that's evidence for that theory being true.
All right, he's done, bro. This is you're just trolling. Like, now you're just trolling.
No, what are you talking about? That is how science works.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You develop a theory, you test the theory.
Theory is this,
if the theory is validated, then the theory is that's evidence for it.
As you haven't done the test part, nor have you put that forward. You're just saying that the idea follows and it makes sense.
It's like he misses that part, the test part. Where is the test? That we can use our senses to come to the conclusion that it's true. Where is that test?
Yeah, let's get to the test. What's the test, Maz?
Because we're not talking about tests in your mind that is say, oh, in my mind, things will do this in my mind, therefore it has to be true in reality. Can we go to the realist level, verifiable, demonstrable, verifiable tests that you're talking about? Where's that at?
Well, the test is making predictions.
No, that's making predictions is called making predictions. You would test
that's testing the theory.
No. You would test those predictions. So what is the test?
That is the test.
You're done. This guy's clearly
you couldn't, Mez, your prediction failed because you said there was a downward bias, so the gas would move downwards. As soon as the gas moved any direction other than down, your prediction fails. You fail. The prediction is no longer, you can't predict it. You've got, like right now, you're observing with your sight, okay, using your senses. I'm watching gas. It should move down if your model, if your idea is correct. It didn't. So therefore, your model's not correct. Gas moves freely in all directions. That's why they tell you gas has no weight. There's no weight to gas. Because weight requires a downward bias.
As a neutral party, just explain to me. I've just arrived, so I can kind of like figure it out. What's Mez proposing?
He's just trolling at this point.
Yeah, he's proposing that he has no container because flat Earth has no container, but gravity is his container, but he can't demonstrate that, and he denies it at the same time. But it also makes sense for gravity to be his container because that's what he thinks science is. And then a bunch of stuff about how he doesn't get how containers are containers and whatnot.
He claims that it makes sense, even though he didn't use any senses to come to that conclusion.
Yeah, he's got sense from nonsense into containers with no containers, into things moving down, but they move up, into like, well, that's just science. Duh.
Holy smokes. And
Nonsense makes sense. That's his claim.
How big's the container got to be to hold like a liter of gas or whatever?
The bigger the container, the lower the pressure. The smaller the container, the higher the pressure.
But it could be infinitely big. Like it could be like 93 million miles big container with like the smallest bit of gas, right? And it'll disperse, right?
Yeah, that's why in the globe model they call the fabric, the bending and warping of space-time creates a gravity well that all the gas sinks into. So they have a container. That's what they call their container. But see, Mez is afraid to say that. He's afraid of his own model because he knows as soon as you say demonstrate this bending and warping of fabric of time and space, he knows he won't be able to do that. And he knows that there's a lot of scientists who already disagree with that from the starting point. So he wants it to be science and not science and based on agreement with all this disagreement. This very deeply logically contradictory worldview, and he's not sure how to parse it out. So he just asks over and over again about gas pressure gradient. Well, what about gas pressure gradient? Yeah, what about it, dude?
Like, what's the volume of the container of Earth on the heliocentric model?
Yeah, it's undefined.
The atmosphere is like reaching further, like up to the moon, right? Technically, legally, it's up to the moon, right?
Yeah, that volume is very large. I think it's right now. It's kind of an undefined, considered as an infinite set. Like all the matter from here to the moon is all inside that volume of gravity.
Yeah. So we'll just say like the Kármán line, right? 60 miles, right? We'll just give him that 60 miles of volume.
See, that's the thing. For the heliocentric model to be correct without a container, mind you. Okay, if they say, if a heliocentric person comes in here, a globalist, and says, you know what? I've got no container in my model. I go, how did you calculate gas pressure without a volume? And they just say science over and over again. You're like, wow, dude, you're bricked.
We'll get into the barometer and shit, won't we, if we go down that road, right? With all the mercury and this and that.
Another container.
See, with all this talk of they can change, very manipulate gravity. At this point, we'd have hoverboards. You're like Back to the Future and whatnot. If science had gravity all figured out, they could tell you what it is, what it does, how to predict with it. Where's my gravity gun, like in Warhammer 40K? Where's my hoverboard, like in Back to the Future? Where instead of forklifts, we've got gravity pads that move.
That'd make my fucking job easier.
Yeah, for sure. Like if they've got this all figured out, how come they haven't been able to weaponize it, industrialize it, do anything with it whatsoever?
Bullshit.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Getting to. It's complete bullshit. It's a meth fueled symposium.
It's Hollywood bullshit. Yeah.
Well, they did develop something with it. It's called Bullshido. They use this Bullshido to talk about.
Bullshita.
It's like a martial arts, yeah, right? Bushido.
Yeah, Bushido.
I mean, when you get to the point where you're like,
I mean, can someone do me a favor? I just need someone to make a prediction. Just anything. Go.
Nothing new under the sun.
When I cross this road, the bus will arrive.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
you've officially tested that prediction. You're done. You don't even have to do anything.
I have to get to the end zone first.
No. I mean, according to Mez, once you just make the prediction, you're done. You've already tested it once you just say it. Yeah.
How many times have I got to test it though? Can I just test it once?
0.
Yeah. Well, that's a good.
You don't even have to.
Hey, the football one's a good one.
Be a Don Glover.
You could show like, hey, here's this football team. They scored a touchdown. You're like, well, sure. What's your proof of that? Well, here they got a first down. Yeah, they're still like 70 yards away. How did you know they scored a touchdown? Well, here, look at they got a first down. They went from the 20-yard line to the 30-yard line. And you know, well, yeah, okay, they got the gradient, right? They got they're closer to the touchdown. Did they score? Did that drive score a touchdown? And Bez is like, yeah, it did.
So what's the variable and what's the control and what's the variable in this like idea of this?
I gotta say, Crit, though, real quick, man, this is why you're one of my favorite flat earthers. That's a good analogy. I haven't thought of that one. I'm gonna use that one probably, but I like that. And they'll probably even throw in some extra crazy stuff like, yeah, but they scored a touchdown in the last game. It's like, yeah,
like 10 years ago, I saw them score.
It's like, come on, man. But anyway, what was your question, Turquoise?
Well, as far as I know, with an experiment of kinds, you've got to have some kind of control or neutral kind of neutral experiment.
Correct.
We don't influence it, and then you've got some influence. What are you influencing? How can you influence it to
That's
change the volume of it? Can you change the volume? You can add more gas, right? I guess.
Well, you're hitting on the issue to a T. I mean, the thing that me and Manufacturing were talking about. You're like, well, what are the thing that you're varying, or what are you actually doing? Whereas, like, I think he was trying to say, like, oh, well, you guys are only going off of the definition of science, whereas we're actually going off of like what you actually can do in the field when it comes to the scientific method. So, yeah, you make a really good point there. What are they doing? Half of these science people who claim science, they're not doing anything. I mean, you guys heard this Mez logic, like, just make the prediction, then you're done. You don't even have to do anything. It's like, holy.
No, you're not done then. You have to see if the prediction turns up true.
Nah, that's not what you said earlier, because we asked you, well...
Yes, it was.
That's the prediction.
That is what I said earlier.
I think we're live, but we asked you, like, well, how do you test that prediction? You said, well, you just make the prediction.
Yeah, and then you see if it turns up true or not.
Well,
if the prediction happens, then that's evidence of that theory being true.
I think.
Did you just say drop a pencil? Did you just say drop a pencil?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that would be his logic. Well,
he just said drop a pencil. He really did. That's what he said. He just didn't want to say it.
Did you say drop a prediction? He's dropping those predictions, which are excuses.
I didn't say drop a pencil.
Now, if I say I predict the pencil's gonna fall and it falls, like, have I now evidenced gravity?
I suppose, yeah.
Is that a prediction?
You could make better predictions, like calculate how fast it's gonna fall, how much it's gonna bounce back up.
Bouncity?
And then if you account for other variables like the air density, wind.
Now,
is it a metal pencil? Is there any like magnets around that could affect it? And the more things you account for, then the more you can hone in on whatever the truth is.
How come you didn't do that with your sulfur hexa thing? You didn't count for any other variables, say like temperature. If the temperature were warm in the room or the sulfur hexa were warmer, that stuff dissipates really quickly. It actually just rises up. So you didn't take into account any variables.
That's another thing you could account for.
Well, which earlier you were like, well, the only thing that it could be is gravity. That's something you said earlier. But like now, all of a sudden, we got to take into account 50, 55 variables when it's like, but when it comes to proving things like gravity, no, just look at this one thing. Look,
yeah, he was too busy earlier saying, "Yep, makes sense."
True.
Well, I was hoping you had done for good faith to assume there wasn't any like extreme circumstances here. But yeah, those are the things you could account for.
What are we agreed upon? That gravity exists? Doesn't exist? There's a container? Not a container?
Well, Homeboy said that there's many tests for gas pressure being contained by gravity, but we haven't got to one of those just yet.
Don't think I said that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good that we're live recorded. So what if I actually spend the time and go find you saying it? What then? Are you mute for the whole day? We're just gonna mute you for the rest.
You've got to keep up to date. Like gravity is not.
I would say, hey, I was wrong, but I predict that the dishonest actor was lying.
It's not the gravity. It's the thing it's the space time that's causing the gravity, right? So we've got to find the space time, right?
Not necessarily.
No, you don't even need to. Just
there's
believe.
no point arguing with Messi. It's just gonna flip flop and do this. I think the only way to fix this is some type of exorcism or something.
Well, I'll go.
And that might not work either.
You gotta get rid of the brain worms. You need to get rid of all the parasites.
I think these ones might not be worms. These ones might be like actual demonic possession.
Probably. Let me just double check to make sure we're live.
Yeah, we are.
All right, cool. Because I can do that. I mean, I don't think "oops, I was wrong" is justified for the amount of work I'm about to put in to do this. But I don't know. That's why I like when we're live, is you can hold people accountable, and they really don't like being held accountable. That's kryptonite. So, pro tip: you guys should be more careful with the things you say. Because if you don't like me holding you accountable to what you say, then better be more sharp with your words. Don't be mad at me because you slipped up and said something that you didn't mean to say or whatever.
So how would you be able to like prove there isn't a container, like in an experiment?
Well, there are many tests. Is what he said.
Fire a rocket into space.
No, but the container could be bigger.
Well, if there's a vacuum up there, then it's not containing. Well,
it's
not there, is it?
You need a container for a vacuum, don't you?
Is it the voices in your head?
You need, according to this logic, you need a barrier between the atmosphere and the vacuum.
You need a container for a vacuum also.
Yeah. So you don't get vacuum without one, unless you want to show me.
Hey, Mess, can you get a vacuum without a container?
Didn't think so.
No, but
the way you asked that was so funny.
No, you can't in equilibrium, but you could technically, but it wouldn't last long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the voices in your head telling you to say this stuff, or is it coming out of you, or? Because you can't demonstrate any of these claims that you're making, but you're still saying it. So what's wrong, Mess? Is it like voices in your head or something?
I might need to add that to the list of syndromes, Gemsy. That's a good one.
I was gonna say you're always full of gems, like no pun intended, but yeah, you make me laugh out loud so often.
My diagnosis so far is he has his everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome is flaring up a little bit. Flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Should be on a t-shirt, syndrome, right?
So they have a couple issues, like syndromes and stuff like that. We have some medications after 24/7. If you need to join, you can join. We can rehab you back to health. But yeah.
Good to see you, Creation Bear.
What up, girl?
Right, Mez, do you want me to be on your side, mate? You're getting ganged up on.
I am. I feel a bit bullied.
You know what? I want to join that team too. I'm getting on your guys' team. Let's go. Let's bring the smoke, flat earthers. Because I don't even need science. Science proves everything and nothing at the same time. Science doesn't prove things, but it also flat earthers don't agree with the science. So
it's probably more accurate to say that science disproves things.
Well, I mean, honestly, science, the body of science proves that it's a globe in 2017. But then there was an update to the DLC, and now science doesn't prove things. So, but either way, flat earthers are wrong both ways. Whether they disagreed the first time or the second time, they were wrong both times.
Even if it's something that I agree with, absolutely wrong. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be two things. Either reality is real or mess is wrong. Which one is it?
C or C?
Why are you saying this stuff, Mess? Are you like being pushed to say this, or?
Because I believe it.
You just believe it?
Yep.
Nuh-uh. That's the best rebuttal we got right now. It's been my favorite for the week. Nuh-uh. It's just it's like so many things can come as a response to that, you know.
No, it wasn't a rebuttal. It was an answer to a question.
Is it like part of a script, or what is it like?
No, it's not part of a script.
You're just a contrarian, reality contrarian. That's it.
No.
Sounds like it.
The irony. You're just a contrarian, aren't you? No.
No. I'm not a contrarian. No. It's like
that's not being a contrarian.
It's always no. Always no.
You're still doing it.
You're still being a contrarian, bro.
No, yeah.
See, I think when you make a false claim and someone says, "I don't think that's true,"
So you can't ever call that a fallacy
that's not
either.
being a
So it's a
contrarian.
win-win. It's
Oh,
a
then you have
win-win.
the burden of proof, actually, Mez. If you disagree, then you have the burden of proof, actually.
That sounds like
pull up the
what
definition of contrarian.
that sounds like what a contrarian will say when denying reality.
Should be formal about it.
Yep,
A
burden's
person
on you
who
now.
opposes or rejects popular opinion.
Oh no!
I don't think I am the
reality.
contrarian here.
Hey, reality is pretty popular, bro. Reality is pretty popular.
I don't know what popular is, bro. Never cared. But whatever. I like my own opinion.
The popular opinion is that you're going to need a container for any. Well, the popular opinion is that if you're going to have a vacuum, you're going to need a container, and you seem to disagree.
The popular opinion here is that gravity is holding in the atmosphere.
Is this when it's a cause or when it's an effect? Because you guys, throw it out there as both and everything else.
Yeah, what do you mean by gravity?
This week.
Yeah, your phantom expert syndrome is flaring up now too.
Well, what it is, this needs to incorporate the space time because that's what is causing the gravity, right? So it was just forget about gravity, just focus on the space time.
No, you wouldn't. That's whatever's causing gravity.
Or just define it.
Space-time bending causes gravity. Gravity causes things to fall.
You're looking at the effect of space time, but that could also be density.
Yeah. How did you
Then
determine
again, why do denser things fall?
Not gravity, unless you have a way to determine.
Well, what is it then?
Not gravity, unless you have a way to determine that.
Well, I'm saying it's not whatever you think it is, unless you have a way to determine it.
Well, I haven't offered you anything. I'm
like
not
saying
just
like it's not that is a positive claim.
We're literally asking you what it is because it changes all the time. So that's why we're asking you.
You flash your memory like mid conversation. You have the positive claim here.
No, they're both positive claims. Otherwise, I could just make any claim and put the word "not" in front of it.
Again, you
and
flashed
try
your
and dodge
memory.
it.
You just flashed your memory again. We already covered how it's not a two claim situation. We went over that painfully multiple times. So no, we're not.
If you're claiming that gas pressure cannot exist without a container, then there must be a container. That's a positive claim.
It's a good thing I'm not claiming that. It's a good thing that the claim is you can have gas pressure without it, or your claim earlier that gravity contains the atmosphere. So that is
these are two sides of the same coin.
No, it's you have the positive claim and the burden of proof. Period. You already said there's many tests.
I don't think I said there's many tests.
All right. Well, if I go back and rewind the stream and we hear you say there's many tests that prove this,
do it.
How about a fair you're done for 24 hours or something? Does that seem fair?
I don't think that's fair. What if you are wrong?
I don't think
you
the
out for
whole
24 hours?
oopsie. I don't think that's fair either. Because you just ran us around for 34 minutes, maybe even longer.
Pronounce whoopsie poopsie. Get it right, but yeah, right.
Oh, oops. Yeah, no, sorry. I don't think that's worth all the effort, but I will do it. But there's gonna be some stakes involved.
How about we just clarify our stances and we can forget the whole thing?
Okay. Sure. No? I'd rather just hold you accountable to the thing you said specifically. That'd be more fun.
Just to be formal about it, proper conversing and such.
Might also be a learning lesson for you as well, to be more careful with your words. So that you don't have to be like, oh, well, what I meant was, say what you meant, bro. Say what you mean.
You see, what happened was...
Don't be like, what happened was FTFE just ruined it all for everybody on the Globe side. Oh my God, did you see that last week? Anyway, that was hilarious because he kept on doing that exact thing. No, let's just let's just go back and say the exact opposite thing. And just you're wrong.
Yeah,
oh God, it was so glorious.
Yeah, actually, it's the opposite of what I said.
But it's actually agreeing with what you just said. But I can't say that. I have to just change the wording of it so it doesn't look like, oh my God, damn, I got caught. Oh my God, the ground is not neutral.
And Flat Earther, you were wrong both times.
The Earth is negative charge, son. What the Oh, it's so funny. So funny.
What up, J-Rock? I see you chimed in as well.
Still waiting on the gravity definition, though.
Maybe J-Rock can help us. You got something for us, J-Rock?
J-Rock.
It's weird. You guys are way more confident spurging into
Go fuck yourself.
See what I mean? Instead of actually talking like a actual human being.
Yeah, you're a moron. That's all I want to say.
It's probably because I ruined your flow of the room. I'll just shut up. My bad.
I'm gonna let you just get it out, dog. It's okay. I'm gonna let you get it out. Say it. Because there's a whole panel of people here. There's Globe Earthers listening. People.
I love that you're not having to speak on the HUD volume in the library anymore.
I know, right? Y'all don't. Yeah, see, y'all lucky. I was in there.
He
does emote, y'all.
He sounds like the parasites need an exorcism today. J-Rock, the demons are taking control.
Damn.
Yeah, your mom's sucking the demons out of my dick right now.
Yeah, let it out, man. Let it out. Because
Oh my God, are we 4 years old too? That's great.
We're gonna hear this clown versus a bunch of sane people. So go ahead. What else you got?
This is an echo chamber. I just come in here and listening.
Yeah, that's why you're
echoes
unmuted.
bounce off the walls.
Yeah, that's why you're.
Echo chamber.
I never understood that term. What does that term even mean anymore?
That's why we've been talking to Mez this whole time. That's why you haven't been just muted and kicked immediately. That's why we were talking to Manufacturum. Yeah, it's definitely an echo chamber in here. That makes sense.
I have a question for Roadkill, if he's available.
What up, Roadkill? Yeah, that's the.
Well, I was just wondering if his little icon photo was sarcasm or for real. 'Cause, yeah, I was just curious. It was funny.
Oh
My
yeah,
yard
I'm here.
started looking like that in my area. So I was just curious.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. I was just wondering if that was like a satire flag message or if that was for real. Because I find humor in either answer. I was just curious.
Oh yeah, it's for real.
Word. You can be my second favorite then.
Huh. Yeah. I guess I'm one of the rare flat earthers that has to stand that way.
It's all good, man. I happen to be the only flat earther Aryan Jew with a lineage I can't track, so you're good.
Okay.
How about people who has experience with the war?
Understood. Mad respect, and I completely understand. No worries. I was just curious. It is a long one, unfortunately.
Yeah, hopefully it's over soon.
Yeah, it's difficult to be neutral. It's so difficult.
Mm-hmm. I just hope this phase of it's over soon. I think it might be progressing to the next one. We'll see. Anyway, flat Earth is awesome, and gravity has 5 different definitions. So.
Depends on the movie
Excellent.
that you're watching. Depends on which movie and what universe you're in. Gravity has a different definition.
And what professor you had it said, blank, pointless school, fill in the blank. Depend on what your minor would be, depends on how that class was teaching it as. So that's my opinion. Like, well, did you go to Baker or did you go to Michigan? Michigan's a good one. Yeah.
Also depends which political party you're affiliated to and which
Right.
channel do you watch the most, like CNN,
Correct. Right. Which Marxist
CNBC,
one you
Fox
got
News.
going on the TV most? That's a very good point. True that. Like, you could be apolitical, but it's still Marxist, and then your gravity definition is going to be the space-time woo-woo most recent one that makes no sense.
You have honest people like a PhDs who said, for example, I don't know what is gravity in
But it
astronomy.
explains everything. That and Kepler laws. It explains everything. Quote from PhDs just a couple days ago. That's right, they do.
I'm saying they're honest PhDs. They're saying, I don't know, next question.
Right.
But you have
Yeah.
random people on internet, they know better than that PhD,
Absolutely, dude.
And they don't have a publications. That's interesting, because they don't believe their priest. What a priest is saying, I don't know, people, but people know better than priests.
Yeah. I call PhD a PhD pitiful hype degree.
You have people like messing the internet that claims gravity makes sense. So that's how you know some
That's
people are
only because
definitely
it answers everything. It explains, answers, causes, and is the effect of everything. That could just make much more sense, 96% more viable on a flat stationary toroidal plane. So, yeah, it's just the answer for everything. So that's just why they love it so much. I think they don't even know. It's just because it simplifies their life.
That's how you know gravity makes sense, because it's nonsense.
And it changes definitions every week. Yeah,
it has
for sure.
75 definitions. It's okay.
75 is probably more accurate. Word.
Yeah, 75. It's not 1,000. It's near. If you have 1,000, then it's difficult to choose.
But people that actually think like that, people that don't think, and so they say that what you just said about it, it's only an answer because gravity. It's never like anything else that's expanding on that, or even if it's like talking about things that don't exist, like let's call it a virtual photon. That's the newest thing with CERN, Satanists. They can't even define a virtual photon yet. But gravity is just like that, It's like,
it's the most
can't even
powerful
define
God.
a photon. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's the most powerful God in human history.
Still not as cool as the big G God.
Yeah, it is. No, and nobody. Yeah, there are so many people believe in that without any proof that it's biggest God than in human history. Nobody believes that. What?
Correct.
Nobody.
Propaganda is a bitch, man. Propaganda of 100 years is a bitch, because that is literally like people like praise and then define themselves by that stuff way more powerfully, or loud, at least more loud and vocal about their nonsensical beliefs than like if they actually experienced a metaphysical or spiritual morphosis in their life and felt it. It's like it's even bigger than that. I'm like, what? Just looking around.
You know how many genesis you have in heliocentric model, and they are still not written because they're not discovered
Very
yet.
telling, right? Very telling.
What I don't get is
I like the satire of your "don't think." That's funny as hell. Just so you know.
Go ahead, Roadkill. You say what you don't get is?
Yeah, like the moon, like looking at a transparent moon and thinking, "Oh yeah, we can definitely land on that." Yeah, that's definitely physical.
And three-dimensional. Yeah, dude.
Right?
Good point. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, I've taught fine art to like 4-year-olds, right? And they understand like three-dimensional and like adding like a shadow to things to make it like actually be believable as three-dimensional. And like, yet the moon doesn't deliver that. Yeah, that is weird.
Wait, where is the moon transparent?
Every day in the sky.
What?
When it's day, when the sun's on one side and the moon's on the other side of the same sky during the daylight hours, and it's like just coming in, but it's like daily here where I'm at. So
Wait,
Yeah,
you
and
claim you see the
also,
sun
like,
behind
on
the
the
moon
globe.
or through the moon?
correct. And I've also seen it disappear in my rearview mirror at 6:37 a.m. At the beginning of a 12-hour drive, moving, and it like literally did it before my eyes, and it was beautiful. I was like, hell yeah, toroidal, beautiful thing, you know, not
I would
solid.
love to see this picture of a sun behind the moon.
Mm. I can do that. Maybe it's cloudy today. I'll try for this week.
And also, how does the moon disappear if the Earth is a sphere? You should be able to see the moon at all times from somewhere on Earth, but it kind of disappears for a little period of time, which would only make sense if the Earth is not a globe.
And if it's like a wonderful light source that's charged by something we don't know the shape of, but probably a toroidal something.
How does that make sense?
Like the lens of a camera. I've seen it appear blood orange color at 2:45 in the morning in a different part of the sky than it did 2 days prior. And I watched it appear literally like Pac-Man shape, like like a weird block, pie chart looking thing, like you're in statistics or like some boring job. And they're like, oh, 40%, like the 40% block of the circle was the blood orange moon. And it was like in the most unexpected spot, not even rising in my area in Missouri until like 2:45 in the morning. But that was unexplainable. And then I've also seen, I'll post the sun does the same thing, appearing and disappearing. And I do have a video of that. So
No,
cool
someone
light
said
show.
that the moon disappears sometimes, and that would only make sense if the Earth wasn't a sphere.
Like it vanished. Yeah, for sure.
How does that make sense?
Let me try to put it into like a smart person word sentence thing. Give me just a second. I'm multitasking. I'll be right back and I will try to explain it better. I'll also try to find some black hole sun imagery that explains the toroidal field working in conjunction with that, where it's like right above, basically where Polaris is, right? And the black hole sun explains a lot that we can't see anytime. But yeah, basically both lights, the sun and the moon, do their thing, emanating from that. And it's part of this wonderful electrostatic little thing we got above the firmament. And just like when the stars are moving, it's doing its thing. It's just like breathing in that little toroidal ether space. So I'll post some imagery and try to better explain it. But it's basically just, it's like a natural daily response that is unchanging, just because if you believe anything the scriptures say, it's two great lights, and this plane is flat and unable to be moved and stationary. But the toroidal field explains everything from our hearts to our atmosphere, if you want to call it that. I hate that word.
Toroidal field, is that it?
Yeah, I'll actually post a thing that is about a 30 or 20 minute presentation on these people that spent 2 years and had mega computers, right? Charting the sun and its movement from the same spot, and they did 3D modeling of it. It's the best I've ever seen imagery wise. And it shows in multiple form, like in multiple colors, multiple visuals, all doing the same thing of that 2-year period. How it's like a beautiful Mandela donut toroidal, perfect, breathing little entity, just based on how the sun actually moves like a little figure eight. But anyway, it's much, much more scientifically and thoroughly explained in the video. So give me just a second. I don't think anybody's ever done that since, and it's been about 4 years, I think, since that was done. So it was expensive to do, though.
This isn't the sun. No, I wanted the picture of the sun. You being able to see the sun through the moon.
Oh, I didn't mean through the moon. I said you could see through the moon with the sun in the opposite side of the sky. I'm so sorry. No.
You never said that, and he's asking for something that you never said.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't make up that I said something else. Okay, cool.
It was nonsense again.
It's like you say something and he hears
maybe I
something
misheard.
else.
Oh, okay, I feel better. I just word.
I mean, you speak.
But I think it wasn't you that said it was someone else.
English,
I was
perfect English, and he heard something else.
I was thinking like you're gonna show him the picture of like a lunar eclipse and be like, see, you can see the sun behind the moon. and then he'll deny it. You'll be like, "Holy shit, dude! You did! You denied your own observation."
Oh yes, because nobody can trust their eyes or their like physical presence at anywhere at any given time, right? With 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "I've never seen the sun behind the moon before."
Because
never seen a
trusting my
solar
eyes
eclipse?
would mean God exists, and I just can't have that in my paradigm. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was a great redneck, bro.
I was better redneck than Crits. Mess claims things out of reality like they are truth from his point of view and his imagination. And then when you tell him something that is happening in reality, he wants you to show him something that is not happening in reality. It's like you're operating in some type of imaginary plane of your
Well,
own
really, it's
imagination.
literally coming from like a college educated, in my opinion, a Marxist infused without even realizing it. Like, I just need to ask a lot of questions that have no logical, sensical answers because it makes the conversation filled for more minutes of time and then makes people think that we're smarter because we ask a lot of questions that really are just not even the right questions or open ended. Yeah.
Is that the voices in your head, Mess? The voices told him to be quiet on this one.
I'm just like, what is in his earpiece and what is he waiting to talk for, you know? Bad joke.
He deafened. He doesn't want to hear it. All right.
Did he get hurt by a little bird?
I am rather petite. Thank you. That was very sweet. I'm creating a new X account against my will just to like find the videos in the sun and the black hole sun I was telling about, just to be like true to my word and be like, hey, it does exist, you know? So give me just a minute.
How'd that work?
How lame, man. That bro's been trying Musk for like 25 years to like have something and everything that he owns be called X or add an X on it. It's just like, man, really? I just feel really bad. Anyway, his mother was a master marketer, you know?
He's an X addict.
No doubt, most likely. Among other things, he's a self-admitted relationship, even toxic ones, addict because he doesn't like to live alone. Isn't that sad?
Not really. That's human nature.
It's the Amber Heard.
That's the Amber Heard syndrome.
Heard.
Well, that's what I heard.
I'm just glad we're not talking about T-Swift, that demon. Ugh.
Axon, it might be in relation to an effect that light causes when it's canceling itself. So in the medium above us, the sun might be, or whatever is causing the sun to be the effect that we observe from the ground, that circle of light. There might be something happening that the light will be kind of like canceling itself, and we see an effect there is such an effect that light will look black completely. It's almost like the light is canceling itself. It's a peculiar effect of light. It will look black. That might have something to do with the black zone and even the eclipse that we see.
That's precisely my theory and many others as well. Absolutely, it's just that invisible thing, almost like we get the end result of this this photo, old school photography, proper photography. My grandfather was a military photographer, so I'm like, yes, that looks like a wonderful flow changing 30-day like little lens change actually, and Lord knows it's not coming from the shadow of the earth. Like that's just ridiculous. So yeah. Absolutely. And then there's the other, selenite, whatever they are. Yeah, absolutely. And all of it can be explained. Same with the solar patterns. It's just like that thing we can't see in the daytime because it's where Polaris is in the nighttime. And it's just, fueling everything from the center of our little donut. That's just, yeah, well said.
I like how you say lens effect because I'm not like an expert photographer, but it kind of makes sense to me that it actually looks like some type of lensing effect. Especially
Absolutely.
the light
And
effects
it looks, that is the thing that looks solid about it. Don't you agree? Even though we know it's not 3-dimensional garbage, it looks during those days and cycling of that slowly growing black little lens change. That is what looks solid. And I'm like, well, that would happen if we are held together and we're breathing air because our entire realm is breathing around us to keep us alive within this container. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, well, that's interesting that looks solid. But yeah, I'm glad you agree.
Yeah, it's almost like a creator level lensing effect because we kind of can duplicate similar things, but that light show above it's in its own level. It's like
Absolutely.
something.
And most of it we can't even see. Just think about that,
Yeah, there is actually like spectrums of light, and there is visible stuff that is not visible with our eyes, because our eyes, at least my eyes, because some people claim they see other layers. I don't know if that's true, but
right,
there is like a spectrum of light, and we see certain things, but there is other spectrums of light that with equipment you can see other stuff that is not visible with.
Or it's happening during the daytime when it's like, yeah, nobody, if they're in that path of the sun, right? Nobody would on this ground level for sure. I think that's another one of God's little silent gems that He gives us. It's like, hey, that's going to be people for too long and connect with Him because we don't need to have all the answers. Otherwise, we end up like NASA and people with no souls, and we're not like that. Got to leave a little mystery.
You were talking about the moon like a transparent. And can you like an image? Like when you're watching the TV and you see an image of the moon, it's an actual video of the moon. Now you can record the moon with a camera and then put that image on the TV, but you can't go to that image and play golf on it, right? So an actual image, from what I see, and my kind of like my conclusion, the moon looks like some reflected image in the ceiling above.
Yeah, the ceiling is, yeah, exactly.
One of the layers. I don't know if it's the ground under our feet layer or maybe one of the layers above. It's one of the layers, but it's a reflection of one of the layers, and that's sort of what we see.
It's not the direct light source. It's reflecting the projection from that direct light source that is out of our attainable sight or travel, hence, or the black sun, if you want to call it that. Yeah.
I think the light source, the light source, or the source of the luminaries is actually visible in the electro-optical spectrum, and when there is like a graph made, and all of the radiance that are all across the sky, and the sun, the moon, they all revolve around this center point of the sky. You know, kind of like a Swiss watch. You know, the hands of
Absolutely.
the clock.
Yeah.
We see the hands of the clock. We see the middle of that. Those hands are kind of revolving
Yeah.
around. We
By
don't
its
see the
absence.
mechanism
Yeah.
behind the clock. We don't see like the whole mechanism of the Swiss watch, but we
Correct.
know it's
But we can see it's beautiful and always constant. By its absence in that middle, that part, those parts we can't see. It's just like, dang, that's been powerful. You know, daggum. That sounds like my uncle there. Sorry about that. But he's like, hey, brother, daggum. That's sacrilege. Anyway, but no, I completely know what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, the electro-optical imagery shows an interesting feature that it looks like a pyramid of light, and all of the luminaries revolve. Like that's like in the centerpiece. I
Like,
would
dang,
say
Pink Floyd, what you know? Even though I think that all the people, even like that Pink Floyd album cover from that person in this room, even, just like with the Black Hole Sun, that awful catchy song, yeah, they were doing it. They were looking at it and talking about those things, the pyramid and the black hole, from an esoteric kind of, my opinion, garbage, satanic, dark, weird, unnecessarily esoteric place. But it is very, very factual if you actually like take a look at it, and exactly what you just said could be fueling the entirety of our realm for sure. I'm gonna find this video. I just really don't like account creation on Twitter or X. Ugh.
Yeah. See, you said that you work, about lensings and kind of like imagery and stuff, and it makes sense to you that what we
Old school
see.
photography. So I can't really discuss anything like, last 30 years, but 1925 to 1945 military equipment, Japanese and U.S. issued. I can talk about that kind of functioning, and I can talk about maybe up until the 80s. But other than that, I'm just, I like to learn about it. Yeah, continue. And Sonny, I didn't see you in there. He's in here. He actually knows a lot about this too.
A little bit, not a whole lot. I'm not a big camera aficionado. I just know a little bit about it. I feel good.
How you feeling? Good.
Good. Been waking up kind of late because I need sleep, but I woke up at like 8 o'clock this morning. I was used to waking up at 4:30, 5 o'clock every morning for the last when I was in the hospital. So
right. Exercise schedule will regulate. I'm sure, just like sleep. Glad you're feeling good.
Getting back around to my regular natural schedule, I guess, if you will. But I find it fascinating about the radians and how what the luminaries are moving around. Does that correlate, Jimsy, with the the North Star and all of that?
What we observe at the North Star, kind of like a center point, the lights that we see are still effects that are between that medium, between the effects, the ground that we're standing on, the layers above, and then the source of that is above the let's say the ceiling. So above the ceiling there is I would say kind of like the centerpiece that we're talking about. Because we see this toroidal movement, and let's say there's whatever movement we see of the luminaries and whatever is governing that movement, because you see this stuff, it looks like it's being kind of like it works in cycles, so it's like kind of some type of mechanism like the Swiss watch. So what's behind that layer, it's above us. And so and above
above.
that,
They're further above the visible layers. We have there's invisible layers, and then some of the luminaries are embedded in that layer, right? In those layers.
Past the ether is what I think, but I mean that's just me and a few others. But yeah, it's a little sheet.
My boss sister. Ether might be like an effect that is being caused by the construct. Okay, so there is this I would say the pyramid of light that is for me is structural, and when that thing is also rotating, almost like a dynamo. You know the tilt that we see of the sky. So this dynamo is actually rotating. It has a yearly cycle. So that is what caused the yearly cycle. That one rotation of that whole thing.
And then every 4 years, just like the solstice resets itself, the sun path resets itself at solar noon every 4 years, like click, 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 rewind. The exact same thing happens above it with the luminaries in that whatever layer you want to call it. That is like our breath holding us in. Breathing basically. So yeah, just to expand on your point, I agree. And thanks for calling me sister. I feel like we're officially friends.
So no.
Thank you, sister.
Honey child, you're so welcome, Shug.
So that's pretty amazing. Like, it all seems like this fantastic light show to me, though. It really does. Like the way everything is moving around and the different layers to it. Like it really does seem like it's a mechanical device to me behind it all. We just are not able to see any of that part of the mechanism. I think the luminaries are all focal points coming from the source. They focus through a certain part of the heavens. They focus through a layer, and that's how they come out as like a pinpoint of light. Because I think the focal point is focused through it.
Not a bad idea. That's yeah, exactly. Yep. And I just think of like that thing at the Natural Science Museum that I don't like most of 85% of what they have in there for kids. But that thing that's like the electrostatic little plastic little glow like ball shaped thing that's like, oh, you can put your fingers on it and like make it like staticky and different colors. Like, ooh, you know what I'm saying?
Tesla coil.
Correct. Well, the weaker part of Tesla that they stole, of course, yeah, like that thing, but it's fixed except for a few wanderers because they have to, it has to release some sort of like, just like on a vehicle or an engine, any other mechanical thing, so.
Sonny, you asked earlier about the Polaris, and you did got my point, but when you're reflecting, have you seen this you can have like a glass or like a multi-layer crystal, and you can shine a line to it, and you will see a reflection of that light in a ceiling or on a wall, and you can rotate the crystal, and you're gonna see the reflection of the light on the wall rotating, right? You know what I'm saying? You can be shining a line to the crystal, and then you have a reflection of that light on a wall. You rotate the crystal, and you see the reflection rotating.
Yeah, exactly. You see it rotating, and the way it rotates above us is so clock-like that it's mind-blowing. So it's almost like all these lit up things, these luminaries, as I like to call them, are all being directed, or they're being moved. There's something like a crystal or something that they're moving within mechanically, actually physically moving. There's a physical part of it, but we're seeing the non-physical optical part of it only.
Exactly, yeah, because when you're shining the light through the crystal, the light, the source of the light, you don't have to be looking at the source of the light to see the reflection on the wall spinning or on the ceiling. You could be just seeing, you could be looking at the effects, but not the light source or the initial the light. I'm sorry, I'm going up the stairs. Just even.
So if the luminaries were created by God to look like balls, and by that people are fooled into thinking that the Earth is a ball, and the entire globe conspiracy is to convince people that there is no God, then why did God himself
Your
create
premise is
the
wrong since the beginning, because not of the luminaries look like balls. And maybe you can say they might look like balls, but not all of them look like circles, and not all of them look like balls. So you're just saying all of the luminaries look like balls, therefore we must be in a ball. And that premise is completely nonsense.
I mean, the galaxies, for example,
It
or
absolutely
nebulae
is.
don't look like a ball, but the planets definitely do.
I'll reserve my thoughts.
You're looking at light effects, you're looking at effects, and you're looking at lights. That doesn't mean that you are a light, bro. Don't you get it? That doesn't mean that you are a light in the sky like those lights in the sky. So Sonny, I think the dynamo. I said a dynamo. Like a spinning. You can. What is it? I think it's called a dynamo. And when you spin it, it kind of like start doing a tilt.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, I think
And
so.
that's kind of like the sky is doing. Kind of, the globers tell you, oh, the Earth is tilting because during the year we see kind of like the sky. You see how
Shifts.
it's kind of like shifting a little bit, and it's going back in
So
place.
that's
So
a
that's
tilt.
actually the sky is doing that.
The sky is tilted. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. The sky, the way it's focused towards us is on an angle.
And that's to me is structural, like the
I think so.
the structure itself that is doing this movement. We observing the effects of that rotation as the luminaries.
Well, you got a couple of different choices. They appear and behave and act as if they're focus beams of light. You can duplicate this on Earth, where you can make a focal point of light from one or more sources of light, focus in as a beam, right? Like you do in a flashlight, that focuses it in. Simple idea, but you got a couple of choices. Either what they're embedded in moves back and forth and they're stationary focus point.
Oh, yeah,
or
yeah.
The background, or the background. Let me see. Where did I start out with? Either the focusing mechanism goes back and forth to change its focal length, or that stays the same, and the background is at a certain focal length and it just stays there. Like it could be static or it could be in motion, like as far as the focal point goes. So maybe as it gets further away, maybe the focus point of these, let's say a star, will change because
That's
it's no longer in the near the center or the focus point of the beam. So it'll start looking
Because the
faded.
lady was saying about lenses, right? And if the light is coming from a source above it, right, and then this lensing effect is causing what you're saying, that focal effect that we're looking at. Because remember, we are in the ground looking up, and seeing that medium, and the light is doing what it's doing. So that what you're saying is the focal. Even the sun and the moon, they look like kind of like focal, like you're saying.
Focal points. And here's the
Yeah.
proof of it. You can't triangulate the sun or the moon very accurately at all. So assuming you get if you get three people trying to triangulate the position of the sun, you won't get it. Just like as if it were a focal point, that each focal point is basically in each observer's sphere of visual
What if you
acuity.
presume that the Earth is a sphere? Can you
I
triangulate it
mean,
then?
you can triangulate that, assuming that the Earth is a sphere.
No,
but
that's in your
you can-
imagination. That you're just talking about your imagination. We don't
You can't
interested in that.
triangulate the sun's
It's not a
position.
presumption; it's an observation.
You can't triangulate it.
So it's really just fixing errors in your
What
own
time is it
model.
for everyone? We could do it right now.
You're starting from the
Yeah.
premise that
time
the
it is?
ground under your feet is
You're talking
curving
about
and spinning.
the shadow.
Conclusive evidence.
You're probably talking about the shadow. I'm talking about triangulated its position itself from 3 observers, let's say, in different parts of Earth. It's been tried to be done. It gets wacky. Like when you get 2 more people, that the only way it would do something like that is if it were an electric light and it's focused at a certain point, has a certain focal length. You can prove that plants only grow by electric light, and you cannot triangulate the sun, just like you cannot triangulate accurately a focus point or a focus beam. It would appear as if it were in the wrong location because it's a focus beam.
Well, it's that and the fact that you've got like different conditions for each of the observers. Everyone's field of views for the observers is going to be slightly different.
That's true. You got all those variables too. You have all the medium, whatever that may be, in between you and the observed, the object. There's sometimes I take pictures of the sun.
The moon. Sorry.
What's that? Say it again.
I was saying we tried doing that with the moon several years ago.
Uh-huh.
Trying to get everybody's like multiple people with different locations, trying to get their angles to it and stuff. It didn't work too well.
Right? Didn't have very good luck with it, right?
I mean, to be honest, yeah. Didn't work too well.
Get a ballpark idea, I guess. But you're gonna have 3 different. You're gonna have 3 different positions for it.
Well, the idea was that when it's safe for somebody, it's like directly safe, right? And it's the highest in the sky. And then where is it relative to the other people's position? Then we could get an angle and triangulate how high it is and this and that.
Right. Well, you could use elevation angles from different locations, but I think it has something to do with the medium that's up there that these things are either embedded onto or what they're shining through. Might have a particular shape to it. We don't know. That would cause changes in the effect that we see, and that would cause changes in where we would triangulate that image to. You can't just go with static shape and distance. Like maybe it's nothing like that. Yeah, every person has a different focal point they're seeing.
That it's the pyramid, you know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They seem to like pyramids, so it wouldn't put it past me if there's a pyramid up there.
Well, that's kind of what Gemsy is saying.
Well, it'd be like some kind of geometric shape, like a tetrahedron, or just a
Yep, I think it's something
It's
like
actually
that.
visible in the electro-optical. It looks like a it looks like a pyramid.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to get onto the whole yeah, because yeah, I'll leave it out then. I won't get into the
Yeah,
concave idea.
you don't
Have
have
you
that.
ever seen a pyramid on a table? You see the pyramid of light, and you also see like like a dark reflection of it. So you get like an equal opposite. So in the electro-optical, you see like a north side of it, or like a top side, and a bottom side that looks like the equal opposite of it. That is dark black, and then the top of it is light, like a pyramid of light, and then a shadow pyramid below it. That's how
Yeah,
it
it's
looks
like
like.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like it's the deep field or whatever the image is.
The whole yearly cycle of the luminaries revolve around this center point of the sky, which is a huge thing.
Isn't it like it's really amazing even just talking about these things as we are, because no one has broken this stuff down in intimate detail. But what's striking to me is that it appears that these things may be, and that's been said before, and also is said in astrology, that these stars have a meaning in our lives, like personal to us. So it almost reminds me of like the part of Minority Report, or was it Minority Report, where he goes up into the thing where all the records are stored. And that thing, I think it was a balloon or something, right? I could be mixing movies up too. But there was this thing flying around. It held all the records. I think it's another movie though. So like these stars are like holding the records or something like that. I mean, what if we each have a constituent part of us up in the sky?
Well, there's something to it because the yearly cycle it's very impactful in this level. So during the year, depending the timing of the year, the environment changes, right?
Yeah.
So there is I would say there is an input from the system above through the layers above into this system, and that has effects, as we can see. So in the layer of personalities and how people behave, and what you're saying, kind of like it affects certain, like it's almost like an imprint.
Right.
So
Like
that imprint is also affects like even like people
personalities.
and
Yeah. I think it has
it affects the environment directly. How when it's summer is different, when it's winter is different, and all that movement on the sky is what is causing this environment to change. So it has a more deeper rooted fundamental effect in when things are coming into existence, like when a baby is conceived or born. It might be, depending on the timing of the year in the whole construct, is having some type of imprint in that.
You wonder, it makes you wonder like what this, a mechanical spiritual device, like it's maybe using mechanics that are based on spiritual, who knows, because we don't know how to build with spiritual energy, but maybe the creator obviously would know how to do something like that. And I could just be whistling in the dark here, but I mean, it's pretty presumptuous to say what God can do and can't do, but I'm thinking, there's a lot more to this place than is ever given credit for it. And there is an effect that's happening. Either the stars above, the luminaries, are causing the effect, or we are causing the effect in the luminaries.
I think it's a combination because you are your God-given senses, even your eyes. So we observed a spectrum of the effect, but we don't see all of the effect. We don't see the whole thing. So the construct in place has multiple layers. So it's not that one thing is causing the whole thing. You have a construct, a bunch of pieces put together like a machine, and one gear is causing a movement of the other gear, and the other gear is causing this other to move, and it's a bunch of things put together to have the whole construct work, the whole machine work.
It's amazing.
If you want to get into something relative, then there's you basically one sec. Yeah, things like develop from the micro to the macro, not the macro to the micro. Like the micro affects the macro, like environment. But then it's like a two-way system. The environment's technically affecting the micro. But from a quantum physics point of view, it's the micro that changes first and the macro then follows.
Sorry, I think I found the video that I did a long time ago. Let me compress it. And
Yeah, because I've been wondering. I only remember seeing an image that you had posted a couple years ago, and that's what I'm basing my whole thing on when you're talking about these the luminaries in those regions. That I guess you have to revisit Enoch and probably a little bit of Revelations and some Ezekiel as well. Doesn't Ezekiel talk about the sky itself, or does he only talk about some mechanisms that are come down to land? I don't know. There's probably clues in all of that.
Well, all the stuff that's taken out, all the mechanics of Enoch, basically.
Yeah, no kidding. He talks about it, right? Talks about those places where they go, coming to and fro, and the winds. Like there's a place where there's portals where these things come out of the western winds. The cold northern winds come out of another portal. And then that I found very interesting, that the winds and weather itself come through these portals. Well, obviously the luminaries come through these portals too. Well, that's what Enoch is saying. If there's anybody that has not read Enoch, you can't go with the Slovakian one though. That apparently is some kind of forgery or some kind of made up one. But if you go with I think it's 1 through 12 or something, the original Enoch.
Like the Ethiopian Bible, I think, that had it in.
From the apocryphal text, they took it out. So go look at the apocryphal text. I think the one I have in the Lost Books of Eden, though, is the Slovakian one, which is the wrong one.
Yeah, I've still got the Google Drive from FreeChan from like 8 years ago, so I might have to have a look through that.
He was saying these things about portals because he thought that when the sun disappears, sets, it disappears from the entire Earth at once. So it universally for the entire Earth disappears in some kind of portal. But in reality, we are now in 21st century, so we know that when it disappears for one people, it rises for others. So that really doesn't work.
Well, Enoch's describing the portals as in just like the location on the azimuth where it enters, like where the sun rises every season, just changes. That's all it's explaining. It says portal, but it's technically a portal, right? Where the sun's appearing
I don't know, dude.
in a different place on
That
the
portal
horizon.
thing, to be honest with you, that portal thing makes a lot of sense because I saw the moon disappear the other day. A couple months back in September, I watched the moon literally disappear out of the sky. I don't know where it went. I don't know how it disappeared, but it just vanished. I'm assuming.
So in the past, people used to depict the sun like with different faces. Like you could see a face of the sun, another face of the sun, and then in the center, like a whole face of the sun. So it's almost like the sun is whatever is causing the effect that we observe of the sun is kind of like going through lenses and you're looking at reflections of reflections
Yes,
of it,
like it's being focused
and it's
from
like
someone else.
you see what it's like you let's say you have 4 mirrors in front of you and you reflect a light into one of the mirrors, but you see the same reflection on all of the mirrors. So if you're doing that at the creator's level, you see kind of that effect. The moon is very similar as well. So when you move when you move the original piece, not the reflection, you don't move the mirror, you move the thing that you're holding that is being reflected. When you're moving it, you kind of see like the reflections going through walls or through the reflections are kind of like doing like the Pac-Man show, like it's going from one side to the other one. But that's not the object doing it. I mean that is the reflections doing that effect. Hopefully you know what I'm saying. Sonny, I tagged you.
Okay, cool. Got the attachment.
Sonny, I talked to you.
I tagged you. I've been tagged. How do I copy?
Sonny has been tagged. Sonny has been tagged.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I see that. Wow. Trip out. How can I save that?
Download it. So
Click
the
on it.
light is coming through the ceiling towards through the, how do you say, the sun window, the sun, the roof.
Sunroof. Moonroof. Whatever.
And as you can see, the light is going through the crystal, and it's reflecting all of these little stars or whatever effect that you see on the floor. And you can move once the crystal is being moved or spin, and you see these effects that look at a moment when it's above the ground, you kind of see like equal opposites of the reflections. They look similar but inverse.
Now that's interesting because he's got a cross there. It's a prism shaped like a cross.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you unfold a cube, that's what you get.
Interesting stuff, man.
I'm not sure that means anything, but people like
that is a random. I mean, it's not a random shape, and it wasn't designed to do that. But it's interesting that the effect that you.
Those in it, right?
What was that?
I said all creation has this stuff in it, right? The 369, the what do you call it? The Fibonacci sequence or whatever. It's part of creation, right? So are we surprised that we see this in all kinds of math and things like it just comes out that way, doesn't it?
Oh no! When you actually put the sky together, it kind of looks like a cross as well. When you put the north toroidal, the north apex, south toroidal, the helion and anti-helion, you can basically make a cross with it. So it has a center of movement, but you see kind of like the effect that we see from down here. We see this light show that doesn't look like the source, but it's this light show that we observe. So like the video of the cross and the light going through it, you kind of see like 2 layers of the light of the reflections going through the crystal and giving you like 2 opposites of the reflections. You see how you get like you get it from the same thing, but you get in a reflection of a reflection. I don't know how to explain it, but the light can do all these effects, and yeah, there's no ball anywhere to be found in this light show. It works pretty well in reality without the fantasy ball. Because when the Glovers tell you, hey, you see the sky moving and you see circles of light in the sky, I mean, that doesn't mean that's being caused because you're standing on a ball, obviously.
So this is maybe a little off topic, but like when we're looking at science and we're going way back in the day, like way back at the beginning of human evolution, there was actually studies that found that the human species as a whole was not scientifically meant to be monogamous, right? So there's scientific evidence that supports the reason why like females are able to orgasm multiple times is because they were supposed to go with multiple partners. And literally the shape, yeah, no. Oh my god. Fuck.
They're just playing a video. That's crazy.
What's crazy? You?
Dude.
You're crazy?
I was crazy once.
Do you think the globe
that
is
was-
crazy?
Yeah, the
No,
globe is
no.
definitely crazy.
No, that she was like the person on that feed. That person was playing an audio.
Oh, Sonny was hot micing, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I
Claiming
said.
claiming the globe is where you're standing on, that's crazy, right?
I was not on about what we were hearing, what the words were. I was just about the fact that we're playing an audio, bro.
Yeah, but I'm still stating a fact, right? Like, if someone is claiming they live on a spinning globe,
You better
that's definitely crazy.
I'm not putting my opinion on this. I'm not arguing this shit. I swear
No,
to
I'm not
God.
saying to you. I'm making a general statement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm out.
Sorry, this
But
time
wouldn't you agree?
I thought that was quite fun. Okay, fine. Don't laugh.
He jumped out.
I'm not sure if you scared him out or if I.
I did. It's my fault. It's my fault that he pressed the M button. Finish call.
Yes.
I love how these guys just make shit up in the side, eh? Just make it to fit their model.
I know I'm writing something. This guy's cracking me. A guy. Hey, a guy. Ooh, toilet paper. Like that.
Well, this is how my model works. Let me tell you.
Look, it's on my.
I think it's the voices inside of their heads telling them that, and they're just repeating it.
Yeah, instead of like just telling, how about show and tell? Don't just say, hey, this is how my model works, and just trust me, bro. Show and tell. Show a model, then tell. You got a model?
You must replace my shitty, horrible model. Otherwise, I'm not listening to you. I know it's funny, right?
Yeah, it's like
You don't need to
show,
replace your model.
show, then tell. I mean, this is something they did in kindergarten. Should be okay to do it now. You got a model. Okay, don't tell me about it. Show. And
But
then
what is
tell.
there to show? That's the thing.
That's the point, yeah. The point is, like, they
you
won't
don't
have
get it.
nothing to show, so they would have nothing to tell. No show, no tell.
Well, they always talk about they have something, but they never actually do show it. Right? I don't know what that's about. Like, if I had something to show, I'd bring it out. I'd be like, that's the first thing I'd throw out there. I'd be like, here it is. Here's my evidence. You know, I mean, if you're not that confident in your evidence, then don't bother. But then again, you know, people that can't make a good argument usually don't argue with other people about whether it's true or not.
Yeah, it'd be like when you're playing poker with them, and you see they've got like an Uno card, one Uno card in their hand, and they're telling you, I got a royal flush. I'm like, bullshit. I go, you don't even have a deck of cards, dude. You got like an Uno card, or probably a draw 2, like a draw 4 Uno card. I'm gonna call your royal flush. I go all in, and they just say, well, if you do that, you're science denial. Holy fuck, Beavis.
Well, if you're holding 4 aces, then yeah, we don't have a problem with understanding that he's going to lose that. He's going to lose that. I hope everybody got that analogy. If you had 4 aces, the guy cute. Well,
Yeah, gas always takes the shape of a ball in a vacuum. Fuck.
right.
It's like they're being possessed by the ball itself. Because it has to be.
Just look at fucking Jupiter, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, didn't you see them shadows on there? It must be.
Fuck.
The Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball because it has to be. And it is Photoshop because reasons.
And there's so many reasons. Can't argue with this. You hear me?
Well, it's kind of like with the thing. You know, I think Apollo was the last mission where they actually took real photos of Earth according to their own statements. I guess we also destroyed that technology to make actually real photos of Earth. So yeah, I'm actually okay with it being photoshopped. I mean, I do understand that they needed to destroy all that technology.
Yeah, we're going to protect us.
Pop quiz. What is the shape of the side of a square?
Flat.
Cube.
Holy man.
It's a cubert. It's cubert shaped.
He's trying to say the shape of the side of a square is flat. Holy.
Golly.
He said, I
That's
guess flat is the
Craig
shape.
Raymond.
Bird brained. How can you
Is
be
that
this
is that Mez again?
No, it's Talon. I don't think we've even spoke before.
Oh,
But this, like,
Talon.
you guys are making this so easy. It's like
Talon
T-ball.
hasn't been around for a while. He's Talon. He was pretty triggered for quite some time, and then he ended up realizing he contradicted because he came in here and said flat earthers can't debate, and then went on to try to schedule debates. I'm like, well, dude,
Oh, did you guys want? Are you guys? Are you saying you're going to come to the debate?
yeah, if you
I always
if your
get to
claim,
shuffle around.
yeah,
Holy.
if his claim was flat earthers can't debate, and his proof of that is to schedule debates. You're like, dude, if I know, right? If I know someone can't
I know, it's
debate,
hilarious.
I'm not going to schedule a debate with them. It'd be like what the fuck, you know? Like, imagine like I go to my neighbor, like, hey neighbor, I know you had a stroke and you had, you're in a wheelchair and you're struggling, you got some things going on in your life. I'm gonna schedule a run. Okay, we're gonna race. We're gonna have a foot race. And he looks at me like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, he'd be like, dude, that doesn't, why would you say that to me? That's horrible, you know? Like,
Well, it's actually worse than that. It's the other way around, where they're running up to you and they might even shove you and challenge you to a fight. And you're like, all right, let's go. You drop your bag, you put your fist up, let's go right here, right now. And they're like, oh wait, first, let me call my mom. We got to make sure we do it in her backyard because I need snacks. And so, like, you guys are hella lame. If you're
thirsty
gonna
right
come
now.
with the smoke, at least be prepared to like start now. What's with the shuffling around? I was in 24/7 in reverse at the bottom of the panel. Was like, oh, you're terrible at debating. Why don't you come to politics? I'm like, all right, well, here I am. He hasn't spoke since I've been here.
yeah, that's a good
So,
one.
so now we got to shuffle around to another server. Like, okay,
Oh, that's because his
Why don't-
buddies aren't here yet.
I've yet to see in a debate where Globa has not been completely smoked.
Yeah, that's a good
mean-
example too. It's like they pick a fight and then run away.
yeah. What's the point of starting the fight if you? Oh well, you have certain conditions. Oh wait, first I need to. We need to do jujitsu. Let me drop into my guard first. Like, dude, what? Like, that's lame as hell. If you're gonna, swing at me, prepared for a swing back.
But I'm
Under-
allergic to arm bars, so make
Yeah.
sure you don't use any.
Yeah, no, those aren't allowed. Yeah, you can't use that.
Like, well, we need to do it
My
in my
skin is
mommy's
real sensitive,
backyard
so
because she has
it's-
snacks for everybody. Get
You
out
have
of
to
here.
tie your legs and your arms. Then we can fight.
So,
Mhm.
who's the? What is the next big debate that is coming up? Like, what are you guys talking about?
There was
precisely?
Whitsitt and Professor Parks debated on journalism. That was like 2 days ago, I think.
It was a great debate, actually. Like, I think Professor Parks, in a broad view of all the other debates that Whitsitt does against other Globers, I would say was a very, good debate opponent. Like, it was actually chill to listen to the conversation. It was not like all this gish galloping, all that stuff. Even though he sometimes gish gallop, but that was pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean, I might have this
I-
wrong, but I think they know each other socially too. So it kind of debunks that idea where globalists come in here and flat earthers are the fringe of society. No one likes them. Everyone hates flat earthers. Well, here's Whitsitt debating one of his personal, social friends who is a professor at a public college or whatever. So right there, you're done, dude. Your claim was there's something wrong with flat earthers, but you proved there's something wrong with you. Because
Exactly.
if you can't debate Whitsitt, but this professor can, Now you've got a controlled experiment. You change variables. You change his debate partners and had a completely different result.
Yeah, if a PhD can debate a flat earther. And the thing is, if you look at the debate, he actually sometimes seemed kind of sincere, like, oh, that's interesting, Not like these zealots that actually don't listen to you. They just pretend to say, yeah, and then they're just gonna spew out the next Gischgelab.
Yeah, Professor Parks, I think his flat smack was he was talking to he came in the community kind of hot and heavy at first. But then someone had said, hey, dude, your model isn't perfect. Your model keeps changing over and over and over. Like right now, whatever you think the model's claiming, it's going to change. And he said, give me one example of something that's changed. They said the distance to Polaris. He said that distance to Polaris has never changed. The first claim is the current claim. And then people brought up articles like, hey, distance to Polaris up in the air. Distance to Polaris 1 million or like 100 light years, 200 light years, 300 light years, 400 light years, 800 light years, back down to 200 light years. Polaris is 1 star. Polaris is 2 stars. Polaris is 6 stars. Polaris is a binary system. They have no idea what they're looking at. And Professor Parks was thinking Polaris was 1 star about 300 and something light years away. And that was settled. That was settled science, no debate. And once he realized that, hey, once you leave the ivory, once you leave the college textbook, once you get past astronomy 101, it is up for debate. There's lots of different ideas of what they think the Polaris is. And he was flat smacked at that point, where now he's like, you know what? I've learned more in one discussion with flat earthers about astronomy than my whole PhD. Because his whole PhD brought him to a pipeline where Polaris is exactly 1 star, exactly 370 light years away. That's what his PhD did for him.
Did this happen during the debate, what you're talking about?
No, this was like 2-3 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I really hope for Professor Parks that, I don't know how, but somehow he can escape the cult of heliocentric philosophy and scientific pseudoscience, and then come to the truth on the realization.
What's also good is he's really religious. Like he is a deeply devoted Christian. That's another thing that kind of like flies in the face of a lot of these anti-flat earth globalists. They think somehow all the experts in heliocentric, all of them, every single one of them, without exception, are atheists. You're like, dude, not really. Okay, the atheist position is a flat earth position. Like Madeline O'Hare. And some other people. Okay, like the atheist logic can explain flat earth perfect. If you use atheist logic, flat earth is undeniable. You can, it's just the law. If you stay inside atheism, flat earth is it. There is no way of getting past it.
Right.
So then you've got these ideas. They had to pretend, they had to do like a roki-doke and say, well, inside atheism, it's also heliocentric because some of the people, because they had to drop not all of them, they're atheists. And you're like, well, which ones? Can you show me one? Oh, you got like, Lawrence Krauss? You know what happened to that guy? Like, Me Too fired him. Like, he was constantly harassing young co-eds to the point where the school had to fire him. Like, dude, you've done so much damage to science. All these young girls who studied hard, got to the University of Arizona, got into the physics department, only to get sexually harassed by scumbag atheist professor. Just think of the damage that was done there. I mean, it'll never be. They used to say, like, oh, the reason why women don't go into STEM is because X, Y, and Z, whatever, like gender roles. No, they don't go into STEM because there's a lot of scumbag atheist professors who can't make it in the marketplace of ideas. So they got somehow hired because of the liberal sort of ideology into the college system where they gained access to lots of victims. And thank God, thank God for Me Too. It has cleaned house.
Right.
Hey, why is Talon muted?
Why not?
Talon? Yeah,
Talon's
probably.
Talon's
He's scared.
fantastic.
Talon's always
Talon?
muted, man.
Why? He's pretty cool. I love listening to what he says.
Okay,
Well,
let's
I'm
test.
trying
Let's
to
see.
figure.
Oh, I see. You server
we're-
muted. Here,
We're
I got
teaching
this.
him. Alright.
Hey, Christian, but let me get this. Okay, let's test it. I think that who was that? Was that mathematician? Okay, I was
Yeah.
tabbed out. Okay, yeah, mathematician. Let's test this. You love talking to Talon. Okay, let's make a hypothesis. He can't talk here because he's just completely toxic, overtalks people, calls people a bunch of names. So inside his worldview, he's being modded to his own mod. Okay, this is the same way he mods his channel. He's just being modded with the same level of modding he does. So let's go. Okay, let's see what happens. If you want to talk to him, you will leave. You and him will leave and go talk in another channel where you can talk.
Okay.
If you don't want to talk to him, then you'll just stay here and you are just concerned trolling, which will also earn you a mute.
Well, I'm more interested in what he has to say in this room.
If you
considering the
confess
title
that
of
you're
this room.
concerned trolling, I'll keep you off mute. If you come clean. Otherwise, I'll just get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out.
I'd like it if you just unmuted Talon.
Okay, you can do that. You don't need me for that. If you want to hear Talon,
I can't unmute Talon because
yes,
I'm
you
not a
can.
mod
You can
here.
change channels.
Yeah,
You
but
can-
I'm
he's
not
only-
interested in listening to what he says about, some other topic other than the 24/7 Earth.
Then to take it to DMs. Give him a call. See,
Are you
your
afraid
worldview
of-
is testable. Okay, I can test your claim. You want to hear from him, and you also don't want to hear from him. See, your worldview is contradictory. So I'm
What do you
trying to
mean I
help
don't
you.
want to listen to him? I'm telling you I do.
Yeah, so what would you do if you want to listen to him and you know he can't talk in here?
I'm
Okay,
not going
you
to
know
force
that.
Talon to move. Like, Talon obviously wants to be here. He was here first, right?
Then invite him. Say, hey, I cordially invite you. I want to hear what your takes are.
But I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in him talking here.
Okay, well, that's
He doesn't
something
even
that's
want
not going to
to,
happen.
bro. I don't know why you have to white knight. He's in the chat
Well,
saying he doesn't want
how would you know that if he's muted?
He's
can
in the
read text chat.
typing that. How would you, bro? Just pipe down for a second because he's literally in the chat saying, "I'm fine with being in text." So that's how I know because I'm reading what he's saying directly. Maybe you should do that. I
See,
don't know
this
why
is
you're
why
white
you're
knighting
bricked.
him anyway.
Yeah, see, this is why I wanted to get there eventually, but hey, thanks for greasing the wheel there. That was my headshot, okay? You see, like, he didn't want to listen. He doesn't care. What he wants to do is he wanted to make some point that he thinks flat earthers are muting people who disagree with their worldview, and he wanted to squawk about that like he won the internet. So now confess, Matt. Matt, you were concerned trolling. And I'll keep you off mute. You weren't
That's
paying
censored
attention.
trolling. I'm just surprised that he's censored.
Well,
Yeah.
he's in the chat right now trying to figure out what a circle is and what shape flat is. So I don't know. Maybe he needs a little time. Maybe you could help him out.
Well, on a flat surface, the stars wouldn't twist orientation.
Whoa, bro. Whoa. At least get me wet first before you try to shove it in. I'm just asking you what shape is flat?
What shape is flat?
Yeah.
It's like asking what shape is a triangle.
Okay. Well, a triangle is a triangle. So what shape is
Yeah,
flat?
and flat is flat. That's the geometry. That is the
No.
geometry.
The answer is it's not a shape. Holy shit. How do you guys not figure this out? This is like 3rd grade or below.
Yeah, that's semantical though. You
Okay,
can
it's
also
not
geometry,
It's not
apparently.
semantics. It's not semantics, right? So how do you this is why you guys all struggle. Well, let me not say you all. This is why a lot of people struggle with flat earth because they have no clue what flat means, especially in this context. We ask
This
people
means
what
a
is flat and they
plane,
go, "Well,
which,
flat
by
is
the way,
flat." And I
if you
go, "Well,
believe
is it a shape?" And they're like, "Well, yeah." All I have to do is ask you to draw the shape
I'm just trying to
flat.
grant you, like, yeah, it is a shape.
It's not a shape.
Flat surface.
It's not a shape.
Do you believe that like R2 is a type of geometry?
All I'm telling you is flat is not a shape, bro. Okay, this is
Okay,
like
that's that's
kindergarten
just
level
semantics.
stuff.
That's fine.
It's
You
not
could define it
semantics.
however you want.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. Draw, since you know R2 or whatever, maybe you have MS Paint, Mr. Technical. Open up MS Paint and draw me the shape called flat and post it in the chat. Let's take a look. This is crazy. It's like teaching children in kindergarten
Definitely.
class.
Let me do that for you. I'll just post this in the side chat. Hold on.
All right. And before I dash off the keyboard.
I've never seen a flat before. This is going to be great.
Talon's still trying to figure out what flat even means. I mean, he's in the chat like, I just want to know what flat is. I mean, you guys don't know. Isn't that weird? He says, I know flat is a shape. No, that's your I know what flat is wig just fell right off. Flopped onto the ground. We all just heard it. Homeboy, I already exposed you in the chat, so just be quiet. I mean, I posted a red circle, and he's like, "That's flat." Then he types a letter O in the chat, and he's like,
Okay, so
"That's
this is from Wikipedia. This is from Wikipedia, right? It says a plane shape is constrained to lie on a plane in a contrast to solid 3D shapes. A two-dimensional shape may lie on a more general curved surface too. And then I'll give you an example where it calls a plane a shape.
draw it." That's what I'm asking you to do. To draw it.
Sure, hold on.
No, okay. So your citation here references a two-dimensional.
He's talking about flat shapes like circles, triangles, like he just mentioned earlier, as opposed to 3D like cubed or pyramid or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? So no, as opposed to a sphere.
I want to see a flat. Show me a flat.
Okay, before I do that, I just posted another thing in the side chat, and I'll post the thing you're asking for in a second. But here's another part where Wikipedia, where it says other common shapes are points, lines, planes. And so let me just get you an XY graph. Hold on one second.
All right. Isn't this weird, guys? I just find it to be a little weird. Like right now, we're in the chat posting videos of like what is a shape. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not going backwards.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
I put it in the side chat an example of a plane. That's what the shape looks like. I drew it for you.
Damn, bro, you just get a rumpus, Elijah, man.
Well, I did the thing.
All right, I mean, he was doing a thing and shit.
You asked for a plane for me to draw a plane. I put it in the side chat. I also posted on Wikipedia multiple places in the Wikipedia page for shapes as to how a plane is a shape.
Yeah, that's not a shape. So
it says on the Wikipedia page twice that it is a shape.
No, it's not a shape.
Yes, it is. A plane is a shape. Do you want to look at my pictures I posted where it says a plane is a shape?
So since let's break this conversation down to the actual importance of it all. So the Earth is in a 2D shape. So we're just in the wrong category right now. Just everything that you're saying right now is irrelevant. Okay, a plane is a 2D shape. Whatever. Keep it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for conceding.
Right. But the more important thing, the actual category we're talking about in reference to the Earth, which is in a horizontal orientation. Horizontal, something you can't have with a sphere.
But if you zoom in on a sphere, it's a flat surface. It's called a manifold.
That's completely irrelevant. Like I said,
no, it's not irrelevant. If you zoom in on a sphere, it's flat.
No, you don't just interrupt when I'm rebutting you. So, like I said, what was I saying?
Apparently, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was I saying?
Sounds like you don't even know.
Horizontal
Anyways,
on a sphere.
Oh,
Okay,
right.
that's
Just trying to zoom in on a
There are no
basketball, and that's
horizontal.
wrong.
There are no horizontal surfaces anywhere on a curving surface.
what do you mean? A manifold is defined as something that you can zoom into and it's flat. A sphere is a manifold. Do you want me to prove that for you with a mathematical proof?
No, I just want to see
Well,
the
would you
actual
be able to
curvature.
put it in? Would you be able to listen? So
A sphere is genus 0. It's literally a fucking flat manifold.
But you're just defining it that way mathematically.
No, I'm not. You zoom in on a sphere, it's flat.
Yeah, just
No,
make up
there's
whatever
no
you
place
want,
on a
dude.
sphere that's flat.
It's what a manifold is. I'll
yeah,
put the proof in the
I
side
kind of
chat.
don't because
We're talking about a
I'm
sphere,
not in
right?
the I'm not I'm like where do we take this conversation? Because I care about the people that
That's
I
up
talk
to
to,
you, bro. You're fucking
and
just making
he's
false
not.
statements.
Whoa.
Oh, that'd be you. That'd be a
Yeah,
projection.
there are no horizontal anythings on a curved surface.
So do you believe that like 3D curved surfaces do not have like partial
Listen, fam.
derivatives or
Listen, fam.
like
From point A to point B, from anywhere, there's going to be a drop in elevation because you're on a sphere, which means there's no a horizontal plane isn't one point, aka where you're standing at, aka you don't have any horizontal surfaces on a sphere.
I'm going to pull up the proof for you because obviously you haven't seen it yet.
So he doesn't understand that obviously all points on a sphere must drop.
He doesn't
So
want
his rebuttal is I found some words that are completely non sequitur to what you're saying. Because if you zoom in close enough, it can appear flat. I'm not even talking about appearance, dog. I'm talking about geometry, actually. Like you're claiming that you can find a flat surface on a curve. Do that in AutoCAD. Get an angle from the curving surface.
I'll do you one better. I got you. I'm gonna put this in
Don't
the
do me
side
one
chat.
better. Don't do me one better. One
Don't worry.
line has to be, listen closely, because if you can't do what I'm asking you, I don't want what you'd rather do. I'm a rapper. Anyway, you need to have a curved line meet a straight line, and it
I put
read
it in the side
an
chat.
angle.
I put that in the side chat. So in the side chat, I posted from Math Stack Exchange the proof that an N sphere is a manifold, and you can look up what those terms mean. But what it essentially proves is that a 2-dimensional sphere, a 3-dimensional sphere, a 4-dimensional sphere, a 5-dimensional sphere, they're all flat. They're all locally flat.
So you, like I said, so like I said, you didn't respond to my point at all.
I literally addressed what you said.
No, you didn't. What's the premise of my argument? And
That
how
you
does
can't
your
have
point
that
back
you
that
can't have a
premise?
flat surface on a curved surface.
No, there are no horizontals on a curved surface anywhere. Yeah.
Right, and I'm trying to tell you that that's wrong.
Specifically because horizontal just extends straight to infinity.
Sure.
Okay. So
Do you know what
a curving
locally
surface?
flat is?
Guess what a curving surface does? Gets further and further away from that horizontal plane.
Not locally.
See how they're both two
Not
different
locally.
things?
Not locally. You're wrong about that. A curved surface. A curved surface is flat locally.
That's ridiculous. It's baked into your
It's called local flat.
Bro, that is nothing to do.
Yes, it is. I can
with
only
the
see I can only see the place around me. I can't
That
see the
has
whole structure.
nothing to do with the argument. You were talking about 2D shapes for some reason. I said, well, one second.
Do you know what a manifold is?
So I responded. Jesus Christ.
Do you know what a manifold is?
Yeah, I zoomed in on it. It's still flat. Next.
So if you zoom in on a curved surface, it's locally flat. That's what a
Baked into
manifold
your
is.
example, dude. I don't know how you're too blind to see the words coming out of your own mouth. A curved surface. You're trying to sell us the idea that it's not a curved surface.
Well, no, a curved surface is locally flat. That's my claim.
So basically, right here, right, in general, an n-dimensional sphere is a manifold of n dimensions and is given the name Sn. So a circle is a one-dimensional sphere, a normal sphere is a two-dimensional sphere, and an n-dimensional sphere can be embedded in n1 minus dimensional Euclidean space where each point is equidistant to the origin. So you're just talking about standing somewhere and the horizon being equally distant from all points. Thus, we're calling that locally flat. It's completely irrelevant to the point that I made to you about there not being any horizontal surfaces on a sphere. That's just a contradiction in terms.
Right. The thing is, you can't actually engage with manifolds, right? Because you not only A, you don't know what they are, and B, you just reject that they exist.
Explained it though. I read it out. I explained it. I gave the example of the horizon.
Right, but mathematicians have provided
why are you telling me that I don't understand something when, first of all, I sidestep my point.
Okay, prove that you understand what a manifold is.
To kind of address your non sequitur. And so what do we want to do, guys? Because he's not listening and he's being rude, and I'm personally not here to fight people. See what I'm saying? Like, he's not talking to me.
Yeah, that's ironic.
He's being rude. So what do we do?
I think crypto.
Just call him on Nick.
I think crypto wanted
What
to
is there? He's not I say one thing, he says another. You can't continue a conversation where two people are having two different conversations.
Yeah, because you're
what
bad faith.
he's trying to have.
You're incapable of letting me define a word for you, which is called a manifold. And a sphere is a manifold, and a manifold is locally flat.
I already defined it. I read it out.
You read out an n-sphere.
So you're not even telling me whether or not it doesn't, dog.
Crypto, you're just gonna have to just pile forward, dude.
Say again?
Oh no.
And I was just waiting for the conversation to finish, but it just
I like it just to take over. I can't. I mean, what? Because what do you do with that? What? Showing me stupid?
Crazy. I was just thinking how crazy it was how like flat planes were also locally flat. So I don't really understand what the point he's making.
Oh yeah, planes are locally flat, spheres are locally flat, all manifolds are locally flat.
Mathematics.
No, that's just a made up term for something that
not a
doesn't
made up term. It's been around for hundreds of years.
A made up term for something that doesn't exist versus things that are made up for things that do exist.
You don't believe manifolds
because, like
exist?
I said, you would have dropped from whatever point you're standing on, so you could not define anything as locally flat. Unless locally flat means not what it actually sounds like. And
So
it sounds
a manifold a manifold is a surface that is locally flat. And I gave you a mathematical proof that a three-dimensional sphere is a manifold.
He's not listening.
So what else do you need?
He's just pretending.
I'm waiting for the gravy. There's no gravy. Like we're talking about mathematical definitions. Therefore, what?
Therefore, a sphere can be locally flat.
No, that you've just said a sphere can be locally flat. Therefore, a sphere can be locally flat. That's
No,
not a level.
no.
What
That's
is
not
the
what I
level
said.
you follow?
That's not what I said. I provided in the side chat.
If you apply the
Hold
right
on.
math, you can make it a cube, man. Do it like fuck off.
Okay. I'm going to clarify my statement because you guys are all straw manning me.
I didn't finish. Right. I'm asking you, if I accept your premise that a sphere is locally flat, therefore what?
Therefore, the idea that we cannot see a curved surface in our local vicinity is not a disproof that an Earth is not curved.
Okay, but then there's no reason to believe that it's curving in the first place.
Oh, sure there
don't have
are.
a proof
I
of
could
that.
give you many reasons why
No,
you should believe that. Yes, you can.
It's just
so, for example,
what they do is they deconstruct their own burden of proof and then pretend that we have that burden of proof. That's
no,
what this is.
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not at all what I said.
It's what you did.
You still
No,
haven't
it's not
proven
at
it.
all
You
what I
still
think
haven't
either.
proven Elijah though, bro. And
I know it's not what you said, but it is what you did.
So what I showed is that it's perfectly consistent. So hold on, let me just make a full statement before you interrupt me. So the truth is that a sphere can be locally flat. The evidence that we are not on a surface that is flat universally, not just locally but globally, is because of the change in orientation of the stars.
So that's a complete different subject. So it's now a red herring.
It
right?
is
So,
absolutely. I'm arguing
To
against.
define non-locality.
He's
When
running.
does it become non-local? When does it become non-local?
Technically, the second you expand out just a little bit, when the differential is non-zero.
All right. So give me an example.
Honestly, you can.
Because this is where this is why because now we're further away from Crypto's point, way further away from my point.
No, this is directly in
Because
line with it. It's
the
going
bottom
there.
line is he's not actually, like, people are actually trying to address what he's saying, and he's not responding to the way he's being addressed.
I thought the
It's
question was really
completely
good,
non-sequitur.
actually.
And Crypto said it, I said it, we can all see it happening. So how do we deal with this together?
Well, we could have just kept going on with that conversation because it was a good question, but you're just like
for
conversation killer.
example, like not letting him just talk every time. He has to know that I'm not talking to him. Like, we just let people be retarded in here and stuff.
I think you're
yeah,
projecting a little bit.
My point was around the burden of proof, right? So he's saying that we've got a mathematical construct or concept that a sphere
The
can be
burden of
locally
proof is
flat.
still on me. I agree.
I'm
100%
definitely
agree.
still talking. I swear I was talking. I swear I was talking.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, we've got this concept of a locally flat sphere, Rich, which I don't actually accept, but for the sake of argument, I have accepted it, right? And then we've taken that forward and then said, therefore, the Earth must be a sphere because we couldn't tell if it wasn't one. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, bro.
Yeah, so the burden of proof, I agree, is still on me, and I think the change in orientation of the stars is the proof.
But that's a red herring because we weren't talking about that.
The only way that the stars can change orientation is if we flip upside down somehow.
Or you don't understand what's going on in the sky.
Correct. He doesn't.
What happens in the sky? Sorry, hold on. The orientation of what goes on in the sky. Can I respond to that? So the orientation.
You don't know what's going on in the sky, so you gotta concede to that point because you don't know what's going on in the sky. Concede.
Can I respond to that at least?
Are you gonna concede?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, so you do know what's going on in the sky?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, anyways, before I was interrupted, I was trying to say that the orientation of the stars is not dependent on the stars, but dependent on our location on Earth. And so the change in orientation has to happen from our frame of reference. We have to somehow flip upside down, completely upside down.
Liar.
Completely
you
upside
shouldn't
down.
be listening to him. Just go ahead
And
and
I really want to emphasize something too. Just one more thing. If I look at a clock and it's going clockwise, and I flip upside down, the clock is still going to go clockwise. So my question is, how do the stars change going from clockwise to counterclockwise? What happens there?
You know, you just shat on your own point, right?
Go ahead and explain how.
Because you said that the orientation can only change if you flip upside down. And in the example where I flip upside down, the orientation hasn't changed.
Yeah, you have to flip upside down and you have to change direction, technically. It's a full twist.
But even that's not true, specifically because
Yes, it is.
said,
If you look at
he
a
said,
clock,
yo, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Then shits on his own point again. Sorry, go on.
So all I'm saying is that these are like he says things that are contradictory, and like when I tell him, yo, that doesn't make sense, he's like, here's this resource I have here. You wanna look at it? So he just said that the stars, it's not about the movement of them, but it's about your position on the earth. Fuck no, it's not, because on the
Yes, it
earth,
is.
from one particular location, they've mapped out the stars' movement. So
Also
you find where you are
orientation.
relative to the position of the stars, not the other way around. So your statement was just wrong. But you keep trying to build these arguments off these fallaciously reasoned statements. I don't get it.
Okay, on a flat surface, if the Earth was globally flat, it is impossible to move directions around that flat surface that would change the orientation of the stars, unless you both went upside down and changed directions completely.
You don't know what the sky is doing and how the sky works. So the ground is not the sky.
Right, but the sky is somehow dependent on our geographical location.
The
Can you please
ground below
explain
your
that?
feet. The ground below your feet is not the sky.
I agree, but what happens in terms of the orientation of the sky is dependent on where we are on the ground.
Yeah, so why could that not be explained by an azimuthal grid division?
I couldn't hear what you said. Your mic sucks.
Okay. Why could that not be explained with an azimuthal grid division?
With an asymptotic division? I don't know what you're saying, man.
Okay. Azimuth grid of vision.
I heard Asimov grade of division. I swear I'm not.
Your azimuth grid of vision.
Yeah, azimuthal grid division. Do you know about this concept?
No, I don't.
Oh, now you hear it. Fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's the idea that you've got like a personal observer dome over you that's being affected by the atmosphere. And this is a mathematical concept you can look up.
It's the Bislin. Thanks,
How
Master.
does this affect the orientation of the stars?
Yeah, well, it would affect the orientation too.
In a predictable way for every observer at the same spot for every year?
I mean, you can do that test if you want. I don't see why not.
But I've done that test. I've done that test myself, right? I went to the Southern Hemisphere, and as you go, I went to Costa Rica, and then I went to the Southern Hemisphere. As you go down, you look up in the sky, you can see the orientation go from clockwise to counterclockwise in terms of the orientation of the stars. So what's going on in the sky is somehow affected by my location on a supposedly flat surface. What's going on?
Yeah, I just explained that could be accounted for with an azimuthal grid division. I don't know why this.
Yeah, you're not explaining what that is.
When you are in a vehicle, when you are in a car, in holding the wheel, the wheel to drive. Let's say you're looking at the wheel to your left, and that wheel is going clockwise, and you look at the other wheel to your right, and that wheel is going counterclockwise. Does that mean the Earth is a globe?
No.
Hello. So there you go. You see, you are making an observation of two wheels going clockwise and counterclockwise just by changing
Right,
your
but
view.
the
You look
difference.
left, and then you look right, and you see the two wheels going towards the same direction, but looking clockwise and counterclockwise, and you're saying this proof a globe. Yeah, there you go. Proof for a
Right,
globe.
now do that on a flat surface. You can geometrically.
So you're saying that the car that you're driving
The sky does not. Sorry, the sky does not. The sky does not orientate relative to the z direction going up and down. It rotates relative to the xy direction going across. Right, and so when you talk about a change in orientation in that direction, you'd have to imagine the wheel above you. Do you agree with that?
Well, you remember you went from one side of the world. So let's say one of the wheels is
It's a yes or no
1,000
question.
miles. The wheel, your left wheel is 1,000 miles away from you, right? And you are next to it, and you're looking at it from in between the two wheels. So you see this wheel going clockwise, and then you walk 1,000.
Right, I understand what you're saying.
10,000 miles to the other wheel, and you're still in between those two wheels, and that other wheel is going counterclockwise.
So the problem with your analogy that I already stated, which you're not addressing, is the fact that the
problem with
wheels.
yours is that the ground under your feet is not curving, and you're claiming it is. That's the problem with your analogy.
So I'm gonna state the problem with your analogy. The problem with your analogy is that the wheel is going from left to right, and it's oriented in such a way that it's lined up with the z-axis, right? You want the sky does not go up and down, right? It goes from side to side, but it orientates. Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on, dude. Just let me fucking finish, bro. Let me fucking say my words. So the sky orientates in the XY direction. It completely swaps orientation in the same XY direction. I know this fucking hurts to hear because it's fucking true, but your analogy is wrong. Your analogy is wrong because your wheels are not oriented in the same way that the sky is oriented.
You said that when you went from Costa Rica to the southern hemisphere, whatever that means, you said that you saw the sky going clockwise and then the sky was going counterclockwise. And therefore, the ground under your feet is curving, spinning.
Correct. Yes.
That's wrong.
No, it's not. Actually, it's just how fucking orientation works. It's how orientation works. Again, the reason why your analogy sucks is because
it's actually just an affirming the consequent and begging the question fallacy.
No, it's not. Absolutely no, it's not. The sky changes orientation. That's an observation that I made.
You don't know what affirming the consequent or begging the question is at all.
So he can say, "Oh no, it's not," but then we can simply use his words, quote him, and formulate the. All I gotta do is repeat what he said, and then just pull up what an affirming the consequent fallacy is.
No, he's establishing a model based on an observation.
You can't say no.
We've got an observation. We've got an observation.
You just say
star
do it
movement.
then. Instead of trying to divert, you say put up or shut up is what you do.
I'm explaining why you're wrong about the affirming the consequent fallacy because you don't know what it is.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't just explain why I'm wrong. You're just gonna have to pull up a definition.
Well, you may not listen, but I can explain it.
Definition.
I swear, you guys are too fucking stupid.
You're gonna have
to be able to engage in a conversation about orientation changes.
You're gonna have
that's what this is.
Why are y'all letting this
It is your favorite thing to bring up affirming the consequent or begging the question, which you don't know.
I've been trying to get a point out for the last 30 seconds, and I just got two people heckling me. So, all we need to do is pull up what affirming the consequent is, and then we just review what he said. That's how we figure it out. Not him explaining how I'm. Wouldn't we just prove that I'm wrong or right by doing what I just said?
Okay.
Doesn't that make sense?
Búsquela. Vamos a ver. That makes sense, but the guy that claimed that you're wrong about defining the consequence, he jumped out after you were trying to explain that. So he didn't want to hear it. Just wanted to say nah to your point. He left.
Also, it has nothing to do with hemispheres.
Mathematician's still here. So
do you agree?
why are you are affirming the consequence, mathematician? What else, Elijah? What's the other one?
I did not affirm the consequence, nor did I affirm the consequence.
In Bolivia, it's more south than Costa Rica.
Se habla con la boca, ¿verdad? No con las manos.
Yeah. So in Brazil, it orients the opposite direction as it does in California.
In Bolivia, you can watch the stars, but you have Salt Lake, and it's 4,000 miles square and doesn't change elevation 1 meter. That means it's flat surface of 4,000 miles square, whatever stars are doing.
Good point, Sasha, right? He said he went to the southern hemisphere, so Bolivia is there in the southern. So when he went to Bolivia, and he still was looking at the sky, but in the salt flats in Bolivia, it's 4,000 miles square of flatness. So
yeah.
So somehow on the same night, on one part of the Earth, right, you can see the orientation of the stars going clockwise.
Yeah, and does
on
not
another
change
part of the Earth,
it does not
and the
change the
same
surface.
guy with
it doesn't change the salt flat lake. It doesn't change that when you look at the sky. Are you missing the point?
Mathematician.
Does looking at the sky changes the salt flat into a curving flat?
Yeah.
It does not. And I have never been past the so-called equator. And I see what he's describing. Never having changed my so-called position from southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. I observe what he's describing. I look to the south, I see stars moving from my left to my right. And then I look to the north, and I see stars moving from my right to my left.
Orientation is not about left to right. Orientation is about going around. It's not about going from left to right. The sky goes. Hold on. The sky goes from left to right. I'm talking about the twist. There is a twist in the star's movement that you can track. It's not a fallacy. You can measure in the sky where the stars go, and it goes around in a certain twist.
But the twist cannot change the surface
Yes, no. Listen, what I'm trying to prove, I'm not trying to prove that the ground is curved. I'm trying to prove specifically. Give me a second. I'm trying to prove specifically that somehow. Hold on, fucking let me finish the thing I'm trying to prove.
Go ahead, Elijah. Elijah wanted to say something. Jump us in, Elijah. How dare you?
No, I wasn't saying anything serious. I mean, he's. I don't know. Like it takes me forever to point out what I think I see. Like, can everybody not see the same shit that I'm seeing? Right? Like, he's not really dealing with anything anyone is saying. He's making one point. He thinks it's relevant. I addressed that point just like I did all of his other points. I told him that it was an affirming the consequent, begging the question fallacy. He said, no, it's not. I said, well, wouldn't it be easier to just, prove to everyone else who's wrong by simply looking up the fallacy and then listening to the formulation of the argument that he used? You just move past that. He's not listening. He's not really being fruitful. No one else is learning anything. What's the point?
Yeah, and he said that that's proved the spherical Earth in the first moment, but now he's saying that he doesn't want to prove that Earth is curving.
Exactly. Now he's backtracking.
Double speaking, lying, making shit up, affirming the consequence. begging the question, all of those things at the same time. Therefore, he's correct.
Okay, so before I was muted, what I was trying to claim is what I was trying to prove.
No, address what Elijah said. Address what Elijah said. Your fallacy. Why are you using fallacies to make your arguments?
I do not use fallacies.
What?
I do not use fallacies.
Okay,
I'm
what
trying
is
to
the
explain to you.
Address the definitions in your logic, addressing the consequence, addressing the logical fallacies. Begging the
Okay,
question.
I'm going to finish the statement that I was trying to make earlier.
No, you're not.
Which is, yes, I am. Which is
You're
that.
not. Are you gonna address the logical fallacies that you're committing? Are you gonna do that?
Somehow I have to change directions. I have to completely
Are you
change.
gonna address? That's not addressing the logical fallacies. Are you gonna address that point?
What caused me to flip upside down in Costa Rica? That's fucking crazy, dude. Your mutes are stupid.
What you just said is definitely crazy. You saying that something
Because
caused you to flip
that's
upside down.
begging the question. What caused me to flip upside down? What do you mean?
Yeah,
because I had in order for the twist to change.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna keep muting me every time I try to talk?
Are you gonna address the point?
Probably.
I'm trying to address my point. If I can't make a point, then just
address
mute me.
Elijah. Talk to Elijah. You're not talking to yourself.
I don't fucking give a shit about Elijah.
Hey, if you're gonna talk to yourself, go to a room by yourself and speak to the room. Okay?
Yeah, that's the point. He's been talking to himself this entire time.
Elijah could take.
All he's been saying is, well, you know, in the southern hemisphere, the stars go in a different orientation. Okay, well, you beg the question of hemisphere, and like he's not listening. He's just saying no, and after he says no, he just repeats what he says, and so his argument is, what's causing that to happen? It only works on a sphere. Like, yeah, if you're not going to accept that you're just using fallacious reasoning, then yeah, we shouldn't have to argue with you and hear you repeat yourself for an hour. I mean, I just summarized everything you said. You haven't said anything new.
Would you agree that there's a twist in the sky different from left to right?
The heck are you talking about?
Do you agree that there is a certain twist in the sky that is independent of the whole left to right thing?
You mean twist?
Is this going over your fucking head? Have you gone to like any sort of like college astronomy class? You understand that there's a twist in the skies that's separate from the going left to right thing. The sun goes from one side of the horizon to the other side, but there's also a twist. There's also a subtle twist depending on, and you can see this twist on the northern hemisphere, or sorry, on the North Pole location. The stars just go around. They don't even go from left to right, right? They just go around. On the southern hemisphere, sorry, on the South Pole, on this location, the stars go the opposite orientation at the same time. That can only happen if the person somehow goes upside down, which can't happen on a flat surface.
Yeah, again, he's just making the same assertion.
That's what I said. You said. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Crypto.
Oh no, just quickly, he's just making the same
Not
assertion.
circular. It's about orientation.
Someone else was speaking. Shut the fuck up, Uncle Joe.
He's just making the same same assertion that he did half an hour ago that I rebutted already.
Yeah, but you didn't actually rebut. You didn't provide a rebuttal. You just said So
do you remember what my rebuttal was?
Yeah, it was like the atmosphere affects somehow the orientation, right?
No. Yeah, see, the thing is, you didn't even remember the rebuttal, which is why you don't think it was rebuttal.
Well, I can't remember the name because I remember it was so fucking confusing and I couldn't like repeat it. But I don't know the exact name that you said because it was weird. But it was certain that you said it was about the atmosphere specifically, somehow confusing the orientation of the stars.
No. I think that the problem is that you don't actually understand what's being said to you.
It might be a language barrier.
Brain worms.
Yeah.
So I would like I can't remember what the guys who was I think it was Heaven Earther. Yeah, I'd like you to concede the fact that the wheels in your example are oriented in a convenient way that's parallel to the z-axis.
Hey, remember when the guy from Australia down the equator told you that he can see the two wheels at the same time? Remember when he told you that?
So no, first of all, that's not the when you're on the equator, the wheels are actually
the guy in Australia under the equator, not at the equator, below it. He told you that he can see both of the wheels, like you are in the car. You can see the two wheels, right?
It's actually the same wheel, but from a different perspective.
So there you go. But so it's a perspective thing. It has nothing to do
Right,
with
but if it's the problem though is if it's
nothing to do with the shape of the ground and the
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No,
The problem-
wrong,
yes, it does.
wrong. No, he's running away. No,
You're just
no,
going to
no.
interrupt
Stop,
me
stop,
because
no,
you don't
stop,
want
no,
me to
stop,
actually
no, stop,
follow
no,
through with
stop,
the problem
no,
with your
stop.
logic.
No, stop. Just stop. You're wrong. And Jimsy, you no, because it's not a perspective thing. Why would you follow him up on that, Jimsy? If somebody's looking at the sky and they can observe two rotations, that's it. That's it. Fuck do you mean by a perspective thing?
Also, Elijah, I don't know why they do this, but the movement of the sky actually debunks the spinning globe, because the converging and diverging movement of the sky and the perfect circles, like you have to be stationary to do these observations, to do the time lapse. So you are stationary, the camera is stationary, and then you do the time lapse, observe the converging and diverging movement of the stars.
Yeah, and you can do that from a single point on the equator, where you can see the stars overhead are moving overhead. The stars to the right of you are moving in one circle, and the stars to the left are moving in the opposite circle. Yeah, that's not possible on a globe.
That's impossible on a globe. On a spinning globe.
So do you agree that in order to view
With
something,
you, no agreements with you, no thank you.
I'm just going to make a really easy
No,
point.
you're not addressing any point that is being said to you. Why would anybody agree with you? You're not even you're talking to yourself.
You're just someone who interrupts every time I try to say something. There you are again. You're fucking trying to interrupt me when trying to say something, right?
Yeah, you whenever you decide to address a point, then you can talk about the point that is being addressed, not about whatever you want to talk about.
The thing is, bro, is that you literally don't address anything I've said. You haven't really addressed anything Elijah said, and you haven't really addressed anything Heaven Earth has said. You just kind of have your own narrative, and even when we're talking about something that's slightly different to what you want to talk about, you just ignore it and then say your thing. You're not addressing anything we say.
Right. So what's ironic is you just admitted that 3 people are trying to have a conversation with me. So I try to specifically respond to Heaven Earther, and then you say, no, respond to the other guy. And then I try to respond to that, and you're like, no, respond to that other guy, right? That's what's so stupid about this. But Uncle Joe, I'll respond to you, right?
This is very ironic because you've just done the thing I said you would do again.
Well, I was about to address Heaven Earther. Is that okay?
Address crypto.
Oh, there it is. Fucking there it is. Thank you. Thank you, Heaven Earther. I will take that as a concession.
You're not gonna. The thing is that you're not going to address what he said. You're not going to address what I said. You're not going to
Well,
address
I
what
can't because he's going to mute me because I'm not addressing what you said. So I have to address what he said. But in order to address what he said, I'm going to get muted for not addressing what you said. So no matter what.
Stop talking. Right. So if you're going to talk, you need to actually address what somebody said. Don't just address what no one said and then bring up some irrelevant red herring. Seems to be your tactic.
Well, I didn't know Heaven Earther is a nobody, but I guess he is.
Another red herring. The fuck?
Oh, well, I was going to address what Heaven Earther said, but then Heaven Earther gets mad at me for not addressing what you said, and you're getting mad at me for not addressing anyone. That's the stupid shit in this room. That's why this room is so fucking stupid.
No, the room is fucking stupid because people like you come in and address nothing that anyone said.
Wait, can I be next? Not addressing anything. So anyway, there was this one day. Fuck, guys.
One day I was walking by with the Walkman on. I can't give it an open up.
Nah, y'all think y'all slick. That's why everyone's getting frustrated because someone will say something. So anyway, there was this other thing that I was like, bro.
Yeah, you're not slick, dudes. You're not a clever chameleon. We see right through you.
But you're not allowing me to address like you're supposed to use that mic time to address some shit, not not complain and cry about not having the ability to come on, bro. We see this all the time. You just stick your feet in the mud and don't allow the conversation to go anywhere because I think y'all know where it's about to go. Okay, I think y'all know what time it is. So now because
He
this is
said
what
it
happens.
himself when Elijah was talking to him, and he was saying address Elijah's point after he ignored Elijah, then Crypto, he ignored everybody, and then he said, "No, I'm addressing my point." He said it himself.
Yeah, he did say that actually, didn't
he? He did.
That conversation with himself. So when he says that he's having a conversation with himself, no problem. But when you say he's having a conversation with himself, then he disagrees. Did he rage quit?
Looks like it, yeah.
What was that guy's name so I can ignore him in future?
Mathematician Galois. His username is Galois62, but his server name is Mathematician.
Okay. Yeah, they'll often go to these, like, going back to what he's talking about earlier, they'll go back to these, like, mathematical concepts. And the problem with mathematical concepts is that they address, obviously, conceptualizations, but also pure ideals and not really reality. So, like, when he was talking about, like, a 5D sphere, it's like, well, I mean, where do you find this 5D sphere in reality?
At least
He asked.
Again before
He asked us how did I was in Costa Rica. How did I flip? Does that make any sense?
How did I turn upside down?
How did I turn upside down when I was in Costa Rica? Hey,
I'm not begging the question.
You didn't. You nodded. You just looked a different direction than north.
Yeah, but again, when I asked him, how is that not explainable with an azimuthal grid of vision, he just kind of played dumb. And then he didn't even explain it properly back when I asked him to. And I've brought this up a few times with Globus who say, but sky stuff, right? And like it's really funny because they seem to just have all of these assumptions laid into what they think they see in the sky. And if you question any of them, they just seem to just malfunction and short circuit.
Well, I guess if I was in that position, that would be the only thing I could really do too. I mean,
Sorry.
well, yeah, if I'm arguing something that I don't have evidence for, then that's how I would argue it. There's really no other way to go with it, right?
Yeah, true. My assumptions must be correct. Therefore, my conclusion is correct.
That was the problem. Though. In one breath, he was saying, "I'm not using it to prove the shape of the Earth," and then next, oh yes, it does have something to do with the shape of the Earth. Yeah, make up your mind, man.
It's like you have fun with that, bro.
I see a clock on the wall moving, therefore the house is moving and spinning because the watch, the clock, hands on the clock are moving.
I just turned my steering wheel clockwise, therefore my car is a ball.
Yeah. You're driving right now, Crypto, right? Your left wheel is going, when you look at it from that side, looks to you. If you can see it, right? You have to imagine that you see it, unless you are in a transparent vehicle and you can see the axle and the wheels from the inside. You're in between the two wheels, and you can see one wheel to the wheel to the left going clockwise. Then you look to the right, and you see the other wheel going counterclockwise.
Oh, that's because you turned upside down. In your car.
Yep. And the car is a globe with water attached to the outside of it.
Yeah, I'm actually driving upside down right now.
You Aussies are upside down.
Timbo's like, yeah, who's upside down now, you dickhead?
That's not Timbo, that's T-Dub.
These Aussies, they all sound the same to me.
I think I've called T-Dub Timbo before. I've done it, I think.
Man, that was incredibly racist of you, Crypto. Come on, man.
That's not. I thought it was Britnat. Sorry.
Oh, shut up already.
Have you guys? You guys must have heard of the Space Australia meme, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to go to Space Australia one day. So I guess my question about Space Australia would be, like, if you're on Space Australia and there's all these different countries, would they all have different accents, or just everyone has the Australian accent?
Damn, see, y'all got me limited over here. Hold on one second. We might have a guest who might be able to help us with.
Oh, you finally got Tyson on the show? Nice.
That's my own planet. Wait, hold on. You're from Australia? Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Spice Broncos. So, it's like Australia. In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice baby.
The dingo took my baby. Damn space dingoes.
Space dingoes.
What you gotta watch out for, them damn space armadillos. That's what you gotta watch out for.
Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started.
Oh, come on, man. Space armadillo ain't that hard to believe in.
Crypto, you said something that I don't think we've quite put our fingers on just yet. Pause. You were like, I don't think you're quite really listening or hearing. There's something going on there where they're not able to latch on. I don't know really what it is yet, but I've noticed that they speak and sound like a normal person, but I don't know whether it's like they struggle juggling the logic or something like that. I'm not sure what the issue is, but
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Why you've heard me do it over the years, but like I'll ask them to repeat what I said, and they can never do it.
right.
It's like it never really went in.
Pause. But yeah, yeah, no, I totally understand what you mean. I've noticed this more and more recently, especially hanging around this politics server. Is I mean, they speak with a little bit of fervor and stuff in their voice, but they lack sort of like the the bass to really put behind it. It's weird, but I just had a short clip for like what that feels like when you're in mid conversation with somebody. It feels a little bit like this.
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not. God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Like they'll do that. They'll literally just like use other words to try to sound smart and stuff like that. Well, now you're just acting transcendent. It's like, dude, get out of here with that.
I've been telling you that I think they're talking to their voices inside their heads. You're saying something, they don't address that. They're addressing the voices inside of their heads.
You know what? That might actually be closer. We might be getting somewhere with that one. Because like I see this on Fresh and Fit. I'll watch the show, right? And they'll kind of turn into the girls at the end and go, so, any thoughts, comments, disagreements? And from time to time, you'll get a gal who go like, yeah, I just disagree, I just disagree. And they'll go, oh, okay. Well, what specifically, is it that you disagree with? And like, they won't actually have anything in particular. They'll just be like, well, I just don't really like the way it made me feel. Like that's kind of it's like that. They're not really actually disagreeing with you on any particular point. Well, here's what I disagree with, because of this specific thing. They're just like, well, this didn't make me feel good. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not here to
They
make
do
you
it to
feel.
Crypto a lot and to Elijah that Elijah and Crypto are trying to be very specific about the points, and they said they can't say back what they were asked or the point that was talked about, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, you can't specifically do that.
And of course, they're not going to be able to respond to a point that they didn't actually understand, right? But this is what's so frustrating about the ego layer, because the ego layer stops them from really wanting to understand. And so then you're not really having a conversation. Because I actually think also fundamentally, if they did understand what we were saying, they would actually have some sympathy with it.
And then they tell you, Crypto, when you say something very specific, perfect English, and then they say, are you saying that this and this and this and that, and it's not what you said?
Yeah. The worst one is where they'll say, are you saying X? And then you're like, no. And then they're like, yeah, it is. You're like, no, it isn't. And then you've got to have a back and forth.
That happened in real time today. I don't remember the character's name. Maybe it was Mez. I think it was Mez. the guy who's getting banned in the chat right now for just like, dude, it's all over the place. But yeah, the same thing happened. I was like, hey, I need to stop you there because what you just said, I said, is what I spent 5 minutes detailing very clearly. How can the first breath of your sentence be the opposite of exactly what I just said in detail? Come on. This is what I mean by bad faith.
Well, just go to Matt's Instagram and look at his posts, and you can tell demonic possession, most definitely. Check his Discord and follow his link, Instagram. Look at his post. Just like an AI inside a body or something.
Yeah, I don't be trying to be rude. It's just that I truly don't know how to respond to someone who's not responding to me when I know that I spoke perfect English. I don't know what the, like, I start talking like this and shit. It's confusing, you know?
Are you saying that you like playing basketball in the weekends, Elijah? Is that what you just said?
Yes, he is. And I also like pastrami.
It's like Elijah is addressing their fallacies and they don't like it. They have to just lie or something. Or it's like the programming doesn't follow logic or something. It's like the AI has a scripted, limited way of responding.
Hold on, we got some hot micing in the back. Talent, instead of
Is it me? I'm so sorry. You guys sneak up on me. Don't unmute me and then not say anything. Like, that's your fault. I'm sorry. I'm not being mean or anything. That's literally what you guys just did there.
I'll take accountability. That's all right. That's on me. Even though I did unmute you, I'll just take the accountability.
Yeah, just say something and I'll totally mute myself. I keep myself muted for, like.
All right. Well,
I try to anticipate it by muting like before, but yeah, I got you.
Well, I'd prefer if you just spoke, like a regular person instead of giving yourself carpal tunnel in the chat. So.
Oh, bro, I got a fucking beautiful Razer keyboard. I could do this all day.
Yeah, but I'd prefer if you didn't stay confused in the chat with things we could clear up in 30 seconds with just talking.
Anytime you're ready to answer the question what flat is, we can move on. But that's why I do it in chat. It'll just be boring in text or in voice. I don't want to interrupt.
Not really. It's pretty simple.
Okay, so what is flat?
Well, let's start with what it's not, right?
Why? No, I want to know let's start with what it is.
I can answer that. Why should we put it there? Because you and many other people think it's a shape. Okay. So we have to start with what you think it is, teach you not that, and then maybe you'll learn on your own what it is. You shouldn't really be going around like, I need men to spoon feed me information. Like, you have a brain. Like, you should be able to figure this out. For telling you it's not a shape, then maybe we're referring to something else. And I've already detailed it in the chat very specifically. So I'm not sure why you're pretending to still be confused.
I mean, literally, you've never specifically described what flat is. You
say,
if I go in the chat, flat is not a shape, get over it.
This is what I get. I got this from Elijah.
Not.
I got this one from Elijah. This is why I like. Shout out to Elijah, man.
What is
because I did this with this guy earlier. He's like, nope, I didn't say X, Y, or Z. And I go, well, it's a good thing everything's recorded. So if I go and get the recording of you saying it, you're either going to go on mute or you're going to take a ban for a little while. Well, I went and did exactly that. And guess where he's at? Okay, so now's your turn. You're saying, no, you never said that in the chat. So if I go and scroll and post where I said specifically what I was detailing when I meant flat, what's the result? Since you just mute, what?
No, I just want to see. Yeah, please, because I just missed it. That's all that's happening.
Oopsie.
If you had answered, there's like a lot of stuff going on. But like, I mean, but you could have just
No
like,
states?
but every time I specifically ask, you don't answer.
No
So
states.
it's really
But I
weird
did,
that like
though.
it happens
But-
when I'm not specific. Like every time
Here's the
I
funny thing.
specifically ask, it doesn't happen when that
Here's
happens.
the funny
at that
thing.
point.
I actually did.
So
though.
let's do it right now. Yeah, put it up.
The fact
like,
that I have to
give me
go
the
and do
fresh-
it again.
No,
that's
just
not
put it in
right.
now. You don't even have to go back. Just put the same thing that you said. Then
You're
now
doing what Mez
type-
did. Like, no,
just throw it in there.
Spoon feed
Boom,
me,
done.
please.
Flat
Spoon feed
is
me. Holy. Oh man, this is hilarious.
like I'm super excited to see. I didn't know that you had put it in there. You just keep telling me it's not a shape.
No, so what's gonna happen is when I go and get the screenshot of me actually saying it, you're just gonna take a ban for a little while. How's that?
Okay, cool. I just want to read what you said, and then I'll
Or you could just scroll up
while
yourself
I'm
and
muted.
read it
That's
out
totally
directly.
fine. Yep, that's cool. I'm
You
totally cool
You
with
just
that.
scroll up and read it.
No, I don't
You
even
know
know.
what
I'm not going to scroll through all that. It's like tons of stuff, dude.
Oh, that's classic, guys. I ain't
like
reading all
40.
that.
There's like, you know, right. Well, just give me the.
That's
Just answer the
classic.
question. Like
I
when I ask
really
it.
want the answer, but I don't want the answer at the same
Right.
time.
It's way easier to just answer it when I ask.
You Globies are all the same, dude. You're pulling the exact same shit Mez did in the chat.
Still not the answer of my
And
question.
he ended up banned. So now I'm just gonna scroll and find it, and then you'll just be out of here. That seems fair, right? Or what?
Yeah, that's. I don't mind about. I don't need to be talking. I just want to see what you think
Alright.
flat is.
All right, I'm gonna go spend some time scrolling and searching, doing something you could do yourself.
That's cool, man. I just didn't
we'll
see
take a
it.
look at
It's fine. You can mute me for not seeing something. I don't got nothing against that.
All right, give me 1 second.
I had no choice. I would have read it and then.
Well, you didn't see curvature either, but
No, I'm serious. I'm just being honest. That all I ever saw was you saying not a shape.
You being
So far,
honest?
so
Come
far
on, bro.
we are still at not a shape. Like you haven't given me the answer to what.
I
flat
have. Now, I'm just gonna go get it in the chat now. And so
Yeah, go
just
get it.
Pipe down for a
That's
second.
that would answer my question.
Yeah, just pipe down for a second.
Okay.
Because I've already said it twice in the chat. So let me just screenshot this. That was 4
So
minutes
you being
ago.
honest is you switching from not being honest into being honest? Is that what's happened?
I'm always honest.
You're always honest. So why are you claiming you live in a cartoon, bro? That's not honest.
Do we live in a cartoon? I don't think so.
You know the piece of fake furniture that you refer to when you say you live on a globe? Fantasy?
I mean, our fantasy chair? Sure. Yeah, that's fantasy. Where is that?
Oh yeah, so I'm just rereading in Glory. This is amazing. All right, so let's read this out for context for the whole panel, just so Homeboy doesn't feel like I'm directing this just to him. So we started with, or where I'm going to start with is what is different from a sphere and a cube? I said, now we're getting somewhere. He said, really? What is the difference? I said, this here's your answer that you were looking for. I replied it to you specifically. One of them has a curved surface, not flat. And one of them has a flat surface, right? Not curved. Flat and curved are surface descriptions, not shapes, you absolute nutter. That was exactly.
So, what is like when you're describing a surface? Like, is a color a shape? Like, if the surface is blue, what shape is that?
Did you really just hear what you said?
So, like, because again, you're just
No.
what you said
We're
is
just gonna address
redundant.
what you
You're just
just
saying
said.
it's
You said,
flat
is a
describes the
color a
surface,
shape?
but it's
Are you-
what
are you-
is
Hold on a
flat
second.
describing the
Stop
surface of.
steamrolling. Stop steamrolling. We're just gonna address what you said.
Okay.
Is a color a shape? Are you asking me that because you don't know?
Because you're saying a surface description.
No.
and
I'm not
flat is a
saying.
surface
I'm
description,
not
but what
saying anything
kind?
about colors. So you're asking me about, is a color a shape? You don't know the answer to that. You need me to answer that for you.
No, I'm asking you, what does flat describe?
Well, let's get one thing for starters. It's not a shape. We got that done, and it's not a color.
What is it?
Funny, I'm not sure why you would jump to that.
So it's a surface description. What is it describing of the surface? What part of the surface is it describing? Not the color.
The surface.
What
Describing the
property of the surface is it describing?
It's just describing the surface, because the surface could be doing many things, right? It could have topography. It could be smooth. It could be a bunch of things. But the dichotomy is there, my friend. That's what we're trying to point out. That
A smooth
if you
surface
just take
is a texture.
Hold on a second. That's something different that I just described, right? That's
What's the shape of the smooth surface?
what I just described with. Hold on. We're not talking about shapes. Of course, things are going to have some sort of form. But when we describe flat earthers, we're not talking about like the texture of the earth. Of course, there's going to be different textures, right? There's grass and water and hills and bumps.
What
and
is the
stuff
shape
like that.
of
But
the
what
rough,
we're trying to
smooth surface?
point out, hold on, you're asking the wrong questions. We spent an hour in the chat telling you, stop talking about shapes. We're not talking about shape. Shape. And you just keep asking, but what is the shape of the description of the surface? Like, I don't think you're actually really thinking about this. Here's what I want you to do. I'm imagining you're inside somewhere. So take 30 seconds, a minute if you have to, and look around you, right? Everything has a surface. So here in front of me, I've got a mouse, got my computer, obviously. I'm holding my phone in my hand. I've got things around me, right? Some of these, like my chair here or my mouse, there's a curved surface. The top of my mouse, that's curved, right? The screen of my keyboard, the screen of my MacBook here is flat. I used to have an old MacBook with a rounded back. This new MacBook has a flat back. But what you'll notice here, or what I would ask you, what I'd challenge you, is see if you can find a third option, right? Something that's not curving, not flat, it's doing something else. And so we can either rip the Band-Aid off and tell you that you're not going to find a third option. There's only those two options. And so regardless of whether it's like you could have a curved surface with bumps on it, it's still curved. And so the point is the same. You have a flat surface with bumps on it, it's still a flat surface. We're just describing whether it's curving or not.
What's the difference between the flat bumpy surface and the curved bumpy surface?
Well, one of them's curved and one of them's not curved.
And what is that? What is that? What is that doing with the surface?
Just real simple.
What part of that?
Just real simple. You have a noun, right? The surface. Then you have an adjective, right? A description of the surface, which is flat or curving or bumpy or spiky or whatever other adjective you want to insert there, right? Okay, so the surface is not the adjective, and the adjective is not the noun. You understand? Easy.
You already got the answer.
Nouns are different.
You're trying to make this too. You're trying to complicate this for no reason.
Is a shape a noun or an adjective?
Stop. You already got your answer. Flat is a description of a surface. So we good?
What is it describing? What is it describing
The
of
surface,
the surface?
man. Holy smokes!
Okay, the
It's in
surface.
the answer.
But now you're being circular.
The
Saying
answer's
surface
in your
description
question.
describes the surface. What
The
is it
answer's in your
describing?
question. If it's a surface description, what is it describing? The surface.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's what you're saying. What is
No.
it describing? Finish the sentence. Surfaces. The blank
Description
surface
of whatever
description
surface
of
you're
a
being-
flat
Okay,
surface describes its.
I was being specific, right? It depends on your environment, right? So it depends on where you are. Look around you, right? There's going to be different surfaces around you. So what? What does that mean?
And
It
then,
just depends.
so like, how do we know what the different surface is?
Listen, what you got to understand here, this isn't something you should be like arguing against. I'm just giving you my position as a flat earther. What I'm referring to isn't some sort of shape. What it is it's a description of the surface. And if you look around you, you'll notice the environment around you has this same dichotomy, Now, which shape is the surface that you were talking about? Well, my refrigerator here is kind of cubed, or my phone has, I don't know, it's a little kind of rectangle, and so it's like, okay, so what? We're not describing.
Or the corners.
shape here.
So what about the corners? Are they? Oh,
Well,
the
this
corners of the
iPhone,
fridge.
this
What
iPhone
of
has
the
rounded. This iPhone
surface?
has rounded.
Describe its
bezels.
surface of the corners.
I
Are
just
they
did.
perfectly rounded?
Or
What's
curved.
that? What is that?
So it's not
What is
flat.
round?
So it's
What
not
what
flat.
is a round? What kind of description does of a
It's
surface
that's the
round
answer. You've already
represent?
got the answer, man. It's in the question.
Okay.
What is
The
the
fridge is
surface
like
round? The surface is
you said
round.
it's kind of
There's
cubed.
no.
What is
This is
cube?
the end of the. This is the end of the logic train. You're trying to drive the bus into the wall. Is the what you
Right.
said? What surface is
Where
the
the
corner?
stop is.
Rounded. Done.
Okay. What's in the round as a shape, right?
No, it's a description and aspect of the surface of my phone here.
Describing the of your
Just,
phone. The what of your phone?
just the bezels. Like, okay, well then we can look at the screen.
The surface
Is
of your phone.
There's again a lot of things everything has a surface, right? So like the screen of the phone here, I'm imagining most people's phones are flat,
Okay.
right?
What is that?
Okay.
The screen is a flat
Surface.
and that's describing what of the phone?
No, just stop. You're. I don't know why you're trying to drive further past this. This is the
Because
point.
I mean, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about when you're saying a flat.
How are you missing it?
surface of
You've
a
already
phone.
got the answer. You're just chucking the answer out and trying to move past it.
What is that? What do you call that surface?
Flat.
Okay. And what is that describing?
The surface.
On the surface of the phone, but like so is
Yeah,
it like
but like nothing. That's the answer, right? So you'll notice that there's what I'm trying to point out to you is that there's a dichotomy, right? There's no other option, right? The bezels, the bezels. I don't know what kind of phone you guys have. The newer iPhones have like a
okay.
have
Are
like
they,
a
what
flat.
color are they?
Hold on, it's not about the color, dude. See,
Okay. It's
man,
about the what is it about?
you're trolling. You're trolling. So
No,
I'm trying to
not
get my
trolling.
point
Yeah,
out.
That's not fair.
Okay, well, what does color have to do with anything?
So I want to describe the surface of your phone and my phone. I have a black phone.
Creation, don't be
Shape
too invested
surfaces.
into doing this with Talon because he's
Yeah, he's trolling. I understand he's trolling.
Most of my
he's-
screens are flat shaped.
It's not that
Yeah,
he's
no, that's
trolling.
not
He's
shape.
he's
It's way
demonically possessed.
Not a shape.
He's possessed, and the voices in his head are telling him to do this, and that's why he's doing it.
Oh,
He can
that's
get
not
cooked
nice.
for a whole
We're
audience.
just talking
That's
about
fine by me. He can get cooked for a whole
how we
audience.
describe surfaces of things.
Yes, surfaces. Yes, that's right. Exactly. So
So we're on
like
surface descriptions. So our
there you go.
phones are a
Mhm.
description surface.
And now you're just confusing
description
yourself for no reason.
We're just using your vocabulary because it's not a shape. Our phones are not a certain
Well,
shape.
my phone has a dude. You're confusing yourself for no reason.
Rectangle. It's a
The phone
very
has
flat,
form.
rectangular shaped.
Yeah,
not
I would.
flat cube. Rectangle phone.
You just want to like bleed out your own logic train
Oh,
here.
it's so hard. It's so hard trying to describe a shape without calling it a shape. I'm sorry, but it is like a definite like exercise. Like I'm not sure how else to deal with it.
This is really easy because
Just
what shape?
throw it out of here. Just throw shapes out the window, even though you're the one that put the video of shapes.
Hold on,
He wants you to give him a replacement of the globe as an
Hold on one
object that
second.
has a
Talon,
I'll play that video and
I
see how
wanna
many
address-
times it says
I wanna
shapes.
address- Hold on, Talon. 'cause
flat.
You're just speaking to yourself now. So like, let me address something you're saying.
I'm gonna take a break on talking. I genuinely don't want to get muted. I've enjoyed our discussion, but just tell me when you need me to respond to something, and I'll stay muted until then. I'll speak when spoken to. I mean,
This guy's a weirdo.
I've got research to do.
Sure. Like, what is a shape?
I have to confess that I did not watch our Kindergarten Academy video yet. But I
Oh,
am.
we know. You're still trying to figure out what flat means.
Fuck, it's gone. Can you post it again, please? I would be very grateful.
Yeah.
We're
You
gonna
can
see how
get
many
cooked.
times it says flat and shape in the same sentence.
It's fine.
If it
But-
if this video starts bringing up,
Let's
how
just make
flat
one
is a
thing
shape,
clear. No one's
Are
throwing out.
you in big trouble?
Hold on.
What's the bar for you being in trouble if this video isn't what you say it is.
What am I saying the video is?
Because I mean, we're still trying to figure out what flat is.
Hold on,
We know
'cause
it's
I don't want to get in
description,
trouble
but we
now.
don't. I'm
Hold
still
on,
not
now. I
sure
don't want
like
to
what
get
it's
no trouble,
describing
mister. I don't want to get no trouble, mister.
because it's not
So,
describing the color,
what is
not the
it that I'm saying
texture.
about that there video that I
Flat
need to
is
be
it's just
worried
like
about?
another
then, mister?
word. Like
You
I don't
are.
think
You're trying to figure
flat
it out. We're
associates
not.
like a texture. You can have like
No, I said that opposite of that actually. Good thing this is all recorded. So, what is it that I need to worry
bring
about
up the
that
shape
video
video.
there, mister? Apparently, I'm
Shape
saying
video.
something about that video that I need to worry about. A third grade video that details a square is a square, a circle is a circle. I should really be worried about that, shouldn't I?
I'm open to watching any research that we need to look at. I want to see how often it brings up flat.
Yeah, it's probably
and
not
where
going
that
to.
fall.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it might
probably
tell
not
me
going
what
to, is
flat
it?
is. Because you haven't told me. You said flat is
You
a
know what?
surface
That's a good
description.
question there. It's
But I
probably
don't know
not
what
gonna.
part of the surface it's describing. It's
You know
not.
what?
You're being too vague.
You know what? Well, that's a good question. He said, I wonder if it's going to bring up flat or not. It's probably not because it's a video about shapes, bird brain.
That brain gif is gross. But I can't watch
Holy
it
fuck,
10 times in a
man.
row. But what's the other guy?
Well, I mean,
Hasbulla.
I'd rather not be bird brain than be affected by
I'm
words
gonna
being
go in
said to me. Anyway, so I think maybe you should be worried about the video.
Not bringing it. Are you posting it?
I can if that's something you really need. I can go grab it.
No, seriously, I did. No, I want to watch it.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Homie.
This is me. That's what I'm gonna feel like once I get to see that video.
But what can you do me a favor though, and just report back when they describe anything about flat surface? Would
Yeah,
that
that's
be
what,
fair?
that's what I'm gonna do.
And now,
Flat
if it's
surface
not
description.
there, then who should be worried, me or you?
Definitely you.
Okay, why is that?
Because it's a video about shapes.
Yeah, which I was telling you that flat isn't, right? So who should be worried again?
Not me.
So who? Me?
Yeah, I mean, you might have to worry a little bit. We're
Okay, so why should I worry then? Because remember, the context is I should be worried because the video is about shapes, but I'm the one saying that flat's not a shape. So I should be worried that if you find this video and it doesn't describe anything about flat, I should worry about that.
Yeah, if it
Even
confirms
though that actually proves my point.
if it confirms that flat describes shapes, then you're in trouble, not me.
Oh
If
my
it describes shapes, then I'm in trouble.
Intolerable.
Yeah, if
No,
flat
it's cool,
becomes
man.
part
get
of the
for
video,
the
it's
whole
like
audience. It's fine.
shape. Flat is a
You know-
shape. It'll be like,
Should we just put the video on for the whole panel? Why don't we do that?
is it up
Let's just
yet?
put
Is
the
it in there
video on
yet?
for
Oh,
everybody.
please don't ban me. Breathe. I'll stop talking. I promise. I will always stop talking. I
No,
have
shut
full
up.
respect for guest
No.
mod bans or not. Just don't ban me. Guest mod mute me whenever you want. I will mute myself whenever you want me to.
Yeah, you'll just do what you're told. So
Yeah, totally. Like I'm a guest mod too. Like I
So you'll
totally
be quiet. You'll
get
be
my
quiet.
fill on muting people. I want to, like have a fair conversation with
quiet.
other people.
Well,
Let other
again,
people mute.
I'm calling
It's nice not
you
having to be a mod.
about learning shapes
I prefer to take a break from guest modding.
together.
That's why I like.
Let's go.
That's why I like coming here.
Circle.
Go CB.
Red circle. Circle. Orange circle.
Holy fuck, man. I literally feel like a goddamn substitute preschool teacher. What the fuck? We have to teach these guys what shapes are. My God. What the absolute fuck, man? Oh my God. Should I continue the video? Jesus Christ. This
Yeah,
is
yeah. Keep
crazy.
going. That
You
was the
guys
whole
are
video.
fucking
You gotta play
breaking
the whole video.
retarded. Shut up, Tuck.
What he needs to do is he needs to go to his
Circle.
local library, and then he goes to the children's section, all right, and then go to the subcategory of education, and go to the subcategory of shapes. In a fucking book, sit down and fucking read it.
Triangle. White triangle.
That's racist.
Triangle. Pink triangle.
Square. Round square.
They say brown square.
Square. Gray square.
Gray square. So they're
All right,
describing.
now since
parts of
hold
it.
on, class.
So it's
Since we're
describing
all
the
doing a
shape
great job so far,
and the color.
let's see if we can stand out the pattern. So, what's the pattern so far, kids?
Yeah, what are they describing when they
They're all
say it's
shaped.
square versus circle? Yep. And so what's the difference in shape
Wow. So I
between
wonder if
circle
the
and the
word
square?
flat ever came up in that entire video.
Right. So what's the difference
So
between a
I'm
circle
guessing
and a
it didn't
square?
come up in the entire video. Then that's
So
weird.
what shapes on a square are
Oh,
different
wait.
He wants to talk
shapes
about
on a
surface
circle?
description. Now he wants to talk about descriptions, adjectives,
Yep. So
rather
let's talk
than
about the
nouns.
shape of circles versus the shapes of squares. How
You're
would you
retarded, bro.
what would
Just
you
stop
what
talking.
word would
Stop
you
talking.
use to
Stop
describe the
talking.
shape of a
Hold on.
square
Stop
versus
talking.
the shape of a circle? Please
Stop talking.
explain.
You're bricked. I think we're done here. I think Gemsy was right about you. He says, "What shape is a circle?" You're bricked beyond all belief. Like, just think we're finished here, man. So,
Shape is a circle? It's a fucking circle.
my God, like, who raised these guys? Like, what is wrong with you guys? Seriously, let's talk about the shapes of a circle. I don't know. Maybe it's a circle. What the fuck, man? Seriously, you guys are retarded, man. And they try to say flat earthers are dumb. Y'all can't figure out what flat means. Holy. So take the L, man. Just hold the L. I don't know why you guys are this confident. For what? If you watch the video, you're going to be scared. We just watched it all together. Scared of what? We're just laughing at you because you guys are confused. Name a shape. Oh, I know, teacher. Flat. Dumb fuck. All right, what's next?
Amish asked someone earlier, show me a flat. A flat.
Yeah, nobody's. Well, the first thing they'll do is pick up a freaking disc or something. Well, here's a frisbee. Yeah. Oh my God. Man, how have you guys gotten dumber over time? You've become worse opponents. You're supposed to get better over time, improve. The more you spar, the better you get. But you guys have devolved. Somehow y'all think y'all evolved, but y'all devolved at the same time. What in the hell? He said, "What shapes did we see on the square?" Nigga, what are you talking about? What shapes make up a square, kids? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. Shapes make up a square. What the hell? This is Flat Earthers Cannot Be Right syndrome on display in real time. Earlier today, we asked the guy, what is 2 + 2? Is it 4 or not? It's 4, isn't it? And they're like, well, no. I mean, since Flat Earthers can't be right, you're technically wrong. RIP to your hair follicles if you were here for that one. Now we're here and we're talking about He literally had the answer in his palms, and he's like too blind to see it, too numb to feel it. He's like, but if it's flat, the surface the cushion, then what shape is it? Like, my God, you guys, dude, struggle bus. These are who we have to deal with. I mean, not everyone's this bad, shit. So, but golly, that was bad. So flat. Well, anyway, so red. What? As if he really thought he had something too, bringing up colors. But my screen on my phone's black. Okay. How do you not understand this stuff? They don't want to understand, bro. That's the thing.
Wait, what? But CB, what shape is hot?
Yeah, exactly. No, but if you can't tell me what shape it is, like, yeah, that's why I ask. What shape is a lake? What shape is your hair? What shape is your heart? These goofballs will literally put an emoji in the chat before they say, "Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really have like a shape like that." You see what I'm saying? They'll literally put an emoji of a heart before he admits that not all things have shapes like that. Well, what shape makes up a square? No, the square is the shape. Nothing makes up a square. You don't take 3 circles and then put that together and now you've got a square. Like, bro, come on. What is this? He's like, what shape is a line? Again, this is when they have the answer in their hands and they just fumble it. You just said it. And you just described how it's not a shape. You described a line. Not a fucking shape, dude. My God. When in this video did they say line? They didn't. Newsflash. We've got circles, triangles, squares, rectangles, octagon. Like, dude, come on. Not one of those is line. When you were in kindergarten through 5th grade or whatever, when did they say draw the shape flat? Draw me the shape line. No, come on. Why do we have to we get here and this is what we have to deal with? Worse than children, literally. Kids would understand. Y'all don't want to understand. And it's okay. And you mask that behind this confidence. Oh, yeah, you should be embarrassed if you watch that video. Okay, really? You think I'm going to feel embarrassed when we go through the whole video, the 9 minutes long, and not one time do they talk about a shape called line or flat? You guys are arrogant and confident for nothing, for no reason. I'll just go on mute until I'm spoken to. Yeah, you'll just do what you're told then. That's what I thought. Man, nobody got nothing to say? Or what? Should I just keep cooking? Freaking reverse at the bottom of the panel been on mute this whole time when homeboy was in 24/7 going, you're too scared to debate in politics. I just cooked about 3, 4, 5 guys all day and you ain't said a word. Soft. Oh, y'all are weird, man. I swear. Like, how can in one breath, one half of your pea brain think flat earthers are stupid? They're the dumbest of the dumb. They're the lowest of the low. Why don't keep that same energy? Where y'all at? Where's the smoke at? Crickets. The best we've seen today was, well, I think science is I think you're too strict with science. Okay. Heavy hitter there. We had maybe 1 or 2 guys on mute and just spurg out into the mic. Penis! Yep. Yeah. Sounds about right for globe evidence there. What else? Yeah, flat is a shape and it makes up other shapes. You take a bunch of flat shapes and put them together, and then you've got another shape called square. Holy. Oh man.
Yeah, it's disingenuous.
Yep. And how many times they'll say, "Well, give me the answer. Give me the answer. Beg, beg, beg. I need it. I need it. I need it." We all know the only reason why I spent half the time not giving you the answer because we all know you don't really want it anyway. If you actually wanted the answers you say you seek after, you wouldn't stomp the ground and then wait for a flat earther to spoon feed it to you. It doesn't match. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't move the way you say you do. It's like none of y'all have been in a relationship with a female before. Man, y'all some. I can't even say it. I know we're on YouTube over here, so. But man, there's this old saying: watch what they do, not what they say. So that's all I do. That's all I have to do. So the way you guys move, it doesn't match with what you say. So listen to Talon, moving hella confident. You're gonna be embarrassed if you watch that kid's video. Yeah, sure, buddy. Let's just go ahead and put it on speaker for everyone. Let's take a listen to who gets embarrassed. I promise you it won't be me. So you guys are hilarious, man. And you make it too easy. That's one thing I want everyone to realize, recognize is that there's really no reason to be intimidated by anybody, really. Anybody. What do they have to offer you? What is it? It's not like they have any smoke to offer right now. Everybody's all silent shit. But I mean, the last guy had to offer what? I don't know what flat means. Great. We know you don't know what it means. And then there was another guy in the chat above him who said, "No, I can guarantee you, if you say flat earth to someone, everyone knows what that means." That's the biggest cap I've ever heard. The biggest cap. Because the opposite is true. You say flat earth to someone, just go up to a random stranger. Maybe do it 10 times. Hey, flat earth, what is that? You mean to tell me you go up to 10 people and they're all going to say, well, the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. The flat earthers have gone out and tested the claim of the radius, and at 1 foot off the geometric horizon, there's no way. I'm sorry, but nobody knows the arguments. Nobody. In fact, most people have the straw man in mind. Like, I don't know if you guys were here earlier. It was, I think it was Mez again. I think Clay was like, he brought up the flat earth. He started snickering and laughing. I was like, oh, well, what's so funny? Well, the flat earth is imaginary. It's stupid. I'm like, okay, well, what is the flat earth then? I mean, can I see what you mean? Like, if I didn't know what it was, could you kind of detail it to me? Like, break it down. What is it? It's like, well, it's a pizza disc in space. Like, well, it's not that. Well, it's an infinite plane. Nah, it's not that either. So then it's a dome. Like, okay. So are we just trying things now, or what are we doing here? So, man, yeah. I'll give y'all one more thing. I don't know whether the silence is like keep going or stop, but I'll just give y'all one more thing. Like I came up with this just recently, just a few days ago. And this is in relation to how people come in. They're like, I don't believe in flat earth. And as I just pointed out, nobody really knows what that is anyway. So if I was like, if I just said something random like, well, okay, let me just back up a little bit. I went to Chat GPT and I said, give me a word that doesn't exist. And it popped out a word, floor blitz. And I was like, so I come back and I was like, we were talking to a Globie who said he didn't believe in flat earth. So I said, hey bro, I don't believe in floor blitz. He was like, well, what's that? I was like, I don't know. I just know that it's wrong. I just know I don't believe it. And so maybe, and just maybe, that might help someone realize like, you might want to know what the thing is first before you go and say, you definitely don't agree with it. You definitely know it's wrong, et cetera, et cetera. Because all I have to do is ask you, what is it specifically that's wrong? And so it's simple. No one really knows what it is. So if 10 out of 10 people say flat earth is dumb, flat earthers are stupid, it definitely isn't flat. But those same 10 people, when you ask them what is flat earth, then they fumble the bag, then like the flat earth that they were going up against essentially is just a ghost or some I don't know, some ghost they made up in their mind, right? But what's odd is like folks will come to a flat earth server or go up to a flat earther and literally treat them like a pawn shop. So you'll take that idea that you came up with in your head of what you think flat earth is or whatever. You'll go to the flat earther and be like, this is your idea and it's stupid. It's like, bro, you came up with that, not me. Okay. So I thought it was crazy that Homeboy earlier said that everyone knows what flat earthers mean. Sorry, man. That's the biggest lie. You can tell someone what the flat earth is and they still don't get it. You guys saw that in real time with his last bird brain. No, but it's a shape. No, but it's a shape. Dude, it's not a shape. Flat is this. No, but so if it's a surface description, then like, what's the shape of the surface description? Huh? So you can tell them point blank what it is, and they still don't get it. So no, most people don't understand the flat earth. That's crazy. Hell, I mean, flat earthers, if we're being for real, a lot of us been around for quite a while. Everyone's still learning. Like what? So I don't know. That's it. Nobody. No smoke. Nothing. Everybody just quiet.
No, definitely. Like, I think what they really mean is that I can't believe it's anything other than what I've been told it is.
Yeah. Why don't you guys believe what I believe? It's like we did, dude. We're just trying to help you see that it might not be true. No, so then show me something else. Like, tell me another story. No, bro. No, we're not here for that. They so desperately want it to be like this side-by-side comparison. And I joke around like y'all don't want this to be a side-by-side comparison anyway. Okay. So if we whip our shit out, you're gonna get mogged. You're gonna get embarrassed.
Well, imagine if they didn't know like completely the shape. They didn't have a shape claim, but they were saying, "Well, the surface is curving though, but I just don't know. I'm not sure like in what manner, and it's whether it's forming this perfect sphere or whether it's like lumpy potato shape. I don't know, but I know it's definitely curving in some places. Like that." And then we say, well, what shape is that? It would be the same thing, right?
Wow. Yo, T-Dub, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. We'll have to remember that. That's where the double standards are. That's another one.
Just make sure you make a clip, because then when you wanna remember it, say it, you won't. So make a clip.
I'm actually going to do that right now before I forget. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Dude, this is actually kind of cringe. Someone posted a Flat Earth Debunk meme. I mean, all the Flat Earth Debunk memes are cringe, but this one especially, because when you look in the middle of that Flat Earth Debunk meme, they use a real globe model, right? That you can put on your desk, and the colors don't even match, man. They're not even using the same model. They even use a different angle, man. And it's clearly photoshopped. Like it's not, dude, this is so, that is absolute trash. Evidence that is Photoshop. Dude, just look at the stupid meme you posted, man. First, the angle is not the same angle. Then you see that the spherical shape has been tampered with, because it's not really spherical at the top right hand corner. This is absolutely misleading, deceptive BS. But I bet the guy who posted it will never come in here and actually explain himself. Hey Mastodon, explain what you posted there, man.
I can't tell if Homeboy was joking in the chat there, but man, it loops us right back to the start where we started. He's serious, isn't he? Yikes.
Oh, he's trolling, dude.
I hope so. I really do. Because we started with that earlier, how like they claim flat earthers are anti-science or like science deniers or whatever. And then earlier in the chat, we were criticized of being too strict with science. Oh, you guys need to loosen up a bit, man. It's like, so which is it though? Are we too strict with the science, or are we just anti-science completely? You got to make up your mind, guys.
I think we're too nice to people who actually never use their voice and just, post garbage in the side chat.
Oh, he says men can get pregnant. Yeah, he's definitely trolling, bro.
Exactly.
I refuse to believe that that's genuine.
Okay, he's trolling. Good draw, man. You got me.
I mean, but the irony about these posts though is that it's not like they're far off. They're pretty much saying the same type of stuff. Like it's I don't know how you guys roll with it. It's crazy. I mean, I'll post some examples for anyone wondering. I mean, come on, guys. Men can get pregnant, says Marvis. Yeah. Don't be a science denier. How dare you?
How dare you?
I'm not really far off. People actually believe men can get pregnant because Healthline says so. Yeah. I know. But again, this whole like flat earthers can't be right syndrome pops up. They'll be like, no, that's technically like, you know, they just try to. Doesn't matter what their original position is. They're just going to react to flat earthers and the things that flat earthers say. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I've realized as well. It's less of an action-based thing. Like globies, people who believe in the globe don't often move independently, like, on their own. They don't have their own. They're basically reacting to flat Earth and flat earthers. It's not like people really cared until some flat earther came up and was like, "Yeah, the horizon, that's not Earth curve." Oh no. So they start taking it real seriously all of a sudden. You know what I mean? So I find that to be an interesting phenomenon. It's not like people really cared. But once the flat earthers care, oh shit. Like, you know. Now y'all want to get active. All right, speaking of clip, I do have a clip for y'all to react to earlier today. I already know where this is gonna go. Homeboy's gonna try to say, well, what I meant was, and what I actually said was, which I mean, the whole point was you were supposed to do that the first time. Say what you actually meant, mean what you actually say. So that when someone holds you accountable to the things you said, you don't have to go and tap dance and weasel and, well, actually, if you this word, if you take that one out, and no, dude, sorry. And so let me just get the clip. Here we go. Let's take a listen, and you guys can tell me what you guys think. We'll take a listen. Is there a demonstration of this claim? Gravity containing gases.
Well, it's just what the theory says, and every test of this theory is true, so I see no reason to not trust the theory.
Well, Homeboy said that there's many tests for gas pressure being contained by gravity, but we haven't got to one of those just yet.
Don't think I said that.
Is there a demonstration of this claim? Gravity containing gases.
Well, it's just what the theory says, and every test of this theory is true, so I see no reason to not trust the theory.
Well, Homeboy said that there's many tests for gas pressure being contained by gravity, but we haven't got to one of those just yet.
Don't think I said that.
What y'all think?
So he was saying that there are many tests of the theory, and then you were asking about gas pressure. So what were you saying?
If I need to, I got more receipts, so we can do this. I got more receipts though, but because he said there's many tests of this, right? And I said, okay, well, let's start
of this theory. Gravity.
No, because listen, the very first test he details. What do you think that was? Was it Cavendish? Was it something else for gravity? No, what was it? Sulfur hexafluoride in a freaking box, dude. Okay, so again, the context. There are many tests of this X, right? I was like, okay, well, name one. sulfur hexafluoride in a box. So if he was saying there's many tests, and I say name one, and he was referring to gravity specifically, then why would you not start with the I don't know, Cavendish or some other bullshit? Why would you start with the thing that's involving gas pressure, which is the thing I even asked him like to clarify, which I'll actually grab that clip. I asked him to clarify. He's like, yeah, and density and the gradient and stuff. So that was the context.
I see.
Context
Could you
wasn't-
play the clip again? I see what
Yeah.
you're saying, but I just want to hear.
I know what you're saying too. Is I already knew y'all were going to say this, but I'll play it one more time, and I'll grab the extra context as well. Well, Homeboy said that there's many tests for gas pressure being contained by gravity, but we haven't got to one of those just yet.
Don't think I said that.
Is there a demonstration of this claim, gravity containing gases?
Well, it's just what the theory says, and every test of this theory is true. So I see no reason to not trust the theory.
Okay, so just to be clear, the theory says gas pressure does this, and every test of that theory, gas pressure doing this, etc. So that's what I was trying to address. If he meant something else, like every test of the gravity theory, when I say, well, give me a test, that better involve the gravity test, not a gas pressure quote test. And so, yeah, let me grab some extra context as
Yeah, I
well.
don't know what he was referring to then.
Yeah. All right. Woo! All right, let me grab the other one. Holy. That's why I love the live streams. People will just be like, no, I never said that. Nope. It's like, okay. Sure, dude. One of us is crazy. Probably not me. But let me see here. Let me switch back to this mic and I'll play it through my other set.
Well, again, it follows the theory, so that's evidence for the theory being true. He's down, bro. This is the You said gravity contains the atmosphere.
Let's see. What is this?
Holds up. So, is there a demonstration of this claim, gravity containing gases? It's just what the theory says. Every test of this theory is true, so I see no reason to not trust the theory. Oh, well, let's start with one of those tests. Right, the test involved like predictions of planets. No, hold on. Of them. 1 second, right? Because remember that. Let's not forget the question, right? Because what we're talking about is gas pressure being contained by gravity, and you said that we have lots of tests that confirm this. So let's start with one of the tests that we used to determine gas pressure containing gas. And do you have something that we could see?
I messed up there.
Gas pressure containing gas.
Of
Sorry,
course.
excuse me. Gravity. My bad. Gravity containing gas. My mistake. The only one of those that we really have access to is the atmosphere on the Earth. Some situations of.
So again, well, we have many tests. Name one. Oh, well, just the air. Okay, not a test, obviously. So
Yeah, that's interesting.
hey, man, I would just say, pro tip: you guys should be careful with what you say. I mean, how are you gonna in one breath say, "Oh, there's all these tests, man"? Well, am I supposed to just stop there and then, okay, W globe, you win. Well, okay, why can't I just ask? All right, if there's lots of tests, let's start with one. Well, just the air on Earth. See, you see how frustrating it is to have a conversation with people like this? All I'm doing was holding you accountable to what you said. There are many tests. And then you just go to, when I ask you for a test, well, just the air on Earth. Like, okay, I mean, someone has to hold this guy's hand. But
Yeah, when people say container, I think they're usually thinking of something physical. So I don't think I would call gravity a container for the air.
Yeah, I think that did come up at mid-discussion as well. But what contains the air? They say gravity contains the atmosphere.
Can anybody hear me?
So, I mean,
Yeah, you
we
could just avoid talking about gravity at all and talk about the weight of the air. And then you don't have to define, why weight. Is it buoyancy? Is it gravity? You can just ignore that whole question and just talk about. Everybody agrees
we don't have
mass
to.
has weight.
But we don't have to pretend like we don't know what the claim is. We all know what the claim is, so we don't have to ignore that.
Yeah, but they're separate questions, right? Does gravity exist and how does it work? Is separate from atmosphere being contained. So it's helpful to talk about one thing at a time, I guess.
And if it is contained, what is it contained by?
All right, you guys, come on, guys. You got to take the horse blinders off and not pretend like we're just going to ignore the claim on the table. I just said this. We all know what the claim is that just like in your PFP there, Earth is life, is that we've got a globe with gas pressure and there is no container. That's the claim. So we can't just ignore that and take that off the table and say, and sweep it under the rug and say, well, flat earthers don't address that. Let's just start the timeline in the middle. Like, nah, bro, there's a full context to the situation here.
Okay,
It's
your
not,
claim is that there is a container, right?
you're ignoring what I'm saying. 'Cause I've already addressed this because what you guys are trying to do is start this whole thing off at you say container. Where is it? Like it doesn't exactly work that way, does it? Because there's more context to the
Okay,
situation.
so gas pressure requires a container, right?
You're ignoring me.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying. So gas pressure requires containment,
What
right?
is the original claim on the table then, Ball?
That gas pressure requires containment.
No, that's not the original claim on the table, as I just detailed. If you were listening closely,
I
you're
was
just hearing
listening.
what you want to hear now. Well, that's not what I said, is it?
But that's the overall claim.
No, the overall claim is your profile picture, essentially.
What about it?
That's the claim of
Oh, the
reality.
globe? Oh, the globe? Yeah.
That is the
Well, the argument right now that you're having is about gas pressure, right?
yes, but
Okay,
what you're
gas
trying to do is
pressure, which
ignore.
requires
You're trying to
containment.
ignore the time. This is why I came up with this horse blinder earther role, because what you guys will do is put your horse blinders on and ignore the timeline. And you guys do this with things like gravity. Right now in the room that I'm in, there ain't shit falling. There's nothing happening.
Is everything sitting on the floor?
Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my point, because you're not actually listening now. Trying to change the subject. But what I'm saying is you guys have a hyper limited focused timeline with things like gravity, and I'll give an example of how you're doing it right now as well. But what you'll do is you'll pick something up where it was at equilibrium. Then you'll let it go and start the timeline right there. But look, it's falling, ignoring what's going to come before and after. Now you're doing this with this gas pressure argument. What you guys are going to do is you're going to start the timeline at, you said something about a container. I'm going to ignore everything that I claimed and everything that I believe in. I'm just going to press you on container. Now there's two problems with that.
Why do you think we asked that question?
One, there's two problems with that. One is that y'all have the original claim, the burden of proof. That's why we have a problem with that. And number two, You guys don't actually move that way. You're being disingenuous when you're like, I need to see it to believe it, because we know y'all don't move that way with things like curvature. All the honest Globers admit we don't see curvature, but that doesn't necessarily defeat your position. You still move confidently as a globe earther without having to quote see the curvature, right? So it's not, y'all don't really move like that. So to start pressing your double standards on me
I'd
that you
like
don't
to
actually have yourself
eventually
isn't fair.
address what you're saying if you ever
I'm done.
allow me to.
I was done.
Okay, so are we not talking about gas pressure? Are we talking about, or are we talking about the claim that the Earth is a globe itself? Because that encompasses an entire different conversation.
This whole flat Earth thing is we're told it's a globe. Let's go check to see if it's true.
Okay,
Obviously, you guys believe it is
okay,
true.
let me
so-
ask you a question, please.
Yeah,
How have you personally checked that the Earth is not a globe?
Okay. Well, let's start with. Do you want to? We're talking about the gas pressure thing, right? So that's one thing
Okay.
we could start. Let's
Good.
check
Now
to
we're on
see
gas pressure.
if
Okay.
gas pressure can exist the way we're told it does.
Okay, so here we go. This is why I came in here, right? So the claim is that gas pressure requires containment, correct?
No, sir. No. Again. You're trying to move ahead and put words into my mouth, things that I never really said. Again, we're just addressing the claim
Just
that's
answer the
currently on the
question.
table.
Does it or does
I
it not
am.
require containment?
No, we're not going to just allow you to
Okay.
move whistle past the graveyard. We know what the
What
claim is.
graveyard am I whistling past? I'm asking you a question. It should be
The
a
fact
simple
that
answer.
the claim is that there's gas pressure without a container.
Okay, great. Okay, gas pressure and there's no container, right? And
Maybe
that's
we'd have
the
to see
issue.
that.
Is that
We'd
the
have to see
issue that you
evidence
guys
for
are
that.
having? That's the issue that somehow we have gas pressure on Earth, but the Globers claim there's no containment.
That's the claim. So
okay?
Now, it's so bad that I'm asking for evidence.
Okay, now,
of that?
now, if there is a container, which you guys say gas pressure requires a containment, what would be containing the gas?
You're
And
jumping.
if there is a container, which I'm guessing you guys are claiming, why
not
can't
taking
we
the bait.
detect this? Why can't we detect this container with
I'm not
radar?
taking the bait. I'm not taking the
Of
bait.
course, this is what happens with these conversations. No one
Because-
ever
but
wants to
you're-
try and
you
answer.
should-
Hold on.
Why
No one
would you?
ever
No.
wants to try and
Hold
answer
on
the
one second.
hard
Because the
questions.
question is, Earth is life. The question is, which no one's answering, is how do you have gas pressure without a container? But what you guys are going to do is cut that part out and say, "But you said the word container, so show me."
But yeah,
I understand what
exactly.
you're trying to
Why do
do.
you
It's
think we
not
would ask that
slick.
question? Why do you
No,
think
it's
we would
not
ask that
slick.
question?
No, why? No. We're not going to ignore
Why do you
context.
think
This
we
is
would
a
ask that
rebuttal
question,
to a
though?
claim. It is not a claim. That's what you don't understand. It is a
Why?
rebuttal to a
But why
claim.
are we asking that question, though?
I have a
Because
simple
the
answer
claim
to
on the
that question.
table is quite extraordinary, and I would like
That we
evidence for
have
that claim.
that there is gas pressure on Earth because of it because there's a downward acceleration, and gas has mass that's acted upon.
Which is the claim. Thank you very much for repeating that. Something we're
Yes.
already
And
well
why would
familiar
that?
with.
Why would that not work?
Why
If we have-
would
if-
is
if we
not
have-
evidence or a demonstration? Why would, Your Honor,
hold on.
isn't evidence? Sorry.
If we have a mass, right, that attracts everything else, that attracts other mass, right? Why
That'd
would
be a
it
big
not
if.
act on gas?
That's not evidence. Asking,
But
well, if
it's a simple
Your Honor,
question, though.
if it's true, why would it not be true? That's not evidence for the thing you're
If
saying.
there is a container, which you
No,
guys
that's
claim,
not the claim.
if
No,
there
it's
is
not
a
the claim.
container, then
That's not the claim. No, he's ignoring everything I've said. This is not a claim.
Okay, so
It's a
your question.
rebuttal.
Say your
Earth is
question
life.
again that you said nobody ever answered.
yes, go ahead, get a snack.
Yeah, well, again, you guys gotta include the full timeline. Just like when you drop things, right? You have to include the fact that this thing that you dropped started at an equilibrium. So just like with this container argument, you're trying to make it like it's starting. You're trying to make it seem like flat earthers just popped up and we're claiming things out of the blue willy nilly. Y'all desperately want to be like flat earthers, but really it's a rebuttal. The claim is just like your profile picture. We're not going to pretend like you don't believe that. That's the claim. Everyone knows what that is. So claim is we've got a globe with gas pressure, and there's no need for any sort of barrier or container.
Right. That's the claim.
We're just asking, how can we see evidence for that? Is that possible? How is that possible? We'd like to see that. But
Sure.
what you guys are
The,
going to
the
do is
answer is
ignore all of that and move past and say, well, you said container, show me.
the answer is
Cat.
where air has weight. That's the answer to your question.
That's not evidence for what the claim is.
No, you said how can it happen? How can it happen that there's gas pressure without a container? And the answer is because air has weight.
No, but we understand the lore, Matthew. I understand how potentially it could work, but again, that's not what we're asking for, is it?
What are you asking?
We're asking for it to be demonstrated. You know this, Matthew. Come on now. You've been around for a lot longer than most people. We're asking for a demonstration. We don't need people to repeat the claim and how potentially I could explain it working and things like that. We understand all of that very well, just like everyone else does. It's not hard to understand the globe claims. What's hard to do is demonstrate them. That's our problem. And so ain't nobody about to demonstrate this gas pressure without a container thing. But freaking when the last guy tried, he brought in damn 2 containers to start and then invoked a third. And so it's not a claim versus claim situation. It's a number one, it's claim and we're just saying, well, prove it, but it's a basically demonstration versus lack of demonstration situation. So I think that's one thing you guys got to stop doing.